Chapter 161 Anonymous in the Imperial Medical Bureau. It's worthy of being the snack of the Imperial Master. It's really high grade. Seeing that the Imperial Master Jean raised his eyebrows and looked unhappy. Su Yin moved quietly without saying a word, and ran to the edge of the flowers away from the Imperial Master Jean to taste the same candied haws in the hands of the Imperial Master Jean. 9 thumb-sized spiritual fruits were strung on the bamboo sticks. The white spiritual fruits had green lines on them. The surface was poured with gelatinous syrup and then sprinkled with icing sugar. It was sweet in the mouth, and the aftertaste could taste the sweetness and moisture of the spiritual fruit, which directly dissolved the sweetness brought by the outer layer of sugar coating. Because the flavor was so good, Su Yin ate all the sugar spiritual fruits in just a few bites. But in a place that Su Yin didn't notice, Master Jean saw Su Yin finish eating the candied haws, and his face showed an extremely obvious joy. He raised his hands and patted them and said, "Now all gather in front of the academy. I will give you 2 cups of tea. There are a total of 47 students. You need to form a temporary team to face what may happen next. A team must have at least 3 people. Those who fail to form a team when the time is up will be eliminated directly. 1 person carries water to drink. 2 people carry water to drink. And 3 people may be lazy and slack off. So no one has water to drink." Before the outing in the academy began, Master Jean set a trap for the students. Now everyone can still talk and laugh and maintain their demeanor. But when they arrive at their respective destinations, when their supplies are confiscated, when they encounter unprecedented difficulties, the contradictions in the group will explode directly without additional stimulation. We need to divide into groups? After Su Yin heard Master Jin's words, the whole fox immediately became energetic, tiptoed and began to look around, and began to look for his friends in Xiaoyu City. Su Yin didn't know what this meant, but since the students were to be divided into groups, they would naturally have to find big guys with strong backgrounds and strength to form a team. Zhou Yu, Feng Shiqi, and Wuming County Master, who also passed the Black Iron Imperial Martial Arts performance, were a great choice. They have strength, intelligence, and good looks, which is just right for him to go for a walk. Su Yin, standing on the flower bed, quickly found his first target, Zhou Yu, the royal family nameless, who was covered in white gauze, walked out from the side of the ferry boat without haste, and came to the front of the academy square to meet other students. Su Yin jumped down from the flower bed and raised his hand to greet the nameless. Here, the nameless, who was covered in white gauze, should be the most obvious sign of a royal family member who gave up power and obligations. Although the subjects in Xia Yuli didn't say it, they looked at the nameless with more or less strange expressions, with different expressions of disdain or regret. Therefore, the students of the academy didn't say "Lo" after seeing the nameless, nor did they take the initiative to approach him. "Have you seen the lady of Wuming County?" Su Yin came to Zhou Yu and said happily, "When the time comes, we will form a team together. With your rich experience in outdoor survival and the strength of the lady of Wuming County, plus Feng Shiqi as a substitute, our future is bright." Although the nameless man did not speak, the thick veil could not hide the doubt on his face. Zhou Yu is responsible for the guide. The lady of Wuming is responsible for the team strength, and Feng Shiqi is the substitute. So what are you going to do? You haven't seen the lady of Wuming County either? What about Feng Shiqi? Have you seen her? Su Yin saw that Zhou Yu didn't say anything, but his actions showed that he hadn't seen her. So he asked about the whereabouts of other people. Mr. Su. Su Yin and the nameless person asked and answered each other. One asked with words and the other answered with actions. And suddenly a surprised female voice came from behind. "Do you know any members of the royal family?" Feng Shiqi searched for a long time and finally found Su Yin, who was smaller in stature, among the students. Originally, she didn't want to disturb Su Yin when she saw him talking to a member of the royal family. But it was already halfway through the 2 cups of tea. If they didn't find Su Yin to ask, they might have to go their separate ways on the next outing. "Mr. Su, have you found a team?" Feng Shiqi didn't say anything nonsense, and went straight to the point. "Wuming County Lord, Zhou Yu and I have formed a small group. We have been looking for you everywhere just now, and we want to ask if you have found a team, and if you want to join us." "Zhou Yu?" Su Yin heard Feng Shiqi's words, and looked at the nameless person, who was covered with white gauze beside him with surprise. The nameless person also tilted his head to look at Su Yin, and the 2 of them revealed puzzled expressions at the same time. Su Yin and the nameless person obviously made some mistakes. Su Yin mistook the nameless person in front of him for his friend Zhou Yu, so he naturally approached and said the name of Luoming County Lord. At the end, he also asked about the whereabouts of Feng Shiqi, a member of the Feng clan, with the preparation of the monks from two famous families. The nameless person directly regarded Su Yin as an ambitious person who wanted to form the strongest team for the academy outing, and responded to Su Yin's questions through body movements. This nameless person is not Zhou Yu. Su Yin invited the wrong monk. So, who are you? Following Feng Shiqi to find the team, Su Yin explained to Luoming County Lord Zhou Yu and Feng Shiqi the reasons why he invited a nameless person from the royal family to form a team. Zhou Yu looked at the nameless person with suspicion and asked the name of the person in front of him directly. In the previous Imperial Martial Arts competition, Zhou Yu is the representative of the royal family, and no other nameless people from the royal family participated in the Imperial Martial Arts competition. So, the nameless person in front of him should be from Yongle Academy. But in Zhou Yu's memory, there seems to be no one like him among the young generation of nameless people from the royal family. There are only 3 young nameless people in the royal family. Apart from himself, there are 1 man and 1 woman, 1 disabled and 1 married far away. So, who is this nameless person invited by Brother Su? The nameless person shook his head lightly and did not speak. Nor was he prepared to answer Zhou Yu's question. He just stood and squatted behind Su Yin, hiding his body and pretending to be dead. Luoming County Lady, Zhou Yu, and Feng Shiqi. It should be fate that we are here? Su Yin saw that the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. So he spoke. Man's plans are indeed inferior to God's plans. Luoming County Lady spoke at this time, and did not target Su Yin, but looked at the nameless person and said, "But we are going to the fiefdom of the Red King next. The Grand Master asked us to form a temporary team, which means that we are directly in charge of the border town and let us manage a city for half a year. Everyone knows each other well, and we can compromise and make concessions even if there are disagreements. But we don't even know who the nameless person is, or what kind of personality he has. So how can we form a team?" As the daughter of the Xian Wang, the princess of Luoming County was more informed than Su Yin and Zhou Yu. She already knew the destination and content of the outing arranged by the Grand Master, so she was not too willing to agree to the inclusion of the nameless person. Zhou Yu pulled Su Yin over and complained, "Brother Su, you should be more careful. Don't pick up some unknown objects on the street, even if the things you picked up are indeed of clean origin. How do you know if there are any hidden dangers?" The nameless person squatting on the ground was a little embarrassed to see that all the spearheads were pointing at him. He stretched out his arm covered by his long sleeves, and a plant root directly came out from the wide cuffs, controlling it to extend and twist in the void to twist out a few characters. "I am the Imperial Physician, and do not express my opinion." The nameless person in front of him was a wood cultivator, and he was also the Imperial Physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Imperial Physician is the title of the Imperial Physician, and it is also an official position that needs to be taken through an examination. Not all doctors and alchemists can call themselves Imperial Physicians. Chapter 162 Red King Territory Flower City. The immortal boat located in Yongle Academy. After Master Jean boarded the immortal boat, the gangway on the stone surface made a crisp sound and gradually retracted into the hull, and the bottom of the boat unfolded a complicated array to support the entire immortal boat. The immortal boat floated to the sky channel on the original ground, and symmetrical wide and flat oars protruded from both sides of the hull. The actual prohibitions lit up one by one to unfold an elliptical protective layer to ensure that when flying at high speed, the hull will not be broken and disintegrated due to colliding with any flying monsters. The immortal boat is different from the ships sailing on the water. There is no need to consider the draft and shape. It is like an aerial city built with countless arrays. Different arrays will be carried according to different uses. Some immortal boats, equipped with powerful arrays, can even temporarily block Earth immortals. It's just that those immortal boats are expensive, and only the Qi Zone can produce them in the entire cultivation world. To build a war immortal boat, not only is the price and subsequent maintenance incredibly expensive, but it may also take more than a decade from construction to landing. Except for some major forces and top masters in the world of cultivation, ordinary cultivators dare not even think about war immortal boats. The immortal boat used for transporting troops in the Xiaoyu dynasty rose to a high altitude and activated all the defensive formations. After a short period of accumulation, it directly cut through the sky and turned into a golden stream of light, and headed straight to the southeast of Xiaoyu according to the preset route. Its sailing speed is extremely fast, not slower than that of ordinary Yuanying period cultivators. The monks of the academy sitting on the immortal boat can't even see the scenery changing. It has flown more than 10 miles away in just a blink of an eye. Compared with the Xiaoyu troop transport ship, the cargo immortal boat that Su Yin took before was as slow as a turtle. But because of the blessing of the formation, the students of the academy sitting in the troop transport ship did not feel any discomfort. Su Yin, Jun Xia, Zhou Yu, Wu Mingqi, Feng Shiqi. The 4 of you will get off the boat at New Flower City. Here are the letters of appointment you will need. After the immortal boat was running smoothly, Master Jean began to call out the names of the members on the immortal boat, and then took out all the letters of appointment that he had prepared before and began to distribute them to the students whose names he called. Take out the weapons in the storage ring, and then hand in the storage ring or bracelet. Master Jean put the letter of appointment in Su Yin's hand, and then asked everyone to hand in the storage ring. Su Yin thought about it, took out the red jade hairpin sword and a bag of dried meat from the storage ring, and then handed the storage ring to Master Jean. Su Yin didn't have anything in his storage ring. The spirit stones and other things were all left with his aunt. Su Yin was worried that he would be robbed if he put them on himself. So he was particularly happy when handing in the storage ring. When some students heard Master Jean say that the storage ring would be confiscated, their faces suddenly changed. Seeing this, some radicals took off their storage rings without saying anything, muttered something, and destroyed the space array in the storage ring, causing the storage space and private items to collapse into nothingness. Master Jean glanced at those people and did not express any opinions. Storage rings are extremely private items, and they can store anything. Those who exploded their storage rings before handing them in should be worried that other monks would spy on their privacy. So they destroyed the storage rings in advance to avoid exposing their strange habits or outstanding behaviors. Master Jean raised his hand and grabbed Xiaoyu, who had just handed over the storage ring and was about to turn around, and said jokingly, although this dean is old and weak, his eyes are not yet presbyopic. As he said this, Master Jean pinched Xiaoyu's head and lifted him up, as if he was going to play dice, and shook Xiaoyu's body vigorously. Xiaoyu, who was bound by the immobilization band, couldn't even scream, and was hung up like a cured duck and swung around. Ding ding ding. As Xiaoyu lifted him up and swung him, all the spiritual stones, wine pots, medicines and other things he had hidden in his sleeves, lapels and trouser legs fell onto the deck of the immortal boat. After Master Jean saw that Xiaoyu stopped dropping equipment, he let go of his hand and threw Xiaoyu aside, saying indifferently, "This student is lucky. If there is another student who hides items, you may need to consider whether your teeth and throat can swallow your hidden items." Next group, Jiangyin, Li Chun, Mao Kun. Come out to receive your letters of appointment. That's right. Master Jean reached out to Su Yin, pinched the paper bag in Su Yan's arms with his thumb and index finger, ignored Su Yan's shocked expression, and took the dried meat snacks away directly. Su Yin, is it not okay to grind my teeth when I'm on the boat? Although Su Yin secretly criticized Master Jin's behavior, he didn't dare to speak directly, for fear that Master Jean would find a copper yang from somewhere to grind his teeth for him. The Flower City is next. You can take the letter of appointment to the county magistrate. The immortal boat stopped at the edge of the Qiwang fiefdom, above the New Flower City. Grand Master Jean threw Su Yin and his party out of the immortal boat without even looking up. Then he ticked a box on the booklet and controlled the immortal boat again to go farther and farther along the edge of the Qiwang fiefdom. Every time he arrived above a given city, the Grand Master would throw out a group of cultivators according to the original plan. Only after all the students in the academy were thrown out did Grand Master Jean control the transport immortal boat to the Qiwang city. The Qiwang seemed to have known about the Grand Master's arrival when Grand Master Jean controlled the immortal boat to land. The servants and cooks in the Qiwang mansion were busy preparing dinner. The Qiwang, wearing yellow uniform, with a kind smile on his face and a slightly fat body, stepped forward to greet the arrival of Master Jean and said, "I didn't expect that we would meet again in less than a few days after the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor." The Qiwang knew that Master Jin's arrival was not surprising. The letters of appointment that Master Jean held before were all double-stamped by the court and the Qiwang. Among the 8 kings' fiefdoms, your territory is the most chaotic. It's not surprising to see me, right? Master Jean smiled and made a gesture of invitation, and walked towards the Qiwang mansion with the Qiwang. Am I not also working for His Majesty? If you can manage expansion, you can't manage people's livelihood. Facing Master Jin's ridicule, the Qiwang did not show any shame or embarrassment. Instead, he smiled brightly and admitted that the public security in his fiefdom was indeed ridiculously poor. The fiefs that Xiaoyu awarded to the kings of different surnames were all located in the border areas of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Moreover, the area of the fiefs awarded was usually not large. At most, they built a mansion for the kings of different surnames. But the kings of different surnames all have unlimited right to expand outward. They can cultivate their own soldiers under the banner of Emperor Wuxing and continue to expand their territory outward. As long as the kings of different surnames pay taxes and tributes to Emperor Wuxing regularly and maintain the living standards of the people in the fiefdom, it will be fine. The Red King is the king of different surnames, with the largest area among the 8 kings of different surnames. Half of the tax revenue from the fiefdom throughout the year, except for the tribute, is invested in the army and offerings, which leads to a slight lag in people's livelihood and public security. People often write to Xiaoyu City to complain about the poor public security of the Red King, which sometimes even affects the productivity of the people. Chapter 163 County Magistrate. Pack up. We're on holiday. It is precisely because of the unlimited expansion rights that the fiefs of the kings of different surnames vary in size. Public security, and even some local government offices have no say at all. They are just decorations in the city, and the locals have always lived according to their own traditional rules. After falling from the sky to the ground, the princess of Lunming County explained to Su Yin, who was looking at the city in surprise. Xiaoyu, the king of different surnames, has the power to expand outward. In the process of conquest, he annexed a large number of foreign races or sections. Those tribesmen and small sects did not dare to say a word to the king of different surnames and Xiaoyu, and could only watch their homes being annexed. The kings of different surnames are not weaklings. Even in the world of cultivation, they are the elders of a sect. Those natives could not resist, so they could only integrate into the fiefs of the kings of different surnames and live, silently accepting Xiaoyu's subtle cultural education and institutional education. But the Red King is a war fanatic, and has been constantly expanding the scope of his fiefdom to plunder. This also led to the failure to educate the natives. The natives were afraid of the power of the Red King, rather than agreeing with the rule of the Xiaoyu dynasty over the local area. In other words, the government office established by Xiaoyu here did not have much real power. The closer to the border, the less influence. The new Flower City is a newly built city. The local indigenous tribal forces should be in control of the Flower City. As far as I know, the new Flower City is a brand new city that has only been established for less than 10 years. Because the Red King is fighting with the Eternal Life Sect and the Southern Xinjiang tribe. The management of the new Flower City is basically to manage taxes, and most of other things are left to their own devices. The Lunming County Lord said helplessly, "We have really come to a good place when we take office. No wonder the outing at the Yongla Academy is a confidential matter. If you can fight your way out of the poor mountains and bad waters without help, you will not worry about not being able to find a position in the Xiaoyu court. The outing at the Xiaoyu Yongla Academy is very mysterious and is reserved for the best students. As long as they successfully complete the outing, they will definitely rise to prominence when they return to Xiaoyu. And each of them will be a prominent child of heaven in Xiaoyu City." In the past, Lady Lunming did not understand why those people were reborn after a trip, until it was her turn to be thrown into the poor mountains and bad waters of Xiaoyu by Grandmaster Jin. And she was appointed as the county magistrate of a city, and was about to face the indigenous people with a population of 100,000. Lady Lunming understood everything, let alone managing the new Flower City. As long as she was healthy and alive and returned home, it would be good enough. Judging from the current situation, if you want to stand out from the test of the outing in the academy, you must make political achievements. But if you want to make political achievements, you need to engage in a direct power struggle with the local indigenous forces. It is also normal for one to die on the street accidentally. As soon as they arrived at the new Flower City, everyone faced an invisible choice: to shrink and waste half a year, gain nothing until the end of the outing in the academy, or to make political achievements to obtain the resources in the hands of Grandmaster Jin. Rising to prominence or being mediocre is just a matter of one's thoughts. As the daughter of King Xian, Princess Lunming is quite clear about the management of the fiefdom. After being sent to the new Flower City on the edge of King Qi's fiefdom by Grandmaster Jin, she already knew the content of the academy outing assessment and how to win. But it was precisely because of knowing that it felt tricky. The crowd did not dwell on this too much. After landing according to the instructions of the Grand Master, they went directly to the local government office. Whether to make achievements or not is another matter. At present, The most important thing is to find a local guide to understand the local situation. The flower office is a very good place. Although the tribal natives do not care about the government office, they do not have the courage to tear down the office set up by the Red King here. Su Yan and his party came to the central government office in the city. But after going to the bottom, the yamen was empty. Helplessly, everyone could only swing the mallet to hit the hall drum and summon the county magistrate, and chief clerk of the flower office to the lobby of the government office. Who beat the hall drum in the hall to make this official leave early today and not get full attendance? There is no such thing as beating the drum to complain about grievances in Xia Yu's office. The purpose of the hall drum is just to remind the officials in the office what time it is now. 1 knock in the morning to go to work, 1 knock at noon for lunch break, and 1 knock at night to get off work directly. It's still lunchtime now. Wouldn't the 3rd knock let the people know that the county magistrate is going to leave the court? Who is plotting to kill this official's full attendance award? However, when the county magistrate and his entourage ran out and saw the golden elixir cultivators in gorgeous clothes, their angry faces gradually turned into moved expressions, and their harsh words suddenly turned into soft words and asked, for golden elixir heroes, I wonder why you beat the drum. The officials of Xia Yu's border city were not very skilled. So after seeing the golden elixir heroes and the foundation building cultivators, the county magistrate's tone suddenly changed. He didn't want to be punished for no reason because of his words. Although it can be reported to the Red King army later. It is I who will be beaten and hurt now. Are you the county magistrate of the flower office? Seeing the disheveled fat man running out of the back hall in a panic, the Lunming county lady frowned involuntarily and wanted to scold him. But when she thought about it, this was the fiefdom of the Red King, and no one cared about these guys who were eating empty salaries. So she shouldn't make trouble here and talk about those irrelevant topics. The Lunming county lady took out the letter from her hand, walked up to the Flower County magistrate, and said, "We are here from Xia Yu Academy to temporarily take over the Flower City. The letter inside is the letter of appointment certified by the Grand Master and the Red King." The county magistrate was startled when he saw the official number on the envelope, and hurriedly said, Wait a minute. I will wash up and come back to receive the letter now." Facing the letter from Xia Yu's second-in-command, the county magistrate read the letter more intimately than his own mother. The county magistrate and the chief clerk were also startled. They followed the county magistrate to the back hall to wash and dress up again. They were all dressed up and shiny, together with the yamen runners. They all ran to the front hall of the government office and lined up neatly to welcome. Everyone welcomes the letter from Grand Tutor Jean and King Qi. Under the leadership of the county magistrate, all members of the Huolin government office stood in front of Lunming county lady and bowed. The county magistrate stretched out his hands to Lunming county lady to receive the letter. Although Lunming county lady was speechless, she still handed the letter in her hand to the Huolin county magistrate. The county magistrate was like a treasure. He leaned over the table and carefully opened the envelope and read the contents. From time to time, he was surprised and happy. The yamen runners and others in the government office were very nervous, fearing that they would receive a letter of scolding from their superiors. It's settled. After reading the contents of the letter, the county magistrate shouted with great joy on his face, raised his hand and slapped it on the table, saying, Old Chen has settled everything. The vacation has been approved, and the approval period is more than half a year. As long as we complete the handover of the official duties at hand, we can take a vacation. Is there such a good thing? The first and second in command of the Flower City government office had an unstoppable ecstasy on their cheeks. You didn't lie to me, did you? As he said, the county magistrate also came forward to look at the contents of the envelope. Su Yan, are you too lazy? It's different from those people in Xia Yuqing who work to death if they can't kill you. Chapter 164. It's just a job. Why risk your life? It's really not easy for you to be assigned to our Flower City for training. The county magistrate took off his official uniform and looked refreshed. He looked at Su Yan and his group with regret and said, Our only job here every day is to clean the city and pick up the bodies of people who died on the roadside. There is no merit for you to gain. Forget it. Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Today is the first day for all Taoist friends to come to Flower City. Let me personally lead everyone to experience the local customs. Are the clans and tribes really that powerful? Su Yan asked with a face full of doubt. Fellow Taoists, please come this way. The county magistrate invited everyone to take a seat in the inner hall, and then asked the yamen runners to go to the street market to get some specialties. At that time, he would directly hold a banquet in the government office at night to entertain all the Taoist friends who came from the main city of the Xiaoyu dynasty to be the scapegoats. It's not that they are so powerful. In the Red King's fiefdom, the Red King is the ruler. It's just that the Lord is busy fighting the Eternal Life cult and the southern border tribe. So he has no time to manage these newly built cities. The county magistrate waited until everyone was seated before he said with a bitter smile, "We are outsiders, and we are not very good at cultivation. How can the local clans and tribes look down on us? As long as we pay the heavy taxes on time every year, the Red King will give us flowers. Alas, in a word, you are just rich young men who come here to live a life. Don't." There was a serious conflict between the Sun and the local clans. "I don't want to know your background. We are just passers-by who have a brief encounter. No matter how powerful your family is, you will be beaten in the next second. No matter how fierce the revenge is afterwards. It can't stop the pain in your body." The situation in Flower City is particularly complicated. As a border city in the southeast of the Red King's fiefdom, it is often invaded by the Eternal Life Sect and the southern border barbarians. The Red King's army is currently in a two-line battle and is very short of manpower. So it gives the border city clans and natives a lot of autonomy and orders the natives to defend the city where they live. The natives here are armed to the teeth. The main duties of the Flower City government are only three. 1. Repair the city and keep it clean. 2. Supervise the production of Flower City. Xiaoyu's small part of artificial spiritual plants, and most of the flowers come from here. Finally, it is to collect various taxes from the city. These are the duties of our office. I just finished sweeping the streets with the yamen runners this morning and almost collapsed from exhaustion. If you hadn't taken over." The county magistrate paused. Then a gloating expression appeared on his face and he said, "Then the county magistrate and I may have to take the lead in planting rice in the countryside next week. As a county magistrate in an agricultural area, in addition to having basic city management skills, he also needs to have farming knowledge and procedures. It is impossible for Flower City to get promoted by management. So the county magistrate and the county magistrate are both studying agriculture, wanting to improve the productivity of the flower area and make the tax accounts look beautiful. Only in this way can they be promoted as soon as possible and leave this lawless place. As a county magistrate, do you need to sweep the streets and farm?" Su Yan asked the fat man with a strange look on his face. "No, generally speaking, because the Red Prince's mansion has a special salary for scavengers. But sitting in the government office is idle anyway, so it's better to earn more salary. Anyway, being the county magistrate of Huahua City is embarrassing enough. So it's better to earn more to pay tribute to the higher-ups." The county magistrate explained to everyone with a nonchalant look on his face. Of course, as the county magistrate of an agricultural area, it is also your duty to set an example for the people. But you don't need to do those things. The county magistrate is a master in agriculture. Every year during the rice planting season, he will guide the tenant farmers. The landlords are also happy to see the increase in production and will cooperate with the county magistrate. After listening to the county magistrate's description of his jurisdiction, everyone fell into a state of speechlessness. What about the immortal sect and the southern Xinjiang tribe? Seeing that everyone began to doubt their lives, Su Yan asked the county magistrate about other things with a face full of reluctance. "If we can't get management and production achievements, then it shouldn't be difficult for us to get some public security credits to get by. Right? The Eternal Life Sect and the southern Xinjiang tribe?" The county magistrate poured another cup of tea for Su Yan. And then he said slowly, "That is the magic sect that has developed in the southern state in the past 100 years. They, how can I describe it to you? There may not be a normal creature in the entire sect. Or you can come with me. I will show you the thing in the warehouse." Seeing that Su Yan was curious about the Eternal Life Sect, the county magistrate did not mean to hide it. The previous letter also specifically reminded the county magistrate to provide more intelligence assistance. The county magistrate naturally told everything he knew. As the county magistrate opened the warehouse door, he took his Flower District official seal from the metal door, opened the second metal door, and led everyone to a cage made entirely of silver, with array patterns inlaid with gold threads on the wall. It is the group of the Eternal Life Sect. After the county magistrate glanced at everyone, he handed the official seal in his hand to the county lord, who seemed to be the most stable and the oldest. In the cage in the secret room of the warehouse, there was a green wooden sculpture. The wooden girl's facial features were vivid and lifelike, and the pair of fox ears on her head made her look more lively and naughty. However, the green layer of moss-like and moldy stuff on her body caused the wooden figure to smell like dirt all over. It even made the air in the cell turbid. The county magistrate covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves, raised his hand, and used a dagger to remove the green moss on the wooden man's chest, exposing its chest completely to everyone, and said, seeing the wound on the chest pierced by the sword blade, "I think you should all know what it was when it was alive." The lifelike fox-eared girl wooden sculpture in front of him was actually a living creature 3 years ago. The wooden girl was once a member of the Eternal Demon Sect. After her death, she turned directly into a rotten wooden sculpture. If it weren't for the cage formation that had been maintaining her body, it would have rotted long ago. The Eternal Life Sect was born out of the Nightmare Town Sect. It is an evil method that can alienate living beings. She was originally a maid in a rural landlord's house. Later, she fell into the hands of the Eternal Life Sect. In less than 2 years, she became a Gene Dan cultivator and turned around to sneak into the Flower City to assassinate the Hua clan. The county magistrate shook his head and said, "The cruelty of the eternal life is not something I can imagine with my salary as a county magistrate. I have said everything I should say. As students who have been trained in the Yongla Academy, you may be more intelligent than all of us in the government office combined. I will not advise you to be careful. Just think about whether it is worth it. Come on. Let's go outside to drink tea. The flower tea we produce is unique in Xiaoyu. The flower area under the jurisdiction of the Red King is a war-torn area, and the Eternal Life Sect and the barbarians from southern Xinjiang often appear. Moreover, this place belongs to the clan autonomous region, and the influence of the Xiaoyu government office is relatively small. Clans of all sizes choose to live here because they are afraid of the Red King. Hundreds of years of intermarriage and annexation have created several powerful families with earth immortals in the clans. The Flower City government office also belongs to the Xiaoyu dynasty. Otherwise those clans would have raised it long ago and built a kiln in this prime location to make money from the people in the city. The local forces can be said to be so terrifying. These are all things that the county magistrate did not say, but his words and deeds actively express the real situation. Don't be stupid here. After the Red King army eliminates the Eternal Life Sect and the southern border barbarians and annexes their land, it will naturally rectify the security of the fiefdom and crack down on the local indigenous clan forces. You don't need to intervene too much here. You can't do this to gain political achievements. Chapter 165. It's hard, but it's not impossible. Evening back kitchen of the flower office. I asked you to go to the market to prepare some special dishes. What are you preparing? Stewing the whole family of field mice? You even prepared preserved bamboo rats for the table. If you are so capable, why don't you kill and stew the old cow in the field? Look at what you have done for me. The county magistrate, who came to urge the dishes to be served, saw the county magistrate and the chief clerk quarreling in front of the back kitchen door. At first, he didn't know what was going on, and asked the two of them what was going on with a puzzled look on his face. When the county magistrate learned about the special dishes prepared by the chief clerk and the yamen runner, he was immediately furious. He chased the chief clerk with a fire stick and hit his head, cursing as he beat him. Don't you know which dishes are good and which are not? You've even prepared toads. How can I host a banquet now? Boss, didn't you ask me to go to the market to buy special ingredients for the Flower City? Didn't I do what you said? The young chief clerk covered his head and fled in panic. But he didn't forget to explain aggrievedly. The Flower District is an agricultural area. There are pests and voles that steal food in large acres of farmland. Ordinary voles can grow up to more than 1 meter. If they are not taken care of on weekdays, they are very likely to cause rat damage and crop losses. Later, the people in the Flower District found that voles seemed to be quite delicious. Therefore, there is a saying in the Flower District, 1 mouse is worth 3 chickens. It is normal to eat voles here. If you don't eat them, they will eat crops and flowers and take away your children and foxes. Therefore, in the eyes of the chief clerk, he did nothing wrong. Vole stewed with old soybeans is sweet and delicious. A must try. The small voles are cleaned and fried until golden, and dipped in hot and sour sauce, which is simply heavenly. Not to mention the taste of the big bamboo rats fried with asparagus. He usually doesn't want to eat such luxurious big bamboo rats when drinking. Get out of here. Go to the restaurant and buy some decent dishes right away. Although the county magistrate has a generous figure, his foundation building cultivation cannot be faked. He kicked the chief clerk out of the back door of the government office with a volley and said, "Walk slowly. I will break your dog legs. Don't you see what level we are? And what level the students of Yongla Academy are? Those are rich kids. They served you several plates of mice at the welcoming banquet. Reasonable? The Flower County magistrate was so angry with the young chief clerk that his liver trembled. Actually, voles are different from mice. Fried voles are a famous snack to go with wine. They are quite common in the southern part of Xiaoyu. I have eaten them many times before. After standing in front of the door and watching the county magistrate angrily beat the chief clerk, Zhou Yu, who had visited here before, explained the difference between mice and voles to Su Yin. Jun Xia, Feng Shiqi and Wumingxi. Voles taste really good, and for the locals, eating voles can better prevent and control rodent pests. Brother Su should know. Right. Want to know the taste of fried voles and other snacks to go with wine. Zhou Yu looked at Su Yin from the southern state, smiled and asked him, wanting to gain a sense of identity, and then find a restaurant with Su Yin and have a drink. Voles. Su Yin thought about the voles he had seen, which were as wide and fat as a building. His little face suddenly tensed, and he waved his hand and said, My mother doesn't let me get too close to those gangsters. The rat is so big that I can't eat it in a week. I've eaten so much that I want to vomit. Su Yin didn't know what was going on in the southern part of Xiaoyu, but the rats in the southern states were all gangs and gangs. Huh? Zhou Yu looked at Su Yin with a question mark on his face. The size of a field mouse is only the size of a palm. Isn't this thing only 3 bites? Why does it take you a week to eat it? Ha! I'm sorry to make you laugh. The county magistrate walked back to the back hall with an embarrassed face, and hurriedly greeted everyone to let the chef serve the dishes. Appetizers such as field mice, locusts, and frogs were all sternly rejected by the county magistrate and the county magistrate. The welcoming banquet skipped the appetizers and started serving young chicken and fish. The main dish of the banquet was a wild boar that was hunted. I wish you good luck in your military career. The county magistrate, the chief clerk, and I will take a half-year vacation. If you have any problems, you can come to Jianghe town to find me. If you cause too much trouble, I suggest you contact the Red King's mansion. After eating, the county magistrate took the initiative to say goodbye to Su Yin and his party. He and the county magistrate went to the kitchen to pack up the field mouse soup and fried field mice. The Yamen runners also went home. Now only the Yongla Academy and his party were left in the huge government office. Everyone, think about it tonight. I will go to the account office with Shichi to check the accounts and see the cash and other valuables in the government office. The situation in the Flower City is so tricky that how should the Wuming County Lord start to make achievements? She just checked the accounts first and counted the financial expenditures of the Flower office to see if she could spare some funds to maintain her life in the future. Consider? Why bother considering? Judging from the current situation, it should be impossible to make any political achievements. And we can't touch the money bag of Grand Tutor Jean. Seeing the Wuming County Lord leave, Zhou Yu leaned back on the chair and put his feet on the table, saying, Brother Su, are you interested in a spontaneous trip? It is said that there are many flower fairies living in the flower area. When the time comes, capture her with your charm, and I will go forward with charcoal pencils to record those small and cute flower fairies in the book forever. The monks who participated in the outing of the palace can make requests as long as they can achieve results that Grand Tutor Jean is satisfied with. Zhou Yu came here for the purpose of making money. Now, seeing that the situation in Flower City is so difficult to deal with, Zhou Yu plans to do nothing and live a bad life until the end of the outing of the palace. Take the ferry boat back to Xiaoyu City. Take back your storage ring, and then travel to other beautiful rivers and mountains. Only ghosts want to play landlords here. What can 4 small golden elixir monks do in Flower City? I don't know how I died. Take a photo for the flower fairy? You may have never seen a brutal plant monster with arms thicker than your waist. Listening to Zhou Yu's complaints, Su Yin secretly criticized Zhou Yu for being bold, and then said, Let's talk about those things later. I want to redecorate a satisfactory bedroom now. I don't plan to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, exposed to the wind and sun. Let's go to the account office to help. See how much cash is left in the government office for us to spend. Although the situation in Flower City is difficult to deal with, it is not that there is no way out. Therefore, Su Yin did not feel desperate about taking office as the county magistrate. If you want to make achievements, you don't have to seize the interests of the local natives. As long as you find a way to make money, you can invite the major clans to conspire for the spiritual stones in the world in the name of Xia Yu's office. Su Yin doesn't care about these ways to make money. The reason why he participated in the outing in the academy has always been because of Master Jean. He can teach him the ability to control water. And he can also teach him the secrets of the Dragon Clan, like the Dragon Ball condensation method. If it weren't for Xiao Long's reminder, Su Yan didn't know that the Dragon Balls of the Dragon Clan need to be condensed by himself, let alone that as long as the creatures with dragon blood can be refined. There are many valuable things on the master. Su Yan naturally intends to make some achievements here, and touch the hidden money bag of the old dragon of the South China Sea. On the way to the account office, Zhou Yu was still complaining to Su Yan about the abnormal difficulty of the academy outing. But no one noticed that the royal nameless, who had been following the two of them, turned a corner quietly halfway, and walked to the official warehouse alone. The nameless man lifted up his wide sleeves, and several tiny vines poked out from inside, and poked into the keyhole of the metal door. Click. The door of the flower official warehouse opened with a sound. Chapter 166. Specially Protected Animals in the Red King Territory. Caw caw caw. Nameless raised his hand, and reached out the plant root. Inserted it into the door of the government warehouse, and unlocked it without damage. He did not care about the swords and spirit stones placed in the warehouse, and went straight to the prison cell made of silver, and repeated the same trick. The palm of his hand radiated emerald green brilliance, and instantly opened the prison cell restriction. As the second door opened, the fox-haired girl, who had already turned into a wooden man and began to mold, was exposed to normal temperature again, and the dirty air flowed from Nameless' feet to the outside of the warehouse. It's just nonsense. Dirty people. Nameless came to the wooden girl, raised his right hand directly, let the wide sleeve slide down, and let his palm like a dead would be exposed. He hit the wooden fox-haired girl's chest heavily, and countless plant roots flowed into her body from the contact surface. Nameless stepped back suddenly, raised his hand, and pulled his palm out from in front of the girl. A large amount of wood debris, along with mold dust, drifted into the prison cell. But Nameless did not care about those insignificant things. His right hand, like a knife or a spear, stabbed directly at something among the thousands of scattered wood chips. The index finger and middle finger of his right hand, like a dead tree, held a drop of emerald green water droplets that exuded magical power. Nameless put the drop of blood into a bottle, glanced at the dirty environment in the prison cell, raised his hand, and performed the cleansing method to sweep all the dirt into a corner. It can be regarded as cleaning the tomb of the fox-haired girl. After doing all this, Nameless closed all the doors of the warehouse slowly, and left the warehouse, as if nothing had happened, and sat in the courtyard, where the yamen runners usually practiced martial arts. The night passed without a word. The people who were assisting the county master of Luanming in checking the accounts in the account office did not feel much about the disappearance of Nameless, and even thought it was natural that Nameless did not come to the account office. Before joining the group, Luanming said that his main occupation was a doctor, and he was not going to participate in the decision-making of the crowd. Therefore, no one found it strange that Luanming did not go to the account office. Poorer than Mayet's brothel, Su Yan, who had transformed into a fox again, walked out of the account office with a shaking face. In the entire flower government office, the total liquid funds on the books were less than 20 kilograms of spirit stones, and the silver and gold weighed together were less than 100 kilograms. Flower City belongs to the indigenous autonomous region, and the government office does not need to worry about the renovation of the city, defense, and soldiers. Naturally, the land transfer fee and tax revenue have nothing to do with the government office. Those are directly given to the Red King's mansion. The only funds that the flower government office needs to spend are the 3 meals and salaries and allowances for the government officials, scavengers, and cooks. According to the records in the account book, the 20 kilograms of spirit stones and gold and silver were all saved by the Flower County magistrate because he was stingy and did not hire enough scavengers and yamen according to the establishment. The county magistrate planned to invest this money in additional agricultural research. The flower office was so poor that even Su Yan felt sad. After years of thriftiness and even sweeping the streets, the county magistrate managed to save enough money. It barely matched his income from one day of business at Richuan Garden. Not to mention the incense, amulets, and rewards for helping the ladies play mahjong. The flower office was too miserable. If you ask yourself, Su Yan's worst time was when he just left home. But at that time, Su Yan had about 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones in his pocket. Although his storage ring was confiscated now, he couldn't find a single copper coin on his body. But Su Yan didn't touch the spirit stones in the office. He was ready to go out and be self-reliant, earning some spirit stones to build a fox den for himself in the office. The Flower County magistrate was too miserable. So miserable that Su Yin couldn't bear to borrow money from the office temporarily to spend on himself. Huh? Fox. Su Yin walked in the courtyard, ready to find some food in the kitchen of the office. But he didn't walk far before he met the yamen runners and cooks who came to work. Su Yin didn't even open his mouth before the opposite side burst into a shrill scream. The yamen runners and the cooks were terrified. Su Yin's eardrums were pierced by the screams, and he couldn't help but pat his head with his front paws. Seeing this, the yamen runners screamed in fear and fled quickly. There is a sick fox in the government office. Su Yin froze in place, looking at the yamen runners, who climbed the tree to the roof with a surprised expression on his face. What are you doing? In the territory of the Red King. Because the tribal totems in different places are different. The newly joined. Not all people in Xiaoyu love foxes as much as Xiaoyu people do. Therefore, there is an iron rule in the territory of the Red King. No one is allowed to harm foxes in any form. Violators will be treated as traitors. Any fox that dies unnaturally must be traced to the cause and source of death. And the traces of human interference must be found. Kill or use it as a sacrifice according to the family tree. The nameless person of the royal family sitting in the courtyard told Su Yin an iron rule in the fiefdom of the Red King. You are a protected animal here. The nameless person said lightly. Foxes are not important to the Red King. But the reputation of the people of Xiaoyu and the Emperor Wuxing is very important. This is only one aspect. On the other hand, after the Red King issued this decree, those families with high-ranking families, because of the large area of land, as long as any fox dies on their territory, then the Red King has a legitimate reason to search their homes. The clans in the territory of the Red King have long been resentful of those completely unreasonable iron laws. But as the old saying goes, if the king wants his subjects to die, the subjects have to die. What foxes are dead or alive? It's just a title that can legally raid the clan's houses. The kings of different surnames cannot do whatever they want. Their actions need to comply with the justice of Xiaoyu's laws. You can't raid the houses of other clans for no reason. Otherwise, who will surrender to Xiaoyu and accept management in the future? The Red King's move is intended to break up those clans. Therefore, the clans of the Red King are saying that when the Red King suspects that you are fantasizing about rebellion, you'd better really have the ability to rebel. Otherwise you can only spend all your wealth and let the clan members be displaced, thus losing the most important cohesion of the clan. You seem to know the Red King's fiefdom very well? Hearing the clear female voice of the Nameless, who spoke lightly about the iron law of the Red King territory and the game behind the iron law, Su Yin looked at the royal Nameless with surprise. My master was born in the old Red King territory. I know a little bit when I followed the master to practice. The Nameless did not talk nonsense and explained the reason directly. You scared those people. Anonymous looked over and saw that the yamen runners began to climb up the roof of the government office or the treetops after seeing Su Yin's true form. She was really worried that those people would slip and fall to their death. So she told Su Yin that the Red King's iron law should not show his true form to scare passers-by. Su Yin looked at Anonymous, and then at the yamen runners on the roof of the flying house, who were trembling, fearing that they would die and hurt their family tree. Su Yin was speechless and returned to human form, and angrily scolded the yamen runners and cooks. Open your eyes and look. I am a fox demon from the southern state. Not the sick fox you are shouting about. I am very strong. Su, am very strong. What happened? The yamen runner's shrill wails attracted Zhouyu and Wanming County Master, who were originally in the account office, to run out. Chapter 167 Spring Festival Autumn Festival. Huh? Foxes have such privileges here? The face of Wanming County lady was full of astonishment. She looked at the yamen runners, who were still in shock. The yamen runners looked at Su Yin with lingering fear and nodded frantically, proving that the foxes in the Red King's fiefdom did have privileges. Foxes may not be treated well when they are alive, but after they die, it is a bloody storm. The foxes in the Red King's fiefdom are no different from the soul-sucking immortals. Ordinary people would hide if they could when they saw foxes. If they really couldn't hide, they would honestly offer tribute to them. After feeding the foxes well, they would immediately run away, for fear that wild foxes would die suddenly in front of them and cause the Red King's army to search. If the Red King's army visited them, at the least, their families would be destitute, and at the worst, their entire clan would be implicated. Living in a small border town, they were already poor. They couldn't stand the torment of the Red King's army. When they saw a fox, they would hide as far away as possible, for fear that the fox would stick to them and refuse to leave, and they would raise it until they died. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Zhou Yu looked at Su Yan with a face full of amazement, and couldn't help but say, Brother Su's status has improved again. In the main city of Xiaoyu, Su Yan had already relied on his foxy looks to eat and drink for free, and became a fox's lover. He also won the first place at the fox tasting meeting and was rewarded by the emperor. In the Red King territory, it was even more amazing, becoming a protected animal. Seeing a winner in life like Su Yan, Zhou Yu couldn't help but recall a sentence that Brother Wen once said. Brother Zhou, are you going to hang yourself? Let's hang ourselves together and be brothers in the demon clan in the next life. Well, Xiaoyu Fox Demon. Because the treatment of the fox was too outrageous. Su Yan was teased by his companions, and his face was full of surprise. Go. 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 Su Yan rolled his eyes, dispelled the accomplices around him, and said, In Xiaoyu, I could at least make money by performing. But when I came to Qi Wang territory, I became a plague god. How do you think we can make money now? Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now we can't raise startup funds, and can't do anything. The easy way to make money by performing has been cut off. If Su Yan wants to raise startup funds now, he should not say that he wants to improve his life, and can only rely on gambling. This place is different from Xiaoyu City where he has an ant to watch over him. Su Yan didn't plan to make spirit stones from this at the beginning, because the risk is too great. Who wouldn't be tempted by a fox that wins every bet, looks cute, and takes care of itself? As for blackmailing with the identity of a protected animal, Su Yan just thought about it, and threw it out of his mind. The identity of a protected animal is a life-saving measure that can't be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Such behavior is like playing dirty tricks. There are many ways to deal with rogues. If Su Yan is blackmailing, the local clans have many ways to make him disappear. They don't even have to kill him personally. They can just throw him into the deep mountains or war-torn areas. It doesn't matter whether Su Yan dies or not. Anyway, I can make sure that I won't see you for decades. So, Brother Zhou, let's go to the Flower City to see if there is any way to make money. After weighing various ways to make money, Su Yan thought it would be better to go to the street first, and then go to the bushy building to earn some living expenses and buy some bedding, furniture and other daily necessities for himself and his friends. You guys should follow us and protect us so as to highlight our temperament as rich kids. While talking about going out, Su Yan did not forget to let the Yamen runners follow him as guards. With the Yamen runners as guards, it was like putting on a layer of official office skin. Although the flower office had no real power, there was no one who dared to confront the office violently. Letting the Yamen runners follow him could at least reduce 80 to 90% of the troubles. Or let the Boxalu open a fast compensation channel for him. Su Yan and Zhou Yu left the office and came to the streets of Flower City. This place is very different from Xiaoyu City. There is no lively scene on the street. The width and flatness of the road cannot be compared with the main urban area. Even Su Yan's hometown city is slightly inferior. And there is nothing new. Why are there no stalls on the street? Su Yan looked at the Yamen runners behind him and asked, Boss, you don't know this? Our flower area is different from other areas. The big boss strictly prohibits street vendors, no matter who they are. They need to set up stalls in the designated area to prevent all possible tax evasion. The Yamen runner said, The tax rates for peddlers and shops are different. The flower area under the jurisdiction of the Red King does not put humanity first. They collect taxes in any way that is convenient for them. Even if they cannot collect taxes, they need to earn a stall fee from peddlers. So that's it. Is there a Wanhua pavilion in our flower city? Su Yan thought for a while and asked. Well, we don't have it here. Top stalls, like Wanhua pavilion, are not opened in chaotic cities. The Wanhua pavilion makes spirit stones. A city like the flower city, which is not large in size and has a high war index, cannot attract Wanhua pavilion to open a shop here. Brother Su, have you thought of a way to make money? Zhou Yu, who was standing aside, saw that Su Yan asked the Yamen runner some questions in a targeted manner. So he asked Su Yan if he had any good ideas for finance. Although everyone was checking accounts last night, they did not do nothing else. Xiaoyu's performance evaluation is divided into several categories, such as city management, people's livelihood security, and tax finance, which account for the largest proportion, followed by the reputation of local officials and increased productivity. Or discovering a cultivation genius can also be considered a performance. City management and people's livelihood security performance are basically in the hands of various clans, and Su Yan and his team cannot take it away. So the only thing they can achieve is finance. And only by making beautiful financial statements can they open their palms and ask Master Jean for what they want. I can't think of any good way. I don't know much about the products of Flower City. For the agricultural area to make efficient finance, the only way I can think of is to process agricultural products into finished products and increase the price of each item. As for Wanhua Pavilion, I just want to build a relationship and let them send me a letter. Su Yan shook his head and said, after contacting Wanhua Pavilion, he used Hua Yuzhiren's intelligence network to obtain more information gap intelligence. But this approach obviously doesn't work. Grandmaster Jean chose cities with unstable regional situations for outings. The old dragon in the South China Sea is as cunning as a ghost. And there is no loophole to exploit on the surface. By the way, boss, just as Su Yan and Zhou, you were talking about whether they could use the information gap to sell goods, or process agricultural products into semi-finished products, or finished products for export. The Yamen runner beside him seemed to remember something and said, in 7 days, it will be the spring festival in our flower area. You'd better not try to trade rashly. There will be many people who come to make trouble by then. The spring festival and the autumn festival are festivals in the flower area. The spring festival is also known as the Land and Mountain God Festival. It is a grand festival with a long history in the farming area. It is a festival to worship the gods in the next year, hoping for good weather and good harvest this year. After the spring festival is completed, the people in the flower area will start to farm in the fields. The autumn festival is also known as the Harvest Festival. It is a celebration held by the flower people after the harvest, thanking the land and mountain gods for their blessings and good harvest. The days before and after the spring festival are not peaceful. Those forces that are fighting with the Red King army will do everything they can to disrupt the spring festival. That is, to prevent sowing, or to delay sowing and farming in the flower area, which will directly affect the harvest of grain in the autumn festival, and then affect the financial income and livelihood security of the Red King's fiefdom. The flower area was not peaceful before and after the spring festival, so when Su Yan was planning to do business, the Yamen runner kindly reminded Su Yan not to spend a lot of money rashly. In previous years, many times because of the trouble caused by the Eternal Life Sect, the Red King's fiefdom had no harvest and had to ask the big boss for disaster relief grain. If the Eternal Life Sect succeeds this year, or the barbarians in southern Xinjiang complete the looting, the finances of the Red King's fiefdom will be poor. Su Yan would lose so much money if he invested money here that he would become a husband. Chapter 168 Fox Mom far away in hometown. Why didn't the county magistrate tell us about such an important event as the spring festival? Maybe the boss is used to it. We are all native flower people. If you hadn't mentioned that you were preparing for business, I wouldn't have thought of this matter. The Yamen runner explained to Su Yan with an embarrassed face. Then, knowing that alien races and cults might attack the flower area during the spring festival, Zhou Yu's face became serious as it concerns personal safety. Of course we are going to the Bushy Tower. Su Yan looked at Zhou Yu with a matter-of-fact look on his face and said, eat when you should, drink when you should. What do the things that the immortals need to worry about have to do with us ordinary people? If you have time to worry about those things, you might as well worry about the money for tonight's food and drinks. That's right. Zhou Yu thought about it, and felt that what Brother Su said made sense. The heavy expression on his cheeks faded, and he smiled bitterly. I almost forgot that I am an ordinary person. Brother Su is right. Those things are indeed not something we should worry about. He is not a royal family now, nor a strong man. Instead of worrying about the problem of alien attacks that have always existed, it is better to earn 2 more pounds of spirit stones. Maybe when the immortals in the flower area fight, he can take a ferry boat and run away. Su Yan was quite open-minded about the spring festival. There was nothing that he couldn't escape. If he couldn't escape, he would fight the immortal boat. It was not meaningless that Su Yan handed over his storage ring so readily. In addition to the red jade hairpin sword that was not completely sacrificed, Su Yan actually hid something secretly. There was a restriction cast by Hua Yuzhiren on it. If there was nothing, Su Yan would not touch it. In the next few days, Su Yan gave all the Yamen runners a holiday. They didn't need to do any scavenger work. The only thing they needed to do was to accompany him and Zhou Yuman to stroll around the streets and gamble. The Luoming County Lord also participated in the field investigation. Everyone led the local Yamen runners to look for business opportunities that could make financial achievements in the city or the countryside. Just when Su Yan was busy going to the mountains and the countryside to look for business opportunities and political achievements, a figure who was supposed to be busy stopped in the country of Qingqiu. North up, south down, west on the left, east on the right, Ao Renlin held a sea nan in his hand, and a drop of cold sweat gradually flowed down his cold face. Where is the Yusa clan fox tribe in Qingqiu? He and Su Qing met in Wanyao City. Their marriage was not approved by both families at all, and Ao Renlin naturally did not come to the Yusa clan, now that his main body has just returned from the universe and stars. After solving Su Yan's affairs, he ran to Qingqiu Kingdom as soon as possible to visit Su Qing, who was under house arrest. But where is the Yusa clan's land? After thinking hard for a long time, Ao Renlin had no choice but to show his figure, flash into Qingqiu Kingdom, and start to inquire about the residents of the Yusa nine-tailed foxes. He sneaked to the base mountain in the west in the dark at night, and came to the foot of the mountain where the Yusa nine-tailed foxes lived. Not only nine-tailed foxes live here, but also strange trees and forests are everywhere, and countless mountain spirits live in the forest. Even the flowers and trees you see and hear are spirits. Ao Renlin casually pulled up a large tree, and almost crushed the trunk with such force. Where is Su Qing? The tree demon, who was being pulled up by the throat, was almost scared to piss when being stared at by the fierce blue pupils. He quickly raised his hand and pointed to the top of the mountain. Su Shangxian has been living on the top of the mountain since he came back. My mouth is so bad. Ao Renlin did not listen to the tree demon's nonsense. He pinched it to death. He raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. His figure completely dissipated and merged into the ecological environment of the mountain like water mist. In the next moment, Ao Renlin's figure recondensed in a pool on the top of the mountain. This method is the water escape method, which can ignore the distance and move thousands of miles away silently. It is also the first method that all water-related cultivators learn when they enter the door. However, for weak cultivators, the 5-element escape technique is used to escape at the critical moment of life and death. After using it, even a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage will fall into a state of serious injury and dying. Only Earth immortals who have passed the realm of transformation can use the escape technique of corresponding attributes at will. Today is a bright moon, perfect for a tryst. Do you think the handsome young man on the opposite side of the pond would be interested in an old woman like me? When Ao Renlin landed here after using the water escape technique, he asked the tall woman who was reading a book on the recliner to raise her head. After seeing the person clearly, she put down the book in her hand and asked with a smile. The lady's gray hair was tied up behind her head, and a flower carved from rubies was hanging from her hairpin. The red gems and the red bracelets on her arms were shining against each other. The holiness of the moonlight seemed to lose its color in front of her. A pair of foxy eyes were slightly curved, revealing a smile and laziness that made people intoxicated. Are you just going to leave the little fox like this? When Ao Renlin saw the lady, he was distracted for a moment, and then asked about her plans. Hee. Su Qing stood up from the recliner, stretched her back and said, "That's my offspring. The Su family foxes are the best at confusing people. With the little fox's appearance and Chong Chong's care, he can at least be prosperous, if not rich." After the nine-tailed foxes transformed, they were all gorgeous, and they had no worries about food in the human world where appearance was the most important thing. If you are free, you still need to take care of it. Ao Renlin shook his head and said, I don't know if it is because of the damage to the Jedi Tiantong. The ancient immortal tombs above the starry sky are gradually reviving recently. I have explored the location of an ancient Qilin cave, and I may not be able to return to the original continent for a long time. If the trip goes smoothly, I should be able to marry you in a dignified manner, and no longer need to live in hiding like now. I have visited the little fox. I asked Master Xia Yu to pay a little attention to it, but I am still not sure about some things. I need you to pass on the little fox to me as a birthday gift for him until he reaches adulthood. Me? Su Qing said listlessly, although I miss the little fox very much. I can't do it now. At least before the old lady calms down the anger in her heart. It didn't work before, Su Qing said, with a crooked face, imitating the tone of a fox. Hey! Why do we have so many disobedient women in the Su family? Are wild men outside so interesting? You'd better run fast, and don't let me catch you. Otherwise I'll catch one and stab you. Don't be too happy too early. Male foxes. You can also try to run away. I'll sell you to the pen. Su Qing imitated a big fox and said with a helpless look on her cheeks, saying, maybe the old lady is angry, but from my understanding of the old lady, she may really castrate 1 or 2 foxes to prove her determination. Her mind is not much bigger than a needle hole. Ao Renlin's eyes twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but turn his head to the side to prevent Su Qing from seeing. Puff. Chapter 169 In the Mountains and in the Fields. You are not laughing secretly. Are you? No. After Ao Renlin exhaled a breath of foul air, his expression returned to his usual indifferent face. I just didn't expect that Su Yin would suffer such a disaster. The nine-tailed fox of the Su clan knew that Su Qing would call for his death after giving birth to Su Yin. Ao Renlin has always been mentally prepared for these things. But he never thought that Granny Su would confiscate Su Yin's two little bells. From ancient times to the present. Except for the lecherous thief, who would be tortured like this. No one else would be killed. Ao Renlin also figured out why Su Qing chose to stay in the base mountain and never went to find Su Yin. Su Qing couldn't find Su Yin. With her cultivation and combat power, it is not difficult to break through and send out the incarnation by force. But she can't go to find Su Yin after sending out the incarnation. Otherwise Su Yin might be in trouble after being followed by the fox of the Su clan. The little fox is living a good life now, mixing with the wives of high-ranking officials in the court, and has a vague relationship with Princess Wuxi of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Ao Renlin informed Su Qing through voice transmission that Su Yan's current situation in Xiaoyu should not be worried about safety for the time being. But there is a lack of guidance in cultivation. I have the will but not the power. And time is tight now. The little fox has already reached the Jindan stage. And the things in this jade slip need to be given to him when he is in the Yuaning stage. As he said, Ao Renlin took out the jade slip that seemed to be made of black jade from the storage ring. And the black liquid inside seemed to flow faintly, as if it had vitality. After swallowing it, you can condense the peeping demon. You start to condense the demon in the Yuaning stage. You really think too highly of the little fox, don't you? Aren't you worried that he will be deceived by the demon and do something stupid? Su Qing looked at the jade slip in her hand and asked with interest. He may not be able to awaken winter. Just as Madame said, the foxes of the Su family are good at deceiving people. Su Yin should have a way to subdue the peeping demon. Ao Renlin said with confidence. Cultivation is a process of constantly improving oneself. Just like forging and refining equipment. Except that the materials for refining equipment are replaced by the cultivator's own body. Each realm requires different materials. And the cultivator will have something more every time he forges. From the foundation building stage, he can perform magic and gain spiritual consciousness. And the golden elixir stage can gain external spiritual consciousness, and the golden elixir can circulate endlessly. In the nascent soul stage, he can get new things. But the peeping demon that Ao Renlin captured in the starry sky is a treasure for the cultivators in the god transformation stage. It can be completely integrated into the cultivator's body to form an extremely powerful demon. The cultivators in the god transformation stage need to condense the demon. And the demon reflects the cultivator like a mirror. No matter the potential or other things that they have never realized, they will be reflected on the demon of the same origin. After a cultivator at the spiritualization stage differentiates his inner demon and sees his potential clearly, he needs to devour the inner demon. If he succeeds in devouring it, he can begin to transcend the tribulation and break through to the fusion stage to fuse the nutrients he has taken from the inner demon of the same origin. If he fails to devour the inner demon, his cultivation will be completely trapped in it forever. The inner demon of the peeping is even more powerful than this. But if Su Yang can devour it, it will be beneficial to the concentration of his magical powers. If he doesn't like it, he can even ask for a batch of magical powers to be replaced until he is satisfied. Based on my understanding of Ao Jin, he will definitely play with the mind-seeing demon inside. This item is valuable, so I can only trust you to leave it in your hands for now, Ao Renlin said. Although the heart-seeking demon was in Su Qing's hands, it was likely to be crushed and abused by Su Qing until it withered. Su Qing looked at the jade slip in her hand, and then looked at Ao Renlin, then smiled and said, the little fox is far from the nascent soul stage, so I will keep it for the time being. I believe that this heart-seeing demon baby will be very well behaved and sensible in the future. Su Qing chuckled and said, it's still early, so why not stay here for a midnight snack? You and I haven't returned to our parents' home together for hundreds of years. Today is a rare opportunity, so take a break. You can't refuse this. Otherwise, I will shout you a rapist. Just obey my wife. A cold snort came from the house, halfway up the mountain. Humph. You rely on the fox to spoil you. Otherwise, I will have to push you back to the dragon clan. Su Qing was reminiscing with her husband, while comforting the old lady at home to calm her down. It would be useless for her to fight, because with Su Qing's cultivation, she could only slightly stop the Su patriarch. It doesn't take too long. Just a moment. Ao Renling can escape thousands of miles away by water. The Sioux ancestor was almost angry. But Su Qing's words were reasonable, and she couldn't refute it. Unless she really planned to kill the young couple. She could only stay in the old house and sulk. Come on. Send some food to the top of the mountain. No wine. No wine. No wine. I'm just staring at you. I don't believe that you two are so shameless. Then, the Sioux family's nine-tailed fox ancestor withdrew his consciousness with embarrassment. Xiaoyu Dynasty Flower City countryside. A red fox with black legs jumped high and plunged into a pit in the farmland. The fox's mouth stirred and shook for a while. The next second, the fox pulled itself out of the pit. And the fox shook its head and pulled out a field mouse as thick as a male arm. The frightened field mouse did not choose to turn around and run away immediately, but stood up and bared its teeth at the red fox in a threatening manner. But the red fox did not eat the field mouse's tricks, and pounced forward to bite the field mouse. When the red fox jumped up and was about to bite it, the unintelligent red fox was full of astonishment, looking at the field mouse getting farther and farther away from it. Confused. Wow! The fox was taken away by an eagle. Whose field is this? Come and hunt the eagle. The fox flew away. The old farmer on the side was so scared when he saw the eagle taking away the fox that his soul almost left his body. He shouted loudly, "Hurry up and chase the Red King's beloved baby back. Otherwise the fox would die and the bandits would come again." Swish. In the tea shed in the field, a blue water droplet hit the flying bird of prey like an arrow. Su Yin leaped out and grabbed the unconscious raptor with one hand, and the newly grown red fox that was still in shock after falling from a high altitude with the other hand. He landed not far from the tea shed, and carried the two fools into the shed. The red fox landed on all fours, looking at Su Yin, who had just saved it, with a puzzled look on his face, and then looked at the red foxes and brown foxes on the ground in the tea shed and hummed in confusion. What's there to not understand? You guys are wandering around in the fields and scared the villagers. The red fox whimpered. And Su Yin understood. So he started to complain about the behavior of these fools. You should know your own limits. You are protected animals in the Red King territory. You won't run into this open field to snatch food from those raptors. Wing. The red fox didn't understand Su Yin's words, but he had already vaguely realized that the person in front of him should be a big male fox. So he got under the square table and started to push Su Yin. Wing. Whine. Whine, brother Su. The little foxes in the mountains and forests seemed to have started to reproduce in March and April. Right? Zhou Yu raised his head from the book, which contained some information obtained from visiting landlords, as well as information about the harvest of crops in the flower area last year. It seems so? I don't know. Su Yin stretched out his hand and pinched the red fox's cheek, which in return was a shy whine. Suddenly, Su Yan's face was full of black lines. No need to should. They just are. Chapter 170. Only if you are brave. The Red King will have a long vacation. Boss. 2 more bowls of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice. After helping the villagers rescue the foxes, there were already 20 foxes in the tea shed, most of which were red foxes and black foxes that were homologous mutations of red foxes. They usually lived in the fields of the flower area and survived by preying on voles, bamboo rats, and frogs in the fields. If it weren't for the iron law of the Red King, the status of the foxes in the flower area would be quite high. At least they would be on par with the old cows plowing the fields, the 5 red dogs and 5 black dogs guarding the house, and the cats guarding the granary. But after the Red King intervened, the foxes all became plague gods. Okay. 2 bowls of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice. The owner of the tea shed, who specializes in doing business with fellow villagers, took out 2 bamboo canes from the iron bucket cooked with firewood, squeezed them into 2 solid metal iron pillars, and the clarified sugarcane juice flowed along the iron wall into the bowl placed below. The sugarcane juice was placed on the square table, and wisps of hot air accompanied by the aroma of fructose drifted away. Su Yin took the sugarcane juice and drank half of it in one gulp, and then fed the rest of the sugarcane juice to other little foxes with a comfortable face. These little foxes are heroes. Su Yin recently went to the countryside and mountains, thanks to them, so that he and Zhou Yu can move freely in the city and the countryside. If anyone dares to stop or expel him, Su Yin will raise his hand and throw more than a dozen foxes directly into the villagers' homes. A large number of foxes ran to the landlord's house, and the landlord's family was almost scared to pee. The landlords were not like Su Yin, who knew how to communicate with foxes in wailing language and knew their physical conditions. The landlords were afraid that the foxes would die suddenly at home. So they quickly agreed to Su Yan and Zhou Yu's visit, only asking them to quickly stop the foxes from flying around. The landlords told everything they knew, even how many chickens they gave to the tenants. Su Yan didn't know about other areas, but after visiting the flower area in the past few days, the relationship between the landlords, who own a lot of land, and the tenants should be considered a relatively primitive cooperative relationship. The landlords rented the land to the tenants to manage, after deducting the taxes of the Red King territory. The landlords took the big share, and the tenants took the small share. The more common share is 70% to 30%. And some super diligent tenants can even get 60% to 40%. If the share ratio is too low, the tenants will not work. Who are you to farm next year? You sit there and take the big share. In a word, your farmer grandfather will not work. There are more grain crops in the north of the flower area. But in the south, there are all kinds of fruits and flowers. Some safe areas near the Red King's mansion grow high-value products, such as artificial spiritual plants and breeding meat and monsters. The feces of meat and animals can be composted to raise spiritual plants. The flower city where Su Yan settled was in the southernmost part. The main crops were fruits and flowers, as well as some artificial spiritual plants controlled by clan forces. After a few days of visits and field investigations, Su Yan had some not-so-mature ideas about how to improve the finances of the flower city. First of all, as the Flower County Magistrate, the biggest resource he could use was sugar. The sugarcane area here was calculated in tens of thousands of acres. In addition to some of it being sold, most of it was processed into rock sugar or granulated sugar and icing sugar and sold to caravans. The price of sugar in Xiaoyu is similar to that of salt, and both are high-profit businesses. However, these existing things cannot be counted as his own financial achievements. So Su Yan plans to increase the value of sugar through deep processing and open up a new track for the revenue of Flower City. Things that can be mass-produced, such as various exquisite cakes, jams, and canned fruits. Well, there are also fig trees here, and some gum can be collected to make chewing gum to replace the chicken tongue incense that Xiaoyu people often use to remove bad breath. Although chicken tongue incense is very effective in removing bad breath, it tastes like chewing raw pepper, which is a very stimulating experience. These are all things that Su Yan has been thinking about to increase the value of sugar after visiting and observing local crops in recent days. Like the foreign white flour in his previous life, Su Yan probably knows how to make high, medium, and low gluten flour by mixing wheat flour and corn starch. Knowing the formula, Su Yan has plenty of time to let people slowly mix it. Su Yan was not worried about the failure of generating income. Anyway, the loss of revenue generation would be charged to the flour office. He only needed to think boldly and take the official seal of the Flower County Magistrate to the merchants to get the goods on credit. The hole that was messed up was also filled by Qi Wang. After sorting out the logical order, Su Yan's fox courage expanded to dragon courage. As long as he was brave, Qi Wang would take maternity leave. Brother Zhou, didn't I win an award recently? Do you think it's okay to use my name to advertise crops and add Princess Wuxi to bring us goods? Su Yan turned his back to Zhou Yu to watch the Farmland Water Conservancy, and gradually perfected his financial income development plan in his mind. Then, as if he thought of something, he turned around and asked the old Xiao Yu if his identity was useful. After all, he was the most handsome and iconic fox among the 10,000 foxes in Xiaoyu this year. It should be famous to use him to bring goods for his own sweets. Right? When the time comes, we will put a mark on the product that says Wu Xingdi certified the most handsome fox in Xiaoyu. After Zhou Yu pondered for a while, he thought of sticking a piece of white paper on a bundle of sugarcane, on which a picture of Su Yan giving a thumbs up with his real body was drawn. His eyebrows twitched slightly and he said, "It's not impossible to do it, but your name will only be circulated among the upper class in Xiaoyu. I don't think any lady will go to the market to buy vegetables. Right? Put a picture of you and sell it at a higher price. Those calculating women won't buy it." What Su Yan said was indeed worth doing. So Zhou Yu didn't question what Su Yan said. The first place in the fox tasting meeting would indeed set off a trend in Xiaoyu. But we don't have any products to sell. Agricultural products can't be sold at a high price even if your name is put on them. Who said there are no products? In recent days, I have been thinking about this matter. Think about it. Xiaoyu's freight is transported through storage rings. Su Yan looked at Zhou Yu with a smile on his face, and was about to tell him about his idea. But at this moment, a loud shout came from a distance. "Boss! It's bad. It's bad. A yamen runner ran from far away, shouting some bad words. What do you mean the boss is not well again? Your boss is sitting here drinking sugar cane juice. Suyin rolled his eyes at the visitor and said, What's the matter? Invitation. The Hua family is going to invite the city families to their house tonight. The Hua family's servants just sent an invitation to our office, asking us to have a banquet tonight. The yamen runner was panting, but he still explained the purpose of his trip very concisely. So Boss Jun asked me to come to the field to find the boss and take him back. You sent the invitation today, and we are going to have a banquet tonight? Su Yen asked the yamen runner back. Yes. Boss. Hurry up. Time is tight. Chapter 171. Who wouldn't be suspicious of such a fox? What are the Hua family doing with nothing to do? If they don't want to invite, they shouldn't invite. Why send an invitation on the day of the banquet? Su Yen repeatedly asked the yamen runners, and was very sure that the Hua family would hold a banquet tonight. The banquet invitation was delivered to the flower official office and handed over to the yamen runners in the afternoon. The Luomen County lady frowned at the invitation the whole time and asked the yamen runners to find Su Yen and Zhou Yu. This move is extremely impolite and offensive, regardless of the customs of the southern states or the central states. The host family needs to send the invitation to the guest's house 3 to 5 days in advance before the banquet. For some people who live far away, they may need to notify you a month or several months in advance. Such a temporary notification to you to come to the banquet basically carries a sense of power or humiliation. There is no grudge in recent days, and no hatred in the past. Who are you showing off to? The Hua family may have misunderstood something. Zhou Yu thought for a moment and said with a smile, We have won money by betting in the bushy building in the morning in recent days, and then went to the landlord's house to make trouble in the afternoon. The news that the county magistrate of the flower office was replaced by us may have spread a long time ago. The Hua family may think that we new officials want to challenge the authority of the Hua family after taking office. So they deliberately set us up after the local officials took office. Although they already had the support of the court background, it did not mean that the new officials did not need to greet the local forces. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for some new officials, with no qualifications, to implement any new policies or actions in the local area. These are all unspoken rules. But Su Yen is not a county magistrate. Master Jean strictly forbids students to reveal their identities in Xiaoyu City in the local area. Therefore, everyone has never paid attention to the local snakes. Su Yen and his party visited the local snakes. In addition to consuming the original startup funds, 1 or 2 casual chats could not get the help of the local snakes at all. Instead, they had to spend money to buy some gifts, which was a loss. We still have to go to the banquet. The banquet held by the Hua family may be a mobilization meeting before the spring festival. Let's go to the banquet venue and take a look, Zhou Yu said. As for the invitation, they are really not authentic. It is just a traditional custom for new officials to visit after taking office. And it is not a hard and fast rule. If the Hua family is still sarcastic after we arrive, then Brother Su, it will be your turn to show your skills. Although the fox is small, Zhou Yu is completely subservient to Su Yen in terms of his venomous mouth. He has not forgotten that he was scolded by Su Yen on the first day when they met in the brothel. Until now, Zhou Yu still remembers that Su Yen complained about his bacteria. Then he wanted to find a venue the next day. But Su Yen scolded him again. Me? What can I do? You are not going to sell your friends for glory, right? Su Yen stared at Zhou Yu suspiciously and asked. Su Yen wore a white robe with blue cuffs. Although he was young, he showed a unique temperament. When he entered the city, the foxes around him were in their early 20s. When he came to the streets of Flower City, the number of foxes doubled. The female foxes around him made whimpering sounds, and the foxes outside were like guards, holding their heads high and clearing the way for him. When pedestrians saw Su Yen seen, they avoided him and climbed over the walls and eaves. When he passed by brothels and bars, he relied on his appearance to attract talented girls to recite poems and invite the noblemen to dance with spears. Zhou Yu and the yamen runners walked behind Su Yen. Zhou Yu saw Su Yen walking again, and some background characters and green leaves that set off the flowers appeared out of thin air around him. It was just a very normal stroll, but it seemed as if a beautiful painting was slowly unfolding in front of him. Zhou Yu rubbed his eyes, and the layer of painting filter just disappeared without a trace. Poisonous. What's poisonous? Su Yen turned around in confusion, holding a little female fox in his arms, who was already confused. No. Zhou Yu shook his head and replied. It might be the breeding season of the fox clan. although Brother Su, as a fox demon, was not affected. There was a strange atmosphere around him that had never been seen before. Since Brother Joe is fine, please help me find some food for these little guys. I'll go back to the dormitory to change my clothes. Unconsciously, they had returned to the gate of the flower office. Su-Yen asked Zhou Yu to help him add chicken legs to these little heroes, and he walked to the courtyard of the office to go back to the dormitory to change clothes. When passing by the courtyard, he saw the royal family's Nameless sitting in the pavilion studying medical books. This Nameless person changed his clothes. He was no longer dressed in the standard royal family Nameless. He changed into a skirt. The reflection on his chest made Su-Yen feel dazzling. But the Nameless person still had a hat on his head. The black gauze fell from the edge of the round hat to his shoulders, so that others could not see her appearance. Good afternoon, Mr. Wuming. Su-Yen raised his hand and greeted him. But he didn't get too close to Wuming. She seemed to be like Xiaobai, a person who was obsessed with happiness among the people of Xiaoyu. Before, when he was lying on the lawn to bask in the sun, she picked him up and said something to help him with a physical examination, asked him to open his mouth, and then used a bamboo stick to poke around in his mouth. From time to time, she made strange noises. And since then Su-Yen has kept his distance from Wuming. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. The Nameless person in the pavilion nodded and said, the pills you asked me to refine before have been placed on the table in the account office. There are 82 chi-gathering pills, and 126 bone-forging pills. I have 3 pounds of spirit stones left for the time being. Wuming did not participate in the financial plan, but as the chief physician, she also contributed. Su-Yen gave her the spirit stones he won from the Bushy building, and Wuming went out to purchase artificial spirit plants for refining pills, which increased the value of the herbs by more than 10 times, and temporarily alleviated the urgent need for pills when everyone practiced on weekdays. If more than 200 pills were not eaten, they could be sold to raise a large amount of cash in an instant. In addition, Nameless' medical skills were indeed amazing. He had already started to rob patients from some clinics in Flower City to make money. Unless his hobbies were a bit strange, Nameless was really a good partner. Thank you for your help. I just came back from the fields, and I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. See you later. After Su-Yen finished speaking, he turned around and continued to walk in, pushing open the door of his bedroom. The originally dirty brick and stone floor had now been relaid with a layer of carpet. The renovation style was exactly the same as that of Princess Wux's house, ensuring that after he showed his true form, he would not get his feet dirty when he stepped on the ground. Su-Yen took off his winter insect robes and shoes, showed his true form as a white fox, and jumped onto the carpet. He turned his body, turned his white and tender belly upwards, stretched his waist, and even stretched out the toes on his hind legs, without the care of my aunt and the ladies. And coming to the Flower City everywhere, there are so many places that need money. Not only do I need to spend money, but my partners also need spiritual stones. Su-Yen, Wumingchi, and Zhou Yu have been running around for spiritual stones and investigations in recent days. Wuming County Lord and Feng Shichi, in addition to sorting out the account books of the flower office, also deal with the owners of major business houses in the city to obtain low-priced materials. Wumingchi's low-priced artificial spiritual plants are the super public prices they get from visiting major business houses and peddlers. That is to say, they are purchased at close to the cost price. Everyone is busy doing their own job. Clang! Just when Su-Yen stretched, a long sword like a hairpin shot out from the bed, hovering in front of Su-Yen and making a vibrating sound. The red vertical pupil on the sword guard stared at Su-Yen, showing a little pleasure. Chapter 172: A few things about Zhou Yu and Jun Xia in the past. Clang! Just when Su-Yen was stretching, a long sword like a hairpin shot out from the bed, hovering in front of Su-Yen and making a ringing sound. The red vertical pupil on the sword hilt stared at Su-Yen, showing a little joy. The sound of the sword echoed in the dormitory. Su-Yen, who was originally lying on the carpet and stretching, raised his head and looked at the red jade hairpin sword floating in the air. The red pupil on the sword hilt looked at him with joy. Su-Yen rolled his eyes at the red jade hairpin sword in annoyance and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a fox rolling around?" This red jade hairpin sword originated from the Wuxing Emperor. It reveals a stubborn temperament from the inside out. If its master is not the Wuxing Emperor or other female foxes, it will never recognize other males as its master even if it destroys itself. Its hilt is the purest and flawless, and it will never let other damn male creatures touch it. Otherwise it feels ashamed to face its former master, the Wuxing Emperor. But the next day after arriving in the flower area, Su Yin woke up, and for some reason, the stubborn demonized weapon spirit in the red jade hairpin sword signed a blood sacrifice contract with him while he was sleeping. Although the blood sacrifice contract was signed, the red jade hairpin sword still did not let Su Yin touch it. Every time Su Yin returned to the dormitory, the red jade hairpin sword floated in the air and looked at Su Yin with red eyes showing joy. When Su Yin wanted to touch the red jade hairpin sword, it ran away quickly. It almost made Su Yin angry. Go away. You cheap sword that doesn't allow me to touch it. Don't swing around in front of me and block me from changing clothes. After Su Yin lay comfortably on the carpet, he got up from the carpet and started to take a bath and change clothes. The red jade hairpin sword shook in the air, as if thinking about something, and the bright blood-colored sword blade came out of the scabbard directly, with the tip of the sword raised, as if saying, "Come and touch here if you want to touch it." "Rebel! Stop being so arrogant!" Su Yin shouted, grabbed the dirty clothes in the field, and threw them directly at Hong Yuzhan Jian. Seeing Su Yin coming again, Hong Yuzhan Jian quickly ran to the roof, pushed open a tile, and slipped out. "Do you want to take a physical examination?" Su Yin came out of the dormitory after a simple wash. The nameless man sitting in the pavilion saw Su Yin, looked at him and smiled. "It just so happens that I have recently developed a very special elixir and need a month to test it." "Well, forget about testing the medicine." Su Yin saw that the nameless man wanted to mess with him again, and immediately slipped from the courtyard to the front hall, fearing that something terrible would happen if the two of them were alone in the same room. The girl who studied medicine is really scary. Ah. Seeing Su Yin running away, the nameless person in the pavilion sighed with regret. "I was too hasty before and scared Master Su directly." She had previously done a basic physical examination for everyone under the pretext of a full physical examination, saying that if anything happened, she could also rely on her understanding of her companions' bodies to quickly treat everyone. The nameless person used the name of a physical examination to actually study Su Yin. She had read the Indi Sutra manuscript and knew more than 60% of the types and pharmacology of spiritual medicines in the world. The remaining 40% were extinct spiritual medicines, so they were removed from the Indi Sutra manuscript by later generations. But before the outing at Yongla Academy, Grand Master Jean took out 2 strings of sugared spiritual fruits that looked exactly the same, and the Grand Master ate the string of sugared spiritual fruits made from snow fruits. Grand Master Xia Yu fed Su Yin the string of sugared spiritual fruits made from unknown spiritual fruits for some unknown reason. Although the 9 spiritual fruits looked very much like snow fruits, Wuming was sure that they were definitely not snow fruits, and might belong to some spiritual plant fruits that had long been extinct in the world of cultivation. Therefore, when in the academy, Wuming agreed to Su Yin's invitation to form a team, and kept looking for opportunities to check Su Yin's body, wanting to see what the 9 spiritual fruits that Su Yin swallowed into his stomach were for. Unfortunately, Su Yin was very vigilant, and maybe in a few days, the residual spiritual power of the 9 spiritual fruits would be completely refined by Su Yin. Right? Wuming looked at Su Yin's back with resentment. What kind of spiritual fruits are those 9 spiritual fruits? Su Yin, who was strolling to the front hall of the government office, didn't know what Wuming was thinking for the time being, let alone that the old dragon had given him some unknown fruits, and even ate candied haws in public with relish in order to lure him into a trap. "You're just in time. Do you want to eat something? I just bought some frog porridge outside." The Wuming County lady was sitting in front of the county magistrate's desk, with a variety of food on the table. When she saw Su Yin coming out of the back hall, she smiled and invited Su Yin to come over for a meal. Although the Hua family in the Flower City invited him and his party to have a banquet at their mansion in the evening, this banquet was close to the local spring festival, and it was obvious that the drunkard's intention was not to drink. Rather than a banquet, it was better to say that it was a mobilization meeting and to discuss the invasion of foreign races and cults in the south. If she didn't eat enough now, she didn't know how long it would take for everyone to argue in the banquet hall before the banquet started. So, after receiving the invitation letter, the Wuming County lady went outside to buy some cooked food. "Here you are, Brother Zhou. Come eat some too. Just let the little foxes eat by themselves." Su Yin sat down in front of the table, turned his head, and called Zhou Yu, who was throwing raw bones and meat to feed the little foxes like feeding chickens, and asked him to eat some too. "You guys eat first." Zhou Yu waved his hands with an awkward smile on his face. With no intention of sitting down at all, and fed the foxes slowly. He and Luoming County lady were students of the same class, and they fought to the death in Yongla Academy. And it was normal to draw knives and chop each other. Zhou didn't dare to sit next to Luoming County lady, for fear that the old bird would overturn the table while eating, draw a knife and chop him hundreds of times, and let him die on the spot. Su Yan looked at Zhou, then at the Luoming County lady, who was drinking porridge calmly, and couldn't help but look at Feng Shiqi and whispered, "Do you two have any festivals?" "Festivals?" Feng Shiqi said very obscurely, "Mr. Su, have you forgotten the first time you met the county lady?" "The first time we met was in Wanhua Pavilion." Su Yan's expression was startled as he spoke, as if he suddenly understood something. He didn't say anything, but lowered his head and began to drink the casserole frog porridge in front of him. It is known that Luoming County lady is a VIP of Wanhua Pavilion. Zhou and Luoming County lady are classmates, and it may be impolite to gossip about some things. So Su Yan chose to shut his mouth and stop asking. There's nothing to hide. He and I are competitors, competing for the priority of choosing a spouse for the girls in Yongla Academy. Luoming County lady chuckled and said, Zhou was very popular among the female cultivators in the academy before. I was naturally very unhappy and annoyed about this. We were probably fighting each other from the time we met to graduation. In his mind, I should be a hateful old woman who needs to be avoided immediately when he sees me. Swish, swish, swish. Luoming County lady had just finished speaking when Su Yan looked at Zhou squatting at the gate of the government office. Zhou seemed to be unable to hear him and whistled leisurely to feed the little fox. The psychological shadow area seems to be quite large. After looking around, Su Yan silently complained in his heart, "Your circle is really messy." Chapter 173 Flower Family Banquet. My dear lords, please help me. I am really miserable. In the flower office, Su Yan and Luoming County Lord were discussing the major forces in Flower City. The table was filled with the leftovers of several people's meals. At this time, a cry came from the door of the office. My dear lords, I want to sue my husband Zhou Dagon for cheating. A beautiful woman with a charming demeanor rushed in before the office closed, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Behind her was a pale young man. He was not thin, but he walked so hard that he looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. What's going on? Seeing such a strange combination, Su Yan put down the fried bamboo rat skewers in his hand, wiped his hands with a handkerchief, and asked with a strange look on his face, Master Mingfu, you have to testify for me. When the young woman saw Su Yan in front of the case, her face, which was originally tearful, became even more embarrassed. She even called herself a woman and cried and complained. This guy is not a husband at all. He lied to me. Before marriage, he said that he was as strong as a bull and could plow 5 acres a day without rest. As a result, after marriage, he hid in the mansion and didn't go out. I worked hard outside all day to make money. When I came home, I thought I could relax a little. However, this guy is just a lazy man. After the woman finished speaking, she burst into tears and fell to the ground and cried for a while. Su Yan and Luoming County Master, the best thing you can say is really farming. Then, Su Yan looked at the woman's husband. Although Zhou Dagon couldn't even walk steadily, he still raised his hand and tremblingly bowed, and replied, Mingfu, please understand, I have never lied to you, but I have been unwell for the past half-month. After a little rest, I can continue to farm and weave. Su Yan held his forehead with a speechless face, raised his hand and pointed to the corridor behind the government office and said, You don't need Mingfu. You need to go to the pavilion in the courtyard now. There is a divine doctor in the court studying there. You can ask her to see a little and prescribe some prescriptions for regulating your body. As the county magistrate of Huahua City, in addition to sweeping the floor and urging the major clans to pay taxes, the most important thing on weekdays is to sit in the government office and listen to the grievances of the people, and then make judgments or give suggestions to both parties according to Xiaoyu law. When he came to Huahua City for a few days, Su Yan also dealt with some trivial matters, and the couple in front of him are the most outrageous at present. Master Mingfu, your family has been running a sugar water shop for generations. It is now a 200-year-old shop, and there is also a 5-red dog that can do somersaults. Master Mingfu, do you want to come to my house to watch? Zhou Dagon floated in the direction pointed by Su Yan like a wandering soul, and the woman who was originally crying stopped for a while and whispered some heartfelt words to Su Yan. Madam, your family had better have a 5-red dog that can do somersaults. Otherwise we have a complete criminal law in Xiaoyu. Seeing the woman being a hooligan, Feng Shiqi was immediately unhappy, and slammed the table and shouted. Of course there is. But I won't show it to you. The woman glanced at Feng Shiqi, snorted, turned around and showed her back slightly pouted, showing her perfect curves. Hee hee. Her 5 reds. I guess they are Zhu Hong K Bai. Li Hong teeth white. Li Bai Tao Hong. Red men and women green. And a red face and ears. Right? The lady of Luoming County laughed and teased Su Yin. Mr. Su, please don't fall for that woman's trick. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to your aunt. Su Yin. People with knowledge are really elegant when they talk dirty. If Su hadn't read a few years, he really wouldn't know what Miss June meant by 5 consecutive idioms. After watching the couple leave, the flower office was officially closed, and the Yamen runners changed their clothes and left. Su Yin and his party also sat in the rented van and arrived at the gate of Flower City as scheduled. Turning left to the end of the Flower City, where the Hua family was located. The Hua family's mansion is usually not inhabited. The Hua family members live in the former location of the clan. The mansion in Flower City is only used to receive guests, and is managed by the servants on a daily basis. Today, the Hua family held a banquet. The front door was very lively. Various carriages and mounts almost blocked the way. After the servants in front of the door read the names on the invitation, they read out the names of the guests aloud and led the way with a smile on their faces. They took the guests to the banquet hall to sit down and then left. The new county magistrate of Huaqing has arrived. Su Yin got off the carriage. The county lady Luoming took out the invitation from her sleeve. After reading the names on the invitation, the servants of the Hua family did not make any distinctions. They still called out the names of the guests aloud and greeted them with a smile and invited everyone to the banquet hall. Although it was called a banquet hall, the banquet area of the Hua family was actually in the courtyard of their own mansion. Round tables were placed in the courtyard according to the number of guests, and all the round tables were placed around the giant round table in the center of the courtyard that could accommodate 30 people. The servants walked in front to lead the way, sent them to the banquet hall, and then the maids of the Hua family took them to the table to sit down. Each round table was a family, and the people sitting at the giant round table in the center were the leaders. 5 chairs were placed in front of the central round table, and the maids of the Hua family invited Su Yin and his party to sit down. The county magistrate should have sat in one seat, but the original county magistrate of the flower area lost contact on the spot, and was replaced by a group of 5 monks who were airborne to serve as the county magistrate. Therefore, the Hua family arranged 5 seats. Hua Yin of the Hua family greets all the county magistrates. A handsome young man sitting at the main seat of the round table stood up from his seat with a smile on his face, picked up a glass of white wine and gestured to the county magistrate to do whatever he wanted, and then drank it down to greet the new county magistrates of the Flower City. The late invitation letter is a warning. Those means are used secretly and cannot be put on the table. The county magistrate needs to give enough face in public. The county magistrate represents the Xiaoyu dynasty and the Red King, and has legal and reasonable management rights over the local flower area. The late invitation letter is to tell them that the legal management rights are only something on the surface. If they want to do something in the Flower City, without the help of the local clans, their orders may not be able to leave the door of the flower office. You guys just work on your political achievements, and when you have enough time, you will be promoted to a city in the Xiaoyu region. Don't try to interfere in the affairs of our local clans. The best thing is for everyone to live in peace. Flower Field. General Bai. After the Hua family, representing the local clan, toasted. A demon with snow-white hair and a face that was indistinguishable from a man or woman stood up and picked up the wine bowl. He glanced at the 5 people and said, "Whatever you want." If the clans in Hua City are headed by the Hua family, then the local demon clan is definitely headed by a tiger demon named General Bai, who is the king of the mountain. Su Yin, Jun Xia, facing the 2 forces that showed goodwill. Su Yin and the other 4 did not say anything. They also stood up to introduce themselves, but they concealed a little and did not mention their origins. Mentioning origins is a violation of the rules. Otherwise Jun Xia would say, the daughter of King Xian, the princess of Luoming County. Then the difficulty set by Grand Tutor Jean would be meaningless. Of course, you can say it, but whether you will be retaliated against by the old shady guy after you say it is really another matter. A certain old dragon is really not very cunning. Chapter 170 for the Eternal Life Religion and the Southern Xinjiang Tribe. Fox Boy. After Su Yin said his name, the clan leaders or demon king sitting at the giant round table couldn't help but look at Su Yin a little more. Everyone present had been robbed and beaten by the Red King and his army. They were afraid of the Red King's iron law and dared not cross it. Even the Red Fox demons who originally lived in the area moved their entire clan because of the Red King's order. All the foxes that could stay in the area were foxes with undeveloped intelligence. In recent decades, Su Yin was one of the few guys who dared to ignore the Red King's iron law and play with foxes every day. Therefore, the reputation of the Fox Boy was also famous, because he was not afraid of the death of his entire family. The clan leaders were amazed. How dare he? Raising a little fox is considered brave, but raising dozens of foxes, aren't you afraid that they will die suddenly due to poor care? And you and your family will be dragged to the city square and beheaded by the Red King's army? Hua Yin looked at Su Yin deeply, and could see that Su Yin was a transformed cultivator of the demon clan. But no cultivator dared to guarantee that there would be no accidents. In the flower area, foxes are evil creatures that even the demon clan is unwilling to approach. Everyone is almost here. As the host of the banquet, I will say a few words before the meal. Our most important festival, the Spring Festival, is coming soon. Hua Yin retracted his gaze from Su Yin and said calmly, the barbarians in southern Xinjiang are about to make a comeback, as well as the strange and ingenious creations of the Eternal Life Sect. Hua Yin had just finished speaking when the demon clan leader General Bai, who was sitting next to him, supplemented and added lightly, according to the situation we have found out by our scouts. The barbarians in southern Xinjiang may have a force of 30,000, which is different from the plunder during the Autumn Festival, the Spring Festival, and the Autumn Festival. The former is sowing, and the latter represents the festival of harvest in the flower area. Before the Red King ruled the flower region, the southern Xinjiang barbarians also often invaded the flower region. But at that time, the barbarians would only plunder food after the Autumn Festival, and take the food harvested in the flower region back to their own tribes as food for the winter or brewing wine. Unlike now, it happens twice a year. The barbarians should have joined forces with the Eternal Life Sect. General Bai threw out a heavy news. At present, the army under the Red King is fighting with the southern Xinjiang barbarians and the Eternal Life Sect at the same time. Now it is very reasonable for the two to join forces to attack the grain-producing area of the Red King's fiefdom. This possibility was expected by the flower people a few years ago. However, the southern Xinjiang barbarians can send 30,000 troops, and it is still unknown how many Eternal Life Sect troops will be invested in this operation. To give a conservative estimate, General Bai thinks that the combined strength of the two may reach 40,000. General Bai told the truth found by the scouts, and the faces of all the clan leaders present changed. The 40,000 strong coalition army is not 40,000 pigs who don't know how to resist. They are all soldiers who know how to deploy troops and use weapons. In fact, there are some powerful monks among them, and according to past experience, those southern Xinjiang barbarians are barbaric but not stupid. Their purpose is not to kill or rob. The invasion of the Spring Festival is often to destroy the fields and crops. The coalition army has gathered such a force. If the monks in the flower area do not repel them, the originally fertile land will inevitably be sprinkled with highly toxic powder, making it impossible to grow any crops in the flower area for several years. Barbarians from southern Xinjiang. Aren't all their troops resisting the invasion of the Red King? How could they? A small clan tribe has drawn hundreds of people. A large clan tribe has drawn thousands of people. And after the merger of some tribes that have been friendly for many years, it is not surprising that they can squeeze out 10,000 soldiers to protect the clan tribes. General Bai looked at the person who asked the question and said, they are facing the Red King's army. The current situation is already a spent force. If they don't fight again, they may not even have a chance to breathe. The words the Red King's army is pressing on the border seemed to have magic power. After General Bai spoke, all the leaders present were silent. The Red King's army was more terrifying than jackals, tigers and leopards. The army directly pressed on the border and captured the flower area. Even the mountain gods, who originally lived in the mountains and forests and hid underground, were ruthlessly conquered by the Red King's army. The blood-red behemoth seemed to be the innate demon god descending to the world, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Facing such a large army, it was a very unexpected thing that the barbarians from southern Xinjiang and the Eternal Life Sect could use the mountains and forests to wander around for so long. All the leaders present had been beaten before, and they could understand the choices of the southern Xinjiang barbarians and the Eternal Life Sect. So, this year we have to push the front line of direct confrontation forward, redeploy our defenses, and prevent the invasion of those southern Xinjiang barbarians. Hua Yin said that the purpose of the mobilization banquet was to prepare to redivide the defense area and push the front line that was originally defended by the city wall to the plains to prevent the southern Xinjiang barbarians from breaking through the previous defense line. Once the defense line is broken, the flower people will face a terrible dilemma of a large amount of land being harvested for several years. Su Yin sat in front of the giant round table, listening to General Bai and Hua Yan's words with his friends, watching the leaders fiercely discussing the replanning of the defense. And other members of the table clan were also making plans, offering their own intelligence or actively applying for positions. Su Yin and others seemed to be outsiders, but the leaders of the flower region were discussing fiercely in front of them, and did not regard Su Yin and his party as outsiders at all. The leaders of the major clans discussed until the early hours of the morning, because it was too late. The meal was served late. As soon as the dishes were served, the clan leaders ate a few bites and chose to leave at the same time. In a short while, most of the guests left silently. Seeing this, Su Yin was also ready to leave. But the maid of the Hua family smiled and told him to prepare the sugar water, and told the new county magistrate that it would not be too late to drink the sugar water before leaving. When most of the guests had left, the older woman county master frowned and asked, "Why did you keep us here?" General Bai and Hua Yin looked at each other, as if they had communicated something through voice transmission. Hua Yin smiled and said slowly, "Although it may be a little strange to say this, we want to know if you know anything. Something big happened on the front line of the Red King army, but we can't find out what happened specifically because the spies we sent out never came back. As the county magistrate, have you received any special news? There are quite a few barbarians in southern Xinjiang and the Eternal Life Sect. We are worried that something unexpected will happen to the Red King army, allowing those barbarians to mobilize a larger force to raid the Flower District." The lady of Luoming County was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Isn't your inquiry against the law?" No one knew the intelligence of the Red King army, but even if they knew, they couldn't tell it. This was Xia Yu's military intelligence, and the leaker would be charged with treason. "We are just loyal to the emperor and patriotic," Hua Yin said, as a matter of course. "If the Red King army encounters difficulties, our Flower District will definitely go all out to support the front line. As the saying goes, we all prosper together, and we all suffer together. We just want to know some information that we can't know with our identities. In this way, it will also be convenient for us to show our loyalty to the country. And you can also benefit. Getting promoted and getting rich is just a matter of a snap of the fingers." Chapter 175, The Courtesan from Heaven. Unparalleled in the world. We are just loyal to the emperor and love the country. So we ask this question and hope you can help us tell us something. Maybe you can also benefit from it. And getting promoted and getting rich is just a matter of a moment. Hua Yin asked politely with a smile on her face. The Red King army, which was fighting in southern Xinjiang and destroying the evil cult, seemed to have something wrong recently. But the spies in the Flower District could not find out the details. As soon as something happened to the Red King army, the original county magistrate in the Flower District was replaced by a group of energetic young people. They may not know about the Red King army, but they must know something about the court. So if you give us a favor, we will also give you a favor on your way to promotion. There is no wall here. Please rest assured." Hua Yin continued to add when she saw that the other side was speechless. The boss of Hua family, Su Yin, was drinking tea, waiting for the fight between Luoming County Lady Hua Yin and General Bai. But he suddenly felt someone kick him under the table. So he looked sideways, and saw Zhou Yu winking at him. Su Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "Excuse me, do you know what golden case jade is?" Hua Yin moved her eyes away from Jun Xia and looked at Su Yin, frowning. "What do you mean?" Golden case jade is a jade inlay technique, which uses gold to make the jade look whiter, more transparent and warmer. Jade is a good thing, but it is just a rough jade without carving and inlaying, and it still cannot show its brilliance. Su Yan's original proper sitting posture gradually moved closer to the four-legged position of Wuxi County Lady, and said with a smile, "Everyone should be polite when speaking, and bring some human feelings. In the world of cultivation, the most effective way to ask for information is to enter the sea of consciousness to review the memory. Only by letting the Hua family review their memories will the Hua family truly believe what they say." Su Yin understood what Hua Yin said, but because the Luoming County Lady was here, he felt that he didn't need to speak. So he didn't bother to pay attention to Hua Yan's unreasonable request. "We can discuss it, and we'll see you later, County Magistrate Su." "Isn't this a bit too much?" Hua Yin said with a little displeasure. "It's just a casual chat after dinner. Why does it rise to the level of personal attack? Su Yan said without responding, to use our demon language. I'm afraid you won't be happy to hear it. Su Yan's words were very straightforward. We are just rich people who came here to gild ourselves. You said that we will be uncomfortable if we don't let you review our memories. Then you make us uncomfortable. And when we go home, you flower people can't think of peace of mind. Who doesn't know how to act arrogantly and cheat? I am a demon. I am happy to listen to you. Seeing Su Yan jumping out to play the villain, his words pressed Hua Yan step by step, making Hua Yan a little unsure. General Bai directly intervened to suppress Su Yan's arrogance. Then you can try to review my memory. After the review, if there are any residues in the flower area. Su Yan looked at General Bai, who suddenly interrupted, and a fox-like smile gradually appeared on his face. Go to H.L. You bastard. As soon as she returned to the flower office, Luoming County Lord kicked Zhou Yu on the back, kicking Zhou Yu several meters away in the air. With a thump, he fell directly into the pond in the courtyard of the office, saying, I asked you to speak up to help, but you pushed it to Su Yan. Look at me, Auntie. Zhou Yu rolled up his sleeves to expose his dark arms and rough face, and said, with my skin, people would believe me if I said I was a plowing ox. Besides, you don't know that Brother Su is always talking about his ability to run a boxcar. I can't bluff people like Brother Su. With his skin exposed to the wind and sun, people might not believe him if he insisted that he had a deep background, whose young master jumps up and down in the woods every day in the sun and rain. It's more like a plowing ox. I didn't lie. If those two guys really check my memory, it would be fun. Seeing the Luoming County lady scolding Zhou Yu, Su Yan on the side said something silently in his heart. Su Yan doesn't like to lie. If General Bai and Hua Yan really dare to check his memory, then they will know his true identity first, and see the scene of Su's mother and himself bathing as a baby, and some scenes of feeding himself. My father should be the first to be unhappy. This is still the first scene. If they review the second scene, the mayor of Chicheng in the southern states should kill people. If they continue to review, they will know the dark history of Wuxing Emperor when she was a girl. By then, the Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling Shifang may come back to the arena to destroy the whole family of some old men. Su Yan doesn't like to lie or bluff people. If they don't listen to his kind advice and insist on seeking death, Su Yan can't stop a terrestrial immortal and a cultivator in the transformation stage from exploring his memory. Old thief, stop whining here. If it weren't for the young master's wisdom and courage to bluff the two men, we might all have to eat bran and vegetables next. After Feng Shiqi took good care of Su Yan, she also joined the army to attack Zhou Yu and scolded Zhou Yu. You hateful and unruly people. As an adult, you don't take the initiative to take responsibility, and you push all the hardships and difficulties to the underage young master Su. Old thief, let me kick you a few times. Otherwise the breath in my heart will not go away. Zhou Yu's face was full of black lines, and he was about to say something but stopped talking. In the next 2 days, Hua Yan and General Bai might have been satisfied with Su Yan's criticism, and they no longer had nothing to do to send them invitations. Hua Yan led the leaders of various clans and began to build walls facing the southern border. Under the efforts of the Earth-type monks, walls rose from the ground and scattered all over the plains. The endless trenches and traps were set up directly around the flower area. Su Yan and his friends discussed the plan to make money. At night, Su Yan, who was trying to mix chewing gum in the back kitchen of the government office, suddenly shuddered, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why do I feel that something seems to be wrong here? I feel uncomfortable no matter how I look at it. Why don't I go out for a walk? After Su Yan shuddered, the Luoming County lady, who was shaping the fig tree gum candy, seemed to feel something and looked up in the direction of southern Xinjiang. I feel something is wrong with my body. There is danger. The demons have a keen sense of danger, and before dangerous things happen, they will suddenly have a sign in their hearts. Bang! As soon as the Luoming County lady finished speaking, there was a sound of heavy objects falling and breaking in the courtyard of the government office. Su Yan ran out of the kitchen and looked up at the moonlit night sky. Some flying boxes suddenly appeared in the night sky that should have been quiet and peaceful. They cut through the night sky from the south of Xinjiang, and randomly fell into the flower city without a fixed position. Are the barbarians from South Xinjiang and the immortal sect attacking? After seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, Su Yan looked at the government courtyard with caution. The barbarians from South Xinjiang came to the spring festival to destroy the land of the flower city. The wooden boxes they threw into the city might be poisonous. Caw caw caw. On the ground of the government courtyard, There was a sound of deformation due to the fall. Suddenly, a caw-caw-caw sound came from the box. Like the metal friction sound made by old hinges without lubricant. The fallen and deformed wooden box slowly opened, revealing a girl in a bright red wedding dress. Her figure was distorted, and the skin on her chest had a texture like wood fiber. She lowered her head, and gradually raised it to reveal her face made of wood. Her big and lifeless eyes looked back at Su Yin, who was looking at her. Caw-caw-caw. Chapter 176. Wow. It's a plastic guy. Caw-caw-caw. The puppets that were originally neatly placed in the box stood up from the box in an extremely weird posture. The joints of the body were rotating and shifting, making a series of noises. The red wedding dress puppet slowly walked out of the box. Strong spiritual power was transmitted from the puppet. The spiritual power reserve in its body was not weaker than any late Gene Dan cultivator. In its hand, it was holding a small wooden dagger that looked like a child's toy. What monster? Su Yin saw the puppet crawling out of the box. His face looked like he had seen a ghost. He took a step back and blocked the Wyoming County Lord, Zhou Yu, and others who were about to come out to check the situation at the kitchen door. Lin Yu Bai Tai, Phantom. Facing the attack of the inhuman enemy, Su Yin did not dare to rush forward. He raised his hand and pinched the seal to condense a large amount of water phantom for testing. One by one, water spirits that were more than 3 feet tall jumped out of the well in the government office. Under Su Yin's control, they formed a fast attack formation and began to besiege. The outer water spirits picked up their companions and began to spin. Then, they stopped and threw their companions as hidden weapons. Caw-caw-caw. The wedding dress puppet walked slowly. Its jaw opened wide as if it was dislocated, and the internal array pattern lit up, spewing out a large number of red chains composed of spiritual power out of thin air. The chains shot out quickly and penetrated Su Yan's water spirit as if they had intelligence. The water spirit fell to the ground like a puppet with a broken string. The wedding dress puppet's attention was not on the water spirits, and its red and lifeless eyes kept looking at Su Yan. Clang, 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 clang. The chain was quickly recovered into the wedding dress puppet's mouth, leading the water spirits summoned by Su Yan away together. The next second, the wedding dress puppet closed its mouth and spewed out again at Su Yin. But at the critical moment, a tree broke out of the ground and hit the bottom of the wedding dress puppet, causing it to fall backwards with an unstable body. The purple-black torrent of water shot straight into the sky and turned into water mist. Don't use magic on them. The Eternal Life Sect originated from the Forbidden Soul Palace in ancient times. All magic and formations are used to target spiritual magic. The nameless person sitting in the pavilion slowly put down the medical book in his hand and looked at Su Yin to explain. The Eternal Life Sect originated from the Forbidden Soul Palace in ancient times. The Forbidden Soul Palace existed at the end of the war between all races. All the cultivation and magic were used to seal magic and seal the body. It was a very alternative sect. However, if you want to practice the forbidden method, you need to make inhumane changes to the body. Therefore, the Forbidden Soul Palace did not resist the passage of time and was buried under the wheel of history with the torrent of time. Nameless glanced at the wedding dress puppet that had climbed up again on the ground. He rushed out from the stone chair he was sitting on. His originally fair right arm turned into a strange dead-wood shape and pierced through the wedding dress puppet that was ready to fight back. Puff. Blood-red liquid splashed everywhere. Nameless slowly pulled his palm out of the wedding dress puppet's chest. He held a slowly beating heart in his hand. Nameless just took a look and crushed it casually, saying, "These initial form forbidden spirit puppets are very weak. Aim at the heart that emits spiritual power on them, and hit them to destroy them." Among the 5 elements, the cultivators with the wood element affinity are the cultivators with the strongest physique. For those who are proficient in this way, it is not difficult to fight with the demons who are famous for their physique, even because of their own endless healing power. Ordinary demons may not be able to beat the wood element cultivators in a melee. Although the action of Nameless just now was simple, his explosive power and speed were not inferior to those of the demons. In fact, because Nameless was proficient in medical skills, that attack was definitely a textbook-level critical strike. Seeing that Nameless said it lightly, Zhou Yu, Wyoming County Lord, and Feng Shiqi were all speechless. Wyoming County Lord was a fire magic cultivator, and her physical combat was only average. And this was also because she had the blood of the Luan bird in her body. Although Zhou Yu and Feng Shiqi were good at close combat, they did not have the eyesight of Nameless. If you didn't stab the wedding dress puppet well, it would backhand and stab you to death with a dagger. So, just pierce their hearts and that's it. After listening to the explanation of Nameless, Su Yin immediately knew how to deal with these ghosts. with a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. He said, "If that's the case, then it shouldn't be difficult to deal with them." "No." Nameless raised his right hand, and a large number of branches grew out of his woody right hand, forming a large umbrella above his head. The poisonous acid rain sprayed into the sky by the wedding dress puppet fell to the ground at this moment, and the entire government courtyard was slowly dissolving in the poisonous water. "We should retreat now." In the sizzling dissolving sound, the gentle voice of Nameless came over. "Easy to deal with" only refers to the initial form of puppets. Once they absorb spiritual power, the puppets of the Eternal Life Sect are invincible killing weapons of the same level. Killing enemies of higher levels is just a matter of time. Their number is very large, and they are not enemies we can contend with. As a doctor, I should abide by the principle of saving my life first. Now I will lead you to retreat." The brows of Wyoming County Master were tightly knitted, and she noticed something unusual. Previously, Nameless noticed that the wedding dress puppet could be said to be sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. But it was very wrong that she could understand the structure and ability of the wedding dress puppet so well, because in the previous Hua family banquet, even Hua Yin and General Bai did not know about the wedding dress puppet. They only knew about the Eternal Life Sect, that it was an evil sect that could transform the body of the monks and improve their cultivation. Although Master Wuming was a native of the Flower District, her master should not know the Eternal Life Sect so well. Right? Bang, bang, bang. In just a few short conversations, the poisonous rain from the sky dissolved the tiles of the government office, and the rising smoke seemed to be a beacon lighting up the night sky, attracting the attention of the immortal sect in the southern border. A large number of boxes were thrown towards the government office. "Go!" Anonymous shouted and ran out of the government office first. When leaving, he raised his hand and sprinkled a handful of red spiritual plant seeds, injecting spiritual energy into them to promote germination. Anonymous raised his hand and called everyone over. A wooden box represents a wedding dress puppet, and the wooden boxes flying in the sky never stop. A terrifying number of wedding dress puppets were shot into the Flower City through catapults and human launch. Caw caw caw. Just after stepping out of the gate of the government office, Su Yin followed Anonymous through the street and handed over, and heard a very familiar sound of puppet joint displacement. Su Yin subconsciously turned his head to look, and saw a puppet in a red wedding dress, with a lot of creeping branches and vines growing from its back, leaning against the collapsed wall, and the ends of the vines flashing the golden color of the gold monk. In the chaotic fleeing crowd, Su Yin immediately saw the particularly large wedding dress puppet in front of him. The red lifeless eyes of the wedding dress puppet met Su Yin's blue pupils, and the next second, the vines behind it landed on the ground and ran as fast as a spider, and the red figure swayed between the spider's legs. It was like a hanged ghost. Haunting. Hack. It's a puppet that has eaten enough spiritual power. Chapter 177, The Fairy Doctor of Flower City. Ah! The wedding dress puppet, which looked like a spider, exchanged glances with Su Yin in the crowd. The wedding dress puppet, which had accumulated a lot of spiritual power in its body, completely ignored the fleeing crowd in front of it. The spider legs of the vines behind it stepped on the crowd and ran straight towards Su Yin, who was trying to break out. Although Su Yin looked like an ordinary little fox, he had the blood of a pure nine-tailed fox in his body. The amount of spiritual power in his body was extremely huge. One fox could match the spiritual power of 6 human cultivators of the same level. Therefore, the moment the wedding dress puppet saw Su Yin, it locked him directly. Caw caw caw. The vines behind the wedding dress puppet exerted force, and its body jumped directly into the sky, moving like a ghost across a distance of hundreds of meters, and falling in front of the breakout team. "Keep going." The nameless person stretched out his hand to stop Su Yin, and threw a handful of spiritual plant seeds from his palm. The seeds took root and sprouted on the ground, forming a large net of intertwined roots and stems, which directly knocked down the wedding dress puppet and curled it up to restrict its movement. The wedding dress puppets are not only difficult to deal with, but more importantly, there are too many of them. Wuming she did not doubt that Su Yin could defeat the puppets. But if he was entangled by a puppet now, the subsequent puppets that fell from the sky or those that had already completed their growth would surround him, and he would be doomed to die. "Come on. Follow us and break through." After pushing down the wedding dress puppet, Wumingshi looked at the flower residents, who were fleeing on the street, and shouted. Jie, the wedding dress puppet, which was trapped on the ground by the roots, realized that it could not break free, and did not continue to struggle. It raised its arm made of dead wood, and slapped it on the ground beside it, and a red light lit up in its palm. The red light was imprinted on the ground, and a red formation quickly spread out with the puppet as the center point. The amount of spiritual power reserves in the wedding dress puppet quickly decreased, and the formation quickly spread to Su Yin and his party. Boom boom. The red formation suddenly retracted and turned white, and a huge explosion occurred instantly. All the creatures in the formation were sacrificed and transformed into pure fire power, which instantly burst out and moved a square radius of 3 miles. Crack, crack, crack. The wedding dress puppet, which was deeply trapped in the scorched earth pit, stood up straight. The bright red wedding dress on its body had turned into ashes in the flames. The whole body was charred, and even the torso and limbs were already incomplete. But the lifeless eyes still did not fluctuate at all. The wedding dress puppet raised the wooden dagger in his hand and swung the knife to directly cut the damaged left half of the body. The blue-gray tree tumor expanded and grew from the chest cavity, and a complete left half of the body grew again and glued to the right half of the body. The damaged left half of the body was hanging on the waist of the wedding dress puppet and twitched slightly. The wedding dress puppet looked around the scorched earth pit and saw no living creatures, so it moved its stiff body to walk out of the scorched earth pit. Every step it took made a sizzling sound like the rusty hinges of a door. The left half of its body hanging down at the waist swayed up and down, as if the crane riding the phoenix had a head. "Sir, your tea is here." In a tea house hundreds of miles away in the Flower City. The waiter looked at the soldiers in front of the room with a flattering face, gently knocked on the door of the private room, and called out to the guests inside. "Bring it up." The Chi Wang's steady and heavy voice came from the private room. The soldiers standing guard outside the door raised their hands and pushed open the door of the tea house to let the waiter in. The waiter quietly glanced at the 2 men and 2 women in the private room, and hurriedly lowered his head and put the snacks on the edge of the long table, not daring to put them too deep. In addition to the tea tray, tea sets, and kettles in the tea house, there were some books on the tea table. The waiter didn't know what was recorded on them, but he also knew that the 4 were definitely not ordinary people. The books on the table might be extremely precious and unusual, and the waiter didn't even dare to touch them. After doing what he should do, the waiter left the private room facing the 4 people and closed the door gently. "Heh," Master Jean chuckled, threw the manuscript in his hand onto the long table, raised his hand to pick up the kettle, and poured the boiling hot water into the covered bowl in a clockwise rotation, letting the hot water inside submerge the tea leaves and then quickly pouring in and out. The fairy's creation is indeed extraordinary. Master Jean picked up the fair cup filled with hot tea, turned to look at the fairy on the left-hand side of the guest seat, and poured the hot tea in the fair cup into the white jade teacup in front of the fairy. The skill of making the wedding dress puppet is extraordinary. It not only contains the method of the Forbidden Spirit Palace technique to turn the formation, but also contains the endless mystery of the wood element's nature. What's more amazing is the method of the medical fairy's nature grafting, which allows the wedding dress puppet to switch the nature in the 5 elements at will. The wedding dress puppet that attacked Su Yin just now not only showed the gold, wood, and fire elements, but also finally performed the sacrifice technique in the magic technique. Sacrifice the vitality around to transform into mana. Let the huge mana transform into fire element. Compress and explode. Seeing this scene, Master Jean couldn't help but applaud. The thief's stupid plot is nothing but a joke. Facing Master Jin's praise and boasting, the Fairy of Medicine, who was covered in a black robe, did not feel the slightest bit of pleasure. She sighed deeply and said helplessly, "I wish to benefit future generations, not to bring disaster to the village." The immortal cult uses the skills of the Fairy of Medicine, but the Fairy of Medicine does not belong to the immortal cult. The 2 are only interested partners. The immortal cult provides research funds and research materials for the Fairy of Medicine, and the Fairy of Medicine gives those backward research books and derivatives to the immortal cult. Although she is the guardian of the Nightmare Town cult in the Central Province, and a follower of the Holy Mother of 10 Directions, who nurtures all spirits. Thanks to the fact that Xia Choming of the Nightmare Town cult in the Central Province has long been crazy. The Nightmare Town cult has long become a gathering place for crazy people, and the Fairy of Medicine cannot concentrate on academic research in such an environment. Helplessly, she can only find other people to provide funds and resources for her to continue her research. Fairy Medicine admires the knowledge of the Holy Mother, as well as her boldness and innovation. After the Holy Mother revealed the truth about Nightmare Town and disbanded the original academic organization, unlike Xia Chongming's stubborn and crazy mentality, Fairy Medicine continued to study according to the knowledge of the Holy Mother, from the method of Nightmare Town, combined with her own wood nature. She walked out of a path that was born from the method of Nightmare Town. She has mastered the method of changing fate against the will of heaven, which can change the cultivation talent of cultivators and even supernatural powers. Therefore, she was appreciated by Master Jean, and did not fall in the encirclement and suppression of the Nightmare Town sect by Emperor Wuxing. The fairy's methods are really amazing. After taking a sip of tea, the Red King looked at the fairy medicine with a sideways look, complaining and threatening, and said, "It's just a pity for my soldiers, fighting to the death and finally hitting their own heads. The Eternal Life Sect has been prosperous for more than 100 years, and because of the neighboring relationship, the Red King's fiefdom has been robbed by the Eternal Life Sect. Some of fairy medicine's research funds can be said to be directly robbed from the finances of the Red King's fiefdom. After decades of fighting, until now when the Red King sent a large army to attack the immortal sect, he realized that he had been robbed by his colleagues from the Xia Yu dynasty over the years. Aren't they bullying the honest people? They are robbing their own heads. Is there still the law? Is there still justice?" Chapter 178 Xia Yu Lao Ding. He. Seeing the Red King complaining about the fairy of medicine with a sidelong glance, the fourth person in the private room, who had not spoken a word, had a white cloth hanging down his cheek to cover his face. A huge blood-red word evil was written on the white cloth. And he said, "Do you still need to worry about the loss of money? Shouldn't the Red King thank the fairy of medicine for her help? Thanks are natural." Seeing evil speak, the Red King slightly gathered his thoughts, knowing that he could not get anything from the fairy of medicine, and replied with a smile, "It's just that the news came too late. If I had known earlier that the person behind the Eternal Life Sect was the fairy, I could have arranged something, and made some more money from those poor ghosts. Those are all white spiritual stones. The Flower City is meaningless, and the people of the Flower City are also meaningless to the Red King. The most meaningful thing in the flower area is a large amount of land. Population and people's livelihood are what the Xia Yu dynasty cares about, not what he, the Red King, cares about. After the battles against the barbarians in southern Xinjiang and the Eternal Life Sect, the Red King army will rest for a long time. It is impossible for such a large number of soldiers to disband. Moreover, after reorganizing his territory, the Red King will need to use the army to continue to expand his territory to the west and south. The option of disbanding does not exist, and the Red King does not want to support nearly 300,000 troops in vain. Therefore, he has been eyeing the land in the flower area, wanting to break up the clans that voluntarily surrender to Xia Yu and let them live in the territory of the immortal emperor. The vacant land can allow part of the Red King army to be converted into agricultural soldiers. Master Jean chuckled, and did not expose the Red King's little idea of coveting the skills of the medical fairy. The Red King has never been an honest king, and can even be said to be ambitious. Although there are wars every year in Flower City, the Red King's fiefdom may often affect the harvest, but the income from crops and sugar cane is just a drop in the bucket compared to the profits that the Red King has obtained from it. This fat guy often publicizes how many weapons and armors the Red King army has eliminated, and plans to remelt them somewhere, and then sell them to the clans in Flower City. The remaining part will be refurbished and sold to the barbarians in South Xinjiang. He even buys eliminated weapons from Xia Yu's army. This fat guy sells both elixirs, mounts, weapons, and formations. Every spring festival or autumn festival, he asks the Red King army to slow down the offensive and transfer some soldiers back to the Red King's fiefdom to help with the harvest. The purpose is to let the barbarians in South Xinjiang take a breath, and plunder the flower area by the way, and then force the clans in the flower area to arm themselves to the teeth every year. The Red King makes money from these shady money. Master Jin's mind is like a mirror. But although the Red King is ambitious, he is also smart. He doesn't hide his own money, and knows how to share it with the big boss. Every year, he offers nearly 100 million kilograms of spirit stones to the Wuxing Emperor. Therefore, Master Jin has never said anything. And the problems in the flower region are also very serious. Submission should be in the form of submission, rather than organizing the flower clan forces to fight against the Xia Yu dynasty. Those flower clan rely on the trust of the people in the flower region, so they often force the flower clan to do things that do not obey orders, and even extremely exclude the Xia Yu people from doing business and working here. This is an unforgivable capital crime. The reason why Xia Yu is peaceful and the people live without worries is that the speed of population growth in Xia Yu has never kept up with the gap in the demand for working population and maintained a delicate balance. Therefore, when Hua was attacked by the immortal sect and invaded by the barbarians in southern Xinjiang, Master Jean, King Qi, and the three evil people who were able to stop the disaster chose to sit here and drink tea regardless of the wishes of the Fairy of Medicine. Since the Huahua people trust the clan energy, let the clans in Huahua solve the invasion of other clans. Let's see if those clans can solve it. If they can't fight, they will only lose a city. It won't cost much spirit stones to rebuild a city. Some of the spirit stones scraped from the fat man are enough to rebuild 5 or 6 new cities. Master Jean took a sip of tea slowly, picked up the nuts on the table and ate them, while his consciousness was paying attention to the Huahua city war epidemic hundreds of miles away. Although it is troublesome to listen to orders and not to proclamations, the fertile land is innocent. The 3 people present don't want the fertile land in the Huahua area to be really poisoned. Fairy saw that the 3 people were unmoved. As a cultivator from the flower area, she was a little anxious and couldn't help but remind them. The daughter of King Xian and my disciples. Nothing will happen to them. Master Jean said lightly, it's better to say that. Master Jean paused for a moment, as if he thought of something, and continued with a smile. I look forward to something happening. If something big happens, it will be a good thing for us Xiaoyu. Oh! He looked at Master Jean with interest and said, did you bury anything there? You are smiling so evilly. Who knows? Maybe I am just talking nonsense to add some mystery to myself? Master Jean showed a strange smile on his cheek, although Master Jean denied that he had made any arrangements. King Qi and Sister Er did not believe him. If Emperor Wusheng was the supreme ruler of the Xiaoyu dynasty, then Ao Jin was the imperial black hand of Emperor Wusheng. When eradicating the things that harm Xiaoyu, Master Jean will not show any mercy. Even if the flower area turns into scorched earth the next day, it is not surprising. At that time, he can just put a trap on the Southern State Demon Sect and say that they secretly sacrificed, and then force them to admit that he can occupy a piece of territory with a large army. He can even say that he is familiar with it. Unlike the immortals in the tea house, Su Yan and his party, who are currently in the Flower City, are like facing a horror story. Wooden boxes are flying in the sky, and wedding dress puppets fall to the ground one by one, attracting the monks in the city to attack them with their weird shapes. They don't know the details of the wedding dress puppets. Seeing such a weird ghost thing, they naturally open fire. The flower monks had a good time fighting, and after the fun, they were all slaughtered by the wedding dress puppets. Hack. Su Yan, who had fought his way from the government office in the center of Flower City to Flower Fairy Avenue, was only 2 or 3 miles away from the city gate. But this distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Puppets of various shapes, with bright red wedding dresses stained on their bodies, lined up on the city wall, staring at the fleeing crowd with their lifeless eyes, and rushed up to fight with the crowds they saw gathering in groups. Without words or eyesight, one can feel the deadly murderous intent and the solemn atmosphere at the city gate. At this moment, a person in the crowd raised his mouth slightly, and then shouted with grief and anger, those damn puppets actually blocked the city gate and cut off our way of survival. Where are all the Hua clan members? Here we come! All of our Hua clan members are fighting those barbarians on the front line. We are late. A mournful cry sounded in the crowd, and a roar that shook the Flower City sounded. Hua Yin jumped onto the city wall holding a spear that seemed to be twisted from roots, and burst out with all her spiritual power. The majestic emerald green spiritual energy illuminated the Flower City like the sun and dispelled the moonlight. All puppets, come and see here. The Eternal Life Sect not only threw wedding dress puppets, but also in the mountainous area south of the Flower region. There were giant beast puppets and southern border troops deployed by the Eternal Life Sect in large quantities. Those giant beasts were in the nascent soul stage, and some even had the power of the god transformation stage and were extremely fierce. But because of his experience, Hua Yin knew that the immortal puppets were very susceptible to sound and spiritual power fluctuations, and would attack people with great spiritual power first. So, he jumped directly onto the city gate, mobilized his whole body of spiritual power to burst out with terrifying momentum, attracted thousands of wedding dress puppets in the Flower City to attack him, and bought time for the villagers in the Flower City to escape. Brother Hua Yin is tough. Su Yin looked back and saw the emerald green sun in the south of the city, and the wedding dress puppets that took off from all over the city like dark clouds. He couldn't help but show an envious expression. I don't know. With my cultivation, when can I do such a tough thing? Now! Even taller and tougher than him. Seeing that all the wedding dress puppets that blocked the way flew away and attacked Hua Yin directly. Leaving the city gate, Wuming happened to hear Su Yan sigh. So he pulled Su Yin and Luoming County Lord's arms and said, I know there is a place where weapons to deal with puppets should be sealed. Should? Well, it should be? Wuming herself said uncertainly. Her master had said before that if she encountered a special crisis, she would run to her hometown farm, where there were some things that could deal with the crisis. Looking at the worry on her master's face, Wuming couldn't understand what her master said before. But after seeing today's puppet-killing wave, Wuming now realized that her master should have a premonition of what was going to happen. That's why he used his connections to get himself on the Yongla Academy outing. Chapter 179. Hey, you are bullying the fox too much. I don't want such performance. Breaking out of the flower official office and running to the fields outside the city, Su Yin can see the situation of the flower city very directly because of the high terrain. The whole city has now completely fallen into the flames of war. Although the wedding dress puppets have stopped throwing, the wedding dress puppets in the city have formed a wave, forming a huge wave to beat Hua Yin, who is mobilizing her whole body of spiritual power to make herself a bright light in the dark night. The figure of the giant beast can be vaguely seen on the southern plain farther away, and the red blood light has illuminated half of the sky. But thanks to Hua Yin's sacrifice, all the wedding dress puppets in the city were attracted away, and the people and monks who were originally trapped in the city could also take advantage of the gap to escape from different city gates. At present, only the mountains and fields have not been occupied by wedding dress puppets. Roar. Just as Su Yin looked back at the situation in the city, something strange happened on the southern plain. A sound of earth rumbling spread along with the shaking of the earth. The puppet beast on the plain was instantly dismembered by the strong men of Flower City. Before the puppet beast died, it cried out in grief, and a large amount of blood-like things erupted from its body. Hundreds of wooden boxes spewed out of the beast's body and flew towards Flower City and the surrounding fields. Outrageous. There are even matching troop transport ships. Seeing the puppet airdrop coming again, Su Yin did not dare to stay here any longer. He shouted to the people who followed him out of the city. All follow the team and flee to the north. It will be safe if you enter the territory directly under the jurisdiction of the Red King. Su Yin did not know whether the flower area had fallen or not. Su Yin only knew that the area directly under the jurisdiction of the Red King was definitely the safest place in the southern border. As long as the people ran to the area directly under the jurisdiction of the Red King's palace, they would be safe. If even the Red King's palace could not withstand the Eternal Life cult, then there should be no place in the south that was safe. Hurry. Hurry. Everyone. Follow the team and flee. Su Yin pointed out the way for the fleeing crowd, and after making sure that no one was left behind, he transformed back into his original white fox form and ran into the field. Unlike the refugees, Su Yin and his party are now preparing to go to the farm in the countryside of the Flower District. That is, in the cave of the master of the Imperial Physician. The nameless person said that there might be something there that can deal with the current situation where the wedding dress puppets are flying all over the sky. The Flower City is not far from the country farm, about 20 miles away. Su Yin relied on his fast speed and small size, and the advantage of drilling into the rat holes in the fields. So he let his friends rush to the farm first, and he stayed behind to command the refugees to flee. Now that it is confirmed that no refugees are left behind, and all of them are fleeing to the Red King's direct jurisdiction, according to his wishes, Su Yin naturally has to find his friends to join up. Swoosh. Su Yin, who was running in the field, followed the scent of Luoming County ladies' rouge and powder. The red jade hairpin sword hung in the sky behind Su Yin, flying slowly and leisurely, as if it was not affected by the puppet wave. Su Yin sped 2 incense sticks and finally caught up with Luoming County lady and her group. They had already entered the deserted village in advance, and now they should be at the home of Master Wuoming. Su Yin looked up and saw the red jade hairpin sword floating in the night sky. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Bah! Everyone is flying with swords. I signed a spiritual weapon. But the red jade hairpin sword came and flew like a fox. You are such a lewd sword. You are really cheap. Su Yin cursed the red jade hairpin sword, and jumped from a white fox back to a young man, and ran quickly to the big manor that smelled like the Luoming County lady. In the big manor of Master Wuoming, the manor was planted with green trees and a large number of strange bushes that Su Yin couldn't recognize. Young Master Su. Run! Su Yin was observing the surrounding environment of the manor, and suddenly heard Feng Shiqi's voice. Feng Shiqi's face was full of anxiety, covering her but with her left hand, and waving her right hand wildly at Su Yin, indicating that Su Yin should leave the manor's anti-theft spiritual plant quickly. Ah! Su Yin saw an acquaintance calling him, and his vigilance relaxed a little. He was stunned for a moment. But just because of his restless mind, a bunch of vines shot out from the bushes at a speed that was difficult for a gene-den cultivator to see with his naked eyes, and whipped Su Yan's buttocks hard. The vines were as fast as thunder and lightning. Su Yan didn't even see what happened clearly. His buttocks were hit hard, and the whole person flew into the air and returned to his original form in midair. His tail directly covered his fox buttocks, and his feet kicked wildly in the air. After Su Yan came to his senses, he didn't dare to stay in the manor forest of Master Wuming. He moved on all fours, crawled and rolled, and ran away with his tail between his legs. Woo! Su Yan fell beside Feng Shiqi, and fell to the ground in human form, covering his red and painful buttocks. The vines seemed to have a slight toxin, which can make people feel pain and itchiness when they first touch them. Feng Shiqi helplessly let go of her hand covering her buttocks and helped Su Yan, who fell to the ground and groaned. Brother Su. Su Yan was not the only one who covered his buttocks. Zhou Yu and Luoming County Master also suffered the same disaster, and were severely punished by the anti-theft plants in the Fairy Doctor Manor. Su Yan also ran fast. They just came to the manor, and didn't know anything. They even tried to fight back. Then they were whipped a few times, and finally learned their lesson, and ran out of the anti-theft bushes. Did you feel the burning sensation? Zhou Yu said with a gloating look on his face. I feel the same now. Mr. Su, do you need me to apply medicine for you? Seeing Su Yan gradually recovering, Feng Shiqi immediately felt that the opportunity was not to be missed and quickly said, I have some healing medicine given to us by the Imperial Physician. Applying it to the whipped part can quickly relieve pain and dissolve blood stasis. Okay, I'll trouble you. Seeing Feng Shiqi's serious face, Su Yan couldn't refuse her kindness. He shrank back to the appearance of a white fox and lay in Feng Shiqi's arms and said, Where is the nameless one? Didn't she say there was a secret weapon to deal with puppets? Ah. She just ran into the mansion and said there might be some poisonous plants inside. Let us stay outside for a while. And she went to crack the mechanism. Holding the fox, Feng Shiqi answered Su Yan's question while applying medicine to the part of the white fox that had just been whipped with a little disappointment. Feng Shiqi admitted that she was lustful and obscene, but she is craving for the young Su Yan. His white and tender skin touching hers should be a double tender experience. Right? Although the fluffy young man is also cute, Feng Shiqi still likes the white and tender one. Her aesthetic has always been handsome and elegant. There are many muscular thugs in her family, and even she has some abdominal and back muscles. It is precisely because her father, brother, and uncle are all muscular thugs from military generals that Feng Shiqi is used to it. So she is particularly craving for the white and tender young man who is smaller than her. The gentle and refined one can only be said to be a good match, if she really chooses a spouse. Feng Shiqi still hopes that her husband will be stronger after meeting the above conditions. A little cutie like Su Yan is great. Thinking of the little Su Yan, with a lewd smile on his face, raising his hand to push her down on the bed, tearing open her belly band and holding her excitement. Feng Shiqi can't help blushing every time. Wow. So why is it in fox form? I want to apply medicine to the young man's son. And then, Chapter 180 Dragon roars, and fox howls shake the forest. Hey, little fox. The lady of Luoming County, who had just returned from applying the plaster, saw Su Yan lying on Feng Shiqi's legs, swinging his hind legs and enjoying the plaster applied by Feng Shiqi. The lady of Luoming County could not help but think of the red fox she raised. Sister Juanxia. Seeing the lady of Luoming County, Su Yan, who was enjoying the plaster application and massage, greeted Juanxia and said, How is the Imperial Physician? I feel that it is not safe here in the manor. Because Su Yan took the initiative to cut off the rear, he saw more things related to the Eternal Life Sect. Those wedding dress puppets were not thrown by catapults, but were sent by the puppet giant beast transport ship of the Eternal Life Sect. Not only are those giant beasts powerful in themselves, but after they are defeated, the thousands of wedding dress puppets stored in their bodies will all be projected out. Although the immortals have tried their best to stop the wedding dress puppets, there are still some fish that slip through the net and break through the front line to kill into the city. She should be fine. Right? Luoming County lady shook her head and said, The Imperial Physician just asked us to wait outside. And then, he went into the mansion alone to break the formation set by the spiritual plants. However, as soon as Luoming County lady finished speaking, there was a sound of heavy objects falling from the mansion. Boom. Nameless was extremely embarrassed and flew out. The round hat with a circle of black gauze on her head to cover her face was also knocked off during the battle with the spiritual plants in the ancestral house. making Nameless' true face appear in front of everyone for the first time. Nameless was hit out of the main gate by the spiritual plants, fell to the ground and rolled more than 10 meters away before stopping, spitting out blood from her mouth, and said to him, "I found the things that Master left in the ancestral house. I can't move my body now because of the paralytic toxin. You open the box in my arms and take a look." Although Nameless was talking, everyone present had no intention of listening to what she said, and their eyes were fixed on her face. Although Nameless' tone was a bit cold, her appearance was that of a beautiful woman with a pitiful look. Her foxy eyes, which were quite similar to Su Yan's, revealed a feeling of being seductive and irresistible in her weakness. The eyes of the Wanming County lady, Feng Shichi, and Zhou Yu were all looking at Nameless, and they even forgot to blink. Only Su Yan was immune to Nameless' charm. He raised his fox paw with a shocked face, pointed at the pair of wide donkey ears on Nameless' head, and said in surprise, "You are actually a demon from a donkey? It's a fennec fox from the western regions." Although Nameless' whole body was numb from the poison, after hearing Su Yan's words, she still used up her last strength to loudly refute Su Yan's rude words. Her pair of big ears were not mule ears, but the real fennec fox ears unique to the western regions. "Don't talk about those wooden boxes. Open them quickly." Wanming County lady, Feng Shichi, and Zhou Yu seemed to be under a spell. At present, only Su Yan, a fox, was not affected by Wuming's charm, and could move freely and run to Wuming's side. "What's wrong with him?" Su Yan pushed the lid of the new wooden box away from Wuming, and asked Wuming why the three of them seemed to be possessed after seeing her. Wuming looked at Su Yan with his dark eyes, and his eyes were a little complicated. "She is not a pure demon. Her demon bloodline comes from the blood of a Tushan nine-tailed fox, and a fennec fox from the western regions. It was grafted onto her by the fairy doctor through spiritual plant grafting. Although she cannot transform into an orc, or switch between humans and demons at will like Su Yan, she still has a physique far beyond that of humans, a huge reserve of spiritual power, an improvement in her wood element talent, and a slight charm due to the influence of her bloodline. The charm of the nine-tailed fox is very unique. Not only can it make you more beautiful, but it can also easily charm monks of higher levels. As long as you don't emit malice, you can easily gain the favor of other monks. Such charm is close to the power of supernatural powers, and ordinary monks are extremely difficult to resist. Only monks who are of the same nine-tailed fox bloodline or have eaten the flesh and blood of the nine-tailed fox can be immune." Did Su Yan eat the flesh and blood of the nine-tailed fox? Or does he have the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox? Nameless didn't know these things, but she was very sure that Su Yan's background would not be bad. Originally, she thought that Su Yan was just a lucky little snow fox, and she wanted to take care of him. But in the end, it turned out to be her own wishful thinking. Although Nameless saw something, she didn't say it out loud and remained silent. "There are some strange beans inside." Su Yan pushed the wooden box in Nameless' arms away, picked it up, and put it in front of Nameless to show her what was inside. After seeing the black beans, Nameless was silent for a moment as if accumulating strength, and said, "The beans inside are all spiritual plants carefully cultivated by my master. If they are spread on the ground, they can produce magical plant monsters." After seeing the seeds of those spiritual plants, Nameless completely understood why his master asked him to come here. Nameless said with a wry smile, "Su Yan, there is something I may need to trouble you with. Can you help me spread the seeds of spiritual plants in the Flower City? I may not be able to move freely now. In return, I have a drop of nine-tailed fox blood as a reward for you. Your master is really mysterious." Su Yan looked at Nameless, then looked at the box with spiritual plant seeds in his hand, and said, "I don't need blood or anything. Introduce your master to me when you have time. Let's have tea and snacks together." The use of nine-tailed fox blood is unknown. Su Yan has no interest in those things. But Su Yan is very interested in Nameless' master. Nameless' medical skills are so amazing that he cured Zhou Dagon, who was completely depressed, to the point that he could open the door of the government office. Nameless' medical skills are so miraculous. So how amazing must her master's medical skills be? After getting to know Nameless' master, if he is really persecuted by the old thief of the Su family in the future, maybe Xiao Lingdang can still do something to help him. Moreover, from the words of Nameless and the things her master prepared, Su Yan suspected that Nameless' master should have anticipated this invasion. He even knew the invasion methods of the Eternal Life Church. Nameless' master was really mysterious. Su, will definitely help you." Su Yan put the wooden box in his arms, fed Nameless the spirit-gathering pill to restore the spirit energy, and then turned around with a serious face and prepared to go to the fields of Flower City to hatch all the spirit plant seeds in his arms. Don't forget to introduce your master to me when the time comes. After that, Su Yan's face was full of stubbornness, and he broke into the whipping forest arranged by Nameless master. Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan running away quickly, Nameless quickly propped himself up and shouted to Su Yan's back. Fly to 200 meters in the air, and guard the bushes from attacking creatures in the sky. Ah! Su Yan looked back with a look of astonishment. But the vines extending from the inside of the bushes attacked again. A white fox flew high up and covered its buttocks before flying away. Chapter 181 Red Jade Hairpin Sword is ecstatic. His Master Wumingshi is really outrageous. He grows such obscene spiritual plants in his own home. After being hit out of the manor by a vine, Su Yan rubbed his buttocks with pain, looked back at the manor, and after complaining about Master Wumingshi's anti-theft spiritual plants, he opened his mouth, bit the long flat wooden box, and ran out of the deserted village. The task entrusted by Wumingshi was very simple. Su Yan now only needs to cross a distance of 30 miles. Avoid the puppets of the Eternal Life Sect and the barbarians of southern Xinjiang along the way, and sow the spiritual plant seeds in the wooden box in his hand into the city. Just like the Eternal Life Sect airdrop puppets, Su Yan now only needs to quietly enter the village and let the spiritual plant seeds inside hatch a large number of reinforcements to counterattack the Eternal Life Sect. Su Yan didn't know how effective the spiritual plants were, but seeing Wumingshi's confident expression, the spiritual seeds her master put in the rogue manor should be very strong. Right? It was less than 2/4 of an hour before Su Yan returned from the deserted village manor. But the Battle of Flower City had already undergone earth-shaking changes. The invaders, who were originally mainly wedding dress puppets, have now become soldiers riding monsters, wearing blood-red armor and holding long spears. Their number is greater than that of wedding dress puppets, and they are marching in a mighty procession to the mountains, forests and fields of the flower area. A large amount of gray powder was thrown along the way. After the powder fell on the originally fertile land, plants similar to thorns quickly grew on the ground, greedily devouring the nutrients and spiritual power in the fertile land. Eat farts. Su Yan jumped up with all 4 legs, flipped in the air, and used his fluffy fox tail to whip a Nanjiang barbarian soldier riding on a monster. Then, with the help of the force of the tail swinging and hitting, he flew up, and the fox's little feet directly kicked another Nanjiang barbarian soldier away. Su Yan dodged and moved, and instantly defeated a team of cavalry that found him. Although the fields in the flower area are large, in the rice fields in the night, a snow fox ran wildly, and even because of the fast running speed, a long and endless dust dragon rolled up behind him. Although the barbarians of southern Xinjiang are savage, they are not blind, and they can naturally find foxes with abnormal tracks. Everyone is running out of the city, but he is the only white fox rushing into the city. Even a fool would know that there is something wrong. You are the only one who wants to stop me. After Su Yan stepped on one by one, he kicked all the cavalrymen of southern Xinjiang off their mounts, turned over and slid a distance to the ground to relieve the force, turned around, and said proudly that there was no one who could fight. The barbarians of southern Xinjiang are different from the wedding dress puppets. Their cultivation levels are different. Most of them are just cultivators in the body refining stage. The man who was whipped by Su Yan's tail should be the captain of this team of cavalry, with a cultivation level of Qi refining stage. As a Jin and cultivator, Su Yan has no problem killing 200 or 300 cavalrymen in the body refining stage. But this is the world of immortal cultivation, and the confrontation between armies is not a battlefield for individuals to fight alone. Invisible becomes visible. Just after Su Yan finished the encounter, the other cavalrymen in the field turned around and charged towards Su Yan as if they had sensed it. In a cavalry squad of 12, the other cavalrymen all stood still and advanced slowly. The squad leader rode the monster and jumped up. His body and the mount were covered with a layer of red spiral airflow. Everything he passed was crushed into powder by the red airflow. Red spirals charged, rushing towards Su Yan, who was trying to go to the flower city. Ha! Su Yan raised his hand and turned his body. The power of controlling water burst out to attract water for irrigating farmland, condensing into a stream. The water dragon roared along the field, sweeping all the cavalry into the stream and dragging hundreds of meters away. As the number of cavalry from southern Xinjiang increased, Su Yan no longer hid his figure. He jumped up, rode on the head of the giant dragon, put his hands together, took a step, and urged the slowly flowing golden elixir in his body to rotate at a high speed, so that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was quickly refined into demon power. And then all the demon power was added to the dragon clan's innate water control ability. The water in the irrigation canal, mixed with mud, gravel, and gravel, all gathered in the water dragon. Mud dragon car. Run over. Crazy maniac. The closer to the flower city, the more cavalry from southern Xinjiang Su Yan encountered. They all seemed to have some unique way of communication. No matter where Su Yan ran, they could always find him in the first place. The cavalry captain outside the flower city learned that the demon tribe was rushing to the flower city. He immediately shouted angrily and pulled the reins in his hand, ordered the tribal soldiers to follow, and lined up in front of the field. He slowly raised the spear in his hand facing the direction of Su Yan. The handle of the spear gradually lit up with a blood-red line. The blood-red spear was extracting the user's spiritual power and gathering all the spiritual power on the captain's spear. Invisible becomes visible. The captain stepped on his mount and stabbed the mud dragon controlled by Su Yan through the air. The blood-red energy broke through the night sky and broke the mud dragon into a sky full of mud. Evil beast. Die! The moment the captain saw Su Yan jump out of the mud dragon and avoid his fatal blow, he raised his blood-red spear, and the red spiritual beast rushed to bite Su Yan. The speed was so fast that Su Yan had no time to dodge, and the whole fox was affected by the impact and flew up. The centurion stepped on the neck of Pegasus, took a step forward and crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, then shot out his spear like a dragon, with a roar that continued to go straight to Su Yan's vitals. Clang! The red sword light flashed, and the red jade hairpin sword flashed from the sky, and the scabbard directly hit the head of the flying southern Xinjiang cavalry centurion, knocking him to the ground. The red jade hairpin sword stopped steadily on Su Yan, and the long sword stood upright like a soldier who was loyal to his duty. The raging devil flames were revealed from the red pupils of the sword, blocking the mutual glares between Su Yan and the southern Xinjiang cavalry. Strange. Monster. The centurion's figure flipped 100 meters away, but when the centurion had directly left the danger zone and was ready to launch another round of assaults, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. The blood-colored long spear worth millions of spirit stones, more precious than his own life, fell from his hand to the ground without the southern Xinjiang cavalry centurion noticing. A flawless white beast with 9 tails swaying and eyes closed squatted in the field. Although it did not radiate any power, it was already majestic and unpredictable just squatting in the field. In front of the 9-tailed fox squatted a little fox, shaking its head and readjusting its body shape. The red eyes of the red jade hairpin sword revealed ecstasy, looking at the 9-tailed fox phantom behind Su Yan with admiration on its face. The 9-tailed fox phantom did not move, but the red jade hairpin sword seemed to be excited as if it had taken tiger whip wine. Is this obscene sword so powerful? Su Yan didn't notice the 9-tailed fox phantom behind him. After feeling dizzy, his eyes, which had seen double vision before, regained clarity. He saw the lazy and slippery red jade hairpin sword coming to the rescue. The sword exuded the fierce and evil flames that a magic sword should have. The power of just one sword frightened the cavalry and monsters that were gradually approaching him. They showed panic on their faces. The cavalry regiment of more than 1,000 people actually fled in panic. Clang! The red jade hairpin sword was extremely excited, as if it had drunk some whipped wine, and was as manic as before. It took off its scabbard. Chapter 182. I always liked the fairy of medicine. Clang! The shadow of the 9-tailed fox was slowly disappearing because Su Yan had gotten rid of his fainting state. When the red jade hairpin sword saw the 9-tailed fox fairy starting to disappear, the spirit inside the hairpin sword became anxious. He took off his scabbard, revealing his dark red sword body, turned in the air, and swung his sword at the fleeing southern Xinjiang cavalry team, with the red sword energy full of murderous aura. The first to suffer was the 1,000-man captain, who was killed instantly by the red sword energy. The remaining fleeing soldiers fell to the ground without exception. The crisscrossing sword marks almost cut the walls of the flower city into tofu blocks, before the shadow of the 9-tailed fox disappeared. The red jade hairpin sword instantly killed the 1,000-man cavalry regiment, and looked at the shadow behind Su Yan with red vertical pupils and curved eyebrows, full of flattery. Immortal, come and see me. Touch my hilt. Those traitors who disrespect you have been killed by Hongyu. The Hongyu hairpin sword's pupils revealed an expectant look, but the 9-tailed fox shadow with closed eyes ignored it, and slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Clang! The sword of the Hongyu hairpin sword trembled continuously, and it fell directly to the ground with its own hilt resting on the scabbard. Is the spiritual energy exhausted? After witnessing the great power of the Hongyu hairpin sword, Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the Hongyu hairpin sword that fell to the ground and trembled continuously. He felt that it seemed a bit like a heavy breath after intense exercise. So he stepped forward to pick up the hairpin sword that fell to the ground. Although the Hongyu hairpin sword did not borrow Su Yan's demonic power as a mature spiritual weapon, the hairpin sword's own strength is actually comparable to that of a Yuanying period cultivator. A mere encounter with 1,000 cavalry is not a tired thing for it. The hairpin sword still has a magnificent spiritual power inside. But how can physical fatigue compare to mental fatigue? The nine-tailed fox grandma. She didn't praise herself. Nor did she touch her sword handle. She was tired. Her heart was really tired. I'll give you some spiritual power. Su Yan squatted on the ground, stretched out his fox paw to touch the red jade hairpin sword, wanting to give some spiritual power to restore the red jade hairpin sword to its state. But just when Su Yan was about to touch the red jade hairpin sword, the red jade hairpin sword, which was lying and trembling, jumped forward with the help of the trembling. It was just such a short distance, just enough to avoid Su Yan's hand that was about to touch the hilt. On? Su Yan didn't believe it and touched it again, and the hairpin sword continued to jump forward to dodge. Your grandma. I don't want you anymore. After going back and forth 3 or 2 times, Su Yan's face was full of black lines and changed back to human form. He picked up the wooden box that had just fallen on the ground and continued to run towards the flower city. Without the obstruction of the cavalry, Su Yan didn't spend much time to come to the 2 miles away from the flower city, opened the wooden box entrusted to him by the nameless man, and poured all the black beans inside onto the soil. There weren't many black spirit seeds, and according to Su Yan's rough estimate, there were only a little over 200 of them. Can they really beat the puppets of the Eternal Life cult? Crack, crack, crack. After the black spirit seeds came into contact with the soul, the black SHLs all cracked, and the green roots dug deep into the fields to absorb nutrients and spiritual power. A large number of branches began to grow wildly upwards. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree formed by the entanglement of countless branches grew to 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the giant tree grew limbs and a head similar to those of humans, and its height continued to grow wildly. A divine halo that was half its height even grew behind it. A majestic figure that stood tall and upright was born because of the spiritual seed sown by Su Yan. Ah! Su Yan screamed, and the whole fox lay on the head of the majestic figure, with 4 fox claws tightly holding the head of the wooden giant, and the fox nails were deeply embedded in the wood. Su Yan thought he could make soldiers out of beans, so he stood calmly by the side and watched the black spiritual seeds grow. But he never expected that the spiritual seeds entrusted to him by the nameless person would actually merge and evolve. Su Yan realized that something was wrong, and he had already taken the rapidly growing entangled tree directly to the sky. He had no choice but to show his body and hold the wooden giant, for fear that he would fall under the giant and be rolled into the branches that were growing wildly and entangled. Too exciting. Su Yan saw the giant stop growing, and just after he breathed a sigh of relief, a green branch suddenly emerged from the wooden head in front of him, and a small white flower grew on the branch. After the white petals fell, a purple fruit grew out. Su Yan looked at the fruit with a diameter of 1 meter, and a question mark appeared on his head. He said, "Treat me?" Ouch. The purple fruit did not answer Su Yan, but instead cracked a hole in the middle of the fruit, and took the stupid wounded man who was standing there in a daze into his mouth. The purple man-eating fruit ate Su Yan in one bite, but did not swallow it directly into the stomach, but kept chewing it. Chewing left, chewing right, chewing and chewing. When the purple man-eating fruit opened its mouth again and spit out Su Yan in the form of a fox, the injuries on Su Yan's body disappeared without a trace, and even his fur was shiny and shiny. The originally dirty fur seemed to have been bleached, and even the spiritual power consumed in the body was replenished. Su Yan lay on the ground with a comfortable look on his face. He looked up at the purple man-eating fruit, tremblingly raised his fox paw and gave a thumbs up. It feels good. When the man-eating fruit was swallowed into his mouth, Su Yan panicked for a moment, but when he felt the rich life force infused in, he stopped struggling, because the man-eating fruit was not really going to eat him, but was healing his injuries. Although the process was really scary, the healing ability of the man-eating fruit was also amazing. Su Yan's head was not dizzy, his muscles were not sore, and even his demonic power was restored to its peak. Ka ka ka. While Su Yan was receiving treatment, The sullen treasure was still accumulating power. The closed eyes opened for the first time. The face of the woman who was originally like a kind mother suddenly became hideous and abnormal. And the giant's body and throat made strange crisp sounds. The floating divine halo behind him also lit up gold from the 12 o'clock direction. And green, blue, yellow, and red lit up clockwise in turn. The colors of the 5 elements were injected into the center of the divine halo to fuse gray energy. The huge evil ghost statue standing tall and upright took its first step slowly. It stepped on the ground with an unknown weight, causing a violent shaking. And even the nearby rivers were reversed. The divine halo moved from behind to in front of it. And the power of the 5 elements was all poured into the gray area. The evil ghost statue raised its arms and slapped them at the 12 and 6 o'clock directions, pulling its arms hard to make the divine halo rotate. And a gray beam with a diameter of 100 meters shot into the distance. The gray beam landed at the place where the Immortal Sect, the former partner of the Fairy of Medicine, was located. Chapter 183 Nine-Tailed Fox Ghost. Boom boom. The wooden giant with a hideous face raised his hand and turned the divine light ring in front of him. The 5 elements and 5 colors of divine light crossed thousands of miles and hit the nest of the Eternal Life Sect with one shot, completely destroying the puppet manufacturing workshop of the Eternal Life Sect. The 20 miles around the point where the 5-color divine light landed turned into a deep pit and scorched earth. Whether it is a transport giant beast puppet, a wedding dress puppet, or an assassination puppet, they are not artificial creations, but creations grown from a mother tree transformed by the skills of the medical fairy. The mother tree could only create puppet servants. Later, after the violent magic modification of the Eternal Life Sect, and the extraction of all the puppet cores, and the implantation of the flesh and blood formation developed by the Eternal Life Sect, the current wedding dress puppet was created. The Eternal Life cult captured living monks, implanted powerful demon blood into their bodies, and then used formations to forcefully seal the monks into jars for blood fusion, forcibly improving the weak monks' cultivation and realm. The Eternal Life cult did not plan to leave any survivors. The moment the monks came out of the jar, they would be fixed, and then the monks' internal organs and souls would be taken out alive. And then the Forbidden Spirit Palace formation and the soul storage core would be transplanted into the puppet's body. After these steps, the wedding dress puppet can officially be put into fierce battles and become a strong soldier who does not know fatigue or fear of death. The mother tree should be considered innocent. The mission it was given from the moment it was born was to create puppets that could help with housework and farm work. But later it fell into the hands of the Eternal Life cult, and its purpose changed. Therefore, the Fairy of Medicine had to destroy it with great pain, fearing that after the war, the mother tree that could create puppets would fall into the hands of the Red King or the Grand Master. Although Grand Master Jean did not show any interest, King Chi showed an expression of great interest. If the mother tree fell into the hands of the war-crazed King Chi, Fairy could not imagine how much horrible killing would be created. It was enough to make a mistake once. Even if the mother tree was her original work, Fairy could only completely destroy the mother tree through remote control of the flower god statue, so that such a cruel and unjust evil method would be sealed in her mind forever. Caw. Without Fairy Yi's control of the hideous wooden man statue, the giant statue showed a kind and holy expression again, slowly squatted down and faced the flower city, and slowly put down his palm. On the streets of the flower city in the palm of the giant statue, green plants grew in the palm of the palm, and with a complete display of the life cycle of white flowers blooming, withering and bearing fruits, tens of thousands of purple man-eating fruits fell from the palm to the ground. After the fruit fell to the ground, it immediately grew roots and began to run in the flower city. They followed the vitality to find creatures and treated those seriously injured and dying monks. When facing the wedding dress puppets in the city, they swarmed up in groups, restricted their movements through vines, and opened their mouths to bite. The giant statue that lost the control of the Fairy of Medicine had the primary responsibility not to participate in the frontal battle but to save people. Although it had the power of a terrestrial fairy, it could not quickly defeat the enemy on the front line. So it naturally gave priority to rescuing and treating the wounded to ensure the safety of the rear. Show your human form. Don't let down the prestige of our Xiaoyu dynasty. A voice transmission crossed hundreds of miles and reached Su Yan's mind, allowing Su Yan, who was squatting on the head of the flower god statue, to show his human form. Su Yan was stunned and asked tentatively, "Grandmaster?" "Yes. We already know about the invasion. The Red King army should arrive in another stick of incense. Before that, you are the representative of our Xiaoyu government. You don't need to do anything. You just need to let the people of Wawa City know that our government has always been with the people. Grandmaster Jean said in a leisurely voice transmission. Also, my answer is impossible. Grandmaster Jean seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and he denied the doubts on Su Yan's face. What Su Yan could ask now was nothing more than asking why he didn't move to Wawa City, since he knew about the invasion of Nanjiang, or whether his performance in the invasion war could be counted as a political achievement. Grandmaster Jin's answer was negative. First of all, Wawa District is an autonomous region. The clans in the inner area took the initiative to ask for help from the Xiaoyu dynasty, which means that the Xiaoyu dynasty does not need to meddle in other people's affairs. If the clans did not ask for help, Su Yan's previous number of kills would naturally not be counted in Xiaoyu's political performance assessment. The reason why the Red King said troops was because the victims of the flower disaster ran to the front of the Red King's mansion and asked for help from the Red King, although the previous ones are not considered political achievements. As long as you show your human form now and treat the injured in the flower area under the name of the county magistrate, it will be a real political achievement. So stingy. After listening to the words of Master Jean, Su Yan, who showed his human form, couldn't help but complain. Rules are rules. Every family has its own rules, and every country has its own laws. There is no order without rules. It's not difficult to give you a convenience. But wouldn't the rules be messed up? If everyone is like you, how can we govern the country? Su Yan just complained when a big hand pressed on his head. The tall figure of Grand Tutor Jean appeared out of thin air beside Su Yan, making Su Yan uncomfortable and showing an awkward but polite smile. He quickly changed the subject and said, Su Yan meets Dean Jean. By the way, Dean Jean, because we were attacked by the wedding dress puppet, all the homework was left in the government office, and now it is all destroyed. The homework of the outing trip of the academy is to record what you do and say every day. Afterwards, the Grand Tutor will personally review and score everyone's outing. This score is calculated separately from the political achievements. As for what the reward is in the end, Su Yan doesn't know. But since Grand Tutor Jean has specifically instructed it, it must be written. It's ruined if it's ruined. Master Jean didn't care much about those things. He moved his hand that was pressing on Su Yan's head away, looked up at the yellow light that was rushing towards him from the horizon, and said, although the previous things are not considered political achievements, the Dean is still very happy to teach you some small tricks as a reward for your cuteness. Putting aside the political achievements, Su Yan's ability to nurture the ghost so smoothly was somewhat beyond Master Jin's expectations. He originally thought that it would be possible to wake up the nine-tailed fox ghost only when Su Yan was in danger of life. But the ghost that had been sleeping for a long time was moved by just being hurt. That old woman still likes cute and childish things as always. You have probably never seen an army fighting against another. Have you? Grandmaster Jean lowered his head and looked at Su Yan, smiling and saying, then you can watch carefully now, so that you can make plans when you elope with Princess Wuxi, and see if your small body can withstand the pursuit of Xia Yu's regular army. Ah? Su Yan looked at Grandmaster Jean in astonishment. Can you talk about these things casually? Why not? The third prince knows that his precious granddaughter fell in love with a wild fox, and insisted on making that fox the left protector of the nameless sect. Grandmaster Jean smiled and raised his hand to let Su Yan look forward. Chapter 184. The Red King's army passes through. The Red King's army is coming. Yellow rays of light cut through the night sky, approaching the front line of the flower area battlefield from far to near. When the barbarians of southern Xinjiang saw the familiar light, they were stunned by the arrogance of invading the flower area. The panic spread visibly in the cavalry regiment, making the barbarians of southern Xinjiang completely panic. Retreat! Retreat! People of the tribe! Retreat! The coalition army, which originally had the upper hand, saw the Red King's army approaching from far to near. The leaders of the tribe and the leader of the Eternal Life Church were shocked. Without even the slightest hesitation, they broke away from the fight and issued the highest order to the coalition forces of the Eternal Life Church and the tribe. Retreat! Don't let anyone go. And kill them all. The adjutant of the Red King standing on the bow of the immortal boat looked at the coalition army that was dispersing and fleeing, and gave orders to the control room of the immortal boat through his armor. The armor of the Xia Yu dynasty is extremely precious. Although it looks like ordinary armor and spears, they are all magical instruments that have been carefully researched by weapon refiners and array masters. As long as the array patterns inside are connected together, they can form a military array. The spiritual power of all the soldiers in the army is applied to the non-commissioned officers, and can also summon fierce beasts through the array. The armor used by the regular army is different from the rags sold by the Red King on the black market. The armor bought by the Flower people and the southern Xinjiang barbarians are all old goods from 100 years ago. And they are facing brand new armor that has been updated and iterated for several generations. In the case of inferior cultivation, number, and quality, the joint army will only usher in a ruthless massacre against the Red King army. The order received by the Red King's adjutant is to annihilate them all, whether it is the Flower City or the southern Xinjiang barbarians. After so many years, the surplus food in their pockets has been squeezed to a limit by the Red King through provocation or other means. No matter how much they squeeze, they can't give more resources and wealth. Then, these united armies that are determined not to surrender naturally have no value to exist. Killing them all before they surrender will also make it easier for the Red King to take over the southern Xinjiang region in the future. Otherwise, future management will also be a huge expense. It is enough for the autonomous region to have a flower area. Boom boom. 20 Red King ferry boats are interconnected, and a detection array covering an area of 500 miles is deployed. It seems that a pair of eyes appeared in the sky, completely locking the fleeing coalition army. Countless arrays of different colors and sizes are deployed above the night sky. The light flame bombs are locked in the early stage, and after being launched, they are directly shot towards the target they have locked. Roar! The giant beast puppet burst into a shocking roar, opened its mouth, and brewed a trick to shoot down the ferry boat in the night sky. But at this moment, the vertical pupil phantom in the sky quietly shifted to the body of the puppet giant beast, and the array also turned around and gathered at this moment, as if the spiritual power torrent with attributes directly submerged the giant beast, completely destroying it without leaving a trace. The spiritual energy torrent pouring down from the sky did not stop because of the shooting of a puppet giant beast. He even ignored the friendly forces of Flower City, drew a scorching crystallized gully on the ground, and flashed another puppet monster transport ship of the Immortal sect. Zizizizi. General Bai raised his right hand, and tens of thousands of independent black mists condensed into a ball of evil wind, blocking in front of him, blocking the tilted spiritual energy torrent, so that the indiscriminate spiritual energy bombardment of those war maniacs would not hurt his subordinates. The spiritual energy torrent continued to move forward, and General Bai's eyes met the cold eyes of the Red King's adjutant on the ferry boat. General Bai knew in his heart that the Red King's adjutant had murderous intent in his eyes. But General Bai didn't care about it, and even enjoyed the helpless and furious expression of the adjutant, who wanted to kill him, but couldn't do it openly, and couldn't assassinate him. At the beginning, the clans, demons, and mountain gods in the flower area knew that they were powerless to resist the invasion of the Red King. So they took advantage of the fact that they were not defeated, and directly surrendered to the Emperor Wusheng to obtain the title of vassal king they wanted. Although they did not get the title of vassal king due to insufficient strength, they also got the title of autonomous region. No matter how greedy and cruel the Red King was, he could not openly persecute people in the flower area. It's a bit cool. General Bai snorted and laughed, not caring about the meaningful look of the Red King's adjutant at all. I just don't move. I just occupy the mountain as the king. Anyway, you can't kill me. Why should I listen to you? The Red King's adjutant snorted coldly, controlled the sky's vertical pupils to refocus his eyes on the battlefield, and began to completely harvest the lives of the 40,000 invaders of the coalition army. Red King's army. You are bullying too much. The leader of the Nanjiang tribe, seeing the large number of sacrifices of the tribe's people, immediately became red-eyed, and an uncontrollable anger covered his mind. He directly gave up the shield that supported the coalition army, jumped up directly, raised his hand, and unfolded his flaming magical power. Prepare to fight to the death with the Red King's fleet. The Red King's adjutant had an indifferent expression, and casually pulled out a spear made of meteorite iron from behind. The spiritual power of the Earth Fairyland was infused into it, and combined with the power of magical power, so that the rock layer gradually emerged on the spear. The adjutant took a bow step, raised the rock spear in his hand, and threw it directly at the leader of Nanjiang who intended to resist law enforcement. The orange-yellow rock spear flew out of his hand, and its size rapidly expanded like a mountain, hitting the place where the leader of southern Xinjiang was. The ground was gushing with flames, but the burning speed could not keep up with the speed of the rock spear's expansion. The rock spear hit the front of the leader of southern Xinjiang, nailing him to the ground with a thunderous force. The orange-yellow light illuminated the night sky, and the ground seemed to turn into an ocean and roll endlessly. The place where the rock spear landed was madly sunken inward, rolling up layers of soil. Finally, The rolling land suddenly sank and condensed into rock layers. The earth was trembling because of the rock spear. And the earthquake even affected the flower city dozens of miles away, causing the originally severely damaged houses to completely collapse into ruins. Bang! The Red King's adjutant raised his hand, caught the flying spear, and looked at the slaughter on the ground with an indifferent expression. Those who resist the law will be annihilated, and no one in the tribe will be left alive. There is one more mountain. Su Yan, who was far away at the edge of the field in Flower City, could not hear the sound from the front line, but he could still feel the powerful spiritual power fluctuations, and see a red rock mountain emitting hot waves created out of thin air on the plain. The sun and stars are hidden, and the mountains are hidden. Master Jean watched the crushing game quietly, and explained to Su Yan the skill used by the Red King's adjutant. That was the magical power of the earth element. It seemed that the body disappeared between the gestures, and when it appeared again, it could completely suppress the monks. It was a magical power with extremely strong blocking ability. If no one rescued the tribal leader, his soul would dissipate into nutrients to nourish the mountain in 3 days. This is the foundation. And it's also something you young people need to remember. Being able to defeat the enemy doesn't mean the enemy can't fight back against you. The older the sect, the more hidden means it has. The formation is one of the most representative items. Chapter 185. You guys are having fun. But Su is in trouble. By the way, Dean, seeing that the Red King's army had put away the formation, the defensive battle over there should be coming to an end. Su Yan suddenly thought of a question at this time, and looked at Master Jean and asked, the invasion of southern Xinjiang should be considered an accident, right? Their large-scale invasion of the flower area should have affected the normal outing of our academy, right? Like the reconstruction of the government office and our previous loss of spiritual stones. You don't need to pay for the reconstruction of the government office. The Red King will allocate funds for those things. As for you saying that you want the Red King to compensate for your property and economic losses, Master Jean chuckled and said, the Red King will give each disaster victim a maximum of 800 coins in pensions to prevent the victims from starving to death. Compensation. Don't even think about paying for it. No. 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 Dean, you misunderstood me. Su Yan waved his hand and said, I mean, we have been here for almost a week. Everything was normal before. We even earned a lot of spirit stones here. As a result, there is a war between Nanjiang and Huahua, which destroyed the capital we accumulated before. This is very unfair to us. What I mean is whether we can pay out of our own pockets and buy back all the items we already have. The wedding dress puppet was airdropped by the Eternal Life Church. At that time, Su Yan was developing chewing gum and had no time to run to the warehouse to take away valuable items. The pills, spirit stones, and medicinal materials inside were lost. Su Yan initially estimated that the market price should be worth 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Little rascal. Master Jean looked at Su Yan and smiled and said, since you are so cunning and unlucky, I will reluctantly agree to your request and say, thank you. Dean, the market price is not equal to the cost price. Su Yan was nitpicking. Their elixirs should all be made by the disciples of the Fairy of Medicine. According to the market price, they might be worth 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones. But their cost was only a few hundred kilograms of spirit stones at most. Su Yan was calculating, trying to get something for nothing. But seeing that Su Yan was so shameless, the Grand Master decided to give him a hand. The war between southern Xinjiang and the flower region did affect the fairness of the Academy's outing. This 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones can be regarded as compensation. Su Yan is here, so I would like to thank Dean Jean first, Su Yan said with a happy face. Go and help. Don't let Xia use official manners and prestige fall. Grand Master Jean took out 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones from his storage ring and put them into the storage bag, threw them to Su Yan and told him a word, then prepared to turn around and leave. The Grand Master didn't care about the battle between Nanjiang and Huahua. The Red King would take care of those things. He had come here for Su Yan from the beginning. After confirming that the ghost nurtured in Su Yan's body was gradually recovering, there was naturally nothing worth Grand Master Jean staying here. Putting the ghost of the nine-tailed fox into Su Yan's body for nurturing was purely an experimental act. If the ghost could not wake up for a long time, Grand Master Jean could only take it out and make other plans. Fortunately, everything was moving in a good direction. The residual soul divided into 9 parts was gradually awakening and becoming a ghost, just like the Emperor Wuxing differentiated 9 ghosts. With the help of the gap in the seal of the Demon Suppression Division, Grandmaster Jean took out the seriously injured residual soul of Queen Mother Xiaoyu and divided the powerful soul of the nine-tailed fox into 9 parts to weaken its soul power. The Empress Dowager was a celestial being when she was alive, and her true cultivation was even better than that of Emperor Xiaoyu. Ordinary means could not heal the damage to the Empress Dowager's soul. If it were not for the help of the Black Dragon King to suppress Emperor Xiaoyu and seal the Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager might turn into one of the 10 witches of the undead country, or her soul would completely dissipate between heaven and earth, leaving only an immortal nine-tailed fox body wandering in the world. After the Empress Dowager's powerful soul was divided, the injury on her soul was indeed healing, although it was very slow. With the help of Su Yan's bloodline, the Empress Dowager's injury was indeed healing. Master Jean turned around and left the flower area and returned to the tea house where they had originally had tea. King Qi and Fairy had already left the tea house and started to do their own things, but Sister Air was still sitting in the tea house. "What's the situation?" Sister Air asked. "The injury is now stable." Master Jean took a sip of tea and said, "As for the specific situation, we may need to wait until the first ghost wakes up to know. It's good if it can be cured, and it will dissipate at a certain time." Sister Air nodded in response. Su Yan didn't know at this moment that 2 top villains in Xiaoyu were targeting him. He saw that the battle had subsided. The Red King Immortal Boat Fleet began to deploy soldiers to finish off the fallen invaders from southern Xinjiang, and the purple man-eating fruits also began to run to the front line to treat the wounded. Su Yan felt that there should be no danger in the Flower City now. "Can you give me 2 fruits? My companions are also injured and may need treatment." Su Yan patted the head of the Colossus and asked the Colossus to take 2 purple man-eating fruits, wanting to take them back to the deserted village for treatment for the nameless person. The nameless person should be seriously injured. He was beaten out by the plant mechanism in the mansion and vomited a few ounces of blood. So, after the war here subsided, Su Yan was ready to go back to treat his friends as soon as possible. Huh? The giant statue that Su Yan slapped did not get a response from the wood spirit statue. Instead, the giant statue began to disintegrate and weather because of Su Yan's slapping force, causing Su Yan to fall directly from a height of more than 200 meters. The essence of the giant statue is the wood magic, a creation created with the help of the spiritual power of the medical fairy. After emitting a 5-color divine light, destroying the nest of the Eternal Life Sect, and differentiating tens of thousands of healing plants, the inside of the giant statue was actually completely empty. The force of Su Yan's hand slapping the giant statue was the last straw that broke the camel's back, making it unable to maintain its shape and collapsed and turned into dust. Be careful. When Su Yan fell, a black-robed figure instantly appeared beside Su Yan and supported Su Yan, who was falling down. Su Yan looked at the strange fairy, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a face full of surprise. "You are?" Su Yan, who was held by the princess figure, looked at the black-robed fairy in front of him with a face full of doubt and asked, "She is my master, the famous fairy of medicine in the world of cultivation, who is kind and generous, and can bring people back to health with her hands." The nameless, who should have been injured, now flew up from the ground as if nothing had happened, and proudly introduced his master, the fairy of medicine, to Su Yan. "Are you okay?" Su Yan, who was carried by a princess, tilted his head and looked at the donkey behind the black-robed figure and said, "I think you vomited a lot of blood before. Who do you think my master is?" The originally quiet nameless turned into a fanatic fan of the fairy of medicine in front of his master. "It's just a serious injury that can be cured in an instant." Okay, Xingya. The fairy of medicine interrupted the apprentice's boasting about herself, and said with a smile, "I am Qingya's master, and the honorific name doesn't count. Taoists call me the fairy of medicine. You can just call me the fairy of medicine. Here, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for Dao Su's righteous help, Flower City might have really turned into a ruin." Chapter 186, The Richest Affinity Among the 5 Elements. If it weren't for the help of fellow Dao Su, the number of casualties in the flower area would definitely not be just a few thousand. The fairy of medicine caught Su Yan, who was falling from the air. Her face covered by the black robe revealed a look of emotion, and she sincerely thanked Su Yan for his generative power of the flower god statue. After Su Yan fell to the ground, he saw the fairy of medicine holding his hand very enthusiastically to thank him, and he couldn't help but show an embarrassed look on his cheek. "Fairy, you are really too polite. I didn't do anything. It was all the credit of the fairy's ingenuity and the Red King army, being so warmly entertained by the powerful Earth Immortals." Su Yan always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He didn't think he did anything. The wood spirit statue was originally the creation of the Fairy of Medicine. He just brought the wood spirit statue from the manor to the Flower City. Moreover, if the red jade hairpin sword had not been used, and the fight with the Southern Xinjiang Cavalry Regiment had lasted a while longer, Su Yan felt that he might not have had the opportunity to produce the wood spirit Colossus. And those Red King's troops, who seemed like a natural disaster, could also appear in time to deal with the invasion of the Allied forces. Puff. The Fairy of Medicine looked at Su Yan's embarrassed face and said humble words, and couldn't help laughing. She raised her hand and patted Su Yan's head, gently stroking. I like humble good children very much, but I may need to trouble you later. Su Yan's views were very cute. From his perspective, he might not have made any particularly great contributions to the Southern Xinjiang invasion campaign. But at the beginning of the Southern Xinjiang invasion, the Fairy of Medicine was beside Master Jean. Master Jean, the Red King, and the nine-tailed fox named Evil actually knew about the invasion of Southern Xinjiang. But they had no intention of mobilizing troops at all. They were still dividing the account slowly and discussing the current security issues of the Red King's mansion and the Flower District, without the Flower God Colossus intervening to cut off the logistics army of the Eternal Life Sect. There would definitely be no Red King army rushing over to end the situation. Without Su Yan's cause of the Flower God Colossus, there would be no result of the Red King army coming out to clean up the battlefield. Fairy Yi knew very well the Red King's attitude towards the full-scale invasion of Southern Xinjiang. Failure to cut off the logistics of the joint army led to a clear tilt in the scales of victory. Even if the victims ran to the front of the Red King's mansion for help, the Red King's army would not appear so quickly. What Su Yan thought was unimportant was precisely the key factor in establishing victory. It was Su Yan who gave birth to the Flower God Colossus, forcing the Red King to send troops to suppress the Southern Xinjiang tribes. Otherwise, he would get nothing, and the clans in the Flower area would gain more prestige than before. This is a conspiracy without victory or defeat. And the chessboard is full of interests. Whether it is Nanjiang, the Eternal Life religion, or the Flowers, they are actually cannon fodder that should be sacrificed. The Red King manipulated the invasion of Nanjiang to wage war against the Flowers behind the scenes, and then ate the blood of both sides. The ultimate goal is to completely destroy the Flower area that is not under his control. The Red King is an extremely vicious and greedy businessman. Despicable villains like the Red King are destined to have a bad end. But at this moment, he is the king of Xiaoyu, living a luxurious life that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Every year, he brings high taxes and tributes to the Xiaoyu dynasty, and enjoys the praise and worship of the Xiaoyu merchants. Fairy Medicine knows more inside information than Su Yan, so she is so grateful for Su Yan's efforts. The healing flower only heals external injuries, so I want you to help me as an intermediary to contact the Flower clan and General Bai. Leave the post-war medical treatment and epidemic prevention to me. Although I have followed the Immortal Master to practice outside in my childhood, I still remember that during the famine, the clan elders contributed money and effort to help us all overcome the difficulties. Now that I have learned something, I naturally want to help my hometown do something to repay the kindness. Fairy Medicine said her request softly. Although she was born in the Flower District, it was a very long time ago, when she began to be active in the cultivation world. Hua Yin was not born yet, and General Bai might have been just a little demon. The current Fairy Medicine is a complete stranger to the Flower people. She didn't plan to go into the city with a big fanfare. She just wanted to do something within her power, and then follow Master Jean back to Xiaoyu City to work in her new working environment. It's not a big problem. We will contact them. Su Yan nodded and agreed to the request of the Fairy of Medicine. In this case, I would like to thank all the Taoist friends first. The Fairy of Medicine smiled and nodded, raised her hand and waved, leading everyone to ride on the routes she summoned, and rushed directly to the original site of the official office in the Flower City. Let's clean it up first. The Flower official office was basically no longer a complete building because of the poisonous reign of the puppets. Only some broken walls and foundations were barely preserved in place. Su Yan stepped on the ruins and returned to his dormitory to search to see if there were any broken spirit stones that could be recycled and reused. After Su Yan moved away the collapsed beams and rubble, he did not see any spirit stones, but found a little fox, poking its head out from under his bed, one by one, looking at him with tears in his eyes. The frightened little foxes came out from under the bed after seeing Su Yan, and ran to Su Yan's feet and began to circle around, exposing their injured parts for the king to check, hoping to gain the king's pity. What a pitiful little thing. Su Yan picked up the little fox, who was crying the most aggrieved. whose tail hair had completely disappeared and was bleeding, and raised his hand to perform the Ruoshui method to treat it. Everyone come out with me. I will treat your injuries temporarily. The fairy doctor standing in front of the government office saw that everyone had almost cleaned up. So she threw out some seeds and used magic to stimulate them to grow and sprout. A giant tree as high as 100 meters grew out of the government office courtyard. There was no green leaves growing on the crown of the tree, but the branches were intertwined and entangled with each other and grew wildly. In a short while, a magnificent government office grew again on the crown of the tree, and it also brought a dressing building and the garden landscape in the courtyard. Fairy Medicine asked everyone to come over, and then manipulated the wooden structure of the government office to fall down quickly, smashing all the original broken walls and foundations into the ground, so that this new wooden government office replaced the damaged one. Is it so outrageous? Su Yan was stunned the whole time, looking at the wooden steps and the vermilion gate of the government office, and then looking at the carbonized wooden floor extending from the lobby of the government office to the courtyard. Are those purple-black woods the lightning-struck wood used in the refining materials? Well, the characteristics of lightning-struck wood are moisture-proof and insect-proof, and the texture is very hard, which is very suitable for the southern region, and some mosquito-catching flowers are planted inside. I believe that this will prevent the harassment of mosquitoes. Fairy Medicine introduced Su Yin with a chuckle. Su Yin, is this the top-level immortal with the affinity of the wood element? You just conjured up lightning-struck wood with a dozen kilograms of spirit stones to pave the floor of the government office? Are all the cultivators of the wood element so rich? Chapter 187. What? Is this true? With the help of the Fairy of Medicine, the flower office was rebuilt in a flash. But the interior of the office was actually no different from a plain house, and the furniture and supplies in the living area needed to be repurchased. The newly rebuilt office was extremely busy. Su Yin and Qingya were helping to set up the venue for the Fairy of Medicine to use as a free clinic. The Princess of Lunmen County and Zhou, you took the Fairy of Medicine to the front line of the battlefield to discuss the free clinic in the office with General Bai and the Hua clan. Let them publicize it in the city when the time comes. Ying. After a short treatment, the foxes jumped around in their new home. The curious little guys stretched out their pink and tender noses to smell the carnivorous plants planted in the flower beds of the office. The carnivorous plants opened their insect traps and bit the fox's head. The sudden change scared the fox a lot. The captured fox even used all 4 legs to pull its head out of the insect trap, almost peeing in fear. What are you doing here? Su Yin heard the fox scream, and turned around to see the carnivorous plant biting the fox's head. The two were pulling each other with a flower bed as a lion-like tug-of-war. Su Yan's forehead showed a few black lines, and he stepped forward to rescue it. All of you, be quiet. If you touch those carnivorous plants again, be careful of your dog heads. The black fox nestled in Su Yan's arms, whimpered, and then fell to the ground to play with other little foxes. Where were we talking just now? By the way, we were talking about the main direction of the medical skills of the medical fairy. Su Yin sat back on the small stool and began to unpack the piles of medicinal materials, and handed the unpacked packages to Qingya, who was wearing a black gauze hat. Qingya sorted the medicinal materials into the medicinal cabinet. My master is a medical expert, specializing in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases and diseases that others cannot cure. But if there is any main direction, I think it is probably to treat the infertility of cultivators and monsters. Right? Qingya sorted out the medicinal materials while chatting with Su Yin about her master's skills, and said with pride, for problems in the world of cultivation, such as infertility of earthly immortals, difficulty in conceiving of divine beasts or exotic beasts, my master can get pregnant as long as he arranges 3 courses of elixirs. People like Chaos, True Dragon, Nine-Tailed Fox, Golden Crow and Jiao Insect Clan are in contact with my master. It is relatively difficult for divine beasts to conceive, and it may take more than 10 years of hard work. And the same is true for the human race strongmen in the earthly immortal realm. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, doctors who know how to treat infertility are more popular, especially in the monster realm, where they are guests of honor of major divine beasts and exotic beasts. Good fellow. You said that because my aunt is not by my side. When Su Yin heard Qingya mention the arrogant insect tribe, he silently complained in his heart. My aunt ran away from home overnight because there was an insect baby disaster at home. Don't say this in front of my aunt, otherwise she will be angry. After the arrogant insects lay eggs, they still need a long time to wait for hatching. During this period, someone needs to take care of the more fragile eggs. However, The female arrogant insects basically leave them to the younger generation to take care of after giving birth, and go out to have fun after they recover their vitality. My aunt thought it was troublesome to carry insect eggs, so she ran away from Pinkfong Mountain overnight, and came to Xiaoyu for some peace and quiet. If my aunt knew that the insect plague in her home was actually caused by the Fairy of Medicine, she would be furious, and would fight with the Fairy of Medicine. Mr. Su, you can't do it? Su Yin was chatting with Qingya in the courtyard, while Feng Shiqi, who was counting the types of furniture that needed to be added in the house, did not hear the conversation between the two foxes, but only heard Su Yin asking Qingya about the treatment of infertility. Feng Shiqi's face was immediately horrified, and her upper body directly leaned out of the windowsill and asked Su Yin, "Is the problem serious? Is there any good medicine to treat it? If not, I will take a look at it for you and try the reaction." Su Yin slowly typed a question mark, looking at Feng Shiqi, who climbed out of the window and ran towards him. "Ah, what do you want to try for me?" On the other side, Lunming County Lord and Zhou and his group met an unexpected person. "I didn't expect to meet my nephew here. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were coming to visit your uncle's territory?" The Red King, wearing a yellow casual robe, looked at the Lunming County Lord with a smile on his face. His slightly wide earlobes and slightly fat face made the Red King look particularly kind. At first glance, he looked like a local tycoon or a wealthy man. After greeting the Lunming County Lord, the Red King looked at the Fairy of Medicine and nodded with a smile. He was not angry because the Fairy of Medicine broke his plan. "I can fail countless times, but if they fail once, then no matter how many times they beat me before, it will be in vain." The Red King will not be angry about these things. Instead, he admires the skills of the Fairy of Medicine very much. If they can reach a secret cooperation, it is okay to let go of the flower area. The skills of the Fairy of Medicine are more valuable than the flower area, at least in the heart of the Red King. The Fairy of Medicine is greater than the flower area. Juanxia greets His Royal Highness Qi Wang. Lunming County lady bowed politely. She had no familiarity with Qi Wang. She had only met Qi Wang a few times during the new year with her father. She did not really take Qi Wang's courtesy seriously. She said okay honestly and explained, "This trip is not for fun, but because of the outing arranged by Yongla Academy. So I can't reveal my identity. Now I didn't visit His Royal Highness Qi Wang at the first time. Rules are dead, but people are alive." Qi Wang smiled and reminded Lunming County lady, saying, "In this case, I won't bother you. There are still some things over there that I need to deal with. If there is anything that cannot be solved, you can come to me to discuss it. Maybe my uncle can give you some life experience." Qi Wang raised his hand and pointed to the frontline area. Although Qi Wang's army suppressed the invasion before, they played a full set. Qi Wang still led the medical ship here to treat the flower people who were injured in resisting the invasion of southern Xinjiang. That fox kid didn't scare me. Hua Yin, who was seriously injured and receiving treatment, took a look at what happened in the direction of the Red King, shook his head, and sighed heavily. It's time to make concessions. The Red King seemed to come to sympathize with the people, but Hua Yin knew that he was actually waiting for a reply from the flower people. Tomorrow is the spring festival in the flower region, and the Red King needs a reply from the clans. Should we honestly give up some of our benefits and be a good person? Or do we want to continue to hold on to those benefits? After experiencing the invasion of Nanjiang and the Eternal Life Sect, Hua Yin already had an answer in her heart. Now, she just needed the nods of General Bai, the old ancestor, and the mountain god. The Red King came with bad intentions this time. If we don't get a satisfactory answer, then the Nanjiang area will definitely be an uninhabited area in the future, and the Red King's army will definitely choose to continue to move south, making the flower area the first line of defense in the border area. City defense battles like tonight will happen countless times, and the spring festival and autumn festival will be harassed every year. We can stop it once, twice, but every time the clan needs to pay a heavy price. Let the Red King toss and kill people with a soft knife like this, and the final outcome of the clan is that all of them died in battle, and were posthumously named clan heroes. The clan in the flower area cannot be defended, so it is better to give up most of the benefits for a stable life. If all the clan members die, it is useless to guard the land. As for the idea of rebellion, Hua Yin had no idea at all. Without the autonomous power granted by Emperor Wuxing, they were nothing in front of the Red King. They couldn't even beat him according to the rules. So how could they want to participate in a more cruel and ruleless fight? Chapter 188. The Spring Festival was held as scheduled. I guess you are the mysterious strong man who secretly helped us cut off the enemy's logistics and rushed to the aid of the people in Flower City. Right after saying goodbye to the Red King, everyone came to a tent and saw 3 Earth Immortals in the Flower region. One was the ancestor of the Hua family, who looked like a girl with insect wings on her back. One was General Bai, a young tiger demon from the demon tribe in the Flower region. And there was an old man with gray hair and a slightly hunched body eating oranges. The clan is headed by the Hua family. The demon tribe listens to the words of General Bai, the tiger demon king. And the mountain spirits respect the old man who is eating oranges. The 3 Earth Immortals jointly rule the Flower region and also constrain their own people to live in harmony. After the 3 saw the medical fairy, they immediately understood where the wooden spirit giant that appeared in the city came from. The ancestor of the Hua family expressed his gratitude to the medical fairy. The Flower City belongs to the home of the Flower people, and the medical fairy has brought great help to the clan headed by the Hua family. As for the free clinic, the ancestor of the Hua family sighed imperceptibly and said, "We naturally welcome the fairy very much. But please tell the county magistrate next to you about those things. We will definitely cooperate with you in everything we can do." Just as Chi Wang thought in his heart. Chi Wang can fail countless times, but the Flower people only have one chance. After experiencing the invasion of Nanjiang and the Eternal Life Sect, the leaders of the human race, the demon race, and the mountain spirit race discussed and finally decided to gradually transfer power and part of the interests to Chi Wang. Otherwise, it would not be a problem to be remembered every day. In this battle, the Hua family initially counted more than 40 people killed, and other clans had more than 2,000 casualties. Even Hua Yin, the acting patriarch of the Hua family, almost died in the battle. The list of the demon race, mountain spirits, and plant monsters killed has not yet been counted. Let's transfer the power to Chi Wang. When the ancestor of the Hua family said this, the expressions on the faces of Luanming County Master and Zhou Yu changed subtly. The Hua family, which was still arrogant a few days ago, now actually said that the government office is the main and the clan is the auxiliary. The lady of Luanming County and Zhou Yu looked at each other, not understanding why the leaders of the Flower region had such a big change in mentality in just a few days. Instead, the Fairy of Medicine nodded gently and said, "Thank you for your understanding. The 3 leaders. All matters related to the wounded can be transferred to the government office. I will help to treat them." "That's very good. Very good." The Hua family patriarch, General Bai, and the mountain god were not very eager to talk. They exchanged politeness for a while, and after sending the Fairy of Medicine and her group out of the tent, they continued to sit around the long table and waited silently for the list of casualties to be delivered. I have an impression of the Fairy of Medicine. She seems to be the girl who lived in Yongjia village and was later accepted as a disciple by the head of Luoxing City. The mountain god, who was slowly picking the white veins of the orange, raised his head and said calmly, "Yongjia village was bustling for a long time. I didn't expect that the girl at that time has grown into such a strong person now. With her cultivation here, I'm afraid she can be on par with the Red King. Right? Just eat your oranges. You don't want to be cut down and used as firewood when you are in seclusion one day. Right?" The ancestor of the Hua family looked at the old mountain god and scolded him, while the old mountain god waved his hand, indicating that he would not say anything. After giving up the autonomy, the human race suffered the most losses. So the old mountain god borrowed memories to tell the Hua family ancestor in general by some things in the past. But the Hua family ancestor had obviously made a real decision, and other external factors would no longer affect her judgment. Tomorrow's spring festival will be held in the most grand and solemn form. At that time, let's invite King Qi to sit down and seriously discuss the matter of giving up. The Hua family ancestor looked at General Bai and the old mountain god. Give it up. At the beginning, it was just to seek stability when it surrendered to Xiaoyu. It was a big profit to occupy the autonomy for decades. The decision made now is just to get things back on track. General Bai said. Why are you looking at me? The old mountain god, who was peeling orange peels, said in surprise. You don't want to hear my unique answer and then conspire to chop me into firewood for the bonfire at the spring festival? You are so vicious. The Hua family ancestor and General Bai twitched their eyebrows and ignored the mountain god, who was either pretending to be confused or already old and confused. The fairy doctor and her group left the temporary military camp and did not continue to talk to the Red King over there. They said something politely and returned directly to the flower office. The fairy doctor did not like him as a person, and the princess of Luanming County had no reason to go forward because they were not familiar with him. After returning to the office, the princess of Lunman County, and Joe, you saw an extremely bizarre scene. Su Yin turned into a snow fox again and ran away in front, saying something like, "I am normal. I have no hidden illness. I know how to raise the flag when I get up in human form in the morning." While Feng Shiqi chased after the snow fox with a worried look on her face, saying that she was worried about Master Su's health, and that she also knew a little bit about medicine. One man and one fox. One chasing and one running away. And behind them was a large group of foxes with confused faces. But they also chased after them, jumping and crying. In the hearts of the foxes, they probably thought that Su Yin and Feng Shiqi were playing. Right? Young friend Su. Do you have this kind of hidden disease? The fairy of medicine was quick to grab Su Yan's neck and lifted him up. After taking a look at Su Yan's belly covered by his fox tail, she held him in her arms and said, "Although I don't know much about your situation, I have some experience in treating inharmonious sex, and have successfully cured more than 300 Taoist friends who came to see me." The fairy of medicine looked serious and said to Su Yin, "Don't be afraid of seeing a doctor. If you suffer from infertility or a size change with your current cultivation level, the code is lower than the average, which may be due to congenital factors. If you do not receive timely treatment, you may regret it for life, and wish that your nascent soul will leave your body and take over a new body immediately." I did not. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yin collapsed in the arms of the fairy of medicine with a weak face, and said helplessly, "I was chatting with Qingya before, and I asked the fairy of medicine what her medical skills were. Qingya told me that the fairy was proficient in treating all kinds of infertility of the immortals." The fairy of medicine nodded. She was indeed proficient in this. Then, Sister Shichi was in the room, and she may not have heard the previous conversation clearly. So she climbed out of the window and insisted on checking me. I said I was fine, and Sister Shichi thought I was shy and embarrassed, so she chased me. After Su Yin finished telling the whole story, the fairy of medicine chuckled and touched the fox's head to comfort him. The corner of Lunman County Lord's eye twitched slightly, and she looked at her good friend Feng Shiqi, who showed an embarrassed look on her face. "You damn girl," Lunman County Lord complained to her unhappily. Feng Shiqi might really not know at first, but she continued to pursue him, and she was definitely pretending to be confused, because Feng Shiqi told Lunman County Lord very honestly that she really wanted Su Yin. Therefore, Lunman County Lord understood at a glance that this girl was pretending to be crazy and stupid and was about to expose someone's fox tail. Poochie. Zhou Yu couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud, laughing in his heart, and said, Brother one, do you still remember the time when we went out together and met Miss Feng? At that time, you swore that she was a shrew. But it wasn't true. Now I see that she is a good wife and mother. I can only say that Miss Feng is not fierce by nature. Maybe she simply hates your vulgarity and lust. Brother. Chapter 189, The Spring Festival of the Huayao Tribe. The next morning. Bang. Bang. Su Yin, who had transformed into a fox, curled up and slept on the lawn, shook slightly, as if trying to drive away the disturbing sound of wood hitting wood. But the sound of wood hitting wood never stopped, and even faintly heard bursts of male shouting. Whose house is repairing so early in the morning? Su Yin was really annoyed, and grumbled in dissatisfaction, stretched out his body, stretched his buttocks forward with his little fox hands, stretched his waist long, and then slumped his little fox face. We just had a big fight yesterday, and I can't let people rest for a while? For cultivators, it is not a necessity. Cultivators can use meditation instead of sleep. But for cultivators who are not in the earthly realm, sleep is the fastest, cheapest and most harmless way to restore mental state. After fighting with the cavalry regiment yesterday and setting up the free clinic venue needed by the fairy doctor overnight, Su Yin only had half of his demonic power left. But his spirit was not very good. Su Yin had just fallen asleep to recover his spirit when he heard the sound of a wooden hammer knocking. Naturally, Su Yin was angry. That's the sound of hitting the muge. The fairy doctor who was preparing medicine in the courtyard heard Su Yin's vague complaints while sleeping, and smiled and said, Muge is a word in our Huayao tribe. In Xiaoyu language, it means wooden stakes. Today is the Spring Festival, one of the grand festivals of our Huayao tribe. Huayao men are setting up the sacrificial field to worship the holy spirits of mountain gods, rain gods, water gods, tree gods, etc. If you are interested, you can also go and participate, as long as you are kind and willing to help. The Huayao tribe welcomes everyone to participate in the Spring Festival. The flower people are the Huayao people in ancient times. They used to be a tribe under the Jiuli tribe. They are good at farming and weaving. However, in the long years and due to several defeats and migrations, the Huayao tribe has almost lost the things passed down by their ancestors. The Huayao people have long been renamed the flower people, with the same name as the land where they live, and then the clan name. When fairy medicine lived here, there were many people who called themselves Huayao people. However, as time went by, the old people passed away one by one, and no one mentioned Huayao people anymore. The flower area has long been different, so fairy medicine did not choose to recognize her fellow villagers. The only thing she is familiar with now is probably the land where she was born and raised. Apart from that, there is no one she knows here. It should be more lively next time. Right? Fairy medicine smiled as if she remembered something. Because in her memory, after the wooden stakes handed down from ancient times were driven into the ground, the Huayao people would sing the creation song, build the altar, and then slaughter livestock on the altar to sacrifice to the Holy Spirit. It was already noon at this time, and the Yao elders would distribute rice and corn to everyone for food, followed by a very traditional duet blind date. Under the gaze of the Holy Spirit, they began to express their feelings with songs, and made a marriage contract. In the afternoon, a bonfire will be set up, and the livestock used for the morning sacrifice will be cooked. Singing and dancing will continue until the early morning, when the spring festival will come to an end. By the way, if a girl sings to you, just turn around and run away. If you respond to her, it means that you have to help cut rice and dry rice in the autumn festival. In the future, you may have to help break corn and dig potatoes. I will sew my mouth shut today. After learning about the flower people's routine from the fairy of medicine, Su Yan immediately showed that he was smart and would not be fooled. Is the spring festival so lively? Zhou Yu, who also had a droopy face, lay half dead on the windowsill of the dormitory, yawning, and his eyes were full of sleepiness. Then wouldn't an old farmer like me be particularly popular with girls? There shouldn't be many people who choose you. The fairy of medicine glanced at Zhou Yu, lowered her hood slightly and said, a girl who can express her feelings with songs must have spent a lot of money to study in a private school. You are not popular with your old farmer look. Zhou Yu, I am just a little tanned, not ugly, and I don't have any bad habits. It's a super cost-effective deal to recruit a gene on-stage cultivator to my home. Okay? Su Yan ignored the sad Zhou Yu and ran back to his bedroom in 2 steps. He changed into a human form and started to wash up a little. Then he called his friends to join in the fun at the spring festival of the flower people. He also took a look to see if there were any shops selling mattresses and sheets in the city. The official office condensed by the fairy of medicine was good in every way, except that there were no textiles or furniture inside. To be honest, Su Yan felt that sleeping on the wooden floor of the dormitory was not as soft as sleeping on the lawn in the courtyard. Anyway, there were no mosquitoes outside because of the insectivorous plants. Only the princess of Luoming County, Feng Shiqi, and Qingyao were too shameless to sleep on the lawn. Zhou Yu was too embarrassed to spread her legs because of the fairy of medicine, and lie down in a human shape on the lawn in the courtyard. Only a cultivator like Su Yan who could switch between human and fox forms could use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed without psychological pressure. Feng Shiqi was smart enough to compromise. But Su Yan didn't want to be someone's pillow, so he didn't fall for it. Asked the Holy Spirit how Bath was formed. How are we formed? The Holy Spirit said, the sky rises by 1 foot. The earth sinks by 1 foot. Rises by 1 foot. Sinks by 1 foot. Dew accumulates into the sea. The sea mist forms clouds. The clouds form fog. The fog forms the earth. And you appear with the earth. Asked the Holy Spirit how Bath was formed. How are we formed? The Holy Spirit said, the sky rises by 1 foot. Su Yan came to the street that had turned into ruins, and followed the sound of the wooden clappers that the fairy of medicine said, and led his friends to the altar to join in the fun. When a few people went around the scorched earth pit to the sacrificial site, the wooden stakes that 3 people had to hold together to hold hands had been rooted in the fields by the Huayao men. At the end of the wooden stakes, they began to sing the Huayao people's creation song nursery rhyme story. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning at first, but Qingyao, who had practiced with the fairy of medicine for many years, knew a little about the meaning of Huayao words, and translated the ballad for Su Yan. The ballad is actually a story about the birth of the world. The question of the Holy Spirit in the ballad refers to the innate creatures. The word base refers to the current universe and starry sky. The general meaning of the story is that one day the Huayao people were curious about the birth of the world and their own birth. And the innate creatures told the tribe that the universe was originally supposed to be one. But from a certain day on, the sky became higher and higher, and the earth became lower and lower. The innate creatures died because of this. And all the monsters and humans were born from the bodies of the innate creatures. The innate creatures called it, the earth is cut off and the sky is connected. And they sighed deeply. The Huayao people's creation song came to an abrupt end here. Although the ballad came to an abrupt end, the men did not stop. They started singing the creation ballad again from the beginning, continued their work of driving wood piles, and built the altar for the spring festival. Chapter 190. Flower people are honest. I like them. Hirolilu. The spring festival altar was built. Su Yen, who was squatting in front of the snack stall chewing fried rice worms, watched several big fat pigs being dragged to the altar and cut their throats with a knife and then bled to death. Listening to the shrill pig howls beside his ears, Su Yen silently put down the snacks in his hand, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and suddenly felt a phantom pain in his neck. He couldn't help but complain. I was wondering why there were no children. It turns out that there are programs not suitable for children here. Children can't watch it. It's not that Su Yen hasn't seen the killing. Yesterday, he saw thousands of cavalrymen being slaughtered by the red jade hairpin sword. The number of casualties on the battlefield farther away was calculated in tens of thousands. But those were basically quick kills. Unlike now, where the hind legs of several big fat pigs are tied up. Their necks are cut. And then, they are slowly bleeding to death. Su Yen felt weird when he heard the shrill screams. Brother Su, why are you standing there motionless? Zhou Yu, who had already eaten 2 kilograms of food early in the morning, saw Su Yen stop what he was doing and burped. He felt a little strange and asked him. Nothing serious. I just thought of some things related to animal husbandry. Su Yen shook his head and sighed. Unknowingly, it's time for the livestock to suffer again. Huh? Zhou Yu made a nasal sound and looked at Su Yen with a puzzled look on his face. Looking at the pigs hanging upside down, Su Yen could clearly see their bellies and bells. The pigs' tails were not used to cover the vital parts like foxes. Su Yen could clearly observe that the pigs being slaughtered were all castrated. Or in other words, except for the breeding males. The others needed to be castrated by a castrator in order to get the food and accommodation package. After castration, the male's aggressiveness decreased, which made it easier to manage, and the meat quality would be improved. When eating, there was no smell of mutton that ordinary people could not accept. Brother Zhou, if Shan Huan is castrated, will Shan Huan's dirty words turn into gentle words? Su Yen made a hypothesis. And Zhou Yu, who was drunk, said without thinking, I understand. Let's go find Brother Wen together after the outing. In fact, I have long wanted to castrate his pet Shan Huan, but I have never found an opportunity to do it. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Let's try it. Brother Zhou's suggestion is amazing, Su Yen complained. As the sun rose, the flower people who had fled to the Red King territory or other places that fled to the mountains and forests returned to the flower city one after another. Following the sound of the tamuga, they changed into corresponding festival costumes and came to participate in the spring festival worship. Excuse me, does the young master have a female companion? Since Su Yen and Zhou Yu had no interest in shopping at the jewelry and clothing stalls, they chose to sit and drink tea in a tea house that had opened in a hurry near the altar. Su Yen went out very casually this time and did not bring any protected animals from the Red King territory. After the foxes left without their protection and Luanming County lady, Feng Shiqi, and Qingyao gradually left, Zhou Yu and Su Yen, who were sitting in the tea house, were being followed. The more the flower girls looked at Su Yen, the cuter he became. Finally, one girl couldn't stand it anymore and ran to Su Yen to ask if he had a female companion. If not, why not consider herself? The black-haired girl's clothes were very distinctive. She wore a sleeveless, buttonless white coat that was wide open, and only a bra-like garment inside. The loose trousers on her lower body and her bare feet were even more misleading. Su Yen looked sideways and happened to see the feeding device that the girl almost hit on his cheek. He immediately turned his head with embarrassment and said, I'm sorry. Su is not yet of the age to tie up her hair. Don't worry. My family is a peddler business, and we will never trick you back home to do farm work. Seeing Su Yen's refusal, the black-haired girl explained her family situation again, trying to seduce the young man sitting in the tea house to follow her home to the wedding. Not to mention being rich. At least there are 6 maids to take care of the son-in-law's daily life. Su Yin shook his head again to reject the girl in front of him. The girl's face suddenly showed disappointment. Without saying anything, she turned around and left, returning to the crowd to make a scene with the girls, who came to the blind date with her. In addition to offering sacrifices to living beings, the most lively activity of the Spring Festival is to express love through songs. When men and women see someone they like, they will communicate privately first. If they like each other, they will participate in activities to express their love through singing and show their affection in public. I don't mean that you should really chase the flower girl like a wild dog in heat. If she can't do it, come and see mine. Although the black-haired girl just left, because the girl started it, the other flower girls no longer care about being shy or worrying about anything. If they are a step slower, such a beautiful match may be gone. A tall girl with long hair in a bun and a confident face came in front of Su Yin, raised her hand and patted her chest in a white coat, and said, "We flower people don't say empty words. With my appearance, I can at least vomit 3 or 4. Flower people are very practical in blind dates. Girls will change into white open-chested sleeveless coats to ensure that their future husbands will not be deceived by the clothes covering them. The same is true for coats. And long pants can also be used to see the length of legs very intuitively. Men also have special clothes, and they will wear them to show off their bodies during the Spring Festival. In the case where both parties do not know each other, blind dating without considering appearance is simply a hooligan. I am not going on a blind date either. I am just envious of young people. If you like my figure, let me see yours," the girl with the tied hair said, making a gesture of invitation, indicating that Su Yin should show her some dry goods. What? What are you doing? Feng Shiqi pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Su Yin and the girl with the tied hair. Their chests collided with each other. Feng Shiqi kept a polite smile on her face, straightened her waist and pushed forward, forcing the girl with the flower to step back and said, "It seems that you are not as strong as you said." TSK the girl with the tied hair stepped back and looked at her colleague, who suddenly rushed out. She was unhappy and snorted. She covered her chest and looked at Zhou Yu. She glanced at Feng Shiqi and observed her expression. After realizing that Feng Shiqi was just protecting Su Yin the whole time, she walked towards Zhou Yu and said, "The competition over there is too fierce. Are you free? If you are free, let's find a guest room to communicate directly." Ah? Zhou Yu, who was drinking and having fun, was confused by the girl's sudden question. Sorry. Is your man? No. Is your man? Go. After being choked several times in a row, Zhou Yu really didn't know how to answer. After a long time, he finally said the word go. "Mr. Su, you must be careful." Looking at the girl dragging Zhou Yu away, Feng Shiqi looked at Su Yi with a meaningful face and said, "In Xiao Yu's territory, men, women, and monsters all face the same risk of violent mate selection." Chapter 191 Reconstruction of Flower City. Would you like to drink osmanthus honey wine? Seeing Feng Shiqi become famous and driving away his luck with romance, Su Yin smiled and picked up a pot of warm osmanthus wine from the warm water. He raised his hand and asked the waiter to go to the next door to buy some honey. "And you really don't need to call me young master. Just call me Su Yin. We are all friends. Don't make it so strange." Feng Shiqi can be regarded as an old friend of Xiao Yu. They have known each other for nearly half a year. Su Yin has told her many times not to call her young master first or young master last. He is not a royal noble, so he really doesn't need to be so formal every time. But Feng Shiqi likes to call her like this. Maybe there is a girlish plot inside? Mr. Su. Okay. Su Yin. Feng Shiqi was about to speak, but Su Yin glared at her, and she had to change her words. She sat on the bench in the tea house with a big horse and a golden knife, looking around at the women around her, forcing those women with bad intentions to retreat with a fierce look. And then she said, "Aren't you going to go shopping across the street? They are selling flower-themed costumes there. And even a rough man like me couldn't help but buy a set for collection. I've been there. But I was pinched on the buttocks when I came out." Su Yin said with a strange look on his face, "There are too many people, and the fox's buttocks can't stand such a big scene. The Spring Festival has the nature of a blind date. The men and women who can gather here are all for the purpose of getting married. Naturally, some small actions that cannot be used on weekdays are all used on the stage of the Spring Festival." Ah? Feng Shiqi looked at Su Yin with a dumbfounded face, and then turned sideways and looked down at Su Yin's robes. and found that the originally white clothes were indeed stained with a lot of rouge and powder. And the area near the waist was also stained with the color of grass. Is it so outrageous? The Spring Festival is still going on, and it is not affected by Su Yin and his party. The 3 Earth Immortals in the Flower District appeared at noon of the Spring Festival as scheduled. This time, even the Red King, who had never attended the Spring Festival, was there, and he smiled and announced that he would fund the reconstruction of the Flower People's homes, and that the government offices would provide free medical consultations for a period of time. Then the laws of the Flower District were officially and fully aligned with the laws of Xiaoyu. However, on this basis, some laws of the Red King's mansion and the Flower District still need to be followed. In addition, the Red King will allocate 30 million spirit stones for the construction of official roads and private school education. In the future, all the children of the Flower People will be able to go to private schools to learn to read and learn some introductory breathing methods. The news that benefits the district and the people came out of the Red King's mouth, which surprised the Flower People gathered at the Spring Festival. For a while, they didn't know whether the Red King took the wrong pill or there was something wrong with his ears. Is this still the cruel and excessive Red King? Such a policy that benefits the region and the people. Could it be that the Red King has recently grown tired of eating spirit beast meat and is preparing to fatten the people in the Flower region so that they can eat 3 or 5 of them at a time? Although the people were all shocked, the Red King and the 3 earthly immortals did not explain to them why. The secret struggle between the Flower region and the Red King's mansion also came to an end when the Flower clan ceded some power and all taxes, and voluntarily sent the clan soldiers to support the Red King's fiefdom when it encountered a crisis. The Flower area is under the full control of the Red King. Naturally, the Red King must not continue to exploit harshly and issue regulations that are completely unfavorable to the agricultural development of the Flower people. The greater the output of the Flower area, without those clans as middlemen, the more money he earns. Naturally, there is no need to do anything despicable. The Red King even contacted the appraisal pavilion to purchase a large number of high-quality seeds, preparing to distribute them to the people in the Flower area for free this year. In other words, my Red King territory's special protected animals have been downgraded to 3 protected animals? The Red King talked for a long time on the altar. Su Yin did not understand other things. The only thing he could understand was that the little foxes in the Flower area were downgraded from special protected animals to 3 protected animals. In the past, if a fox died in someone's house, the lightest would be confiscated, and the worst would be the family tree elimination. Now, if a fox dies in someone's house, the lightest would be a fine, and the worst would be a fine plus a short-term imprisonment. Su Yan's face showed a little depression. Although he could not use the privileges of the Red King territory fox, there was an essential difference between using it and having it. Huh? Why did Zhou Yu disappear? After visiting the rouge stalls, the lady of Luoming County and Qingyao found the tea house where Su Yin was. They saw Su Yin lying on Feng Shiqi's legs in a fox form and stretching. He didn't see where Zhou Yu was at all, so he asked Zhou Yu and Feng Shiqi with a confused look on his face. We still have work to do in the afternoon. Could that guy want to be lazy? Su Yin and Feng Shiqi looked strange, and did not tell the truth about Zhou Yu's trip. Brother Zhou may have slept on the roadside after getting drunk? Can these sugar waters make people drunk? The lady of Luoming County looked at the filtered rice wine on the table with a strange look on her face. Xiaoyu's wine is divided into brewed rice wine and spirit wine. The rich man naturally drinks spirit wine, which can not only strengthen the body, but also restore spiritual power. It can be said that except for being expensive, there is basically no disadvantage. Expensive? Maybe it's not their disadvantage. Brewed rice wine is a popular wine, with a very affordable price and a large number of flavors and categories. Rice wine is a low-alcohol wine. Unless it is brewed with spiritual rice, it will not make the cultivator drunk. The Luoming County Lord does not think that any roadside tea house sells spiritual wine. Moreover, with the current living conditions, if Zhou Yu dares to spend 2 caddies of spiritual stones to buy half a caddy of spiritual wine, the Luoming County Lord will break his legs. Forget it if you can't find it. Seeing that Su Yin and Feng Shiqi really didn't know where Zhou Yu was, the Luoming County Lord continued, we may need to act separately in the afternoon. Because just now the Qi Wang adjutant found me and asked us to be responsible for the release of labor recruitment information, and to use the work for relief method to distribute the disaster relief funds for the reconstruction of the Flower City. Qingyao and her master need to be responsible for the free clinic. So I want to arrange the work. who will go to the government office to arrange the disaster relief, and who will be responsible for the procurement. If the construction work of the cultivation world is entrusted to the Ministry of Works, one of the 6 departments of Xiaoyu. The first day is to draw a map. The second day is to mark the location. The third day is to build a foundation by the earth element, and the wood element is to build the house. 4 days are enough to build a city of considerable size. And the cost of spiritual stones is not much. But the Red King did not take the conventional way, but chose the slowest and most expensive way. Although this way is expensive and time-consuming, the biggest advantage is that it can also make money for the people of flowers and plants. To put it bluntly, the Red King is giving money in disguise, so that those who are temporarily unemployed can have enough food. And the clans also agreed to hire some people to participate in the busy farming season, during the period when Master Jean inspects the Red King territory. All of you must be honest and obedient. If there are any public security and corruption problems, I will kill you unruly people directly. Chapter 192. The little fox has grown up, and has started to dream like this. Xiao He, go ahead and bite his big ass. Su Yan stood in front of the county magistrate's desk in the government office. He was in charge of the work for relief led by the Red King. Because the Red King gave too much, the lobby of the government office was now overcrowded, and there were many young people with vigorous blood. The government office did not need to be responsible for specific matters. It just needed to register the workers. But the young flower monks rushed to the desk in front of Su Yan to register their names, fearing that if they were a step late, they would not have a quota, and could not eat the emperor's food. Facing the monks who did not obey the command, Su Yan's response was also very effective. With a clear cry, he called out more than 23 protected animals in the courtyard, chasing the big ass of those monks, who did not obey the command to bite. It took less than half a day for the fox to be demoted from a special protected species to a 3 protected animal. When the monks in the flower area saw so many foxes, they subconsciously felt fear in their hearts, fearing that accidentally killing one would attract the ruthless trampling of the Red King army. Hundreds of people froze in place. Even if the foxes were biting their buttocks, or even shaking their bodies to bite the monks, they dared not move, for fear that they would kill a fox with too much force. Now, go straight to the left of the consultation, and you can see the doctor when you go inside. Those who want to participate in the flower reconstruction and make a living should line up in 2 lines in front of me. You come to me, pick up the charcoal pencil, write your name and press your handprint, so that you can complete the registration. Do you understand? Su Yan said, and then slapped the gavel, releasing the oppressive feeling of a gened on-stage monk, and opened his voice to look at the monks in front of him and explain the registration rules. Under the supervision of more than 20 foxes, the registration work in the government office finally began in an orderly manner. Su Yan thought about it, and simply changed himself into his original form and squatted on the table, using the art of controlling objects to control the gavel to command the monks on the scene. Whoever dared to mess around, the gavel would hit him on the head. Huh? Brother Joe, what's your image? To control objects, you need to use your spiritual sense. Su Yan's spiritual sense now covers most of the front hall of the government office, so it is very easy to detect a very familiar spiritual energy in the crowd. With a strange face, he asked the monk, who was as black as charcoal and only had a pair of pants left. Don't mention it. That woman charged. Zhou raised his head with a gloomy face, looked at Su Yan sitting on the table and complained. I said I didn't have spiritual stones and silver, and she directly took off my clothes and pants. I picked up this pair of pants secondhand on the roadside. This time, Zhou was not lucky enough to get a beautiful woman, but was blackmailed by the big sister with tied hair. The elder sister originally liked Su Yan, and she was indeed in a hunting mentality, wanting to eat children, but she met the more powerful and ferocious Feng Shiqi. The elder sister had no choice but to turn to Zhou, and she didn't want to lose face, so she took him away from the crowd, which was not considered a failure in expressing her love, since the elder sister didn't like Zhou. Now that the inn was open, she asked Zhou to give her some compensation. Zhou naturally didn't agree, and the verbal conflict escalated directly into a physical violent conflict. The elder sister was not an ordinary person, but a human with half-demon blood. Zhou had no advantage in the narrow space of the inn, and even the underwear he was wearing was stripped off by the half-demon woman. Fortunately, there was ash in the guest room, so I painted myself black. No one should recognize me. I just happened to steal a pair of pants in the back alley. Zhou told his story with a helpless look on his face, and explained why he was so embarrassed. Where are the others? Why are you the only one presiding over the court here? Zhou looked at the crowded front hall, but did not see anyone else. So he asked Su Yin curiously. Sister Juinxia and Sister Shiqi are purchasing furniture and our bedding and daily necessities. Qingya and Fairy Doctor are busy with free clinics in the backyard. Su Yin shrugged and said, although Sister Shiqi and I have tried our best to cover for you, Sister Juinxia is still very dissatisfied with your lazy behavior. You should also be careful not to let it slip. If Sister Juinxia knows that you went to a tryst, she will kill you. I'm already unlucky enough. I'll kill her if she wants to. I'm afraid she will laugh at me for the rest of my life. Zhou Yu walked towards the backyard with a melancholy face and muttered, as long as I stay innocent in the world, why should I fear death? Although Zhou Yu thought so in his heart, he still ran back to the backyard to wash up and prepare to change clothes before dealing with hundreds of monks in the front hall with Su Yin. Su Yin and Zhou Yu were busy until almost dawn. And then, they registered the names of thousands of monks one after another. Jun Xia and Feng Shiqi came back in the evening. The two did not help with the rotation, but led the carpenters and workers to move furniture and arrange everyone's dormitories to repair them. Among them, Su Yan's dormitory was the most troublesome. Many items were not available in Flower City after the war, and Jun Xia even went to the capital where the Red King's mansion was located to buy them. After buying them, carpenters were arranged to install them and redecorate the dormitories where everyone lived. Tonight, everyone can finally sleep on the comfortable soft couch to restore their spirits. Dong dong dong. After registering the last person, the moonlight was already shining in the sky. Zhou Yu raised the gavel and clapped 3 times in a row to replace the original drum, ringing the bell for leaving get off work. The first drum sounded for work. The second drum sounded for lunch break. And the third drum sounded for the office to leave work. Although he had been working hard for 2 days and had not had a good rest last night, Zhou Yu still rang the 3 bells to indicate the end of get off work with a full sense of ritual. Go. 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 Wash up. Otherwise, if you dare to step on my dormitory floor like this, I will put you all on the washboard and wash you up. The first thing Su Yin did after get off work was to jump into his newly renovated dormitory, lie down on the wool carpet on the ground, and roll around. He drove the little foxes to wash their feet casually. Otherwise, he would not let them come to his dormitory to play. Compared with the previous dormitory, the renovated dormitory is actually more beautiful and comfortable. When he first came to Huahui, he was penniless. But now, he has more than 1,000 kilograms of spiritual stones in his pocket. At that time, the carpets and furniture used to decorate the dormitory were of average quality. Now he sleeps on high-end wool carpets. And there is a wooden floor made of lightning-struck wood under the carpet. It's been less than a week since I left my aunt, but it feels like several months have passed. Fortunately, I'm lucky enough to have managed to gain a foothold in the Flower District. Su Yin, lying on the carpet, recalled that when he first came to the Flower District, he encountered obstacles everywhere and had no way to control the affairs of the government office. The biggest decision he could make was whether to go to sweep the streets today. Afterwards, he and Zhou Yuman inspected the industry on the street, thinking about whether they could make a financial plan. Then they encountered the invasion of Nanjiang and the Eternal Life Sect. Bailey Binchi summoned the Wood Spirit Colossus and saved several thousand people. Up to now, the Red King's army is still clearing out the Nanjiang tribe and the Eternal Life Sect. And the Flower Official Office, which was originally deserted, has also started busy work. Su Yin thought about what happened recently, and slowly fell into a deep sleep because of mental fatigue. In his dream, Su Yin dreamed of a woman. The woman closed her eyes lazily, put herself on her white long legs, and skillfully stroked her hair. Su Yin felt that the touch was very familiar. At first, he thought it was his old mother stroking him. Then, he turned his head and saw a strange woman. The woman's gray-white long hair fell to the ground, but the hair on both sides of the temples and the back of the head were rolled up, with gold hairpins as a fixed hairstyle. She was wearing a white dress with a black lace and a red shawl with a 9-tailed fox embroidered in gold thread. The woman closed her eyes, smiling at the corners of her lips, and stroked the fox very smoothly, as if she had practiced it thousands of times. Am I old enough to have such a dream? Su Yin looked at the woman's slightly cold face, and muttered in confusion. I shouldn't be charged like Brother Zhou, right? Chapter 193 Dreams Return to Reality. Am I this old now? Although Su Yin's head was still a little confused, he now clearly realized that he should be in a dream now. And the cold-faced girl with closed eyes behind him should be the person in his dream. Dreams can be so clear. Su Yin looked at the woman again, and a strange expression suddenly appeared on his cheeks. He asked, "Is it a honey trap?" The girl with closed eyes did not answer Su Yin. She seemed to be asleep. Her hands kept stroking the fox's back. The action was completely subconscious. Su Yin looked at the girl with closed eyes. The girl's hand stopped stiffly. Her left hand pressed Su Yin, who looked like a fox, and her right hand reached down to the fox's belly and turned it over, causing Su Yin, who was originally observing the girl with closed eyes, to turn the whole fox 90 degrees. Ah! Su Yin changed from sitting cross-legged to sitting up, facing the distance with a face full of astonishment looking at the girl with closed eyes. But the girl behind him did not say anything. She clamped her arms under Su Yin's armpits and held Su Yin's foxy little hand from bottom to top with both hands, kneading it a few times as if experiencing the touch, and lifted Su Yin up. "What are you doing?" The girl with closed eyes grabbed Su Yin's hand and pushed it forward. The moment the fox's hand fanned out, the girl's arm and Su Yin's arm completely merged into one. The fox hand of hundreds of feet flew out from Su Yin's small body, hitting a strong gust of wind with flying sand and rocks, sweeping 100 meters away. Wherever the gust of wind passed, no grass grew, and there was even a gully on the ground that seemed to be artificially cultivated. Su Yin was stunned, but the girl with closed eyes behind him did not stop moving. She still held Su Yin hand by hand and continued to attack. The spiritual power in her body began to flow to Su Yin's arm when she attacked. "So it's not a paid project? I quite like the elder sister with white hair and youthful face." Su Yin turned his head to look at the girl with closed eyes, and complained with disappointment, "Are we acting in a martial arts movie? The classic routine of martial arts novels is to dream of a fairy sister teaching magical skills. It should be because of the battle yesterday that I saw the power of the real earth fairy. So I dreamed of a fairy sister who taught me some magical skills and tricks. It should be a very pleasant dream. But because I realized that I was dreaming, it was extremely boring. By the way, didn't the Grand Master say that he would reward me by teaching me 2 operations? Where did he go?" Su Yin complained helplessly, trying to break away from the girl with closed eyes who treated him as a doll. But the girl with closed eyes, as a fantasy fairy sister, was not someone Su Yin could touch with his current cultivation. She was broad-minded and generous. Su Yin's struggles ended with a naked choke, and his body fell backwards until he gave up struggling and could see the light of day again. In the dream, Su Yin had a foxy face the whole time. The next morning, lying on the carpet in the dormitory, sleeping with a red fox as a pillow, Su Yin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of his dormitory with a dull face. "I'm so tired." Su Yin woke up from a sleep, and his fatigue from the original mental state turned into physical fatigue. It was as if someone had hit him after he fell asleep, and his whole body was protesting against the inaction of his brain. Su Yin glanced at the sky outside the window and found that it was still dark and not bright. But he was not sleepy at all and felt sore all over. Su Yin lay down for a while and got up, turned into a human form, picked up a wooden basin and went outside, ready to boil a basin of hot water to take a hot bath to relieve the pain in his body. People say that lucid dreams are the most enjoyable, as if you are in the scene. I didn't believe it before, but now I can't believe it we're not. After the lucid dream, it really hurts to be in the scene. The cold water was burning on the stove, and Su Yin stood at the kitchen door to do stretching exercises, his face full of complaints. Others' lucid dreams are about hanging out with beauties, but he dreamed of a dozing big sister, and let that guy drag his hands and feet all night. When I was asleep, could it be that my hands twitched all night and ended up like this? Su Yin recalled the things in his dream, subconsciously raised his hand and swept it in front of him. In an instant, Su Yin's left arm was covered with a layer of snow-white hair. The palm of his hand still maintained the shape of the 5 fingers of the human race. The fox arm, that suddenly expanded to more than 3 feet long, fanned out a gust of rapid wind. The wind transformed from spiritual power, left the body, and went straight forward to cut the wooden wall separating the kitchen and the courtyard. A large number of broken wood blocks fell from the wall, and a disturbing sound was made when the sky was dawning. Su Yin's eyes widened. His mouth opened as he looked at his left hand that unconsciously blew out the wind, and then looked at the wall constructed by the lightning-struck wood, and slowly typed a question mark. What happened? The sound of the wall collapsing in the kitchen affected the people who were resting in the dormitory. Everyone subconsciously thought, could it be that there are still wedding dress puppets that have not been cleared in the Flower City? So, not long after the noise started, Woman County Lady, Zhou Yu, and Feng Shiqi all ran out. ready to kill the Eternal Life Sect or other invaders. But after looking around, they didn't see anything. Only Su Yin stood in front of the kitchen door in a daze. Nothing happened. Su Yin saw other people coming, and he didn't understand what happened. So he thought about it, and covered up what happened just now, saying, "Just now during morning exercise, I accidentally broke the partition wall. I will go to the market to buy some gum and nails, and glue it back, and it will be fine." Su Yan's whole body is numb now, and he has no idea that the moves in the dream can be completely effective in reality. Could it be that the fantasy fairy sister in his dream is a dirty thing that's secretly attached to him without his knowledge? Otherwise, it would be hard for Su Yin to imagine why the moves in the dream would work in reality. Be careful. Woman County lady was speechless and held her forehead, tightened her collar, turned around and walked back to the bedroom. She was doing other things when she heard the sound of heavy objects collapsing outside the window. And then she hurried out, still wearing thin clothes. After seeing that nothing happened, Woman County lady was the first to go back to her room and prepared to change into decent clothes. "You are awake. Why don't you go fishing? Yesterday I heard from the local residents that there were giant salamanders in the river where they used to get water for daily use." Zhou saw everyone gradually leaving, looked at the sky, looked at Su Yin and said, "Fishing for a while, and then having breakfast and coming back. Just in time for work." "No." Su Yin put down his left hand and shook his head and said, "I may have to ask the fairy doctor to take a look later. What happened just now was too strange." Su Yin, who had the experience of being parasitized by the Nightmare Town, thought of the Nightmare Town when something strange happened. He was going to ask the fairy doctor to check if there was anything wrong with him. Chapter 194 Letter. When the sun rose in the east, the Fairy of Medicine came out of her living room. Su Yin walked quickly to the Fairy of Medicine and asked her to check his body to see if there was anything dirty on him. "Ah." The Fairy of Medicine gestured to Su Yin to open his mouth, and then performed a second check with a puzzled look on her face, saying, "Based on my hundreds of years of experience in practicing medicine, your body is not abnormal except for a little fatigue. No disease, no curse, and there is no such thing as possession by any dirty thing." Although the Fairy of Medicine has the word medicine in her name, she has only been practicing medicine for the past few hundred years. Before that, she was a fairy who had deeply cultivated the field of Nightmare Town. She should also be considered a famous master of Nightmare Town in Zhongzhou. She checked Su Yin inside and out, and found no abnormality in Su Yin's body. If the little fox had not insisted that he felt evil in his dream last night, the Fairy of Medicine would not have checked him again out of caution. "You may just be too tired. And the day before yesterday, you witnessed too much killing and were affected by resentment. So you dreamed of some strange and weird things?" After confirming that Su Yin's body was normal, the Fairy of Medicine pondered and said her diagnosis, and suggested that Su Yin could do some appropriate exercise recently, and it should be fine if he maintained his energy. "Okay then. I will pay attention to rest." Su Yin saw that the Fairy of Medicine could not give any insights, and did not find anything abnormal in his body. So Su Yin did not let the Fairy of Medicine continue to check. But before leaving, Su Yin asked the Fairy of Medicine, saying, "By the way, Fairy, I have a question to ask you," taking advantage of the fact that no one was around. Su Yin finally asked the question that had been in his heart for a long time, saying, "That is to say, if a cultivator is castrated, is there any way to remedy it?" "Castrated? Do you mean those who committed the crime of adultery and were executed by the law?" The Fairy of Medicine looked at him with a strange face. "Su Yin, to be honest, if it is a cultivator who has been castrated, there is no need to treat him, because castration is to tie up the organs with ropes and then castrate them. The organs are already completely necrotic, so why connect them again? It doesn't matter whether it is a man or a woman. As long as they have been castrated, there is no need to treat them. Besides, I don't recommend you to make friends with such Taoist friends. Brothels and brothels are all legal businesses in Xiaoyu." "Ah? Women can also be castrated?" Su Yin looked at the Fairy of Medicine with a confused face. "Where do they tie them? Why tie them? They are all sewn directly." The Fairy of Medicine also looked at Su Yin with a confused face. "Su Yin, it turns out that castration can be divided into men and women. I learned something new. Although I didn't know from the Fairy of Medicine whether it was possible to treat after the dragon tendons were extracted. From her words, that there was no need to treat necrotic things. Su Yin probably knew that after the dragon tendons were extracted, as long as he went to the doctor in time before the dragon tendons became necrotic, He should be able to use the connection technique to ensure the integrity of the dragon tendons. Su Yin was originally happy. But then he thought that the elders might know how to make wine. And he suddenly became unhappy again. After saying goodbye to the fairy doctor, Su Yin thought about the girl with closed eyes in his dream last night. And he didn't quite understand why the magic in the dream could be performed in reality. Although he wanted to. He just accepted the sudden appearance of the fairy sister as a plug-in. And enjoyed the magic and martial arts she brought to him with peace of mind. However, in this world of cultivation where there are possession, seizure, and soul refining, Su Yin still has concerns. After thinking about it, Su Yin returned to the dormitory and took out paper and pen from the desk to write 3 letters. The first letter was sent to my aunt to report safety. The second letter was sent to Mao Mao of the Demon Suppression Division. In the letter to my aunt, in addition to reporting safety, the main thing was to talk about the difficulties I was facing. Although my life here is temporarily worry-free, I lack political achievements. Therefore, Su Yin wanted to ask my aunt to help me open up some relationships so that my special products can be sold to Xiaoyu City through official channels. The letter to Mao Mao didn't say anything. Just a simple description. That is, the magic dreamed of in the dream can actually be performed in reality. See if she has the same case. Su Yin put the 2 letters in front of him and prepared to have breakfast in the front hall, and then send the 2 letters out as quickly as possible through the post station. Good morning. Su Yin came to the front hall of the government office and saw Feng Shiqi, who was exercising, at a glance, and smiled and said, "Good morning. Isn't it a holiday today? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" After seeing Su Yin, Feng Shiqi said good morning to each other and continued her morning exercise. She curiously asked Su Yin why he got up so early today. Yesterday, Su Yin and Zhou Yu were on duty, so today it was the turn of Wanming County Master and Feng Shiqi to be on duty, while Qingya and Fairy Doctor were responsible for the free clinic. Usually, Su Yin slept until the sun was high in the sky. But today he got up before dawn to exercise, and appeared in the front hall so punctually for breakfast. Feng Shiqi was very curious about this. I may have to go to the Prince Chi's mansion later, so I got up early. Didn't we develop a chewing gum to replace chicken tongue incense? I plan to send a letter to open up sales channels. Su Yin smiled and said, "After all, the dean didn't say that I can't use my influence to sell goods. After all, I am the first place in this year's fox tasting meeting, and a handsome fox personally praised by Emperor Wuxian. There has been a long history of being pretentious. What is elegance? The big figures in the court are the fashion trendsetters. Emperor Wuxian wears a 2-piece swimsuit to go out today, so the official's wife will follow suit on the 2nd day, and the wives of wealthy merchants will follow suit on the 3rd day, and the spread will spread all the way down. As a handsome fox hand-picked by Emperor Wuxian, Su Yan's style is popular in Xiaoyu City this year. Isn't it normal to create a trademark with your own appearance and sell goods in Xiaoyu City? If Su Yan is bolder, he can even post the image of Emperor Wuxian praising him in the business for publicity, and it will be popular." However, Su Yin just thought about it. The Wuxian emperor sitting in the court now was not the elder sister he knew, who was a little cold but overall very warm-hearted. Su Yin was afraid that the teacher would take out a piece of paper and let him open his mouth to hold it, to compensate for the infringement of Wuxian emperor. "Are you going to the Red King's mansion to send a letter?" Feng Shiqi frowned slightly when she learned that Su Yin was going to the Red King's mansion, and said, "But Zhou Yu just picked up the fishing rod and said he was going fishing. You are going to the Red King's mansion hundreds of miles away alone, and you may be attacked by some monsters." Feng Shiqi went to the Red King's mansion yesterday. The Red King's territory is still safe, but because of the previous war, many monsters that originally lived in the mountains, some monsters that smelled blood, ran out to look for food on the road. Yesterday, Feng Shiqi and Wanming County Master were attacked by a soil dragon when they returned at night. If the 2 of them hadn't had some tricks, the convoy transporting goods might have been destroyed. "Going to the Red King's mansion? Then we can go together." Qingya, who walked out of the back hall, listened to the conversation between Su Yin and Feng Shiqi, and said, "Some medicinal materials were used up yesterday. Master asked me to go to the Red King's mansion to get them. If you also want to go to the Red King's mansion, I can give you a ride." Chapter 195, Jiwang City. What should I do? Immortal? My fiancée wants to divorce me. I can't live without her. Don't worry. Wait for me to count with my fingers. The style of the city where Jiwang Mansion is located is the same as that of Xiaoyu City where Su Yin was before. Both were built by the Ministry of Works, one of the 6 ministries of Xiaoyu. There are endless peddlers on the streets. And the street vendors are also smiling and greeting customers. Your horoscope and your fiancé's horoscope, put together, are simply incredible. It may hinder your fortune. If you get married, you won't be rich before you are 500 years old. The old charlatan who set up a stall on the street pretended to count with his fingers, looked at the young man in front of him with a firm face and said. The young man stopped crying suddenly. And after looking at the old charlatan for a moment with a speechless face, he said embarrassedly, "It seems that after the immortal's persuasion, he suddenly let it go." Puff. Su Yin, who was sitting in front of the post station and queuing for procedures, heard the conversation between the old charlatan and the young man at the door. He couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth, and hurriedly turned around to see who could be so shameless. Su Yin looked over and saw an old man in the foundation building period fooling the young man in the body refining period. He is just talking nonsense. The immortals on the land need to rely on the assistance of the formation to spy on the secrets of the sky. If any old man on the street can deduce it, the signboard of one of the 5 pillars of the righteous path of Luoxing City can be directly smashed. Qingya, who was looking at the list, saw Su Yin stretching his neck like a duck to see the nonsense of those street charlatans, and couldn't help but complain lightly. It is extremely difficult to deduce the correct secrets of heaven. In the world of cultivation, the only sect that can deduce the secrets of heaven with 100% accuracy is Luoxing City. Any other cultivators are basically fooling people and cannot be trusted. Luoxing City? Su Yin retracted his head to join in the fun and muttered the sect that Qingya mentioned. Isn't Luoxing City the sect in the eastern province where Jin Lin is? Well, only they can be trusted to deduce the secrets of heaven. No matter what other cultivators they are, they cannot be trusted. Qingya said. Is customer number 145 here? Please come to the front desk to fill out the shipping list, and whether you need escort? Just when Su Yin was about to ask about the status of Qingya Luoxing City in the world of cultivation, the staff in the post station began a new round of calling numbers. Su Yin glanced at his number plate and quickly raised his hand to the front desk and said, "Yes. Number 145 is here." The post stations in various parts of the Xiaoyu dynasty belonged to official organizations and were originally used to deliver memorials from local government offices. However, later, the Xiaoyu post station became bigger and bigger, and gradually began to enter the people's livelihood market to accept the freight life of merchants from all over the country, or the express letter delivery business of the people. The escort mentioned by the Xiaoyu post station means that if the items are valuable, you have to pay another sum of money, and the post station will send someone to take care of the items you need to deliver. Su Yin came to the front desk, filled out the delivery form, and paid 2 pounds of spirit stones, and the process was completed. Su Yin chose the Xianzhou air transport and delivery service, so the price is much more expensive than land transportation. Huh? The receptionist was startled when he saw Su Yin filling in the address. He found a wooden box under the table and put the 2 letters together. Then he put the wooden box into the escort storage ring. One letter is sent to Richunyuan, and another is sent directly to the Demon Suppression Division and signed by Zuozenfu Envoy. Regardless of the content of the letter, all letters delivered to the government need to be encrypted and escorted. This is commonly known as the fast track, which is one of the benefits for the families of court officials. Su Yin, who left the soundproof room, didn't know that Xiaoyu Post Station was winding inside. After paying the money, he walked directly from the lobby to the outside of the post station and called Qingya, who was checking the list, and said, "Do you want to eat something? I will buy some fig gum and corn later and go back. The raw materials of chewing gum are fig gum, and a large amount of icing sugar to increase the taste, and dried petals for fragrance. Now the Flower City is busy with infrastructure construction, and not many shops are open. So Su Yin bought some at the Red King's mansion based on the principle of being here. Su Yan's purchase quantity will not be too large, because now he has only 1 storage bag on his body, and the items that can be contained in it are about 4 square meters, which cannot carry too many goods for long-distance transportation. But the price of such a storage bag, the normal market price starts at 100 kilograms of spirit stones. Storage rings and storage bracelets, the cheaper ones require 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones, and there is no upper limit. Everyone's total assets are just that little now, and it is impossible to buy a storage ring, one of the luxury goods. Sister Qingya, walking on the streets of Chiwang City. Su Yin looked at Qingya wearing a round hat and black veil, and said with a little curiosity, "Can I pinch your ears?" The fox ears of the western state Finnic fox stand straight up, like a donkey, completely different from Su Yan's own fox ears or other pure foxes. and look like a lighter and more breathable style. Su Yin has long wanted to touch it, but he doesn't know how the ears of the fennec fox feel. The back of the ears is okay, but the inner layer is not. The meridians and blood vessels inside are dense and not suitable for caressing. Faced with Su Yan's request, Qingya thought about it and agreed to it directly. She didn't feel embarrassed or think of things like not being intimate. Su Yan is about 1.6 meters tall and is half a year away from adulthood. Qingya has the blood of the demon clan, and the wood element is the strongest among the 5 elements. She is 1.84 meters tall, and her ears are almost 2.1 meters high, taller than the fairy doctor. Su Yan is like a little brother. She has rubbed Su Yan's little brother's head so many times before. It's nothing to touch the little fox's ears. Does the fennec fox make a whimpering sound like me? Fennec foxes don't usually call, and because of their small size, their whimpering sounds are like acting like a spoiled child. Qingya thought about it and answered Su Yan's question. The fennec fox bloodline in her body originated from the donation of the fennec fox from the western regions. Although the father of the fennec fox was a 9-tailed fox, it did not inherit any magical powers, but only inherited the power of charm and the characteristics of having 9 tails on its back. It did not inherit any of the powerful immortality or the natural magical powers of the wood element. If it were not for the time when the fairy of medicine brought Qingya to save its life, the fennec fox might have been killed by the brothels of the western region's demon tribe and completely fell into the dust. Qingya and the fennec fox have a very good affinity. Qingya asked the fairy of medicine to give her a grafted flower because it was small in size, but had huge spiritual power. She used part of the blood of the fennec fox to cultivate the spiritual plant, and finally transplanted the grafted flower into her body. Although the two have extremely compatible affinity, Qingya still cannot take back the fox ears on her head and one of the charms from the 9-tailed fox. Although there are minor problems with the grafting method, it is better than changing the fixed talents at birth. Can those little things be called problems? Chapter 196 Sister Air. Su Yan and Qingya walked on the streets of Qiwang City, going to various business houses to prepare supplies, preparing to stay in Qiwang City for lunch, and then return to the Flower City hundreds of miles away. Aren't you going to buy a magic weapon? Qingya looked at Su Yan and asked. The biggest difference between the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage, in addition to the spiritual power and lifespan in the body, is that the golden elixir stage cultivators can kill people hundreds of miles away through the art of controlling objects, and can also travel thousands of miles a day by controlling objects. Compared with flying into the air with spiritual power, controlling objects is faster and saves more spiritual power. Qingya knew that Su Yan had a spiritual sword, but the red jade hairpin sword didn't listen to him now. It happened that she just saw a magic weapon promotion there, so she reminded Su Yan whether to buy a temporary magic weapon. The magic weapon he was on duty was not used for combat, but just for his convenience. Therefore, there was no need to choose expensive and popular weapons. He could choose some extremely unpopular and cheap magic weapons that were stored in the warehouse as a means of travel. Let's talk about it later when I have some free spirit stones. Su Yan looked in the direction Qingya pointed and saw the banner that said the shop's magic tools were on sale. 100 kilograms of spirit stones. And the shop was selling at a loss. The corners of his eyebrows twitched slightly. My dear sister, the starting price of other people's magic tools is 100 spirit stones. And now all the spirit stones on my body are only 196 kilograms. We are in a bad situation now, so we have to eat according to the food. Hey, Dao's friend, please stay. If the magic tools are not suitable, why not take a look at our spirit beasts? They are all good beasts that have been artificially bred for hundreds of years. They can be ridden, used daily, used at night, used for self-defense, and used for weight loss and beauty. After just a moment of stopping, the shop assistant came to Su Yan with a smile on his face, and smiled and asked Su Yan to come and see his treasure. It doesn't matter if you can't afford a magic tool to fly in the air. We have one that runs on the ground. A spirit beast that can travel thousands of miles a day is not expensive. You can buy 3 or 5 castrated ones with 180 kilograms of spirit stones. Hack your mother. You dare to sell my mother. Li Liang. Su Yan looked over and saw a cage at the door of the spirit beast shop. In the cage stood a small Shan Huan who was swearing all the time. On Shan Huan's head stood a gray-black bird, echoing Shan Huan's swearing. This is a combination package launched by our store. A powerful combination of Shan Huan and Guan Guan. As long as you buy it, You can avoid swearing when you encounter a swearing war in the future. All the swearing and vulgar words can be done by them. The shop assistant introduced with pride. And as our stores find breeding varieties, our Shan Huan and Guan Guan are particularly gentle. When they scold their owners, they never mention their ancestors and relatives, and only attack their organs. Su Yin looked at the Shan Pao combination, and Shan Huan and Guan Guan also looked at Su Yin at the same time. Guan Guan, you hacking bastard. Shan Huan, have you never seen a beautiful monster? Su Yin looked at the clerk with a frown and sighed. Your shop is really good at doing business. Su is convinced. Shan Huan and Guan Guan are sold together. Even Su Yin, who has a good temper, can't help but want to pay after being scolded by the two beasts. He chopped Shan Huan into meat patties, and put a Guan Guan in the soup to drink. The shopkeeper of this shop is also a talent. Although he is not interested in the combination of swearing, Su Yin still chooses to take a look at the animal house behind the shop, because the shopkeeper is so talented. If you want to see it with your own eyes, what else can the shopkeeper do? However, when Su Yin came to the animal house, he was stunned. Sister Sierra? In the courtyard of the animal house, there was a girl in a white dress, with a fox tail swaying slowly behind her. The girl's cheek was covered with a piece of white cloth, and no one could see her appearance. She just stood in the middle of the courtyard. But it seemed that no one could see her. Those monks who were selecting spiritual beasts and pets walked straight past her. Huh? Sister Sierra turned her head, and showed the word love marked in red font on the white cloth on her cheek. Hey! Love? Su Yan's face was full of amazement. Qingya beside him seemed not to notice anything unusual. She looked at AI, then looked at Su Yan and asked, do you know each other? Can you see it too? This time, Su Yan and Sister Ai both turned their heads and looked at Qingya beside them. Jiuyo is the soul of the Wuxing Emperor. Unless he wants to, he has always been in an invisible and intangible form. Unless he is the owner of the nine-tailed fox bloodline, he cannot observe Jiuyo in a hidden state. Su Yan knows this himself. And Jiuyo also knows that Su Yan knows this. So he doesn't think it's strange. But Qingya can't know this. She now blew herself up and said that she could see Jiuyo, which means that Qingya actually has the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Why are you looking at me? Qingya asked with a puzzled tone. Just a ghost cultivator? Is it worth being so surprised? Although ghost cultivators are not common, isn't it normal for me to have seen them all the time with my master? Didn't you see the tail? Su Yin was shocked that Qingya could see Jiuyo, and was also shocked that Qingya didn't show any abnormal concentration when she saw the 9 fox tails behind Jiuyo. Sir, why did you stop? Come here. All the good things in our spirit beast pavilion are inside. The shop assistant walking in front saw the 2 Taoists stop in front of the archway. He was a little surprised and asked them if they had anything to do. At this moment, Sister Ai in the courtyard of the animal house moved towards the 2 people with lotus steps. I am an unobservable thing. Those who do not have my permission, or have the blood of the same race cannot observe my existence through the naked eye or perception. You can see my figure, but you can't observe my true body with the naked eye. Are you a member of the Nightmare Town? Sister Ai walked straight through the obstacles and pedestrians, looking at Qingya and giving her a reasonable explanation. She has the blood of the 9-tailed fox. But there is a problem with her blood. That is, it is not born. So her figure may be a dream-like mist in her eyes, and she cannot see her figure clearly. The body is the external manifestation of the soul. If it can be seen, it can be seen. If it can't be seen, it can't be seen. Sister Ai came to a distance in front of the 2 and said, if you can see half of it, it proves that your body and soul are misaligned and inconsistent. Are you the soul taking over the body, or the body devouring it? Stop! Stop! Su Yin saw that Sister Ai's tone was not good, and hurriedly stepped in front of the 2 and said, Sister Qingya should be fine. We met in the academy. Sister Qingya has been hanging around in front of Grand Tutor Jin more than once. If she is really a disciple of Yinjin, she would not be able to participate in the outing trip to the Qiwang fiefdom organized by the Grand Tutor. Didn't His Majesty Wuxing Emperor light up the lights of all the disciples of Yinjin during the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor? How could Sister Qingya be a disciple of Yinjin? Sister Ai tilted her head and looked at Qingya. Qingya made Sister Ai sweat as she stared at her forehead. Invisible pressure enveloped her heart. Reporting to the senior, I am Qingya, a junior who studied medicine under the Fairy of Medicine and has never practiced any evil arts. Please understand. Fairy of Medicine? Chapter 197. There is a business called Sister Ai. Dr. Fairy? After Qingya introduced herself. Sister Ai. who was obviously hostile at first, gradually calmed down her hostility. Although the 9 ghosts of Emperor Wuxing inherited some of Emperor Wuxing's power, there were obvious gaps in the memory level. Some things about the 10 Directions Holy Mother, who nurtured all spirits, as well as the memories of the incident when Emperor Xiaoyu and Empress Yusuf fell into a deep sleep, were not inherited. Sister Air's biggest impression of the Dr. Fairy was that the former director of the Imperial Medical Bureau was replaced after the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor. Now the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau of Xiaoyu is the Dr. Fairy. She was a subordinate cultivated in the outside world when her original body was called the 10 Directions Holy Mother, and she was in the fusion stage. Sheer told her all these things. Sheer also said, "The Fairy of Medicine? The Fairy of Medicine is amazing. You can't find anyone more ruthless than her in the world of cultivation. She even blackmailed the Dragon Clan. She is probably the only human cultivator who is not a big force and can go to the Dragon Clan's banquet without covering her, but, moreover, she succeeded in blackmailing. Now she spends the Dragon Clan's spiritual stones and lives freely in the world of cultivation. She is one of the few human cultivators who are treated as guests of honor in the human and demon territories." Qingya told her origins, and Su Yan testified beside her to prove that Qingya was her own person. So Sister Air stopped making things difficult for Qingya. They have all been taken under Xiaoyu's command, no matter what cultivator they are. As long as the main body has verified that nothing is wrong, then no matter how big the problem is, it will be nothing. "Are you hungry?" Sister Air paused for a moment, looked around the animal house, and then looked at Su Yan and Qingya and said, "Let's eat." "Okay, Sister Air." Su Yan did not refuse Sister Air's invitation, because he remembered Sister Sheer's words deeply. Among the 9 ghosts in Jiuyo, only you, Sister Sheer, are kind-hearted. If you encounter other ghosts, you better be careful. Otherwise you will lose at least half your life. Although Sister Air looked kind, Su Yan believed that Sister Sheer would not lie to him. So there must be some problems in Sister Air in front of him that he didn't know about. Moreover, it is very likely to cause harm to himself. Therefore, Su Yan's rule of conduct is to try not to disobey Sister Air if he can follow her words. "Come this way." Sister Air did not go out through the main door, but took Su Yan and Qingya to the back door of the animal house. Seeing this, Su Yan followed Sister Air, who was walking in front of him, said a few perfunctory words to the waiter, and planned to take a casual walk without being accompanied. Su Yan and Qingya followed Sister Air. Sister Air walked to the back door and stood still. She turned around and explained to Su Yan and Qingya, "I am waiting for a spirit beast here. They should be here by now. The spirit beast Dang Kong has the effect of fertilizing the soil, which is very suitable for changing the barren land." Sister Air said this, and suddenly a male monk in coarse linen clothes ran to the street corner, holding an iron box about 10 inches long and wide in his hand. The male monk looked at Su Yan deeply, put the box in the designated place according to the order from above, and left. The order he received was to go to the back alley at the current time, put the iron cage on the ground, and leave. No matter what happened, he only needed to put the things down on time, and other things had nothing to do with him. The monk looked at Su Yan, turned around and left without any hesitation. "Take it and go." Sister Air lifted the black cloth, and inside the iron cage lay a white piglet. On its chest, there was a pattern that looked like a copper coin. On its 4 ankles, which were less than 2 fingers wide, there were no ordinary guinea pig toes, but a small wing instead. When the strange beast Dang Kong saw the black cloth being lifted, his originally peaceful expression turned into anger. He exerted force on his 4 legs and slammed directly into the iron cage that imprisoned him. "That's it. Let's go!" After Sister Air confirmed that the goods were correct, she called Su Yan to pick up the strange beast Dang Kong and leave here. "Are we rescuing strange beasts?" When Su Yan mentioned the iron cage containing Dang Kong, he always felt that what was happening now was familiar, and he couldn't help but recall the time when Sister Sheer took him to rescue Yuetu. "Rescue?" Sister Air chuckled and said, "No. What we are doing now should be called kidnapping. Dang Kong is a strange beast living in the southern state. Now it is the spring plowing season. The northern part of Xiaoyu needs a Dang Kong to loosen the soil. So I came here and asked Qi Wang to kidnap one for me." Su Yan and Qingya were stunned and looked at Sister Air, who was walking in front. Sister Sheer is a street slicker in Xiaoyu. If there is nothing to do, she will find something to do. Sister Lure ambushed in the brothels and various places in Xiaoyu, reporting officials who behaved improperly all year round to maintain Xiaoyu's moral bottom line. Those who regard the law as the bottom line have been reported. And Sister Aire is probably the head of the post station in the Xiaoyu dynasty. She will inspect the situation in various places and bring the supplies they need to the local area. The means of obtaining supplies include, but are not limited to purchase, robbery, kidnapping, and other behaviors. Some things are not sold by others when they are bought, and some unconventional means must be used. Like this strange beast Dang Kong. It can make the barren and hardened land fertile within a few years. The southern states and northern states usually only rent it, and never sell it. It costs millions to rent one. But Sister Aire doesn't indulge their bad habits. They are all caught from the forest. What kind of bear heart and leopard courage do you eat to charge me millions of rent a year? I understand that Sister Aire is doing a business that makes a lot of money without any investment. Su Yin thought about it, and did not describe Sister Aire as a fierce bandit. Instead, he racked his brains to come up with elegant words to describe Sister Aire's daily work. The kings of different surnames expanded their land, and the Joyo carried out legal plundering. No wonder Xiaoyu is so rich. It turns out that if you want to earn spirit stones, you still have to be ruthless. No investment. Huge profits. It's almost the same. Anyway, I see what I need, and I'll go back to Xiaoyu. Sister Aire gradually showed up, gathered the 9 tails behind her back into her body, took out a pink ordinary purse from her sleeve, took out 2 coins of spirit stones from it, and threw it to the guy in charge of the elevator in Luoheiju. Go directly to the top floor. I have a private room above the pavilions and towers. Luoheiju belongs to the property of Chiwang. The original purpose of Luoheiju in Chiwang City was a military watchtower. But with the expansion of territory, it lost its original function, and the military watchtower was changed to an inn. Luoheiju in Xiaoyu City is a branch opened after cooperation with members of the royal family. Luoheiju in Chiwang City is the head office. The guy in charge of the elevator looked at the reward silver in his hand and glanced at the 3 people in front of him. After a slight hesitation, he didn't say anything and directly controlled the elevator to the top floor. He didn't know whether there were private rooms or not. But since the person in front of him could name the building on the top floor of Luoheiju, he must have been there. So he hesitated a little and said okay. Chapter 198 Dang Kong. You should show me the truth? Under the guidance of Sister Aire, Su Yin and Qinya took the elevator of Luoheiju and went straight to the top floor of Luoheiju, which was basically not open to the public. The pavilions and towers that King Qi usually used to entertain VIPs. Dean? After arriving at the top floor, Su Yin looked at the building that was exactly the same as Xiaoyu's Luoheiju in a daze, and then saw Grand Master Jin sitting by the pavilion, drinking tea leisurely, and there were some things like memorials on the table. Grand Master Jin, who was drinking tea leisurely, seemed to have just noticed Su Yin and waved to him with a smile. Why do you look surprised? Grand Master is an idle position. Is it strange to see me here? Grand Master Jin said with a smile on his face. In a narrow sense, the Grand Master is the teacher of the prince or the emperor's offspring. The title of Grand Master is mostly a title given to some important officials. It is a title of the highest honor to show favor, but has no actual power. If the Emperor Wuxing is in seclusion or loses contact, then Ao Jin, as a first-rank official, will perform the duties of regent to temporarily control the Xiaoyu dynasty inside and outside, and hold the head of the Wingguan group, the Grand Tutor, and the head of the military officer, the Grand Guardian, to complete the integration of the court. Now that the Emperor Wuxing is not giving birth much, and has no plans to travel far or go into seclusion, Grand Master Jin is naturally on vacation and has a lot of free time. But he has no interest in playing with Su Yin. They are now so poor that they can't even afford decent refreshments. Grand Master Jin doesn't want to suffer with Su Yin and others in the poor countryside. What did you learn in your dream? Master Jin watched Su Yin walk towards the pavilion, took a sip of the fragrant tea from the covered bowl slowly, and sent a voice message to Su Yin. Su Yin raised his head in surprise and looked at Master Jin, whose face and figure were blocked by the eaves. How did Master Jin know that he learned martial arts in his dream? Could he be so tasteless as to peek at the letters he sent out? I didn't peek at your letters, nor do I have the ability to read your mind. But your expression is too easy to read, Master Jin added slowly. When you talk next time, be more tense and don't show too obvious emotions. Otherwise, when dealing with old men like me, I can even tell at a glance whether you are wearing pants or not. Su Yin showed a slight expression of disbelief on his face, but did not directly refute Master Jin. Well, I learned one move of Gangfeng, when in human form. part of the body changes back to the original form, and a move of spiritual wind pressure is used to cut the opponent. Master Jean, who was drinking tea, paused slightly, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. The Queen Mother Su was still sleeping. Su Yin could dream of the Queen Mother Su because Master Jean gave Su Yin half of his spiritual power before leaving. If those spiritual powers were materialized as physical spells, it would only take a moment to destroy the flowers and the southern Xinjiang region. With such a huge amount of spiritual power poured in, this fox actually learned the tricks of the basic education of the Dragon Clan? Master Jean felt a little speechless. I said I would teach you 2 tricks. You still have 1 chance to dream of that old woman. When you dream of her, remember to think of some powerful moves in your mind, and don't limit your vision to the current realm. Does the Dean know that big sister? Do you think there is a chance falling from the sky? Even if there is a chance, how can a fat fox like you run faster than those proud sons of heaven in the world of cultivation? Su Yin sat in the pavilion box with a timid look on his face after being scolded by Grandmaster Jean. Su Yin didn't quite understand what Grandmaster Jean said, but the general meaning was that the fairy sister was charged. It's just that Grandmaster Jean gave Su Yin the spirit stone and swiped the card twice in a row. So Su Yin has another chance to dream about the fairy sister. If Su Yin dares to waste spirit stones again, Grandmaster Jin's index and middle fingers will turn into sword fingers and poke him on the forehead to scold him. You didn't give me the instructions. How could I know that I could encounter such a thing in my dream? When I saw it for the first time, I thought I was just having adolescence. Although he was pointed at by Master Jean, Su Yin still felt a little unconvinced in his heart, secretly complaining that Master Jean didn't follow the moral code of martial arts and used sneak attacks. What do you want to eat? Sister Ayer saw that Su Yin and the master had disconnected their voice transmission, raised her hand, and handed the menu to Su Yin, asking him to see if there was anything he wanted to eat, and to order anything he wanted. Qingya turned her head slightly and looked at Su Yin, shaking her head very slowly, asking Su Yin not to order. Su Yin didn't notice Sister Ayer's actions just now, but Qingya looked at Sister Ayer, poked a finger on the menu, and scribbled it down row by row. There might not be 100 or 200 dishes, but there must be 50 or 60 dishes. If we really can't finish it, don't order anymore. Otherwise we might all die here. Whatever you want to eat, just press the words on the menu, and the corresponding Mother Jade in the kitchen will light up the corresponding dish name. Sister Ayer urged Su Yin to order. The 2 little ones are growing up, so they should eat a lot of spirit beast meat to grow up healthily. Sister Ayer felt that Luo Heiji's portions were small, and Su Yin would have to eat at least more than 100 dishes to be full, and Qingya should eat 50 or 60 dishes to be full. So she asked Luo Heiji to serve each dish on the menu twice, but not too much. That's all. Although Su Yin had never been to school, he also knew that the guests should follow the host's wishes. Since Sister Ayer was treating, she would naturally arrange the dishes for the meal. After reading the menu, Su Yin ordered a dish he liked, and then handed the menu to Qingya. Qingya seemed to have received an electric shock, and quickly handed the menu back to Sister Ayer. Senior, you are too polite. If you order more, you may not be able to finish it and waste food. After confirming that Qingya did not want to order dishes, Sister Ayer thought about it and ordered a row of about 10 dishes for her. You all need to eat more. You need to supplement a lot of meat when you are growing. The spiritual beast meat contains some spiritual power as an additional supplement. Qingya's face was full of embarrassment. Although the price has increased, you really can't eat so many dishes ordered by the senior. By the way, Sister Ayer, before the dishes came, the atmosphere in the box was a little quiet. Qingya was a quiet person who didn't like to talk much. So Su Yin, who felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, opened his mouth and asked Sister Ayer, "Isn't Dang Kong a pig? How did it have the magic of fertile land? Is it the power of supernatural power? It's not the power of magic." Sister Ayer thought for a while and said, "Does the Earth Dragon know?" Su Yin nodded. The so-called Earth Dragon is the common name for earthworms, not some creatures of dragon blood. Although the Earth Dragon is ugly and has basically no friends in the monster clan, once they gather in a large number in a certain area, they can change the soil quality of the area in a short time. They can loosen the soil by drilling holes, and their feces can make the barren land fertile. Earth dragons like to eat rotten leaves and spiritual fruits. Sister Ayer raised her hand and pointed at the iron cage, and in the diet of Earth dragons, Dang Kong feces is a first-class delicacy. Once Dang Kong appears, the Earth Dragon will chase Dang Kang's butt and give it a bite. Su Yin, what a strange beast Dang Kong that changes the quality of the land and makes the soil fertile. You are really perverted. Chapter 199 The Center of the Vortex in the World of Cultivation. I really learned a lot. Su Yin originally thought that his elders or predecessors had played very fancy games. Like his parents eloped, the Dragon Clan's rape order, and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan elders' perpetual punishment. The 2 or 3 things between the Ant and Huayu. And the fact that Princess Wuxi did not love wealth and honor but freedom. And the fact that Emperor Wuxing transformed into the Holy Mother of 10 Directions when she was a girl. And now he only has a body without thoughts, and thoughts to manage Xiaoyu. And his soul is divided into 9, and runs to the world of cultivation. There is also the family and heirlooms of Taoist Mosquito. But it was not until he met Dang Kong and the Earth Dragon that the little fox really understood what it meant to play abnormally. Let's just say, can the demon clan be more normal? Gulp. Su Yin took a sip of tea from the covered bowl, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, Earth dragons have no friends in the demon tribe. It may not be entirely because of their appearance. Su Yin slightly tactfully complained that the reason why Earth dragons have no friends is most likely because of their bad reputation. When he said this, Su Yin suddenly remembered that Zhou Yu said he wanted to go fishing this morning. After thinking about it, Su Yin felt that after returning to the government office, he might need to boil a pot of hot water to scald Zhou Yu's hands, and sternly warn him not to play with shit next time. Although Earth dragons are disliked, their effect on improving soil quality is real. Sister Ayer saw Su Yin's face turn colorful, chuckled and said, the demon tribe's territory is rich in various precious spiritual plants. In addition to the fact that most demons are not good at refining pills, there are other factors. Okay, let's stop discussing the topic of Dangkong and Earth dragons and soil for the time being. Let's get ready for dinner. Sister Ayer is more talkative, and is a ghost who will answer any questions from the younger generation. However, the truth coming out of her mouth was not easy for the young monk to digest. Knock. 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 Just as Sister Ayer finished speaking, there was a heavy and 2 light knocks at the door of the private room. Hello. Excuse me. The dishes are ready. May I ask if we can serve them now? Send them in directly. After Sister Ayer responded, the maids in front of the private room pushed a 3-layer dining cart directly in, followed by a cook. He carried a table as big as a door panel and placed a roasted spirit beast on it. The first round of dishes has been served. How long will it take for the second and third rounds of dishes? We can also let the cook serve the dishes according to the time. The maid came to Sister Ayer and asked softly, let's serve 1 round in half an hour. Sister Ayer took a look at the dishes and invited Su Yin and Qingya to pick up their chopsticks. Then I won't be polite. Su Yin looked at the abbot in front of the table, then looked at the headless monster barbecue on the second table, and the river shrimp as thick as his thigh, and began to pick up his chopsticks. Can you eat more? Qingya asked Su Yin quietly. She felt full when she saw the food in front of her. If you can't finish it, just pack it up. Anyway, I'm going out to eat with my elders today. It doesn't matter how many dishes there are. If you can't finish it, put it in the storage ring and eat it when you're hungry. As long as it's not pickled. Su Yin doesn't care. In the world of cultivation, it's very troublesome to eat pickled raw. Before eating, you have to find ways to beat the crabs or scallops in the pickled juice. If the strength is a little weaker, there may be a 2-level reversal. Su Yin was almost eaten by scallops before. Su Yin ate slowly and leisurely, and the dishes on the table gradually decreased. The wooden barrel placed at Su Yan's feet was filled with bones that he sucked clean. Although Su Yan's eating movements were slow and gentle, he swallowed the food very quickly. Although Su Yan's current body looks like a fox with a shoulder height of about 7 inches, this is the appearance of Su Yin maintaining the secret method of immortality. As his cultivation increases, Su Yan's real body has long been a 3-tailed fox. In addition, because of the blood of the dragon clan, he can eat as much as he wants. I'm afraid that my aunt will cry and faint in the dormitory when she sees the bill. On weekdays, he only tastes 1 flavor of food. The passive circulation of the golden elixir is enough to support Su Yan's daily consumption. Boom boom. Just when he was eating quietly in the pavilions and towers, a shaking feeling came from the ground of Chiwang's city. The ground shaking was not strong, but for the people sitting in the pavilions and towers of Luoheiju, it was already a very strong shaking. The whole pavilion was swaying from side to side, and the tea in the covered bowl next to Su Yin had completely spilled out. Is there an earthquake in Chiwang City? Feeling the continuous shaking from the ground, Su Yin suddenly felt a little surprised and asked. This was the first time Su Yin had experienced an earthquake, so he was a little surprised. It's not an earthquake. Sister Ai raised the chopsticks in her hand and gently pressed them on her covered bowl tea set to calm the shaking teacup. She took the handkerchief on the table to wipe her mouth slowly, swallowed the food in her mouth and said, Qi Huang's adjutant is building a viewing platform, preparing to sell tickets, pills, and food to earn some spirit stones. The earthquake we felt was the movement over there. Sister Ai raised her hand and hooked her finger, and the window in the box opened on one side, allowing Su Yin to see the rock pillars that slowly rose in the mountains and forests outside Qi Huang City from dozens of miles away, like pillars supporting the sky. After the 6 giant rock pillars rose, thick rock passages grew on the top of the hundreds of meters above the sky, connecting all the rock pillars together, forming an irregular circle located in the forest. Su Yin looked at such a strange scene and the newly built viewing platform, and looked at Qingya and said, Is there any high-altitude competition in the flower area? Why is the viewing platform built so strangely? Qingya looked out the window, shook her head and said, As far as I know, there are no related competitions in the flower area. Of course there can't be, because this is an emergency. Bai Zhe, one of the 10 witches of the immortal country, is traveling from the north to the south. After the Red King learned the news, he temporarily decided to build an audience seat. As long as the cultivators paid him spirit stones, they could watch the game safely. After careful measurement by the Red King, Bai Zhe would not cross the Red King city and the flower area directly. So there was a temporary idea to build a viewing seat and charge tickets, Sister Ai said, and couldn't help laughing, as if she thought of something funny. 2 days ago, she came to Qi Huang City from the northern border and told Qi Huang that Bai Zhe was about to pass through Qi Huang territory. Qi Huang's face turned blue and purple with anger. If Bai Zhe really passed through Qi Huang territory, then Qi Huang territory would basically be barren, because Bai Zhe is a powerful beast god of the tribe. He has the innate magical power to understand the feelings of all things and the affairs of ghosts and gods. He knows everything in the world and has mastered the method of retreat. In other words, he has the method to break all creatures, magic, and magical powers in the world of cultivation. Although Bai Zhe has now become one of the 10 witches of the Undying Country, not every cultivator can touch him. Bai Zhe is a vortex in the world of cultivation. Whether it is the demon race or the human race, they all swarm around Bai Zhe like flies, trying to break through Bai Zhe's defense and ride on him directly. Sister Ai sighed and said, It's just because, after riding on Bai Zhe, you can temporarily understand the origin of all things in the world through contact. The Emperor Wuxing once touched Bai Zhe, and it was during the brief touch that she realized the truth of Nightmare Town, and then discovered the will of heaven and earth hidden behind the scenes. The disciples of Nightmare Town are the way to achieve heroic epics, not the way to be invincible and immortal. Chapter 200 Brother Su. Save me! Bai Zhe is the only divine beast in the world, with a tiger head, red hair and horns, and 4 legs in a flying state. He has the ability to know the world affairs of the cultivation world. During the ancient times when all races were fighting, Bai Zhe was besieged by the emperors and Taoists of the human race, and his 2 horns on his forehead were cut off. His soul was irreversibly damaged. In the end, the only divine beast in the world could not escape the fate of falling. Although Bai Zhe's soul died, his beast body still remained in the world and could not be destroyed by human power. He wandered in the cultivation world looking for his missing horns. According to legend, as long as there are creatures who can overwhelm or ride on Bai Zhe's remains, they can know what they want to know through their spiritual consciousness. Therefore, whenever Bai Zhe starts to wander in the cultivation world, it will be surrounded by powerful people from all walks of life in the cultivation world. Bai Zhe knows the secret of immortality. As long as you can touch Bai Zhe, anyone can know the shortcut to immortality. Just like when Bai Zhe fell, its remains are still besieged by the 3 powerful black, white and gray when it walks in the cultivation world looking for the double horns. The world seems to have changed, but it seems to have not changed. Bai Zhe is harmless when walking, but those cultivators who try to ride Bai Zhe are all cultivators of the earthly immortal realm or higher without exception. When they try to subdue Bai Zhe, they will cause damage to the local area, said Sister Ai, shaking her head. The cultivators of the earthly immortal realm are more like moving natural disasters than cultivators. It is normal to destroy 100 miles around with a wave of their hands. When Qi Huang knew that Bai Zhe was going to pass through his territory, his face turned green and purple. But after measuring, he found that Bai Zhe's route was more than 100 miles away from Qi Huang's territory. And Qi Huang smiled and asked his adjutant to build a viewing seat and contract medical services. Fight! Why not fight? I wish you all would be beaten to death by Baizé with bare hands, so that I can legitimately occupy your storage rings and take out all your inheritance in the name of offsetting the medical expenses and subsequent expenses. Turtle. Baizé is so powerful? Su Yin looked at Sister Ire with a look of amazement on his face and said, "This should be called a siege by the cultivation world. Right? Baizé is still alive and kicking, and has not been tied back to the altar by some greedy cultivators. For immortals at the level of Wuxing Emperor, it is not difficult to subdue Baizé's remains, but the difficulty lies in the fact that it is impossible to control it at all. Once a certain force captures Baizé, other forces will not stand idly by and do nothing. The demon clan will be the first to disagree. It is best to let it move freely. If there are any problems, ask them based on your ability." Sister Ire said. "What a powerful beast," Su Yin said with a sigh on his face, and then asked Sister Ire about some things about the beast Baizé, and listened to the bravery and invincibility of the great Baizé in his glorious years. Although Baizé's 10,000 wives are good, Su Yin has no evil thoughts about it. A group of earthly immortal realm strongmen stood shoulder to shoulder, and the remains of Baizé beat them to the ground. They fought all the way from the northern state to the southern state, and no cultivator could touch Baizé's body. I am just a gene and cultivator, and I may not even be big enough to fill Baizé's teeth. Listen to Sister Ire talk about the boss's past, and then you can brag to your friends when you go back. It's almost the agreed time." Qingyao pushed Su Yan's arm, reminding him to pay attention to the time. The two came to Chiwang City. In addition to sending letters, they also accepted the commission of the Fairy of Medicine. The two needed to send the medicinal materials back on time around 4 p.m. Otherwise it might affect the free clinic the next day. Now there is about an hour and a half from the agreed time, although the journey is a bit far. At Qingyao's speed, 1 hour is enough to return to Flower City. The reason why Qingyao spoke now is completely because she was really about to vomit after eating. But the senior next to her kept encouraging herself to eat more, fearing that she was hungry or not full. If she eats more, Qingyao will really vomit. It's okay to eat a little longer. I'll ask the maids to pack up the pastries and sweet soups that haven't been served yet. I'll take you home quickly." When Sister Ire saw Qingyao was leaving, she quickly picked up 2 more chopsticks of food for Qingyao and smiled, asking her to eat more so that she could eat pastries directly after returning home. "Don't get hungry outside. Both of you eat more." "No, thank you. I'm almost done." When Su Yin saw that they were about to leave, although he knew that he could eat a little more, he didn't move his chopsticks. Instead, he picked up the kettle on the table and added some hot water to Sister Ire and Qingyao's covered bowls. Su Yin didn't remember the table manners very clearly, but he just knew that he should move his chopsticks when everyone else did. When everyone else stopped, he had to stop even if he wasn't full. And he had to pour tea for everyone one by one according to the order of the elders. And when the elders invited guests, no matter how much they liked a dish, they had to leave a bite to inform the host that they were full. Otherwise the host might feel that they were not treating them well, and that they didn't prepare enough dishes for the guests or the younger generation. It has been so long that Su Yin has forgotten whether it is the rules of the table in the previous life or in this life. But it is not wrong to follow the general rules in memory. You are much more polite than Wuxi. No wonder Sheer likes to play with you. Seeing Su Yin busy pouring tea for the elders after dinner, Sister Ire couldn't help but smile. If it was Wuxi, let alone pouring tea for Jiuyo, she would burp in public and lie down in the shape of a little fox, which would be considered a relatively polite behavior. The pastries are almost packed. Where do you live? I will send them back to you. Sister Ire finished drinking the flower tea in the covered bowl, stood up and tidied her clothes a little, and asked Su Yin. The Flower City is more than 200 miles southwest, Su Yin said after drinking the tea in the covered bowl. Okay, Sister Ire responded, covering the two of them within the range of her spiritual sense, and took a step out with them, directly passing through the floor of Luoheju, and came to the front desk, raised her hand, and signed the bill directly to the account of the Red King. Then she picked up the packaged cakes and the iced sugar water to cool off, and took another step out, leading the two to the fields in the flower area. The second step was taken, and they came to the area outside the Flower City near the river. Sister Ire paused for a moment, and used her spiritual sense to explore the direction of the road. Brother Zhou, what are you doing? Su Yin was not surprised by Jiuyo's method of taking a step and flashing 100 miles away. He had seen this method many times when he and Sister Sheer were fooling around. However, when he arrived outside the Flower City, Su Yin suddenly saw an acquaintance. Zhou Yu was running wildly on the sword in front, and 6 fish-like creatures were chasing him on the ground. Su-Yin shouted, attracting the attention of Zhou Yu, who was running wildly in front. Zhou Yu showed ecstasy and shouted to Su-Yin for help. Brother Su, come and save me! The stinky fish monsters outside the flower city like the majestic ones. Before Zhou Yu finished speaking, Sister Ai, who had spotted the location of the flower office, took a step and took Su-Yin and Qingyao back home. Su-Yin looked at the changing scenery with a dull face, and looked at Sister Ai with a black line on his forehead. Sister Ai, you said it was not intentional, but I don't believe it. The ears of little foxes are very tender. After hearing dirty things, they are prone to having ticks or fleas. Sister Ai patted Su-Yin's shoulder with a confident look on her face. Chapter 201, from high-spirited to disheartened. See you next time if we are lucky. I still need to transport Dang Kong to the northern border to improve the local soil quality. And remember to eat more meat. You are so skinny. Sister Ai touched Su-Yin's head and left with the iron cage containing Dang Kong. Is it too late for us to rescue him now? After watching Sister Ai leave, Su-Yin turned his head and looked at Qingyao beside him and asked, go and have a look. I don't want to take over such difficult patients. Qingyao sighed. If Zhou Yu really encountered an accident, Qingyao, as the apprentice of the Fairy of Medicine, would naturally not be able to refuse such a hot patient to her master. Qingyao would not do such an unfilial and rebellious thing. There is really no way. So I can only ask for help from others. Let's go! Qingyao pulled Su-Yin up and flew straight from the front of the government office gate to the sky, threw out a magic weapon, like a blanket from her sleeves, and rushed out of the city. Sister Juinxia, Sister Shichi, come to help. Zhou Yu is being blocked by the fish monsters at the door. Su-Yin, who was lifted up by the collar, happened to see Luoming County Lord and Feng Shichi, who were taking a nap in front of the county magistrate's long table. So he shouted inside. Hearing this, Luoming County Lord, who had closed her eyes to rest, opened her eyes and looked up at Su-Yin, who was flying in the air. Huh? Feng Shichi was a little confused after waking up, and looked at Luoming County Lord with a surprised face. What happened? I think I heard Su-Yin calling me just now. Nothing happened. Just someone is making our ordinary life a little troubled. Luoming County Lord sighed. Let's go and see too. Brother Zhou. When Su-Yin and Qingyao came to the city wall, Zhou Yu, who was originally by the river, also fled to the field. Su-Yin shouted when he saw Zhou Yu, and stood on Qingyao's blanket, and repeatedly called Zhou Yu, who was fleeing to the city. Brother Su, save me. Zhou Yu saw Su-Yin and Qingyao, and quickly controlled the flying sword to shoot directly at their location. Those fish monsters are not moral and want to slander me. Set a trap for me. What happened? How did you get hit by a fish when you went fishing? You were almost raped by a fish. Su-Yin looked at Zhou Yu, who was hiding behind him, sitting on the ground gasping for breath, still in shock, and asked him curiously what happened. What fish rape? Those stinky fish insisted that the bait I used for fishing was a betrothal gift, and they wanted to take me back to their cave to marry their mother. And they also said that their mother liked this strong man. Zhou Yu took a breath and explained helplessly. The river in the flower area is also inhabited by monsters, like Xia Yu's river. Zhou Yu happened to encounter fish monsters on patrol when he was fishing today. They squatted in the river and observed Zhou Yu for most of the day. Finally, he came to the conclusion that a strong man with dark skin and a gened on-stage cultivator was exactly what his mother liked recently. Therefore, the fish monsters rushed out of the river, ready to tie Zhou Yu back to the cave to be their new father, to serve his extremely irritable mother, who was in puberty. This should be a good thing, right? Su-Yin teased Zhou Yu while holding back his laughter. What a bullshit! Look at their bear-like appearance. You might as well cut my neck with a knife instead of asking me to serve an old catfish spirit. Zhou Yu refuted Su-Yin's ridicule unhappily. Zhou Yu ran to the flower city. 2 gened and catfish spirits, and several foundation building silver carp and bighead carp in the field gradually stopped chasing, and looked at the gened and cultivators led by Su-Yin and Luoming County Lord on the top of the city. Even if you go far away this time, Zhou, we will accept the betrothal gifts for the time being. Don't think you can escape. Sooner or later we will catch you and marry you. The catfish spirit did not continue to move forward to capture Zhou Yu, because the Flower Demon Clan and the Flower Human Clan had signed a peaceful coexistence agreement many years ago. The Flower Demon Clan was not allowed to kill and cause chaos in the Human Clan city, and the Human Clan was not allowed to kill, sell, or have sex with the Flower Area Demon Clan for no reason. The Zhou family should not be caught. So the catfish spirit could only say something harsh with an unhappy face, asking Zhou to bring more people with him when he goes out in the future, and be careful when walking at night. Are you getting married? You are simply preparing to catch me and treat me as an animal. Bah! Zhou supported his hands on Su Yan's shoulders, tiptoed, and passionately sprayed the catfish spirits in the air, asking each other about the family tree and relatives. By the way, do you want to eat cakes? When we went to the Chiwang mansion this morning, we happened to meet a senior who invited us to Luoheju for a meal. I packed a lot of cakes and iced sugar water for everyone. Su Yan ignored Zhou who was cursing in the street, turned his head to look at Wanming County Master and Feng Shiqi, and invited them to taste cakes in the courtyard of the government office later. And, by the way, tell them that Bai Zai's remains will pass by the flower area soon. It doesn't matter whether you can touch Bai Zai or not. Su Yan likes to see martial arts movies with fists and flesh. There are also gifts for Brother Zhou, but the contents of the gifts may be quite crazy. Su Yan looked at Zhou, who was propping up his shoulders and spraying catfish spirits in the field, and said, "We also saw a strange beast today. The strange beast is called Dang Kong. It looks like a pig with long teeth. It is very delicious when it is seen." Pa! After Zhou spitted at the catfish spirits, he eagerly pulled Su Yan's arm and invited everyone to buy some fine wine before going home. Compared with the bad behavior of the catfish spirits, Zhou is now more interested in the strange beast Dang Kong mentioned by Su Yan. He quickly bought good wine and food, and prepared to invite his good brother Su Yan to have a drink and tell his story. He could also describe Dang Kong according to what Su Yan said, and then write down its innate magical powers and stories. Su Yan was also happy to share this, and called the fairy doctor to come over for afternoon tea. However, as Su Yan continued to talk, the expression on Zhou's cheek changed slightly, from excited to dumbfounded, and finally to a dead heart and a dull face. That is to say, in the next few days, the remains of Bai Zai, one of the 10 witches of the immortal country, will pass by the Red King's mansion? Zhou held his head with a painful face, and said in agony, "Brother Su, why didn't you remind me? If I had known about this earlier, I wouldn't have scolded the catfish spirit's family tree just now." Although the mother of the catfish spirit has not been seen, her children have the cultivation level of the golden core stage. As a mother, the big catfish spirit has at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. What he said just now was a curse on the whole family of the catfish demon. If he went out of the city to watch one of the 10 witches of the undead country, it was still unclear whether he could buy a ticket to the spectator seats. But the catfish demon family would definitely put a sack over his head and make him one of their family members. Spring is so annoying, especially when facing those spring-loving demons. Zhou thought for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and stomped his feet to squeeze out 3 words from his teeth. "I did it. Isn't it just sacrificing chastity? Take it if you love it. In order to see the legendary 10 witches of the undead country. And they may be the strongest 10 witches." Zhou really gave it his all. Chapter 202 Face. After eating cakes in the courtyard of the government office, everyone started their own work. Fairy Medicine and Qingyao went to the dressing room to make some emergency pills and powders for distribution to the craftsmen who were doing spring plowing and reconstruction work. Often doing hard work will inevitably cause some bumps. So Fairy Medicine prepared some analgesic and blood stasis powders for everyone. Princess Wanming and Feng Shiqi also returned to the front hall to start the reconstruction registration work. But compared with the workers, who were busy until the early morning yesterday, there were slightly fewer people going to the government office to prepare for registration today. Zhou and Su Yan were on vacation today. Su Yan ran to the kitchen to busy himself with his own things, while Zhou sat in the pavilion and did ideological work for himself. Should he go out of the city to watch the legendary Bai Zai, or choose to stay in the flower office honestly? Zhou was still deeply entangled, and secretly sighed in his heart that he was unlucky and mean. Wouldn't it be better to be happy secretly after getting the advantage? Why was he so mean and offended the whole family of the catfish spirit? Chew. 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 Su Yan emptied the island counter in the kitchen, which was originally filled with fruits and vegetables, and placed a polished and oiled smooth board on it, on which were placed the primary processed fig gum and stone mortar. In addition, there were cans of sugar powder, osmanthus powder, chrysanthemum powder, and some peach blossom, jasmine, chicken tongue incense and other medicinal powders that Su Yan had just ground by hand. Su Yan was mixing the formula of chewing gum, corresponding to different customers. Some customers who pursue cost-effectiveness can choose cheap chewing gum. That is, Fig gum mixed with chicken tongue incense powder and sugar powder. This model is sold for about 1 penny for 3 pieces. Compared with the cost price, there is certainly a profit, but not much. So Su Yan greatly reduced the chicken tongue incense on this basis, mixed pollen with the sugar powder to increase the fragrance, and made a floral chewing gum that girls and ladies should like, and high-end goods made from spiritual plant powder. Although the formula of chewing gum varies, the raw materials of chewing gum must contain fig gum, powdered sugar, and chicken tongue fragrance to neutralize the sweet taste, so that the sweetness is not too prominent and covers up the fragrance of other added powders. Su Yan heated the fig gum in water, took out the dissolved fig gum, rubbed all the mixed powder into the gum, divided it, put it in the mouth to chew, and wrote down the taste with charcoal pencil. Well, the basic version is similar to the osmanthus fragrance, but it may lack some gimmicks. Su Yan put down the scale and charcoal pencil, looked at the finished products on the table, raised his hand, and swept them all into the bowl to take out for his friends to taste, and gradually nurtured a bold idea in his mind. Because it was too bold, Su Yan couldn't make up his mind for a while. Sister Juanxia, come and try my chewing gum. Su Yan came to the front hall with a bowl and handed it to Lunming County Master and Feng Shiqi, asking the two to comment. Okay. The Lunming County lady saw the chewing gum in the bowl and didn't feel unfamiliar. She raised her hand, picked up a yellow one and threw it into her mouth to hold it for a while, using the temperature of her mouth to soften the fig gum that had become a little hard after cooling. The research and development of chewing gum was originally thought up by Su Yan alone, and then everyone prepared tools together to research basic chewing gum in the kitchen. Therefore, when Lunming County lady saw the chewing gum, she did not feel anything strange, and even knew how to eat it. A new flavor? It feels pretty good. The slight spiciness numbs the perception of sweetness in the chewing gum. The fragrance in the mouth escapes during chewing and then feeds back to my mind through the nasal cavity. Lunming County lady carefully tasted the sweetness of osmanthus in her mouth and marveled at Su Yan's clever idea, since she chose the more stimulating chicken tongue flavor. It covered the sweet taste of powdered sugar and fig gum and the earthy smell of dried osmanthus. It's a little spicy. Feng Shiqi ate the basic chewing gum, and the large amount of chicken tongue flavor stimulated her to stick out her tongue. I am also satisfied with the taste of chewing gum, but I still feel that it lacks gimmicks. After all, our things are relatively new. Su Yan lowered his voice and said to the two, so I came up with a bad idea. That is, our chewing gum is actually made by beautiful girls, so that girls can buy our chewing gum with confidence. And it can also attract some stubborn male customers. That's what I think. But I don't know if it will have adverse effects under such a banner. A Lunming County lord was slightly stunned, with a slightly surprised expression on her cheeks. Then she chuckled, picked up the chewing gum on the table, raised it, and slammed the gavel. All Taoist friends, look at me. The monks who were squatting in the front hall, scratching their heads and filling out the post-disaster reconstruction, all looked at the Flower County magistrate, who was slamming the gavel for no reason. Here are some gums for cleaning teeth. They are all made by my beautiful sister, one by one, for me to taste. Do you want to taste my sister's craftsmanship? However, you need to write a 300-word review after tasting it. The monks who stayed in the government office to fill in the forms were basically semi-illiterate. They had great brute force, but their writing skills were very poor. They often forgot the words and scratched their heads. Filling in 100 words on the form made them feel miserable. Asking them to write a 300-word essay was more satisfying than just cutting them. As soon as the voice of Lunming County Lord fell, a monk who was sitting on the steps filling in the form, with a painful mask on his face, immediately raised his hand to sign up for Lunming County Lord's food survey. The monk took off his mask of pain, ran to the table, looked at the chewing gum in the bowl with hope, and asked the Lunming County lady, "Is it really possible to taste it with 300 words of impressions? No additional charge?" "Yes, 300 words are enough. But the quantity is limited, and each person can only taste one," Lunming County lady said. "Then I won't be polite." The monk chose a peach blossom flavored chewing gum with a little pink, and followed the way of eating that Lunming County lady said. After softening the chewing gum with the heat of the mouth, he chewed it happily. How can time be so delicious? The slightly sweet and sweet fragrance of the flowers is like a long drought meeting the sweet dew, which penetrates into the lungs and heart along the throat. And finally, the semi-illiterate chewing gum, at this moment, seemed to be possessed by a literati, comparing his experience of chewing gum to the process of knowing and falling in love. And his intoxicated chanting was full of sour and smelly prose. As soon as someone spoke, the other monks ran to the table and chewed gum. Without exception, all agreed to the almost stringent conditions of Wanming County Lord to write a short essay. Wanming County Lord looked at Su Yin sideways, smiled helplessly and said, "Half of your worries are unnecessary. For example, girls may worry about the intimacy between men and women. But most male monks are not interested in those. Some men may even be willing to pay more for them if they know that they are made by beauties themselves." Wanming County Lord said, and slammed the gavel again, and said seriously, "Just now, I received a message from my good sister, asking me how the chewing gum tastes, and whether the size of her husband's chewing gum is standard." The monk who was chewing vigorously turned his head to look at Wanming County Lord with a strange face. And then a poo sound of spitting things immediately sounded in the front hall of the government office. Some monks took out kettles to rinse their mouths, and those who didn't have kettles even took out knives to scrape their tongues. "Su Yin, are you all so real? We are all men. Why do we have to embarrass each other? I wash my hands before applying chewing gum, but there is still a layer of water film on my hands. Asshole." Chapter 203, the highest level of medical skills combined with wood magic. It's real. It's really real. The real version of a beautiful woman stepping on wine yeast and a rough man stepping on pickled cabbage. Su Yin complained about the monks with a face full of complaints. He was thinking about how to improve the hygiene standards. He even installed a suspended ceiling in the kitchen to prevent the tiles from falling dust. And the kitchen table was replaced with a smooth board for skating. You actually care whether the chewing gum is needed by a man or a woman. After seeing the faces of the monks, Su Yin immediately dispelled his doubts in his heart, and planned to buy a few crystals to record how his chewing gum was needed after the magic weapon shop in Flower City opened for business. It seems that I am worrying too much. They don't care about hygiene at all. They only care about the beauty and ugliness of the handmade pastry chef. Su Yan's cognition was refreshed again, and the memory of the previous life that had long been dead suddenly awakened and began to attack the brain. I don't know which dynasty, but those officials seem to like to use the shoes of beautiful women as wine holders. Put wine glasses in them and start tasting wine. After seeing the ugly faces of the monks, this memory that had long died in the previous life began to attack Su Yan's head crazily. Su Yan picked up the bowl with a dull look, returned to the kitchen and began to clean up the island. After putting away all his experimental formula books, he turned into a fox again and lay in the courtyard with a thoughtful face, turning up his belly to bask in the sun. "Brother Su, what are you thinking about? Come and have a drink to relieve your worries." Zhou Yu, who was sitting in the pavilion making a decision, saw Su Yan's thoughtful expression, and couldn't help but sneered and asked Su Yan to come over and have 2 drinks to relieve his worries. "I'm not thinking about anything, but some dead memories in my head are attacking me. So embarrassing that I can dig a manor on the ground with my toes." Su Yan saw Zhou Yu calling him, shook his head to get rid of those strange memories, and waved his hand to show that he was not interested in drinking. Although Su Yan was basking in the sun, he was also waiting for Qingya, who was busy. He wanted to ask her something in person. Qingya claimed to be a white-eared fox, but she could see the ghost of Emperor Wuxian, which proved that she actually had the blood of the nine-tailed fox. But she could not fully observe the existence of the secret Sister Ayer. She was very likely a member of the Nightmare Town. But after Qingya introduced herself, Sister Ayer might think that everyone belonged to the same camp and did not continue to attack. Su Yan's impression of the members of the Nightmare Town was that they might be very powerful and mysterious. But the final outcome was not a good death. This sentence was said by the former leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the Central Province. Even the Holy Mother of the 10 Directions of the Nurtured All Spirits said so, which shows how deep the water of the Nightmare Town method is. If Qingya really practiced this method, Su Yan felt that he should persuade Qingya, quote scriptures, and persuade her to give up the members of the Nightmare Town who made people die a bad death through the quotations of the Holy Mother of the 10 Directions of the Nurtured All Spirits. The leader of your Nightmare sect has said that those who practice Nightmare will not die a good death. So why are you still practicing it foolishly? Regarding the Nightmare method, Su Yan actually had doubts and curiosity in his heart. But the answers he wanted to know were all from the Immortal Emperor. And Su Yan obviously could not ask the Immortal Emperor directly, because Su Yan could clearly hear the sadness in the words of Wuxing Emperor. Besides Emperor Xiaoyu and Empress Su, something else must have happened before. Although Su Yan is a fox, he is not stupid and has no intention of committing suicide. Since ancient times, it seems that few people who like to open other people's wounds can live to the end of their lives. Su-Yin took a short rest on the lawn until the evening, and finally saw Qingya coming out of the dressing building. Su-Yin kept the appearance of a fox, and caught up with Qingya, who was about to go to her dormitory in 3 or 2 steps. Is Sister Qingya free? Su-Yin approached Qingya, slightly avoiding keeping a distance of about half a meter, for fear that Qingya would accidentally kick him into the air, and perform a flying fox in the air. You want to ask about the method of nightmare control, right? Qingya glanced at the fox beside her, and saw what Su-Yin wanted to ask at a glance, and said, I have not practiced the method of nightmare control, and I am just preparing to take a bath to refresh myself. It's okay for you to take a look. Qingya originally wanted to explain, but thought that it might be a bit unclear to simply explain it orally. She simply picked Su-Yin up from the ground and took him back to her dormitory to explain it to him. The demon clan is extremely taboo about the method of nightmare control, and even sees the disciples of nightmare control, and will not stop until they die. As soon as they see the nightmare thief, they will start to call their friends, and will definitely kill the disciples of nightmare control, and make the whole family of the disciples of nightmare control restless. When Senior AI identified himself as a disciple of nightmare control, Qingya knew that Su-Yin would definitely ask about it. Considering that Su-Yin's background might not be simple, Qingya did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. After Qingya returned to the bedroom, she put Su-Yin on the dressing table, and sat on the dressing chair. She turned her back to Su-Yin and began to untie the collar around her waist and said, There are some things that cannot be told for the time being, because the court requires us to keep it secret forever. But the reason why Senior AI thought I was a member of the Nightmare Town is actually here. Qingya folded the collar and put it on her legs, raised her hand to take off her coat, revealing her back in a belly band. The back that should have been snow white and flawless showed a wonderful plant painting in front of Su-Yin. On the skin of Qingya's back, there was a plant pattern that Su-Yin had never seen before. The purple-red rhizome pattern took root in Qingya's coccyx, and the green branches with thorns grew along the spine until they stopped growing on both sides of Qingya's shoulder blades. 2 buds, one black and one white, grew on the shoulder blades, one on the left and one on the right. The bloodline of the Fennec fox originated from here. Qingya looked back at the mirror on the dressing table, looked at her back, and raised her hand to make a seal. The plant pattern that was originally attached to her back gradually expanded and became 3-dimensional. One black and one white bud gradually emerged as a solid entity and bloomed slowly. There is no such thing as a nightmare method. The highest fusion of all medical skills and wood-based methods allows the grafting characteristics that originally existed in plants to act on the human body, allowing humans to possess the magical powers of the demon race in a way that does not harm the harmony of nature. In other words, you are a fox. But if you want to obtain the golden flame of the 3-legged golden crow, or the ability of the heavenly dog to swallow the sky and the earth, you could obtain the possibility of awakening their innate magical powers through the grafting method. Qingya explained the grafting to Su-Yin clearly, and did not treat Su-Yin as an outsider. She turned around and looked at Su-Yin, who was sitting on her dressing table in a daze, and said, of course, what I just said are all perfect possibilities that exist in theory. The real situation is not so easy to obtain the talents of other ethnic groups, and its cost is extremely high. The people in the flower area have to work without food, drink or sleep for 10 years to produce the value that can cultivate a grafted plant. The above is my answer. Chapter 204 Searching for Her in My Dreams. According to her, the elegant 9-tailed fox bloodline originated from the medical technique of the medical fairy. The plants cultivated by the technique are combined with the human body, which slowly changes the body of the cultivator to obtain the innate magical powers of other ethnic groups. This is an extremely heaven-defying skill, but the grafting method is not without any shortcomings. Grafting is extremely dependent on luck. Plants can only give the grafter the possibility. Whether the magical power hidden in the bloodline can be awakened depends entirely on personal luck. The grafter may awaken all the innate magical powers of the grafted bloodline, or may spend a huge amount of money to cultivate the grafted plant, but nothing will be awakened. In addition to being extremely dependent on luck, the grafter also needs to endure the pain of the grafted plant's transformation of the body. The root of the grafted plant is rooted in the bones and connected to the grafter's nerves. Only in this way can the final bloodline be completely grafted. In addition, the grafted plant needs to be carried for life. Once the grafted plant is separated from the grafter may die. This is the danger of the grafting method. Master has done research and found that among the 5 elements of cultivators, only the wood cultivator has the highest survival rate. Once the other cultivators lose the grafted plant, they will be paralyzed at the lightest. Qingya sighed and continued, The grafting method is a transformation of the body. My soul is still the soul of the human race. Senior Ayer should have discovered this problem of mine. So he mistook me for a member of the Nightmare Town and asked me harshly. Right? There was no need for Su Yan to ask anything. Qingya directly told him everything she could say. The grafting method should have been top secret and could not be told to anyone. But that was already in the past. Since the Fairy of Medicine joined the Xiaoyu dynasty, she had obtained the secret support of Master Jin to carry out the Elite Division experiment. The grafting method was no longer a top-secret information in the Xiaoyu ruling class. With Su Yan's nine-tailed fox bloodline and the connections of seniors and sisters everywhere, Qingya believed that Su Yan would soon be able to learn from other channels that Xiaoyu Taibao and the Demon Suppression Division were jointly selecting soldiers. Once the cultivation of the grafted plants of the medical fairy is completed, it can be secretly popularized in the Imperial City on a small scale. Is it amazing? It should be said that it is really amazing. After listening to Qingya's story, Su Yan almost blurted out a word of awesome. But considering that Sister Qingya was present, it was better not to mention some organ-related phrases, and quickly changed a word to express his shock. The grafting method explored by the medical fairy is not an exaggeration to say that it can subvert the heaven-defying method of the cultivation world. People have different physiques. Some cultivators may practice body training at the age of 3, build foundation for 5 years, and cultivate to the nascent soul realm at the age of 10, and become earth immortals directly on the spot when they reach adulthood. And some people practice body training until the age of 30, and even concentrate on practicing magic and magic. But they cannot build a foundation. There are still many people of this kind. And the medical fairy's grafting method can not only make geniuses evolve into monsters, but also make those waste materials directly become useful. As long as the grafting method can be popularized among the human race, then in the future, the human race will usher in an era where geniuses, monsters are crawling all over the ground. Although the grafting method is a probabilistic awakening, the human race obviously has no shortage of a large population base. You only need to know about this matter, and don't spread any rumors. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Qingya did not forget to remind Su Yan after she finished speaking. His Majesty the Emperor and the Grand Master will investigate. The grafting method is not a big secret at some levels, but for cultivators at other levels, this news is no less than a self-destruction of a celestial being. And it is definitely news that subverts the 3 views of cultivators. The reason why she told Su Yan was because the grafting method was something Su Yan could know. Qingya naturally did not talk about the secret cooperation with the court and cause trouble. My mouth is extremely tight. I will never tell it even if I die. Su Yan nodded speechlessly and agreed to Qingya. Who is Sister Qingya? She is the Imperial Physician. The Fairy of Medicine is now the Dean of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Su Yan may not know the twists and turns inside, but he knows very well that the person standing behind the Fairy of Medicine is the Emperor Wuxing. As for the grafting method, Su Yan pretended that he had never heard of it and did not want to ask about it again. An alternative method of nightmare suppression that does not harm the harmony of heaven and will not lead to a bad death in the end. Involves extremely huge forces and interests, and can even directly subvert the current world of cultivation. This is obviously a big pit. After jumping in, Su Yan probably won't worry about being beaten by the elders of the Su clan, or being caught by the North Sea Dragon clan and trying to give birth to a baby in the Dragon Palace. The only thing he needs to worry about is whether he will have it tomorrow. Right? Qingya hid the spiritual plant behind her, got up and walked to the bedroom, put her clothes on the screen to wash off the smell of medicinal materials. After the misunderstanding of the nightmare suppression method was resolved, the two of them tacitly did not talk about the grafting method again. And those things that they shouldn't worry about came to an end. Su Yan also jumped from the dressing table to the ground, jumped onto the chair, and went out through the window directly. He did not choose to stay in Qingya's room for a long time, and was ready to go out to relax and forget about the grafting method. As he left, after Qingya finished bathing and changing clothes, she came out from behind the screen and glanced at the dormitory, muttering, "You said you were going to solve all the problems at once." Su Yan might not remember that he asked casually on the street of Chuangfu if he could pinch Qingya's ears, but Qingya remembered it very well. So after resolving the misunderstanding of the people in Nightmare Town, Qingya was very straightforward and prepared to fulfill her promise this morning and let Su Yan pinch her long brown fox ears. As a result, Su Yan ran away as soon as he turned around, and he had to find another time to keep his promise. Qingya didn't worry too much about time when she couldn't see Su Yan. She put on her black round hat again and left the dormitory to wait for dinner in the courtyard. As soon as Qingya opened the door, she saw a white object on the emerald green lawn, curled up, and slept peacefully in the sunset. "Are you asleep?" Qingya muttered to herself, with a confused face, and tilted her head. It seems that it only takes a little more than 3 cups of tea to bathe and change clothes. It shouldn't be too long. Right? Can you fall asleep in such a short time? Brother Su said that sunbathing is good for smooth fur. So I'll lie on the lawn and take a nap. Zhou Yu, who was drinking alone in the pavilion, saw Qingya tilting her head to look at Su Yin, and said something to Su Yin, proving that Su Yin slept here to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to nourish himself, not to have any special strange habits. Su Yin didn't know about the conversation between the two, because he was trying to sleep soundly, preparing to meet the fairy sister who was invited by Master Jean. Anyway, I'm free anyway, so instead of thinking about the grafting method and other nonsense, I might as well go to the fairy sister in my dream to learn some powerful moves. It's just right to ask the fairy sister how much her course costs, which can make the master feel painful. Su Yin is also quite curious about this. Chapter 205 The Dandy. Night. Su Yin, who went out for a little exercise, opened his eyes in a daze in his dream. He felt a familiar touch on his back. Su Yin shook his head, squatted up from the arms of the fairy sister, and looked back. The girl with closed eyes closed her eyes as usual, and did not move at all because of Su Yin's arrival. She was as still as a husband waiting for her husband. "Senior, can you hear me?" Su Yin looked at the girl with closed eyes and asked, when he was ignorant before. Su Yin thought that the fairy sister was just stroking the fox. But after the reminder of Master Jean, Su Yin felt more and more that the fairy sister was not just stroking the fox before, but was very likely to be touching his bones and exploring his meridians. Facing such a mysterious senior, Su Yin did not jump up and down like before, but asked the senior if he could hear him talking through the dream. The girl with closed eyes bent down, grabbed Su Yin's neck fur, and put him on her legs. Su Yin slowly typed a question mark, looked at the fairy sister and said, "Senior, are you listening to me?" The girl with closed eyes shook her head to indicate that she was not listening. "Su Yin, this is the second time I met the girl with closed eyes today. But she did not teach Su Yin any magic. She just touched the fox very simply, threw Su Yin into the sky, then turned over and rode on it, and flew directly from the south to the north. The dream was bizarre and dreamlike. But in reality, Su Yin woke up from his sleep because he could not bear the heavy wife. Su Yin, who was lying on the bed, looked at the roof and complained speechlessly. "Dean, aren't you lying? You said you would teach me 2 moves, but I didn't see the second move." The second time he met the fairy sister, Su Yin did not get any magic inheritance, but simply helped the fairy sister move a home in the dream. From the southern pastoral scenery to the snowy mountains, Su Yin was almost exhausted to death. But fortunately, there was a hot spring bath in the dream at the end. The girl with closed eyes had very little desire to communicate, and Su Yin couldn't guess what she was thinking. Forget it. Su Yin didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, the fairy sister belonged to the friendly unit. Maybe she didn't teach him magic today because she didn't meet some conditions? Su Yin stretched his waist and looked at the sky outside the window. He turned into a human again, washed up and prepared to go to the front hall. Yesterday, Luoming County Lord and Feng Shichi took turns to work. Today, it was his turn and Zhou Yu's turn to work. "Good morning, Brother Zhou. Where are the others?" When Su Yin came to the front hall of the government office, he could see Zhou Yu sitting on the armchair with his legs spread out, holding a book in his left hand, and writing something with a charcoal pencil in his right hand. Jiuanxia and Feng Shichi were invited to dinner, and Xianzi and Qingya seemed to be going to the countryside to see a doctor? Zhou Yu said casually. "It's just a flattering dinner. It doesn't matter whether you go or not." In the past, the Hua family may not have been able to tell the origins of everyone, so they didn't embarrass everyone at the previous dinner. Now Hua Yin saw with her own eyes that Su Yin and Master Jean were talking on top of the Muling giant statue. And later, a super boss was directly stationed in the flower official office. Fairy doctor's cultivation is not much weaker than King Qi. The Hua family in general by gradually realized that Su Yin might not have been bragging at the beginning. And the Xiaoyu dynasty has always had the tradition of sending knowledgeable people to poor and remote areas full of unruly people to exercise their abilities. Although the flower area is not a poor and remote area, it is a very reasonable adjective to describe it as full of unruly people. Okay. Normal means cannot control unruly people. So some dandy boys with deep backgrounds are sent to torture the unruly people in our flower area, so that we can experience what it means to be evil. Fortunately, we know the time and surrender quickly. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of gods and demons will happen next. Whenever Hua Yin thinks of this, she can't help but sigh that the Xiaoyu dynasty is really full of talents. So many dandy boys said they would send them to the flower area. I'm really not afraid that they will blow up the flower area, resulting in a total loss of the flower area. Time slowly came to the afternoon. The princess of Luanming County and Feng Shiqi, who had gone out early in the morning, returned to the government office with large and small bags of things. Su Yin. After Feng Shiqi returned to the government office, she ran to the courtyard of the government office and found Su Yin sitting cross-legged on the lawn, practicing breathing exercises. Feng Shiqi had a smiling face, holding a handful of rock tokens in her hand, and raised them in front of Su Yin, saying, "Look what this is. We got 10 free tickets for the Baizé observation seats." Ah! After Su Yin opened his eyes, he looked at Feng Shiqi with a confused expression on his cheek and said, "Why do I have to buy tickets to join in the fun? Baizé is about to pass through the flower area, and the Red King has built a spectator seat outside the Red King's mansion." Su Yin certainly knows these things, but Su Yin doesn't quite understand why he needs to buy tickets to see the wonders of the cultivation world. Can't I just squat on the wall of the Red King's mansion? Or squat on the top of the hill to watch? Maybe? For safety reasons? Su Yan's doubt stumped Feng Shiqi. Feng Shiqi came over for a moment and said, "Anyway, we don't need to pay for it ourselves. These tickets are given by the Hua family. We can just go and sit in the VIP seats to watch. The tickets sold by the Qiwang mansion are not for the poor, but for those who are rich and want to join in the fun, but are worried about being involved in the storm. Buying the tickets for the viewing seats of the Qiwang mansion is equivalent to the Qiwang personally guaranteeing the personal safety of the spectators. The ticket usage time is the day after tomorrow morning. We may have to go and occupy the seats tonight." Feng Shiqi handed a ticket to Su Yin and said with a smile. Su Yin looked at what was written on the ticket, and 3 black lines appeared on his cheeks. Baizé. The big drama of one man against 10,000 countries is about to be staged. So please look forward to the opening. The front of the ticket says what drama to watch, and the back says the precise time to eat melons. Su Yin was extremely suspicious. If Baizé didn't show up at that time, would Qiwang personally run to Baizé to attract him? If so, then the ticket sales in Qiwang's mansion made sense, since we have to leave in the early morning. I'll go outside to buy some snacks, and then we'll sit in the VIP seats to watch the show. Su Yin stood up from the lawn and took Feng Shiqi to buy some snacks outside the government office. In addition, the Luanming County Lord and Zhou Yu in the front hall of the government office were scratching their heads while staring at the black object in the glass bottle. "Are you sure these black-orange peels can be used to make tea? No matter how I look at them, they seem to be moldy things?" Zhou Yu looked at the words on the bottle, his face full of confusion. "I don't know. Anyway, it says tea leaves on it. Chapter 206 is the Immortal Emperor here? I love you. Baji. This stuff is really powerful. After drinking it, my cultivation has improved a little bit." When Zhou Yu first saw the black stuff in the glass jar, he rejected it from the bottom of his heart. But when he learned that the stuff in the glass jar that Hua Yin gave to Luanming County Lord was a tribute to the Immortal Emperor every year from the Flower District, Zhou Yu felt that it was not impossible to try it. Hua Yin did not explain the black stuff in the glass jar to Luanming County Lord, but just said that it was a small gift from the Hua family. Not a respect. It was only when Luanming County Lord was leaving that the Hua family maid reminded her that the tea in the glass jar was a tribute from the Flower District. Among the 3 Earth Immortals in the Flower District, in addition to the human Earth Immortal Hua family ancestor and the demon Earth Immortal by Jiangjun, the last Earth Immortal is a mountain god who has become a spirit from a citrus tree and has been rooted in the Flower District for more than 3,000 years. The mountain god's cultivation had long stopped growing, so the spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed into his body on weekdays was all distributed to the citrus fruits on his branches, making them grow extremely strong, delicious and magical. If it weren't for the tyranny of the Red King, the old mountain god would have kept all the tangerines for himself. As the saying goes, the flower is a wonder, and the tangerine peel is eaten, which is used to describe the tangerines produced by the old mountain god. The tangerine peel that Hua Yin gave to the Luanming County Lord should be called aged tangerine peel. It is taken from the plump tangerines on the sunny side of the crown of the old mountain god. The flesh is removed and it is dried for 10 years to produce the essence of the sun and the moon. The standard for tribute is 100 years. And it needs to be warmed with the essence of the sun and the moon throughout the process. Drinking it is like absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, which has great appeal to the demon clan. A mouthful of tangerine peel tea is equivalent to several months of hard practice for ordinary cultivators. A piece of tangerine peel of the old mountain god can make 8 cups of tea. And 1 cup of tea is about 4 mouthfuls of tea. I can't drink anymore. Joe tasted the first mouthful and felt very good. After drinking the second cup, he burped and his stomach was bloated as if he had just participated in a big eater competition. 2 sips of tea is equivalent to a year of hard spiritual power cultivation. If Joe was not a gened and stage cultivator, the spiritual power contained in a sip of tea would be enough to burst his meridians. But 2 cups of tea is already the limit of a gened and primary cultivator. The gift of friendship given by the Hua family is indeed extraordinary. It turned out to be this. Su Yin took a sip of tea, and the familiar taste and sweet feeling were transmitted to his heart and lungs, reminding Su Yin of what happened last month. At that time, he and Sister Sierra went to Princess Wux's house to feed the moon rabbit. Princess Wux used tangerine peel tea to entertain him and Sister Sierra at that time. Su Yin didn't know it was a tribute before, and asked Princess Wuxi where to buy it. Princess Wuxi smiled and didn't say anything. Just asked Su Yin to come to her house to drink it if he liked it. The rich Lolita's wealth is not only on the surface. Any inconspicuous thing can show off. Su Yin secretly complained in his heart. By the way, can you give me 2 pieces of those 100-year-old tangerine peels from Sister Juanxia? Everyone drank tea while refining spiritual energy. After Qingyao and Fairy came back, they prepared to post a note that the government office would be closed tomorrow and go to the Red King's mansion to see the Baizhe beast, one of the 10 witches of the immortal kingdom. Before leaving, Su Yin seemed to remember something and asked Luoming County Lord for 2 pieces of 100-year-old tangerine peels. What are you doing here? Luoming County Lady looked at Su Yin in confusion, but still opened the storage bag and took out the glass jar, repacked the 5 slices inside, took out 2 slices, and handed them to Su Yin. An old mountain god's orange is divided into 6 slices of dry tangerine peel. Everyone has just drunk 1 slice, and now there are 5 slices left. I use it to bribe, Su Yin complained. It's not that there are no acquaintances in the Red King's mansion. A certain idle old dragon who is second to none should now be living a retired old man's life of drinking tea and playing with birds. Master Jean may not look down on these things, but Su Yin didn't intend to get anything. He just wanted to show his filial piety to the old man. He just hoped that a certain old dragon would not come to torment him and others on a whim. I just came out of the dire straits, and good days are waving to me. Su Yin doesn't want Master Jean to make his homework more difficult. Moreover, with a gift, Su Yin can also test Master Jin's attitude. He and others have worked hard in the flower area, and their credits should be very high. Right? Do you want to visit the dean with me? When they arrived not far from the Red King's mansion, Su Yin looked at everyone and asked if anyone wanted to visit the Grand Tutor with him. No! Luoming County Lady and Zhou Yu shook their heads frantically, obviously not wanting to deal with Grand Tutor Jean. Feng Shiqi wanted to accompany Su Yin, but when she thought of the notorious deeds of Grand Tutor Jean, she retreated behind Jun Xia. Go and come back quickly. Don't stay with the Grand Tutor for too long. The Fairy of Medicine, who knew Grand Tutor Jean very well, directly told Su Yin to go and come back quickly, and not to stay with the Grand Tutor for too long, as it was easy to get bad habits. Su Yin didn't feel strange when he saw no one going with him. After all, it was Grand Tutor Jean he was going to meet later. If it weren't for the feeling that Grand Tutor Jean gave him, full of kindness and gentle emotions, Su Yin actually wouldn't deliberately contact such a powerful person. Su Yin flew to the top floor of Luoheiju, walked out of the illusion array through the stairs, and came to the pavilions and towers. He saw the box where he met the Grand Master yesterday, and there were wisps of green smoke from burning incense. He knew that Grand Master Jean should still be in the box of the pavilions and towers. Come in directly. No need to knock on the door. As soon as Su Yin walked up the stairs, Grand Master Jin's voice came from the box. Su Yin didn't say anything politely, and pushed open the door of the box where Grand Master Jean was, and saw Grand Master Jean sitting in a pile of memorials and working. You came just in time. Grand Master Jean looked at Su Yin with a smile on his face, waved to him and said, Come, come, sit here. Grand Master Jean made a seat for Su Yin, pushed Su Yin to the seat where he sat, guided Su Yin to take the memorial in his left hand, and took the seal in his right hand to stamp on the memorial. Is this appropriate, Dean? Su Yin took a deep breath and turned to look at Grand Tutor Jean behind him and said, "These are memorials. If I make mistakes in the review, His Majesty Emperor Wuxing will not kill me directly if he knows it. Take a look at what is written in the memorial." Grand Tutor Jean guided Su Yin to stamp a memorial, then walked straight to the recliner and crossed his legs, saying, "It's just some boasting and flattering words. Very boring." After Grand Tutor Jin's reminder, Su Yin really began to read the content of the memorial and look at the font of the official seal. The first memorial that Su Yin corrected had the following words written on it in a very elegant font: "Today is a sunny day, and I miss His Majesty Wuxing Emperor's divine power again. Haixia City is as prosperous as ever, and His Majesty is truly wise." The second memorial: "I love you and admire you. Your Majesty is the light in my life, and the divine light that guides me to work hard day and night to govern Mingquan City." After reading a few memorials, Su Yin looked at the seal in his hand again. It was not a jade seal engraved with time changes. But things don't change. It was a seal with red. Reading a memorial once is one reading. Reading it twice is two readings. And so on. If you see a more elegant one, ask me to read it too. Master Jean was smiling as she prepared to make a pot of tea to relieve the greasy nausea from the bottom of her heart. County officials in the Xiaoyu dynasty had the obligation and power to write to the emperor every week to report the major and minor events in the cities under their jurisdiction, or to ask for advice. But as time went on, and Xiaoyu became stronger and stronger, the original weekly routine of writing to the emperor gradually became a link for county officials to show their presence. County officials also knew that whether they were promoted or not would not change because of a memorial, but at least they could show their presence in front of Emperor Wuxing. More than 1,000 memorials on trivial matters every week make me sick. If I had known that His Majesty would forward these memorials directly here, I should have brought a few gentlemen with me when I went out to take turns stamping them. Master Jean thought to himself, with a face full of emotion. Chapter 207 Ao Renlin. Your Majesty, I think that the bamboo-centered and cool dance art of the beauty in the Western Territory should be promoted in the territory. If the beauty is not suitable, you can use handsome men to stimulate the domestic demand of the Wanshur dynasty. Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate to directly abandon the abandoned mining area in the Northern Territory. We should learn from King Xian to create wonders to stimulate the regional economy. The mine that goes straight to the underground for thousands of miles is a natural wonder. Good morning, Your Majesty Wuxing. Have you eaten? This morning, I had pickled vegetables and porridge. At noon, a famous dish called orange crab stuffing is popular here this year. The ingredients required are not complicated. You only need to make this sweet and slightly sour dish. The memorials neatly arranged on the table are basically some trivial matters. They are either flattering to ask for the health of the holy body of Wuxing Emperor, or describing what they have eaten and what is delicious, and recommending local specialties to Wuxing Emperor. Some even talked about handsome men, and recommended pole dancing to Emperor Wuxing, or bamboo dancing. Su Yan's scalp was numb as he read the memorials, because all the words were full of lewdness. When reading the memorials, Su Yin seemed to have hallucinations in front of him, and saw a large group of gentlemen posing, flirting, and coquettishly saying, "Your Majesty, look at me!" TSK. Su Yin closed the memorial silently, subconsciously wiped his palm on his clothes, as if there was something dirty on the memorial, then turned his head to look at Master Jean on the rocking chair, and complained, "Local officials. Life is really rich." Master Jean smiled and said, "In a prosperous and peaceful time, they naturally have nothing to do, but they can report. But they don't want to give up the power of submitting a memorial once a week. So naturally the memorials are all about trivial matters or bad ideas. The memorials that really record major events are either escorted by the special personnel of the Demon Suppression Department, or delivered to Your Majesty through the express channel of the post station, or even delivered to me for slow review. If you like to read it slowly. I won't compete with you." Emperor Wuxing doesn't like to read these flatterers, so he ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to hand it over to Grand Tutor Jean. Grand Tutor Jean has long been tired of the routines of those officials, and immediately subcontracted the reading of trivial memorials to the teachers in the academy. It's just that during this outing, Grand Tutor Jean did not expect Emperor Wuxing to send the memorials over, and did not bring an outsourced teacher with him to review. Just when Grand Tutor Jean was feeling irritated, Su Yin ran into the gun. "Thank you for your kindness, Dean. I still have some important things to deal with. This is just a small token of my respect." Seeing that Master Jin's face was full of joking, and his words were more tactful than singing, Su Yin stopped talking to the master and put the tangerine peel produced by the old mountain god on the table where Master Jean was sitting, and prepared to leave. The content of the memorials was too greasy, and Su Yin felt that he was too young to read them. Master Jean watched Su Yin escape, and couldn't help but chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Young people are really lively, and being stupid is quite interesting." After escaping from Luo Heiju, Su Yin flew directly to the rock pillar viewing seat outside the city of Chuangfu, and joined the fairy doctor and others who arrived earlier. "Did you find out the credit rating?" When the Wuming County Lord saw Su Yin coming back, she caught the white fox running towards her and asked, "No. As soon as I saw the dean, he held me down and made me do hard labor. As soon as I thought about asking, the dean directly changed the topic to the horizon." Su Yin sighed helplessly. The enemy is too cunning. It's normal that he can't find out. If it's so easy to find out, he wouldn't be the Grand Master. Zhou Yu didn't find it strange, and even thought it was normal for Su Yin to be defeated by Grandmaster Jean. Boom boom boom. Just as Su Yin arrived at the viewing seat, a strange roar came from the sky, as if some huge monster was breaking through the air resistance and moving forward. When such a strange sound came, the audience in the viewing seat looked over at the same time, thinking that they could see Bai Zhe, who was respected as the beast god in the legend. But what everyone saw was a 100-meter dragon covered with black scales with starlight dots, rushing towards the south at high speed in the sky. "It's you, Master Qian Wanli." When Su Yin saw the 100-meter black dragon, he didn't recognize who it was. But when he saw the small fur blanket of the heavenly dog clamped on the black dragon's front paws, he immediately knew who the young female black dragon in front of him was. "Huh?" The little dragon girl, who looked bored, heard someone calling her name from below, and subconsciously turned her head to look over, and saw the little fox that had disappeared for a long time. The little dragon girl gradually slowed down her forward speed and swooped towards the rock plank road where Su Yin was. The spectators in the spectator seats were shocked when they saw the black dragon with a dragon face for the first time, swooping straight towards them, and the people on the plank road were a little panicked. However, when Xiaolongnu was approaching the rocky plank road, she changed into her human form and landed on the plank road very smoothly. She turned around and stood in front of Su Yin, looking at Su Yin above the guardrail and said, "Do you have a place to stay here?" Xiaolongnu looked at Su Yin and continued, "Arrange a guest room for me and add an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. I will live in your house for a while." "What are you doing?" Su Yin looked at Xiaolongnu with surprise. He remembered that Xiaolongnu and her father seemed to be on vacation in Xiaoyu City for about a month. How come they ran from Xiaoyu City to Flower City in just about a week? "Over there." Xiaolongnu raised her hand and pointed to the northwest. "Ao Runlin." A roar that shook the earth spread from the southwest, and the sound waves turned into substantial sound waves and swept towards the Red King's mansion from afar. The extremely solid city walls were shaken and cracked in the roar of the visitor. The spectator seat where Su Yin was not affected because of the formation protection. But Su Yan's hair stood up at this moment. The huge anger and resentment contained in the roar were still clearly audible even though they were thousands of miles apart. Could it be that my father was fighting a deadly battle with some enemy? The dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun drifted from the northwest with a strong wind. A man with torn clothes on his upper body, with white hair tied into a high ponytail behind him. He rolled hundreds of miles in the void before he barely stopped himself. His face was full of anger, and he looked at a young man in white in front of him. The young man's skin was white and flawless, just like his gray-white long hair. The two red circular lines on his forehead revealed a bit of evil. The young man was surrounded by powerful enemies. After he kicked the man with a high ponytail away, the other cultivators rushed to attack him again. The young man walking in the void swung his body slightly, dodged the cultivators' attacks, and continued to walk forward. Suppress! The dark giant palm that covered the sky fell, and the young man raised his left hand to block it. He pinched a piece of dragon scale with his 5 fingers and pressed it hard into the dragon's flesh and blood. Under the young man's clever power, the dragon scale turned into a sharp knife to cut the black dragon's skin, flesh, and bones and stuck in his palm. Woo! The father of the little dragon girl took a breath of cold air and quickly retracted his palm that was slapping Bai Zhe, looking at the dragon scale that almost tore his dragon claws. He cursed inwardly. The young man with his eyes closed forced those cultivators back one by one and continued to move in the void, aimlessly walking towards the south of the cultivation world, and walking all the way to the direction of the endless sea. "Dad, I'm staying here. Don't worry. When Xiaolongnu saw her father, she raised her hand and reported to him with a weak voice. It doesn't matter if she lives here or stays with the dragon tribe in the South China Sea. Xiaolongnu is too lazy to go so far. Chapter 2081 Man Against 10,000 Nations. The white-haired young man, with his eyes closed, walked in the void, facing the spiritual weapons and magical powers of hundreds of strong men. Bai Zhe, who had transformed into a young man, broke them with clever force, as if he was passing through a bush of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. He punched and kicked one person after another. The immortals and demons in the sky all seemed a little inferior in front of Bai Zhe. Is this the 10 witches of the immortal country? Bai Zhe? The battlefield was moving with Bai Zhe as the center. Su Yan, standing on the rock plank road, finally saw Bai Zhe, one of the real 10 witches of the immortal country. Bai Zhe's appearance and figure were very similar to those of a young man. There was no fluctuation of demonic power and spiritual energy on his body. His skin was whiter than that of a virgin. Only on his white forehead, a pair of symmetrical and slightly evil red circular patterns made Bai Zhe look a little different from ordinary people. Just as Su Yan was looking at Bai Zhe carefully, the man who had roared Su Yan's father's name finally recovered from Bai Zhe's counterattack and turned into a dark light to attack Bai Zhe again. The invisible and intangible air in the square inch was outlined by his brute force. Seeing Tiango Lianqi get up again, the other cultivators who were hunting Bai Zhe hurriedly dodged. Among the hundreds of cultivators hunting Bai Zhe, the strongest one was the elder of the Red Dragon clan, followed by Lianqi of the Tiango clan in the refining void realm. Some of the other human cultivators were just entering the Earth Immortal realm, and some were gamblers who had not even reached the Earth Immortal realm and wanted to pick up leaks. Therefore, after Lianqi recovered, the other cultivators chose to retreat and did not want to get involved in the battle between Lianqi and Bai Zhe, fearing that the crazy Lianqi would kill them. Tell me, where is Ao Renlin? Bastard! Lianqi kicked Bai Zhe fiercely, and the force was so strong that the sky and the earth could hear the whistling sound of airflow. But Bai Zhe just leaned to the side, raised his arm, dodged the stream of light transformed by Lianqi, and took a step forward. Lianqi's original speed was running fast, and he directly hit his arm. The force was so great that Lianqi's face was distorted, and the whole person was spinning and flying backwards. After doing all this, Bai Zhe retracted his bow step and stood in the air for a while. Hiss! Bai Zhe's arm was like a blade, and it was as fast as lightning and directly cut Lianqi's neck. It should not be said that Bai Zhe predicted Lianqi's attack mode and used Lianqi's own speed to hit him hard, hit the neck and cervical vertebrae, and then used Lianqi's own speed to cut his jaw and head. The strong recoil force made Lianqi lose consciousness for a short time, and fell directly into the forest from a height of nearly 800 meters. The two were so fast that others could not see clearly. When their bodies crossed, Lianqi was defeated again. They are tied together. It seems that they can't hurt Bai Zhe, right? Why don't they use the regional magic that the Earth Immortals are best at to attack Bai Zhe? Su Yan, who was on the rocky plank road, was eating the big melon in the sky very seriously. However, reaching the Earth Immortal realm is not just a simple competition of magic and physical body, but also a battle between magical powers. Su Yan could not understand the logic of the battle between Lianqi and Bai Zhe at all. So, Su Yan stood up and ran to the front of the medical ferry along the guardrail to ask about the details of the battle. The tickets sold by the Red King are only for safety. Each ticket costs 500 kilograms of spirit stones, but it does not include the explanation of the strength, magical powers, and routines of the two sides in the battle. Because spiritual power damage is ineffective against Bai Zhe, only physical damage can stop him. The Fairy of Medicine looked down at Su Yan, smiled and raised her hand to touch Su Yan's head and said, "This is Bai Zhe's innate magical power. No spell or magical power can be applied to him. When facing the beast god Bai Zhe, only a head-on confrontation in Bai Zhe's strongest field can defeat him. Bai Zhe is immune to spiritual power damage. The only way to turn over and ride on Bai Zhe is to use force to force Bai Zhe to show his true body to fight. Only when he reveals his true form of the Bai Zhe beast, everyone has the opportunity to use Bai Zhe's magical power to learn about the world." Bai Zhe. Is it so outrageous? Su Yan's face was full of amazement. The innate magical power displayed by Bai Zhe has the power to know the world. And now, he has shown a magic immunity magical power. Today, Bai Zhe is only a relic, and his strength is definitely weaker than his heyday. But even so, Bai Zhe is still terribly strong, and he is still at ease in the face of the collective attacks of the Earth Immortals and Divine Beasts. It is really hard for Su Yan to imagine how the emperors and cultivators of the human race at that time severely injured Bai Zai, who was a single enemy of 10,000 countries, and his soul dissipated. Su Yan was completely shocked by this, because in Su Yan's cognition, Bai Zai, who has the body of a divine beast, spiritual power immunity, and knows all the details of the enemy, is definitely a bug beast. If it weren't for his slightly insufficient origin, Bai Zai should actually be considered an innate holy spirit. The Fairy of Medicine gave a very high evaluation in the face of Su Yan's exclamation. Bai Zai's power is simply against the sky and absurd. The Fairy of Medicine has studied Bai Zai very deeply. But as the research deepened, the Fairy of Medicine understood more and more that it was impossible to collect blood samples from Bai Zai, because doing so would anger Bai Zai, who is a lucky beast. Bai Zai is a benevolent beast. Even the remains left in the world today do not show hostility to the cultivators who try to ride on him. Otherwise, Bai Zai's power can kill them all in a cup of tea. It is because of knowing Bai Zai that Fairy Yi gradually lost interest in collecting Bai Zai's blood. If the little guys hadn't insisted on joining in the fun, Fairy Yi actually didn't even want to come. A bunch of ambitious people in the cultivation world howled at an ancient beast, like a fierce fight between animals in heat and fighting for mates. I don't know what kind of viewing experience it is. If you have that time, you might as well study plant reproduction. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. When Su Yan and his friends were listening to Fairy Yi's description of Bai Zai's magic, a shout suddenly came from the rock plank road. A group of soldiers wearing armor of the Red King army emerged from the rock, carrying something like a stretcher. Lian Qi, who was severely injured by Bai Zai earlier, was picked up from the forest by the soldiers under the command of the Red King and sent directly to the rock plank road for emergency treatment. The injuries he suffered were not light. Lian Qi could not use spiritual power when attacking Bai Zai, but Bai Zai was very powerful when attacking Lian Qi. He almost smashed Lian Qi's head with a swing of his arm. He is the heavenly dog Lian Qi. When Xiaolong Nu saw Su Yan looking at Lian Qi, she lifted Su Yan from the guardrail, held Su Yan in her arms with a tired face, and then put him on the ground, and directly rested on him, making a joyful and strange laugh. Lian Qi, a joke in the cultivation world, boasting that he is a playboy in the field of love. But after being rejected by Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox of the Su family, he whimpered and cried pitifully like a homeless stupid dog. I hope Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox of the Su family, will not throw him away. Lian Qi cried and made a fuss, and even asked his own ancestor Lian Mu to come out and ask for the ancestor of the Su family to intercede. But in the end, he still failed to get back the woman he liked. If I had a foolish dog like Lian Qi, I would choose to throw him away directly. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing to raise him. After seeing Lian Qi, Xiaolong Nu's gloomy mood improved a little, and she even spoke more words. She is currently checking her sleep quality. I see. Su Yan's face showed an expression of enlightenment, but he looked a little guilty, proving that Su Yan's heart was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. No wonder I heard someone calling my father's name just now. It turned out that a big dog with the surname Lian wanted to seek revenge. Chapter 209 Don't Come Over Here. A crying and whining dog. Xiaolong Nu used Su Yan as a pillow and covered herself with her blanket with a strange smile on her face, as if she was ready to fall asleep peacefully on the rock plank road. She really felt a little tired. 3 days ago, Bai Zai passed by hundreds of kilometers away from the main city of Xiaoyu. Her father dragged her to chase Bai Zai, all the way from Xiaoyu city to the Red King's mansion. During this period, although Wanli Zhenjuan did not participate in the direct conflict, Xiaolong Nu's father still asked her to play an auxiliary role next to him to see if there were any Taoist friends who were paralyzed by Bai Zai. If there were, she would feed them some elixir to treat them. In the absence of the gods, the only way to ride Bai Zai was to consume Bai Zai with a round-robin battle. Therefore, it is necessary to treat the injured Taoist friends. So Xiaolong Nu felt that she was exhausted physically and mentally, and she had to sleep all day and night before she could move again. Who? Xiaolong Nu gradually fell asleep, while Su Yan was still observing Tiango Lian Qi, and didn't pay too much attention to Xiaolong Nu sleeping on him. She had said before that her hobby was to sleep, so Su Yan didn't think it was strange that she could sleep peacefully here. Let me do it. The Fairy of Medicine looked at the chaotic situation on the plank road and couldn't help but sigh softly. She moved forward and pushed away the doctor dispatched by the Red King's mansion and said, "It is ineffective to use pills to treat his injuries without removing the spiritual power left in Bai Zai's body. no matter how many pills are taken. It is impossible to stop the heavy bleeding in Tian Go's body. The physical constitution of the Earth Immortal is different from that of ordinary people. The blood gushing out of Lian Qi's mouth and wounds is almost like a waterfall. The wounds are constantly healing and damaging the heavy bleeding cycle. Although the vital signs are still stable, the light pink blood flows to the feet of the Fairy of Medicine. Seeing that their first aid level is so poor, the Fairy of Medicine has to step forward to help. The method of cuttings. The Fairy of Medicine half crouched beside Lian Qi, raised her woody arm, and turned it into a palm knife, cutting directly into the neck of Lian Qi. And the roots of plants as thin as hair spread and grew in Lian Qi's neck. The Fairy of Medicine pulled out her arm and waited quietly for the plants in Lian Qi's body to sprout and grow. Finally, a sapling broke through the flesh and blood and grew out of Lian Qi's neck. The Fairy of Medicine raised her hand to pinch the trunk and directly pulled the sapling up by the roots. Her rough and wild healing method made the monks on the plank road swallow their saliva. Although the Fairy of Medicine's method was rough, the effect was immediate. At the moment the sapling was pulled out, Lian Qi suddenly jumped up from the ground, covered his chest, and made bursts of sobbing sounds, and vomited a lot of bright red. The missing flesh and blood on Lian Qi's neck and chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye without the assistance of elixirs, and it was restored to its original state in a blink of an eye. After extracting Bai Zai's spiritual power, Lian Qi relied on his own recovery ability to heal himself instantly. Cough, cough, cough. After Lian Qi vomited the dirty blood in his body, his eyes were slightly dull for a moment before regaining clarity. He glanced at the monks on the rock plank road with a sharp gaze, and then looked at the fairy doctor who helped him and said, "Thank you for your help, Fairy. If you hadn't helped me, I don't know how much more time those mediocre doctors would have wasted on me." He was originally in a state of no disease and no pain, but Bai Zai's spiritual power was destroying his body, causing him to be paralyzed and unable to move. As long as Bai Zai's spiritual power was removed, he could stand up again and join the battle group. However, those quack doctors kept feeding him pills, and the pills were mixed with blood before they were swallowed into his stomach, and Lian Qi vomited them directly. They fed him pills for half a day, but none of them fell into his stomach. Lian Qi didn't slap them twice, because he was still good at self-cultivation and nourishing his qi. My consultation and medicine fee. Lian Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a bag of spiritual plants from the storage ring, and threw it directly to the fairy doctor as his consultation and treatment fee. After doing all this, Lian Qi didn't delay for a moment and prepared to continue to stop Bai Zai. He still had a blood feud and needed to use Bai Zai's ability to know the world. He swore not to be a heavenly dog if he didn't kill Ao Renlin. When Lian Qi was about to turn over and jump out of the formation to continue his fight to the death with Bai Zai, his eyes could not help but fall on Su Yin, who had been pretending to be dead and acting as a pillow. Xiao Longnu's appearance was so unique that everyone stood on the rock plank road to watch the battle, and she was the only one lying on the ground covered with the fur of the heavenly dog to sleep. It was hard not to attract the attention of others. Lian Qi himself also glanced subconsciously, and then he saw Su Yin, who had been pretending to be a pillow. Lian Qi, who was also a canine, could tell at a glance that Su Yin was a male fox in the Golden Core stage, but his figure and smell made Lian Qi feel a little familiar when he glanced at him. When he looked at it again, the feeling disappeared. Lian Qi felt an uncomfortable and strange feeling in his heart, as if he clearly remembered that he needed to do something, but suddenly forgot what he was going to do. Ah! Bai Zai is running towards this side. Just when Lian Qi was distracted, Bai Zai, who was originally fighting in the sky, seemed to notice something and looked towards the rock plank road. His closed eyelids opened at this moment to reveal his crystal eyes like rubies. Bai Zai flashed out of the interception formation of the spiritual weapon while moving around, and then his body glided straight towards the rock plank road in his own gliding posture. Bai Zai's sudden move scared the people who were originally eating melons on the plank road. "Let go!" Seeing this, the Qi Wang adjutant frowned, not quite understanding why Bai Zai suddenly ran towards him, but still controlled the plank road on the top of the rock column, and sank into the forest on the ground at a very fast speed. Dodging the first attack from Bai Zai, the plank road landed on the ground, and the formation that originally protected the customers was unlocked. The Qi Wang's adjutant opened his mouth to guide the paying customers to evacuate, while he and Lian Qi stayed in place temporarily to watch Bai Zai's actions. "Let's go too." The Fairy of Medicine also felt a little strange. Bai Zai had never attacked a cultivator on his own initiative. Today, he didn't know why he behaved abnormally, But he still called his apprentice and the little guys to prepare to evacuate temporarily. Little fox, carry your friend. We're leaving. Su Yan stood up directly from the plank road, raised his hands high, and carried the sleeping Xiao Longnu, and hurriedly caught up with the Fairy of Medicine, who had already started to evacuate. The Fairy of Medicine raised her arm, and a green rhizome grew on the forest floor. She took the hands of other cultivators, who were also fleeing, and left here together. After Bai Zai shot down the first one, his soulless crimson eyes quickly scanned the ground, and finally locked on the Fairy of Medicine and her group, who were evacuating at a very fast speed. A girl with gray hair, red clothes, and a cold face with closed eyes was waving at Bai Zai. Bai Zai leaned over and continued to chase the girl with closed eyes. The strong sense of threat made him unable to ignore it. Chapter 210. Bai Zai, the Immortal, has boundless martial power. Come here. Come here. A girl with gray hair, red clothes, and a cold face with closed eyes is waving at Bai Zai. Although the soul of the girl with closed eyes has been sleeping, her soul is gradually waking up. In the end, she will wake up one by one like the 9 nethers of Emperor Wusheng. The Queen Mother Su is not completely without any perception of the outside world. She can slowly and passively recognize the world 1,000 years later through Su Yan's ears and eyes. Naturally, she knows about Bai Zai. So the partially awake consciousness of the girl with closed eyes has been waiting for an opportunity to accelerate her own recovery. And Bai Zai is a very perfect tonic. The girl with closed eyes feels that the spiritual power she scraped from it should be enough for her to start dividing her soul. Come here. Come to me. The phantom of the girl with closed eyes sits behind the green rhizome and slowly waves a palm that seems to have magic power. Bai Zai. The girl with closed eyes gradually went far away. Bai Zai, who was locked in the sky, swooped down again. However, Lian Qi and the Red King's adjutant saw Bai Zai's movement and attacked from both sides at the same time. Lian Qi was going to ride on Bai Zai to find out the location of his mortal enemy Ao Renlin. He would not be able to get Su Qing's attention until he killed the old thief Ao Renlin, whether it was the Nine-Tailed Fox or the Pure Fox clan. As long as there was no widowhood, the female fox would basically never change her mind. There was no exception. Only when one of them died could it change. Lian Qi had always wanted to kill Ao Renlin, but he had not seen him for hundreds of years. Now, as long as he rode on Bai Zai, he would know Ao Renlin's current location. Bai Zai. Lian Qi turned into a light and shot at Bai Zai. While running, he still transformed into an orc form, and his powerful elbow hit Bai Zai's chest directly. But now Lian Qi was facing Bai Zai, who had already started to be serious. The cat's paw covered with snow-white fur grabbed Lian Qi and hit him with all his strength. Bai Zai's hooked nails were deeply embedded in Lian Qi's flesh and blood. With a strong pinch, he directly cut off Lian Qi's arm in the form of an orc, and slapped Lian Qi's head with a backhand palm. Bai Zai's palm swing was faster than sound in air, and it hit Lian Qi's jaw directly. Lian Qi's jaw showed an irregular shape, and his originally orange-yellow pupils gradually enlarged and lost their expression. His figure began to turn into a beam and disappeared in front of Bai Zai. Then, a deafening air explosion erupted at the place where the two touched. The hurricane that could be seen with the naked eye was defeated, and Lian Qi, who lost consciousness, shot straight out. The trees and the ground along the way turned into dark gullies in an instant. It was not until the wall of the Red King's mansion hit the formation that the earth tornado broke in two and continued to spread for more than 10 miles before gradually dissipating. Mountains hide. The Red King's adjutant did not rush forward. Seeing Lian Qi's instant defeat, he quickly changed his tactics and raised his hand, turning the forest soil into rock spears that rushed upwards. Each rock spear had the weight of a mountain and exerted the speed of an escaping light. Clang! Bai Zai raised his foot to block the first rock spear, and looked at the Red King's adjutant with his crimson and lifeless pupils. He stepped hard on the wall to reverse the direction of the rock spear, and the tail of the rock spear turned into a skyfire meteor and smashed down on the head of the Red King's adjutant, the rock spear dragging with high-temperature red light. In the shocked eyes of the Red King's adjutant, smashed other rock spears and hit the ground in an upstream posture. Boom boom. The ground within a few miles seemed to be like quicksand, sinking to the position where the rock spear hit, showing a spiral state of air waves that destroyed all the forests within hundreds of miles. The flying sand and rocks pushed out by the air wave were as powerful as the power of arrows, and even affected the flower city hundreds of miles away. and directly caused the ground of the forest to disappear nearly 1 meter of soil out of thin air. With one blow, the world suddenly became quiet. The cultivators who originally surrounded Bai Zai, except for a few who knew the inside story. All other cultivators fell into deep thought at this moment without exception. The figure that was about to move forward completely stopped. Bai Zai in front of him was undoubtedly crazy. Unlike before, he didn't act like accompanying a child to play. Now Bai Zai's every move was full of extreme force. With one palm, he disabled Lian Qi, who was also a divine beast. And with one foot, he made the adjutant of the Red King in the fusion stage escape by using Earth Escape. The cultivators who participated in the encirclement and suppression had never seen such a fierce and aggressive Bai Zai. Now, seeing Bai Zai's true use of force, they were afraid to move forward at all, fearing that Bai Zai, who was like a martial god in the world, would stare at their unusual movements. But Bai Zai, who had dealt with the two people blocking the way, was not even interested in looking at the sky. He turned into a beam of white light and passed through the smoke and dust created by the residual power of his moves. And Che Su Yin, who had already walked away, the instinct of the body told it that there was a powerful cultivator who felt that there was a threat and was worth fighting. He was there. The marsh beast could speak, and it knew the essence of all things, and it warned the people to eliminate the harm in time. A Bai Zai could eat tigers and leopards, roared like thunder, and travel to the end of the starry sky. The Bai Zai recorded in the classics of the cultivation world is a saint who knows everything in the world. He is a divine beast named a lucky beast by the human race. However, the Bai Zai in history is a reasonable person who can be reasonable. If he can't make sense, he will use force to force the enemy to agree with his own reason. Those who do not accept reason and physics are all disasters. And Bai Zai will get rid of them as soon as possible. What is the auspiciousness of Bai Zai? It kills every villain it sees, and every evil beast it sees. During his lifetime, Bai Zai dominated with martial arts. And only after his death was he slandered by the human race, as a saint who taught the younger generation to be reasonable. When Bai Zai saw the girl with closed eyes, the martial arts blood in his remains could not help boiling. That was a very powerful person, different from the naughty children around him. Boom boom. Bai Zai stopped moving forward and turned sideways to kick the Red King's mansion, which had opened the city defense formation. The entire city defense formation, along with the city, shifted slightly at this moment, as if an earthquake had occurred inside, causing many shoddy buildings to collapse. Hiss. The Red King in the Red King's mansion looked at the dust from the ceiling that fell onto the table, and couldn't help but smack his lips and asked, "The city should have shifted, right? How many spirit stones did that beast use up when he kicked?" The city defense formation of the Yixingwang city is different from the perpetual kinetic energy formation in Xiaoyu city. Since the Red King's mansion formation was activated, it has been consuming spirit stones every minute and every second. And the energy consumption rate has increased exponentially after being hit by the enemy. The idea of the formation was just to stop the enemy for a while, so as to hold on until the Red King came back, or the Red King brought reinforcements to Xiaoyu city. Who would have thought that one day he would actually provoke Bai Zai, one of the 10 witches of the undead country? Reporting to Lord Red King, about 200,000. The formation master and accountant beside the Red King said, "The news has just been sent to Xiaoyu city. With the reserve of formation spirit stones, we may not be able to withstand Bai Zai's fourth attack." While the Red King was talking, Bai Zai kicked the city defense formation of the Red King's mansion again. A crack appeared on the ground, and the circular formation wrapped around the Red King's mansion. Under Bai Zai's brute force, it gradually began to invade the territory of the immortal emperor. Strange. The Red King shook his head and muttered, with no intention of getting up from the chair at all, and even less of fighting Bai Zai head-on, because he couldn't win. Bai Zai was a celestial being with both spirit and form when he was alive. Even if its spirit had long dissipated, the essence of Bai Zai's remains was still a celestial being. If he goes out now, Qi Wan will not be able to gain anything except being severely beaten. Chapter 211 Nine-Tailed Fox Grandma. What on earth is that old woman doing? Sitting in Luoheju and reviewing the memorials, Grandmaster Jean frowned and looked out the window. In front of him floated a talisman that was supposed to be sent to Xiaoyu city. This talisman was sent by the Red King, but Grandmaster Jean stopped it the moment it was sent out, and did not let it go to the side of the Emperor Wuxin to report that the Red King's mansion was suddenly attacked by Bai Zai. The matter of the Queen Mother's resurrection is still kept secret. It is not easy to say before the results are achieved. If the Emperor Wuxing himself comes, he will definitely be able to detect some clues. At present, only a few Joyo and Grandmaster Jean are here to handle this matter, and the Emperor Wuxing is unaware of it, because resurrection is only a theoretical possibility. It is not really 100% successful. If you report to the Emperor Wuxing, you must write tens of thousands of words of argumentation to prove the possibility of the resurrection you said. And you need to write a very complete code of conduct for danger and remedy. The spirit of Empress Dowager Yusu had already begun to dissipate gradually. If it succeeded, he would save her life. If it failed, he would at most secretly put her spirit back and pretend nothing happened. For a matter with little chance of success, Grandmaster Jean was naturally unwilling to write an argumentative article citing classics. Now that the matter was really going to work, Grandmaster Jean was even more unwilling to write an argumentative article citing classics. At that time, he would directly put Empress Dowager Yusu in front of Emperor Wuxing and explain the process in a concise manner. However, Grandmaster Jean did not expect that the old woman was so capable of causing trouble. She had not even woken up yet, but she was already stirring up trouble everywhere. Is it really good to be so energetic at such an old age? Grandmaster Jean closed the memorial on trivial matters and walked to the window to stuff the old woman back, so that she would stop tossing around some unnecessary things and honestly nourish her spirit that had finally awakened. On Su Yan's side, Fairy controlled the emerald green vines, and just as he entered the city, Bai Zhe chased after him and kicked the city defense formation. The second kick was light, but it caused the Red King's palace to move significantly, and the power shook the earth. The crowd that had just escaped from danger, mixed with the panicked crowd in the city, all hurried to the square of the Red King's palace, ready to be transported to a safe area through emergency measures there. Su Yan, who was originally riding on the emerald green dragon to retreat and escape, suddenly felt as if something was pulling his tail. But when he noticed it, his body had already taken off and landed outside the emerald green dragon express controlled by Fairy Yi. The passengers on the emerald green dragon seemed not to notice that one person was missing, and they moved away at a high speed. Su Yan fell directly on the street. Su Yan's face was filled with astonishment. He turned his head and looked back, but he didn't see what was pulling him. Suddenly, the whole fox felt unwell. He stood up from the street and ran towards the emerald green dragon that had already gone away. Senior Medical Fairy. I fell off the car. Although Su Yan was running on all fours, his body did not move away from the original place at all. He even turned around and looked at the red-eyed martial god Bai Zhe, who was at the city gate. Su Yan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. No matter how dumb he was, he knew that he fell outside the express train. It was not an accident, but an invisible and intangible dirty thing was causing trouble. Although Su Yan knew that there was something wrong, his body shape also changed at this moment. The secret method of immortality that had been maintaining his body shape was lifted at this moment. His body shape, which was only 7 inches high, began to expand, and 3 tails with snow-white ends, like black flames, grew behind him. 3 tails, 4 tails, until the 9th tail was born. The changes in Su Yan's body shape finally stopped. Flower blooms. Su Yan squatted on the street, and his sitting figure was already higher than the 4-story building next to him. His whole body was snow-white, and he had 5 black fox claws on his fingers. He scratched the air in front of him, causing strange ripples in the air, and countless emerald green and slightly bloated plants rushed out from it. Crazy and weird emerald green plants took root directly on the ground, absorbing nutrients from the land and the spiritual power provided by Su Yan, and multiplied without limit. In an instant, the Red King's mansion turned into a colorful sea of flowers. The greedy plant roots took root in all the objects containing spiritual energy in the Red King's mansion. Even the monks who had gathered in the square of the Red King's mansion were all bound by the plant roots and absorbed the power of all living beings. Su Yan squatted on the street, closed his eyes, and looked indifferent, allowing the weird plants to grow. Bai Zhe outside the city defense formation seemed to sense something, and did not continue to attack the Red King's mansion. He stood quietly in the void and waited. The plant roots not only attacked the monks and objects, but also the energy pool of the city defense formation. The spiritual stones originally used to stabilize the formation were all absorbed by those greedy plants to provide considerable nutrients for their own growth. In the entire Red King's mansion, nothing containing spiritual energy could escape. Who? The buds of the strange flower sea gradually bloomed, and a refreshing flower fragrance filled the city. The circular formation covering the Red King's mansion began to flicker because of the lack of spiritual stones. The solid spiritual barrier gradually thinned and gradually disappeared from top to bottom, and could no longer stop Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe spun in the air and kicked, setting off a fierce and terrifying storm that blew away all the poisonous and strange fragrance in the city. He flashed in an instant, and came to the front of the nine-tailed fox with different colors on the street of the Red King's mansion, and kicked directly at the face of the nine-tailed fox with closed eyes. But Su Yan did not move an inch, and the flower sea around him gradually rose up a wall of interwoven roots, blocking Bai Zhe's extremely powerful kick. Although the wall interwoven by plant roots was cracking and deforming inch by inch, but it still effectively blocked Bai Zhe, and the earth-shaking force did not kick Su Yan. Then, the plant roots rushed straight towards Bai Zhe, and the flexible and strong roots began to entangle. The bright and unusual flower sea was like a deadly swamp at this moment, trying to drag Bai Zhe into the dark abyss under the flower sea, and transform it into fertilizer and nutrients that nourish the growth of plants. Roar! Bai Zhe roared to the sky, and a white blade-like light suddenly became stronger. The materialized plants around him broke into pieces, and turned into ashes, and fell to the ground, making it impossible for the plants to absorb their own magic power through contact. Seeing this, Su Yan, who closed his eyes, directly controlled the flower sea to transport himself away without hesitation, and let the plants outside the flower sea begin to grow, forming a plant in the shape of an inverted large bowl to gather the sleeping incense. Bai Zhe is the most difficult beast in the world, and it can even be said that there is no other beast. It is not easy to defeat it. But the girl with closed eyes never thought about defeating it from beginning to end. She only needs to seize a few moments to control Su Yan to ride on Bai Zhe. Therefore, the magic skills she is using now are mainly based on siege and paralysis poison. And she is not stupid enough to fight Bai Zhe's body head-on like Lian Qi. To put it bluntly, you may not be able to hit Bai Zhe even if you punch thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of times, and you may not be able to hurt its body. But Bai Zhe only needs to punch seriously, and with its very method that can erode and dissolve spiritual power. Even the gods will spit blood. Therefore, the girl with closed eyes chose to delay time. Only by riding on Bai Zhe, when Bai Zhe's body is paralyzed, can she activate its innate magical power. Chapter 212: The Immortal Method of Bai Zhe. Gulyalu. Gulyalu. As Su Yan disappeared, the growth speed of the strange flower sea increased again. The flower vines seemed to wriggle on the ground like a big snake, and a faint flower fragrance spread again in the city of the Red King's mansion. The outermost flower vines and the surrounding trees grew towards the Red King's mansion, forming an inverted bowl, gathering the poisonous flower fragrance. The gaps in the tree canopy were blocked by the rapidly growing flower vines, ensuring that the poisonous miasma in the flower sea in the Red King's mansion could paralyze Bai Zhe. Su Yan, who disappeared in front of Bai Zhe in a flash, appeared again when he was squatting on the edge of the top floor of Luo Heiju, looking down with an indifferent face, watching the flower vines that seemed to wriggle like big snakes and release poisonous miasma. Should I say, you are really worthy of being a nine-tailed fox? You are so energetic even though you are not fully resurrected. Master Jin, who was holding his breath, covered his mouth and nose and looked at the Empress Dowager Yusu in front of him and said. Su Yan, who was squatting with his eyes closed, turned his head and glanced at Master Jin. The nine tails behind him shook but did not answer Master Jin's ridicule. He turned back and continued to control the plants in the city to delay Bai Zhe. What year is it today? Has the ancient prosperity reappeared? Empress Dowager Yusu, who was fighting fiercely with Bai Zhe, asked Master Jin behind her lightly. Needless to say, Bai Zhe's strength is naturally not needed. With its current strength, it doesn't even need to bombard Su Yan. Just a fist wind passing through Su Yan's body will kill him. Therefore, Su Tu adopted a long-distance battle and took advantage of Bai Zhe's weakness of not having a brain now, releasing poisonous miasma and delaying time. It didn't take too long for Bai Zhe to fall into the poisonous miasma. The strange flower sea is not a pure spiritual creation. It originally belonged to the spiritual plant of the cultivation world, but it has been extinct many years ago. The only remaining dream jade flowers and dream jade monster kings are in the storage room of Empress Dowager Yusu. If you want to ride the current Bai Zhe, you need to use something that it can't react to instantly. In short, it's bullying a fool. It has been more than 1,000 years, and the planet we are on has not seen recovery. But there are recent rumors that some ancient immortal tombs in the universe are recovering. Master Jin responded to Empress Dowager Yusu. So that's it. Empress Dowager Yusu responded. and the figure of the 5-foot-tall nine-tailed fox gradually shrank, revealing the figure and appearance of a young man with fair skin, and jumped from the top floor of Luoheju to the street of Chuangfu. A bunch of blooming flowers came across the sky, like a red palm supporting the falling Empress Dowager Yusu. Just the right time. Bai Zhe, who was not far away, had become stiff due to inhaling a large amount of flower fragrance and poisonous miasma. He was not as agile and swift as before in the battlefield. He could not even maintain his human form, and was forced to reveal his true form like a white lion. For the powerful demons, the human form is only useful when doing some delicate things. Otherwise, the human form will limit the demon's performance. When the demons reveal their true form, it means that they have entered the most suitable form for fighting. Physical strength, special abilities, and recovery ability will all increase exponentially. Bai Zhe in front of him has already revealed his true form. The toxicity of the flower seed poisonous miasma can no longer hinder him. It only takes a moment to metabolize the toxins in his body. Unfortunately, it was too late. Empress Dowager Su controlled Su Yan's body and jumped directly from the red flower to Bai Zhe's neck. She grabbed Bai Zhe's lion-like white mane with both hands and forced the unruly beast god to raise his head. Ah! Bai Zhe, whose whole body was paralyzed by the toxin, slowly raised his head under the huge force, revealing his forehead that was originally covered by white hair, and the wound on his forehead was completely exposed between heaven and earth. Bai Zhe had a pair of long horns on his forehead. But during the period of chaos among all races, he was chopped to the ground by a powerful human. Bai Zhe's double horns are the legendary way to become an immortal. As long as you take the elixir made from Bai Zhe's double horns, any creature can immediately become an immortal. Empress Dowager Su already knew this, so she did not explore the way to become an immortal in Bai Zhe at all, and went straight to the point to control Bai Zhe to search for other information. About the reason behind the resurrection, about the Jedi Tianhong, about the method of the circulation of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Empress Dowager Su used Bai Zhe as a possession, and after obtaining what she wanted to know, she fell silent again. Su Yan, who originally looked like a young man, also began to gradually degenerate into the appearance of a 3-tailed fox. Finally, as when Empress Dowager Su took over Su Yan's body, a white fox with a shoulder height of about 7 inches fell into Bai Zhe's mane. Empress Dowager Su and Su Yan were 2 souls in one body, and they began to enter the dream at the same time. Roar! The white lion roared, and the white waves instantly swept across the Qi Wang mansion covered by the dream jade flower sea. Where the white waves passed, all spiritual creations turned into a handful of black ashes in an instant. Even the spiritual power in the cultivator's body was the same. But the cultivator's spiritual power was emptied, and the body did not suffer any substantial damage. Where the waves passed was the forbidden spirit area, and no form of spiritual power could remain in the world. The white lion fell to the ground, its crimson pupils scanning the streets of the Red King's mansion. Its huge body moved cautiously and vigilantly in the Red King's mansion, observing the possible ambushes and sneak attacks around it, and a low growl full of warning came from its throat. However, Bai Zhe walked through several streets without sensing the breath of the 9-tailed fox. After a while, Bai Zhe's figure began to gradually shrink and change back to the appearance of a young man. He opened his eyes and closed them again to restrain the power he exuded. Bai Zhe turned his head and looked at the white fox scarf that suddenly appeared on his neck. He raised his hand and held it in front of him and took a quick look. Bai Zhe tilted his head, as if he was thinking, and then carried Su Yan to the square of the Red King's mansion. It vaguely remembered this fox, as if it was a pet held in the arms of the human race. Bai Zhe had no interest in beating this weak fox, so he planned to return it to its original owner and continue his journey to Guishu. Who? Bai Zhe strolled to the square of the Red King's mansion, where the monks were lying in all directions. Most of the monks were lying on the ground in discomfort, curled up, and their faces were full of pain because their spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Their spiritual power was not exhausted, but was suddenly and violently expelled. Such violent means caused the monks' meridians, Dantian, Jindan, and Yuaning to shrink slightly. They were not injured, but they just needed to be nourished by spiritual power for a period of time. Bai Zhe did not speak, but just picked up the white fox in his hand and shook it, looking for the monks to claim it. After Bai Zhe shook for a long time, the medical fairy stepped on the fallen monks, came to Bai Zhe, and brought back Su Yan, who had disappeared before. He is. The medical fairy looked at Bai Zhe. But Bai Zhe did not intend to pay attention to the medical fairy. He was silent. Walked slowly in the void, and walked towards the clouds. Walked towards Guishu again, and looked for his lost horns along the way. Chapter 213, There is a way to have both. Bai Zhe closed his eyes. Returned the white fox he had picked up from his neck to its original owner. And then slowly moved his feet on the void. Walking away in silence. Compared to when Bai Zhe first arrived at the Red King's mansion. There was a bustling scene of magic weapons clashing around him. But Bai Zhe's departure at this moment was so silent that the cultivators, who had originally participated in the encirclement and suppression, all gave way to the void avenue to let Bai Zhe walk alone. There was only a black dragon and a red dragon, who followed Bai Zhe to guard and monitor him. At this moment, no cultivator dared to disturb Bai Zhe again because of greed in his heart. After watching Bai Zhe go away, the Fairy of Medicine held Su Yin in the form of a snow fox in her arms, raised her arm, and examined Su Yin with emerald green light. After confirming that Su Yin was fine, the Fairy of Medicine did not say anything more. As a top doctor, as long as the patient passes through her hands, all the conditions in the patient's body and the pills he has taken in the short term will be presented to the Fairy of Medicine like pulling out silk from a cocoon. As a doctor trusted by patients, the most basic medical ethics is to keep secrets for patients. Therefore, the Fairy of Medicine actually knows a lot of things. But she has always abided by the principle of not talking lightly. After the Fairy of Medicine confirmed that Su Yin was in good health, she gave priority to finding those little guys, and did not give priority to treating those monks who were paralyzed. Her own mana was also offset in the white waves just now. There was no spare energy to treat other patients for the time being. The Fairy of Medicine recovered her mana while looking for the little guys, who had just lost in the Dream Jade Flower Sea. Su Yin lay in the arms of the Fairy of Medicine, her little feet swaying as she slept in a strange dream. Su Yin had a dream. He dreamed of two white snakes crawling and crossing each other, like the genetic spiral chain structure he had seen in his previous life. The white snakes spit out their tongues and coiled around Su Yin, who was running away. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snakes wrapped around the neck of the three-tailed fox, and the two snake heads stuck out from the left and right, keeping a parallel line with Su Yin's fox head. Seeing this, Su Yin couldn't help but sweat slightly on his forehead, feeling a little worried about his current situation, because the two sides looked at each other. Some ancient scenes flashed back in Su Yin's mind. Try to survive. You haven't reached the end of your life now. Your mission. Azure, I give you a chance to live again. Until the time is right. Live strong and don't die easily. A woman whose face could not be seen squatted down and raised her hand to gently touch the dying Bai Zhe. This is a memory of Bai Zhe. He was crushed under the cracked ground by a blue mountain. The two horns on his forehead that could be used to communicate with the world had been cut off. In the last moments of his consciousness, an illusory figure came to the dying Bai Zhe and made a promise to him. She gave Bai Zhe a chance to live again. But before the time was right, he needed to live. Otherwise, the fragments of his soul remaining in his body would disappear completely with the destruction of his body. Live until the moment of rebirth. In the flashback memory, Bai Zhe raised his head and looked at the woman squatting in front of him, raising her hand to touch his cheek. Her lips, which were flowing with white blood, moved slightly as if she said something. After saying this, Bai Zhe swallowed his last breath completely, and his crimson pupils, like gemstones, lost their spirit. The woman shook her head, and her illusory figure disappeared. They really just want to live. And don't you want to live too? Just do as you say. Before the universe is reorganized, try your best to survive, and see their development with your own eyes. The white lion lying on the ground gradually began to shrink from 100 feet high, and the wounds on the surface of the body were healing at an extremely terrifying speed, and finally turned into the closed-eyed young man that Su Yin had seen. He sat cross-legged for a long time under the Azure Mountains, and after countless days and nights of spring and autumn, he stood up again and began to walk alone in the void, looking for the important two horns he had lost, trying to make up for his own incompleteness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white snake, which was moving in a cross spiral, stared at Su Yin for a long time, and as if it had confirmed something, it crawled directly from Su Yin's body and landed on the ground, without looking back, and continued to move forward into the darkness. It was not until the two white snakes disappeared that Su Yin slowly came back to his senses from Bai Zhe's flashback memory. Wow! Su Yin suddenly woke up from the nightmare, and his body jumped directly from the arms of the girl with closed eyes. After Su Yin opened his eyes and looked around the snowy mountains, Su-Yin gradually realized that he might still be in a dream. The nightmare of the white snake chasing him just now was probably a dream within a dream. Su-Yin stepped on the snow with 4 feet and looked at the girl with closed eyes sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be sleeping on her legs just now. What happened? Am I not dead? Su-Yin shook his head, and the memory before he fell asleep gradually emerged in his mind. He remembered that he was dragged by something on the Emerald Green Express train, and his body fell on the street of the Red King's mansion. Then, when he was about to escape, he felt tired. After he woke up, he was in a small dark room. 2 strange white snakes chased him for a long time, and then he saw Bai Zhe defeated in front of a blue mountain. Finally, Su-Yin woke up and returned to the snow mountain. The girl with closed eyes waved her hand and took the fox that fell on the snow back. She held his neck, patted the white snow on Su-Yin's 4 legs, put him back on her legs, took out a book, and put it directly in front of Su-Yin. On the snow-white cover of the book, the name of the book was written in black font. There are also 2 in the world. The girl with closed eyes sat cross-legged, fixed Su-Yin's lower body with her feet, and stepped forward, directly using the ready-made heavy object to press Su-Yin's head. Su-Yin's fox head was relatively narrow and long, and was sinking into the ravine. After doing all this, the girl with closed eyes raised her hand and pointed at the book in front of Su-Yin, and then pinched the ribs of Su-Yin's small fox body with both hands, completely fixing Su-Yin's body and not giving him any chance to escape. Why do you feel so skilled and experienced? Fairy sister? Su-Yin did not immediately focus on the book in front of him, but tried to move his body with a surprised look on his face. He found that he could not move at all after being locked by Fairy Sister. He could only maintain a reading posture and look at the white book in front of him, and could not twist his body casually. Although the posture is a little weird, it is really comfortable. A truly warm and soft reading chair. There is also a slight heartbeat, which makes Su-Yin feel like he is listening to soothing music and reading a book. However, why is the Fairy Sister so skilled that she can fix herself in an instant? The girl with closed eyes did not speak. Seeing that the Fairy Sister did not answer him, Su-Yin could only shift his attention to the book in front of him and said, "Is my body really okay? Can I just sit here and learn magic? I won't die halfway through. Right? After all, Bai Zhe seems to be attacking the Red King's mansion." The girl with closed eyes shook her head, indicating that Su-Yin should rest assured. Chapter 214 Goodbye Aunt. Spiritual Energy. Can it be used like this? Su-Yin sat in the arms of the Fairy Sister. The Fairy Sister opened the book. There is also a method of double perfection in the world. When he just read the introduction, Su-Yin took a breath and looked back at the girl with closed eyes in shock, saying, "If I practice this method, wouldn't I be immune to magic damage like Bai Zhe?" Double perfection method is not a 5-element yin-yang method, but a secret book for tempering the power of the soul, tempering the power of consciousness to the extreme. It can easily achieve the realm of deconstructing magic, and then use the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint to offset all magic-related damage. As long as the power of consciousness is strong enough and the spiritual power reserve in the body is sufficient. As long as this double perfection method is used to defend against the enemy, it will be an alternative method of magic immunity. Therefore, when Su-Yin saw the introduction, he was shocked. The more he read, the more it seemed to describe the ability displayed by Bai Zhe. Fairy Sister is probably going to teach me all her secrets this time. How much tuition did Master Jean pay me from Fairy Sister? The circulation of yin and yang of the 5 elements. Bai Zhe's secret method uses the power of consciousness to subvert the secret method of yin and yang of the 5 elements, which is not weaker than those powerful magical powers. The girl with closed eyes saw that Su-Yin had no intention of learning, so she gently explained the origin of Shuangquan Fa and asked him to concentrate on learning the contents of the book. Otherwise, he would not be able to learn it when she returned to sleep in the dream later. The contents of Shuangquan Fa book are all translations, and some things cannot be written directly. Remember that it is just a powerful spell for you, not a magical power. The girl with closed eyes reminded Su-Yin again. There are differences between people, and some differences between divine beasts are so great that they cannot be called the same biological category. In Bai Zhe's hands, the double complete method, combined with his innate magical power, is the circulation of the 5 elements of yin and yang. It is a magical skill that subverts the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. It controls the spiritual power within the reach of the divine consciousness to offset or annihilate the spiritual power, so that he is always in a state of spiritual power immunity. Bai Zhe is strong in the power of divine consciousness, so he developed the 5 elements of yin and yang circulation to complement each other, achieving the magical power of killing evil and retreating, being invulnerable to all methods, and being indestructible, and even forcibly annihilating the enemy, whether it is a drop of water that can form an ocean, or attracting wind and sand that erodes all things. Baize controls the spiritual power between heaven and earth by controlling the divine consciousness, and is not weak at all. There is also a double complete method in the world is very strong. So strong that it cannot even be mentioned easily. But the dragon clan and the nine-tailed fox are not divine beasts that are good at the power of divine consciousness. And they cannot deduce the double complete method to the realm of invulnerability to all methods where Baize is. But the dragon clan and the nine-tailed fox are good at magic power. The little bean sprout in front of him is rare. He perfectly inherited the characteristics of the huge reserves of demonic power from both parents. Now he can directly use the double complete method. Otherwise, the minimum threshold for practicing the double complete method is the nascent soul stage. Without the method of absorbing spirits in the nascent soul stage, or without strong and huge magic power in the body, it is easy to be backlashed. Now, don't use it to hurt the enemy, but mainly use it as a way to save your own life. The girl with closed eyes instructed Su Yan to learn, and told the little bean sprout the use of the double complete method slowly. Little guy who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Don't think about using your half-baked dual-purpose method to be aggressive and fierce. I teach you the dual-purpose method so that you can put on a shield of damage reduction and immunity when fighting, so that you won't be killed by a single punch from the monks. It's not for you to show off. Remember? The extremely short sentence of the girl with closed eyes was automatically translated into a very down-to-earth paragraph in Su Yan's ear, echoing in Su Yan's head. Su Yan slowly typed a question mark and looked back at the fairy sister with a surprised look on his face. Isn't this the fully automatic translation of Wushengdi? Why does it feel like the fairy sister is more proficient in using it? And it's a version without an external speaker. Is this the standard configuration of the big guys? One language can be used all over the world. The girl with closed eyes raised her hand and tapped the page of the book to let Su Yan focus on the dual-purpose method and not think about those things that may or may not exist. There is also a dual-purpose method in the world is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume describes the principles of the Dharma and teaches practitioners how to capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for transformation, and explains the method of deconstructing the 5 elements in a simple and easy-to-understand way to form an offset. The second volume is a more detailed application method, and the offset power is advanced to the annihilation power, directly using a larger spiritual power to directly crush and annihilate the magic or supernatural power. Su Yan sat in the arms of the girl with closed eyes to study. After he passed the dictation, filling in the blanks, and writing backwards in the method of reading and completing the double comprehensive method, the girl with closed eyes let go of Su Yan, who had completed his studies. Senior, Su Yan saw that the girl with closed eyes seemed to be ready to leave, and hurriedly called the fairy sister and said, "Can we leave each other a contact method? In the future, if the junior is successful or his skills improve, he will repay the favor." The fox's repayment was fake. Su Yan just wanted to know where the fairy sister lived. Although the two did not have deep contact, a few short meetings were enough to let Su Yan understand that the fairy sister in front of him was definitely not a mediocre person, but a powerful person with a belly full of ink. If he could make friends with such a senior, even if he had to ask questions for a fee, Su Yan would think it was worth it. Ordinary people would not be able to find a way to spend this money. The girl with closed eyes raised her hand and waved, and her figure gradually disappeared in the white mist of the hot spring pool in the snow mountain. "I'll tell you after I wake up." The girl with closed eyes just left a sentence that made Su Yan completely confused. Su Yan looked around and tried to remember the objects on the snow mountain that were more recognizable. "Why haven't you woken up yet? Are you sure it's just excessive spiritual power consumption, and not caused by excessive collection of some human demon girl?" When Su Yan was sleepy, he suddenly heard a very familiar voice in his ears. It's indeed excessive spiritual power consumption. The reason why he hasn't woken up so far may be because the brain area protects the body, allowing his whole body functions to enter the lowest consumption state to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fairy doctor said in a slightly helpless tone. "Aunt?" Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and after a while, his brain finally started to work normally, and recognized who was speaking in the familiar voice before. Su Yan sat up straight on the bed and saw his aunt, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, sitting at the desk in his office bedroom. Su Yan's face was immediately filled with surprise. He jumped 3 feet high and threw himself directly into his aunt's arms. "Aunt!" Isn't the brothel business losing money? Are the girls at home well fed and warm now? When Su Yan met his aunt again, his mouth was like a crossbow, throwing out questions one after another to show his concern for his aunt's recent life, fearing that Rachunyuan's business would collapse without him. And then his aunt would fall into a life of suffering again, unable to even afford a pound of decent tea, and would need to go around to get it. You are talking about gods and demons. The corners of his aunt's eyes twitched slightly, and he grabbed Su Yan's foxy face and started to pull it, gritting his teeth and saying, "It's only been half a month. How could my aunt praise the brothel business? The brothel business is doing very well now. We are not living on coarse food." Although the little fox's concern was warm, it made his aunt frown. "Although I don't have any talent for business, I'm not that unreliable. Right? You've only been away for less than half a month. Not 3 or 5 years. How can the brothel business change now? Who knows? After all, my aunt loves gambling," Su Yan whispered. Chapter 215, Burial Customs in the Cultivation World. "Come! Let your aunt see if you have lost weight. Master Jean, that old ghost, is still cheating at his age. He doesn't have the demeanor of an elder who leads by example." The aunt's face was full of criticism, and she told what happened after Su Yan was sent to Yongla Academy. The old ghost said it better than singing. He said that it was just an outing around Xiaoyu City. As a result, after the parents sent their children there, they received a handwritten letter from Master Jean explaining the situation. The outing around Xiaoyu was fake. The students of the academy are now heading to the remote countryside of Xiaoyu. They need to use their talents to deal with the bullies and unruly people on the border of Xiaoyu. No one will die, but parents may need to be prepared to lose limbs. After all, the focus of the outing in the academy is training, not outing. Life here is pretty good. Everyone gets along well with each other, and we haven't encountered any unreasonable rural bandits or bullies. Su Yan lay on his aunt's lap and told what he had encountered in the flower city with a relaxed look on his face. "Although I can't eat 8 dishes and 1 soup yet, I have some spare money in my pocket now, which can be used for investment. I believe that in the near future, our group's meal standard will be upgraded from 4 dishes and 1 soup to 9 dishes and 1 soup. And each person can also get a pill for cultivation after a meal every day." The aunt slowly typed a question mark, and her face was full of hesitation about Su Yan's magical realist experience. Although the border areas of Xiaoyu were relatively chaotic, Su Yan and his friends' experiences were too rich. Right? When he took office, he encountered the looting invasion of the Spring Festival, and then he ran into Baizei's madness without stopping. He also went to the countryside to investigate cash crops, and thought about how to develop new economic growth points in the flower area, and earned 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones from scratch. 200 kilograms per person. What a little unlucky guy. Half a month's experience is richer than others' several years of experience. Moreover, seeing Su Yan's face full of self-righteousness, thinking that his experience is normal, the aunt opened and closed her mouth many times, wanting to say something, but she couldn't bear to speak. This group of people is really unlucky. The fairy doctor beside him also shook her head and sighed silently at what Su Yan had experienced. Sometimes, knowing too many senior monks with high cultivation is not a good thing. Su Yan's outing experience was arranged by the Grand Master. As the Grand Master of the Xiaoyu dynasty, Grand Master Jean is very familiar with the internal and external affairs of the dynasty. He simply calculated that a war would break out in the Qiwang territory soon. So he sent Su Yan and his group here. Nine-tailed fox bloodline, the daughter of the Xian king, the Feng clan, the royal descendants, plus his own close disciples. Such a luxurious and comprehensive experienced team. No cultivator would believe that it was not deliberately arranged by Grand Master Jean. Such a luxurious and comprehensive lineup naturally requires corresponding high-intensity pressure. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in the training. The conflict between the Red King, the 3 earthly immortals, and Nanjiang shifted from the original secret fight to the open, which happened to affect Su Yan and his group who had just arrived in the flower area. Although Baizei's attack on the Red King's mansion was a sudden incident, there was also a strong person guiding it in secret. Otherwise the auspicious beast Baizei would not attack innocent creatures for no reason. The kindness of the seniors to the juniors is not a good thing for the juniors, who are slightly less capable. If you accidentally get involved in the calculations of those old ghosts, and you don't have a smart enough brain, courage, and cultivation, you will lose a layer of skin at the lightest. Like if there was no hidden hand buried by the fairy doctor in advance on the night of the invasion of southern Xinjiang. Su Yan and his party need to face the battlefield directly. and fight with those cavalrymen who formed a military formation and the wedding dress puppets. Sometimes, it is not a good thing to know too many seniors with unfathomable cultivation. You may not be able to bear the heavy care of the seniors for you. 9 out of 10 geniuses in the world are monsters who crawled out of the quagmire of the old ghost's calculations. They are geniuses when they are alive. By the way, Aunt, why are you here? After Su Yan reunited with his aunt, he suddenly remembered an important question and asked in surprise. Have you forgotten? You sent a letter to me and Zwatong. The big cat has been living in my aunt's practice room recently to get some heat. When my aunt saw you say that you suddenly had a dream and it came true, she packed up a little and came to see it together. My aunt shook her head and said, Zwatong checked and found no traces of the nightmare town and the body-snatching technique. The immortal in the dream either deliberately entered the dream, or there are some immortal graves under your government office. The fairy's sister in the dream. Su Yan didn't know that she was invited by Master Jean when he wrote the letter at first. So he wrote a letter to Zwatong. Although the misunderstanding was later resolved, the letter had already been sent to the freight ferry boat and could not be retrieved. Anyway, it's harmless to you for now. But I don't recommend you to look for that person deliberately. Anne continued, if it's a kind person who came into the dream but didn't leave his name, it means he doesn't want you to look for him. If it's not a kind person who came into the dream, then it means there may be a monk's tomb under the flower city. Do you know why monks build tombs? And they build them in the densely populated cultivation world. Ant looked at Su Yan seriously and asked. Su Yan shook his head honestly to express his confusion. If it was just to be buried in peace, then Ant would definitely not ask him so seriously. Obviously, his knowledge of tombs did not match the answer in Ant's mind. If the monks really want to rest in peace, if conditions permit, they usually live in the starry sky, where the space is vast and will not be disturbed. The ant deliberately lowered her voice, slightly released her demonic power to create a gloomy feeling for Su Yan, and said, if you do not choose to sleep in the starry sky after death, but choose to build a mausoleum in the world of cultivation, or transform your cave into a mausoleum, there are generally only 2 types of people. One is the monk who has no worries during his lifetime, or who has encountered an unexpected death and has no time to pass on his own Taoism. Although you can obtain their inheritance by entering their mausoleum, you will also be slightly brainwashed and inherit their cause and effect. It's good to inherit a good one. If you inherit the cause and effect of some lunatics, you can just wait for your debts to be hacked to death by the monks. The ant laughed strangely twice, and suddenly used both arms to twist Su Yan's buttocks, which scared Su Yan, who was concentrating on listening to the story, and jumped directly onto the table. Aunt! Su Yan stared at his aunt with dissatisfaction. His aunt waved her hand with a nonchalant look and said, it's not enough to just listen to the story without a sense of the scene. Now you are suddenly scared by your aunt. Are you immersed in the scene? Telling ghost stories? Immersive? Su Yan complained with a face full of complaints. Digging a mausoleum is actually no different from a ghost story. The fairy of medicine suddenly interrupted Su Yan and said, because what your aunt said just now is still good. The worst situation is that the owner of the mausoleum is not completely dead. They are sleeping in the mausoleum, waiting for an opportunity to revive. During the long waiting time, they will use the power of their spiritual consciousness to show small favors to outsiders and lure cultivators in. For example, they teach you the method of cultivation, or the method of absolute learning. Be careful when you meet them. The fairy of medicine added for his aunt that there are 2 types of cultivators who may build mausoleums in the world of cultivation. One is the cultivator who looks for the destined person through time and passes on his own Taoism. One is the evil cultivators who are not completely dead, but hide in the mausoleum for some reason to prepare for the rebirth of the body. My aunt was not kidding Su Yan. These are the burial customs in the world of cultivation. The serious cultivators all live in the starry sky to sleep forever, ensuring that no one will disturb them. Only those cultivators who still want to die with their eyes open will transform their caves into mausoleums for long sleep in the world of cultivation. Chapter 216, you are going to be punished by the heaven. In short, if you want to live long and peacefully in the world of cultivation for more than 10 generations, the most important thing is to stay out of other people's business after confirming that it is harmless to you. It is always a good thing if it does not concern you. Auntie's face was full of confidence, and she made a final conclusion about Su Yan's learning magic in his dream. Either Su Yan ran into a good person, or the government office was not clean, and he ran into evil spirits. In short, let it go, and don't continue to investigate it. so as to avoid really exploring a series of unknown things. Auntie is more down to earth when doing things for insects, and never does things that shorten her life. Okay. You have been sleeping for several days. Auntie will take you out to eat something first. After the matter was turned over, Auntie held Su Yin, who had just woken up, and was ready to take Su Yin to the Red King's mansion to have a good meal with a smile on her face. Look! The little fox was so hungry that his stomach did not fluctuate at all. Life in this border area is hard, and you can't even get 8 dishes and a soup in a day. It's even worse than the days in the brothel. Because of the large population in the brothel, Su Yin usually has more than 10 or 20 dishes for lunch and dinner, plus 3 kinds of soups with different ingredients. Unexpectedly, after becoming a county magistrate, the life is getting worse and worse. 4 dishes for 1 meal, and the standard for a meal for 5 people. If Su Yin didn't have the title of county magistrate, Maya really thought that Su Yin came here from afar to be imprisoned. Huh? Coming out of the dormitory, Su Yin originally thought that he could see Jiao Nanwu or Zhuotong, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. But he didn't expect to meet Lian Qi, who was slapped in the face by Bai Zhe not long ago, and his body spiraled out of the gun and hit the city defense formation of the Red King's mansion. Lian Qi was lying on the lawn with his upper body naked, his eyes slightly absent-minded as if he was thinking about something. His streamlined muscles were all exposed, and his waistline against the dark skin was shining. The white bandages on his body completely destroyed the harmony of Lian Qi's smooth body, but added 2 shades of color that made people unable to look away. Lian Qi. Tengu tribe. Su Yin stared at Lian Qi and looked at him. Lian Qi naturally noticed the little guy in Chong Qiong's arms, and gave him a brief self-introduction. Don't be surprised why I'm here. I'm just here to recover from my injuries temporarily. From Su Yin's puzzled eyes, Lian Qi understood what Su Yin wanted to ask and gave an answer. Afterwards, Lian Qi turned his gaze to Chong Qiong again. The aunt waved her hand and said, "Don't you ask me too much? I'm tired of explaining. I said I don't know where the big fox is now. So I don't know where the big fox is. Didn't you say you didn't want it at the beginning? You said it was shameful to go out with a female beast to experience. And you didn't want to go. You followed your fox friends to wander around the world. Now you know you regret it and want to get her back?" Oh, Lian Qi, who was lying on his back, was scolded by his aunt. He covered his head with a sad face and sighed, saying, "Who is not frivolous when young? One person is tired, and one person is responsible. A pot of muddy wine breaks the heart, don't give me that. In Xiaoyu's territory, people like you who covet other people's wives will be paraded through the streets." The aunt scolded unhappily. "Aunt, what are you doing?" Su Yin showed curiosity on his face, and he kept looking back and forth at Lian Qi and his aunt. He was obviously very interested in what happened to his mother when she was young. "Remember? This is just a stupid dog." Aunt raised her hand and pointed at Lian Qi, and cursed directly without any hesitation. "This big stupid dog has been secretly in love with my good sister since childhood. At the beginning, after we graduated from the academy, we had to go out to travel according to tradition. I intentionally or unintentionally matched him and Su Qing, and even went to invite this stupid dog to go with us to experience. As a result, this big stupid dog, with a proud face, put his hands on his waist and said something like he didn't want female beasts to go with him, losing face, and was ready to do a big business with his brothers, leading the demon race to the human race's territory and flattening the endless sea, and kept talking about stupid dogs." And she almost raised her hand to poke Lian Qi's cheek to curse. She was very optimistic about this pair at the beginning, and even took the initiative to match this stupid dog, who was not good at speaking. As a result, this stupid dog didn't take it seriously at all, and even took my kindness for granted. They've already gotten married and laid eggs, and this stupid dog came to ask me how to make amends. Why don't you wait until the couple is buried together before asking me what to do?" The aunt became angrier and angrier as she spoke. After putting Su Yin down, she went up and kicked the curled-up Lian Qi twice. "You stupid dog. You are really a talent. What else can you do? Ask your ancestors to find you a marriage. You covet other people's wives all day long. Don't you think you are a lowly person? I will always love Su Qing." Lian Qi directly rejected his aunt's bad idea, and answered stubbornly, "I have time. I can wait. As long as Ao Renlin is captured by the North Sea Dragon clan and brought back to the clan, there will definitely be adultery, and Su Qing will definitely quarrel with him, and I will have a chance to take the position. I don't care about anything, as long as I kill Ao Renlin as soon as possible while Su Qing's child is still young." or send him back to the North Sea Dragon clan. I can teach Su Qing's child to call me father. And in the long run, we will be a loving family. Go to H.L. Pervert. Andy kicked Lian Qi directly into the pond to calm him down. 6. Su Yan, who was standing by, couldn't help but say the word 6 with a black face. Apart from the word 6, Su Yan only hated that he didn't read much before, and didn't know what words to use to describe Lian Qi's behavior. Brother Lian Qi. Brother Lian Qi. I thought you just wanted to fight with my father. But I didn't expect you to be my stepfather, and want me to recognize the thief as my father. Little fox. Let's go! Andy waved to Su Yan, indicating that Su Yan should follow her pace to eat outside. And ignore this stubborn stupid dog, he will be punished by heaven sooner or later. Is it so hard to love someone? Fairy Doctor asked Lian Qi with curiosity. You don't understand. I didn't understand it before. Lian Qi said helplessly, only when you lose it and think about it again. Your heart is like a missing corner. An endless emptiness surges out. When I think of Su Qing nestling in her husband's arms, my heart aches. Fairy. Try to recall the moment when your former lover is hugging other beautiful girls now. Sweetheart? The Fairy of Medicine looked thoughtful. Recalling when she was young, she dug yams barefoot in the mountains, or took branches to fight poisonous snakes, and big birds to take out bird eggs. Then she followed her master to the mountains, swimming in the sea of books every day, learning the anatomy of the coroner, and then dissecting corpses with knives to deeply understand the structure of the human body, and continue to study medicine and wood magic. After pondering for a while, the Fairy of Medicine seemed to have not found anything related to her sweetheart. If she said that she was moved, it was undoubtedly when she was under the command of the Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling. Every day, she was overcoming different problems, and studying new medical fields all night long. Each one was a brand new medical way that had never been heard of. But the admiration for the talent of the Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling should not be considered a sweetheart. Right? Sure enough. I still don't understand. Chapter 217, diverting the topic? I'll set it straight for you. Don't take that stupid dog's words seriously. Although I really don't like your father. They have both been through many storms. Even if he is as thin as a needle, he can't get between them. Andy brought Su Yan out of the government office. On the way to Luoheju, the Red King's mansion, she also comforted Su Yan, who might be affected by the stupid dog's words. Lian Qi, that stupid dog, is really outrageous. He said something nonsense in front of the child. While Su Qing's child is still young, he quickly dealt with his father, and then turned around and taught Su Yan to call him father. I feel that he is really honest. Su Yan didn't feel offended. In fact, because Lian Qi's words were too outrageous, he felt from the bottom of his heart that this brother Lian Qi was really honest. He said everything that had to be done secretly. That stupid dog has only this one advantage. Andy shook her head and didn't want to discuss Lian Qi anymore. If you keep talking, I'll be furious. I've never seen such a shameless person. Also, don't say that I've taught you a bad lesson. When you see a beautiful girl or a girl you like in the future, just go up and take a seat. No matter whether you can be a couple in the future. Don't choose those who are too snobbish. It's best to get pregnant first, and then invite all the Taoist friends. If they don't even want to give birth to a cub for you, they are either cheating you for sex or money. And he complained about Lian Qi. And by the way, she instilled the righteous way of the demon clan into Su Yan, so that the fox would not be deceived. During the conversation, Auntie had already brought Su Yan to the top floor of Luoheju in Chiwang Mansion. Waiter, let's have something light. Let's start with a pot of stewed spirit beast meat to moisten our throats. The maid came forward and handed over the menu. The aunt threw it to Su Yan without looking at it, and asked the maid to first serve the clear soup to whet Su Yan's appetite after sleeping for 3 days, and then serve the rest of the dishes according to what Su Yan likes. Eat more vegetables. You look so skinny. The spirit monkeys in the brothel have 3 dishes and 1 soup. You? Squeak. The aunt was talking to Su Yan. And the spirit monkeys, who were repairing the outer wall of Luoheju nearby, looked at each other, and asked each other a question mark after hearing the 3 dishes and 1 soup mentioned by the aunt. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Those compatriots must have lived in the oil pan every day and worked 20 hours a day to get such generous treatment. Right? As a county magistrate, he has no money and no political achievements. He works harder than the monkeys. The monkeys only buy vegetables, cook and sweep the floor. Look at what kind of life you live. Eat more to replenish your body. Monkeys repairing the exterior wall. Squeak. 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 3 or 5 monkeys couldn't stand it anymore. They untied their safety ropes and went to the inn. They saw the immortal who had just spoken and prostrated themselves to worship him. They hoped to be under the immortal's command and do all kinds of rough and delicate work. They even helped the owner to dispose of corpses and knew how to clean up and move crime scenes. Our charges are not expensive. We provide food and accommodation. 1 caddy of spirit stone a month. If you shave your whole body, you will get 2 more cents. What's wrong with you? My aunt was surprised when she saw the increasing number of monkeys kneeling on the ground. The monkeys said they wanted to sell themselves right away. If they were given 3 caddies of resettlement money and 1 caddy of spirit stones a month, they would be willing to join the immortal and help him take care of the big and small things at home. But my aunt didn't need monkeys. The 3 monkeys at home were enough. If the 3 monkeys knew that she bought monkeys from other places, they would crawl on their backs and cry and beg me not to throw them away. However, my aunt thought about it and realized that she didn't need monkeys in her brothel. But it would be good to buy some monkeys for the government office where Su Yan lived. It would make Su Yan's living experience a little better. So she said, "It's okay for you to work. I can even give you 5 caddies of resettlement money and prepay 3 months' salary. But I don't need so many monkeys. You can choose 5 young and strong ones." The monkeys looked at each other, turned around and crawled directly along the outer wall to the ground, ready to fight and then come back to ask the immortal for work. The ant watched the monkeys leave, and then looked at Su Yan, who had transformed into a young man and was drinking soup. "Ant, my life is really okay. I haven't had enough to eat or drink." Seeing that the ant was looking at him again, and a sighing expression appeared on her cheek, Su Yan couldn't help but explain, "How about this? I'll ask you for a few days off later, so you can accompany me to the wedding banquet." Ant waved her hand and said, "Don't say you're living a good life. Your life is so sad that anyone who hears about it will cry. It just so happens that I'm going to attend the wedding banquet of Lao Wen's great-great-grandson in a few days, so you can accompany me to go there." Ant said this openly, but secretly sent a message to Su Yan. Also, avoid that stupid dog by the way, so as not to live under the same roof for a long time and expose something. If your mother knew that I found a father for her son for no reason, she would hold my stomach and squeeze out my 2 tails of spider silk. It's actually not a big problem to let Lian Qi know Su Yan's identity. Lian Qi is a demon with an upright temperament, and knows that Lian Qi will not hurt Su Yan. However, and never thought that Lian Qi would have such a wolfish ambition. After thinking about it, the ant still felt that it was inappropriate, and was ready to take Su Yan to avoid the limelight temporarily. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain these things to Su Qing. Eating a banquet. Can you ask for leave for such a reason? Su Yan showed a puzzled expression. "I am participating in the training competition organized by Xia Yu's top academy." "Why not?" The ant looked righteous, dragged Su Yan and walked to the top pavilion, ready to find Master Jean and ask him directly for 7 or 8 days of vacation. "I want to ask for leave for my nephew." The ant took Su Yan and pushed Master Jin's private room away, and said with a serious face, "Rejected." Master Jean raised his hand, slightly covered the scoring album on the table, looked at Chong Cheong and Su Yan, and rejected her application without mercy. Master Jean chuckled, raised his finger and pointed at his ear, showing a slightly playful expression. "I'm going to ask for bereavement leave for Su Yan," the ant said, as if it was a matter of course. "Doesn't the court have a rule that all bereavement leave must be approved? You are really unreasonable and arrogant." Master Jean laughed dumbly and said, "It's a waste of talent if you don't come to participate in our imperial examinations or martial arts examinations. I approve the holidays you mentioned. Just now, we were talking about the wedding banquet downstairs, but now we are only 1 floor away from the red event, and it has become a sad event. Such shameless and taking advantage of loopholes. It would be a pity not to come and create a prosperous era for the Xia Yu dynasty. Xia Yu has no shortage of talents, but it lacks completely shameless hooligans who don't care about their wings. Thank you in advance." After seeing that the Grand Tutor approves Su Yan's vacation, the ant took 2 steps unnoticeably and asked, "Just a quick question. My nephew gets up earlier than the chicken, sleeps later than the dog, and eats worse than the pig. What reward can he get for completing the training in Yongla Academy? You are not thinking of inviting them to work as officials in the court as laborers, are you? Getting up earlier than the chicken is not true. Your nephew sleeps until noon every day. Isn't he young? Let alone other things. As a parent, I am more concerned about what reward there is." The ant didn't buy Grand Tutor Jin's words, and forced the topic that Grand Tutor Jin was about to digress to be correct. and continued to ask. Chapter 218 Destination Southwest, Imperial Capital Mountain. Aren't the rewards for the Academy outing written in the letter to you? No matter whether you choose wealth, official position, or skills, they are all equivalent, and there will be no imbalance. Faced with the rapid-fire questioning of his aunt, Master Jean had no intention of hiding anything, and explained the final rewards of the Academy outing to Chong Qiong and Su Yan again. In addition to being able to follow him to study, the qualified candidates can also choose one of three. Those who choose wealth can get 1 million Gene of spiritual stones. Those who choose official position can be assigned to a 5th grade official position after passing the Imperial examination or the martial arts examination. If they work hard, it is not difficult to be promoted to the 4th grade within 10 years, and those who choose skills can get skills that can be used in the spirit transformation period. The final rewards of the three are almost equivalent, and the final choice of rewards depends purely on what the students need. The students who can study in Yongle Academy are all children of officials of the Xiaoyu dynasty, or descendants of wealthy merchants and landlords who have been based in Xiaoyu for 5 generations, and some relatives of small sects who have close ties with the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, as a traditional activity of the Academy, the rewards for outing are particularly generous. Who is qualified, who wins the prize, and who takes the first place are all decided by the Dean of Yongle Academy, Master Jean. Master Jean will give all teams a comprehensive score based on many considerations, and the one with the highest score will win. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Su Yan's current performance is very excellent. Because of the invasion of Nanjiang and the Immortal sect, the difficulty has increased, so he got a relatively high score. Master Jean smiled and said, "It's just that there is still a gap from the perfect score. If you can see through the behind-the-scenes struggles of the Red King's Mansion, the Flower District, and the Southern Xinjiang District, you should be able to get a perfect score." Su Yan's team belongs to the Key Observation Team, and Master Jean has high expectations for them. Unfortunately, they are too honest and their code of conduct is too conservative. They did not make good use of the gap in arriving in the Flower District a week in advance. Otherwise, when facing the invasion of Nanjiang, they will be more calm and even force the pretending dead Red King to send troops to suppress it. Rules are order and constraints. The rules set by your majesty and the civil and military officials are to allow you weak people to live like a human being in the Xiaoyu dynasty, and also to constrain those lawless strong people. Speak openly and speak secretly, whether it is the flower area, the Xiaoyu dynasty, or the cultivation world. Master Jean said as he stood up from his chair, walked to the wall shelf and took out a bag, took out the storage ring that Su Yan had deposited there and threw it to him, and said to Su Yan with a smile, "Think more about what I said during the holiday. I hope you can show a brilliant performance after you come back from the funeral, because the first place of this session will also receive a mysterious reward. As for what the reward is, well, it's better for us to keep some mystery between us. If we talk too much, you won't feel the novelty if we lose the mystery." Master Jean smiled and gave Su Yan some advice and bait, hoping that he could show some operations that would make him shine after he came back from the holiday. Although he said a lot, there were only 2 central ideas. First, examine your identity and status. Second, learn to use the rules set by the strong. The weak should not try to touch the rules of the dark, but should embrace the rules set by the strong. Only after understanding and reading the rules of the game can they more reasonably master the resources around them. I really look forward to their performance. I don't know if they dare to take advantage of the Red King. The greedy fat man has a lot of handles. If we dig deeper and use our power, we should be able to take advantage of him. But they shouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Right? Master Jean smiled with a slightly playful expression, then looked out the window and said, "Want to gamble? What are you thinking about?" After leaving Master Jin's private room, the aunt saw that Su Yan seemed to be thinking about something, and asked, "Nothing. Just thinking about what the mysterious reward that the dean mentioned is," Su Yan said. Pfft. The aunt spat at Su Yan and complained, "If you have time to think about the promises of those old ghosts, you might as well think about what to eat tonight. Maybe if you work hard to get the first place, he will smile and take off a pair of pants for you as a reward." Promises that do not clearly state the content of the reward are all hooliganism. Dean, he won't do that. Right? Who knows? The aunt and nephew walked out of the pavilion, and the aunt taught Su Yan, with a serious face, that there is nothing to believe in the promises of the old ghosts. It is best to believe half, and keep a questioning attitude for the remaining half. The two were going downstairs, preparing to return to the Flower City after lunch, to rest for a while, and to inform their friends that they had asked for leave to go to the banquet. Coincidentally, Su Yan and the ant met the Red King, who came to inspect the progress of the repair work while they were having dinner. The monkeys fully demonstrated their subjective initiative, and the speed of repairing the outer wall of Luoheju was directly increased to the maximum. Until the Red King and his party left, they did not dare to neglect it at all. "Have you chosen a monkey?" While checking out with the maid, the ant asked the monkeys who were lying on the ground. "No. Me." One of the monkeys, who was lying on the ground, raised his hand and spoke in human language to show that he was willing to follow. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the other 4 monkeys. "Them. By the way, aren't you the monkeys of the Red King? Is it okay for you to follow me to the government office now?" Squeak. 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 The monkeys raised their hands and covered their faces and cried. They were not the monkeys of the Red King. They were all free wild monkeys who lived in the mountains and forests. The Red King would order the monkeys to work in the Red King's mansion when he had something to do. If he had nothing to do, the monkeys would continue to squat in the mountains and forests to catch lice for fun. Woo woo woo. The liar. The Red King always promised us that we would be regular employees. In the end, he always tricked us into doing odd jobs in the city at a low price. It would have been fine if the ant didn't mention work. Once she did, the 5 monkeys couldn't help but cry out loud with their heads in their hands. "It's a poor monkey." "No. It's a group of monkeys." Su Yan, who had eaten and drunk enough, lay on his aunt's shoulder and complained about the evil behavior of the Red King, who defrauded the labor force. "So my aunt said that those old ghosts' letters of promise are almost halfway through." The ant smiled. "Well, there should still be true love in the world." Su Yan rubbed his aunt's cheek, smiled Foxy, and said, "A great senior like my aunt, who is beautiful and kind, is very reliable, and doesn't fall for your tricks." The sweet words are still reserved for those little goblins. The ant enjoyed Su Yan's flattery very much, but she didn't forget to knock him on the head to tell him not to tease her. "Go back and pack your clothes, and say goodbye to your friends. After that, my aunt will take you to the beach. Although the old mosquito is not a martial artist, and there are 3 or 5 tables for weddings and funerals every year. The scenery at her house is really good, and you can often see Taoist friends dressed in cool clothes. Little fox, work harder and be bolder." Chapter 219, Blackwater City. Su Yan and his aunt returned to the government office from the Red King's mansion, and saw Lian Qi meditating with his eyes closed. Bai Zai's backhanded force was not light, and it could even be said to be very fierce, directly breaking Lian Qi's alienated Earth immortal body. The Earth immortal body is immune to cold and heat, and is not hungry. Without a unique trick to fight against Earth immortals, it cannot even cause any effective damage to land immortals. It is for this reason that cultivators in the fusion stage have the honorific title of land immortals in the secular world. They have escaped from the mundane diseases, old age, and death. If they want to live in the world, they can really live to the end of time. The celestial beings at the top of the cultivation world are special beings that have no records at all. Their existence has always been a legend passed down by word of mouth among cultivators. After Su Yan looked at Lian Qi for a while, he stopped lingering in the courtyard of the government office. He hurriedly found his friends to tell them that he needed to leave for a few days, and left some delicious food for them. As the saying goes, if you are rich, don't forget your friends. Su Yan has now taken back the storage ring, and all the elixirs and special ingredients inside are back. Although the rules do not allow direct giving of spirit stones, and the expenses of the Academy's outings must be earned by oneself, the rules do not say that ingredients cannot be given. Su Yan is not going to sell those special ingredients, and will keep them all until he finishes the banquet and eats them slowly. If you can't finish them, you can give them as gifts. Otherwise, there is really nothing in the flower area that can be taken out. It can't be said that there is nothing, but those high-priced consumption, let alone everyone is poor now. Even Su Yan in his prime years of money can't bear to spend. Only rich lowly like Princess Wuxi can afford to buy. This is a jar of royal jelly for drinking and water in the morning and evening. These are the soul-gathering pill and the bone-forging pill. And there are also... Su Yan took out several large boxes, and finally stopped taking them out. He said, I'll trouble you to keep them for me for now, so that the dean won't confiscate my storage ring when I come back from abroad. Can pills really be taken like this? Zhou Yu saw Su Yan taking pills by the box and couldn't help but complain. It's understandable to drink royal jelly and water in the morning and evening, but Su Yan actually took pills by the bottle. The maximum capacity of a ceramic bottle is the size of 10 pills sold in bulk. A small box can hold about 10 ceramic bottles. Can pills really be taken like this? It's not that Zhou Yu has never seen the world, but he simply can't understand why Su Yan uses such a large amount of medicine. Is he really not afraid of excessive spiritual power damaging the meridians? Or is the physique of the demon race really that strong? Yes. Qingya responded to Zhou Yu's complaint. For cultivators with huge spiritual power reserves, they can indeed swallow such a large dose of pills. It's just that the cost effectiveness is not high. Usually, only cultivators with a lot of spiritual stones at home will take medicine in this way, using a large amount of spiritual stones to exchange for time. It is common among cultivators with wood element affinity in the human race. Lian Qi slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Su Yan, who left with Chong Qiong with a little sadness. Is this considered running away overnight to avoid the plague god? Lian Qi shook his head and meditated again. When Su Yan maintained the appearance of a fox, Lian Qi did not care about Su Yan's existence, including Chong Qiong, who came to visit the injured Su Yan, because the Xiaoyu dynasty was famous in the cultivation world for its fox-loving ethos. It was not until Su Yan showed his human form and saw the coincidences between his eyebrows that Lian Qi was sure of some things about Su Yan. The transformation of the demon race is not a sculpting, and Su Yan's foxy eyes are obviously inherited from Su Qing. Some words can be spoken for people to hear, and some words are spoken for others to hear. It seems that he is talking to Chong Qiong, but in fact he is asking for Su Yan's opinion. Su Yan, who has left the Flower City, obviously does not know what the straightforward Lian Qi is thinking. Su Yan happily leaned on his aunt's shoulder and asked about the scenery where the Taoist mosquito was. Taoist mosquito. Hong Ling is not a normal demon. She lives in the coastal Blackwater City in the southwest. She is a family heirloom that was cultivated by a family of cultivators using secret methods and resources to prevent the family from completely declining and disappearing. From generation to generation. Until now, the family of the former cultivation world has completely declined and disappeared, leaving only some clansmen who have no talent for cultivation, and let Hong Ling protect them. The Blackwater City where Hong Ling is located is near the sea and has relatively rich marine resources. The most eye-catching thing is a dark river that flows out from the Imperial Capital Mountain and eventually flows into the vast ocean. Su Yan has never been to the seaside, so he is full of expectations for the trip to the seaside that his aunt mentioned, going to the Blackwater City where the mosquito Taoist is. The ant did not choose to turn into a stream of light and fly there, but found the commercial teleportation array in the Red King's mansion, and took Su Yan directly through the teleportation array to teleport across space to the southwest. This is not Blackwater City, but a coastal city not far from Blackwater City. Although the teleportation array is convenient, it has both advantages and disadvantages. Not every city will build it. For example, Xiaoyu City where Su Yan lives now does not have a commercial two-way teleportation array. The security of the coastal city is relatively chaotic. If there is nothing to do, keep the human form to avoid being abducted by some cultivators with bad intentions. The ant raised her hand with a sidelong glance, pinched the little fox lying on her shoulder, who was too lazy to walk, and opened her mouth to give a warning. Unlike the Xiaoyu dynasty, there is no custom that a village cannot be built without fox fairies. Therefore, Su Yan has no privileges in keeping the little fox, and may even be targeted by people with bad intentions. The whole body of the monster is full of treasures. When alive, it can be used for labor or mounts, and after death, it can also be used for refining tools or medicine. If you encounter a powerful monster, it's just a death. Poverty is much more terrible than death, because the coastal cities are rich in marine resources. Those who come here are either merchants or monks who go to the sea to obtain supplies for sale. Normal people, or normal monks, will not live by the sea. This is the edge of the sea monster territory, and it is not uncommon to occasionally encounter powerful subdragons. Normal monks or families can't stand being beaten by sea beasts every 3 to 5 years, so they naturally won't choose to settle on the coast. Instead, they will choose to settle in some inland cities far away from the coast. In other words, the cultivators living on the coast are basically those who live for money. A top-quality little fox demon like Su Yan can be sold for at least 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms of spirit stones if he is resold to the Xiaoyu dynasty. At that time, it will really be a domestic sale from export. Let's go to Blackwater City first. Find Lao Wen to arrange a place to stay, and then come here to eat seafood? Ant looked at Su Yan and asked him for his opinion, whether to go to Blackwater City first or play here for a while. Let's find Sister Hong Ling first. Let her introduce us to some attractions that don't rip off tourists. After looking around for a while, Su Yin looked at his aunt and said with a little pity for his wallet, having lived a hard life in the flower area. Su Yin felt a little distressed when he saw the signs of spirit stone consumption around him. Chapter 220. Sure enough, my seniors are not simple people. Blackwater City is not far from the coastal city. With my aunt's walking speed, she arrived in a flash. Su Yin also saw the black river that my aunt mentioned. Unlike the ink river that I imagined in my mind before, the water of this black river is actually very clear. The black color seen by the naked eye belongs to the color of the riverbed soil. Blackwater City is built by the water, with the Imperial Capital Mountain behind it. The buildings are scattered at the foot of the mountain. This place is different from the plain area like Xiaoyu. Instead, it belongs to a very typical mountain city landform. In addition, the temperature is very hot because it is close to the southern state, which makes Su Yin feel a little bit like going home. By the way, Aunt, what kind of banquet are we going to have? Is there anything special to pay attention to? Walking in Blackwater City, Su Yin looked at his aunt, who was contacting Hong Ling through the sound transmission jade, and asked. This was Su Yin's first time to have a banquet. He really didn't know much about banquets in the world of cultivation. So when he was near the Taoist mosquito family, he specifically asked his aunt if there were any matters that he needed to pay attention to, so as to avoid making some mistakes because he didn't know anything. Pay attention? There's nothing to pay attention to. We can just go there and eat and drink. There are no taboos, the aunt said casually. There is nothing particular about having a wedding banquet. Everyone can just go there and eat and drink. It's not like being a groom or a bride. You can't just give out gifts and look at the face when you have a banquet. Right? During the conversation, the aunt and nephew had already arrived at the Taoist mosquito family. This is not a building like a Highgate or a courtyard. Nor is it a fairy-like or magnificent mountain building, but a street. Old bug. After approaching the street with a door plaque, the Taoist mosquito with long red hair descended from the sky. After landing, he gave his aunt a big hug with a happy face. I'm so happy to see you here. Okay. My aunt pushed away Hong Ling, who was hugging her, and said with a face full of complaints, You came to deliver the invitation in person. How could you not come? Have the other guys arrived yet? The true lord hatching little chickens, and the Taoist firefly just sat down. And you said a message, Hong Ling said with a smile on her face. The true lord hatching little chickens? Su Yin was about to say low to Sister Hong Ling. But because of Sister Hong Ling's shocking words, all the words that Su Yin had prepared to say were stuck in his throat. Not all cultivators have Taoist names. Generally, cultivators with Taoist names are basically cultivators who abandon their obsession with the world and choose to retreat to the mountains. When they forget the world, the cultivators will give up their original names and use Taoist names as their names. True Lord hatching chicks. Are you serious? A Taoist name is a name that follows you throughout your life. True Lord hatching chicks is complicated. Seeing Su Yin looking at her and asking, Hong Ling didn't seem to be too surprised, and answered Su Yin's question with a very skilled and concise sentence. True Lord hatching chicks originated from the Burning Wind Valley. When he was a disciple, he gave himself the Taoist name Fantian Fu Hai Dao Ren. Then a certain flying golden crow was not happy, so he blocked him and took him to the sky and beat him for 3 weeks. Then Dao Ren Fantian Fu Hai was officially renamed True Lord Di Hua Fu Hai. As a result, Jiao, Ba and Kun joined forces to force her to change her name to True Lord hatching little chickens. It is said that Kun, who is good at music, used his eru as a hammer to beat True Lord Earth Fire covering the sea. Su Yin was stunned. The aunt glanced at Su Yin and concluded, so if you want to give yourself a Taoist name, don't give yourself a Taoist name that is easy to offend people and spread bad luck. Otherwise you will cause some unexpected troubles. True Lord burning heaven covering the sea is really wild. The word burning heaven basically refers to the Jinwu clan. Moreover, the temperament of the entire Jinwu clan is known for being naughty. Even the three-legged Jinwu ancestor is a guy who looks like a red-haired boy. If you provoke a group of little naughty boys, they will not be worthy of their Jinwu name if they don't chase you to bully you. The word Fu Hai is also quite harsh, implying the subversion of the dragon clan's rule over the endless sea. The true dragons may not pay attention to the true Lord Fantian Fu Hai, but those sub-dragons and the monsters that inherited most of the dragon clan's bloodline are very grateful to their parents, who gave them the powerful bloodline of the dragon clan. Whoever dares to scold the dragon clan, the dragon clan's descendants will be the first to jump out and strongly oppose it, and resort to violence. after letting the 3 heroes of the Dragon Clan block the threat. The true Lord Dihua Fu Hai directly changed his name to Hatching Chicks. His intention was obviously to satirize the previous group of Jinwu. Your Majesty is Majesty. But are we? The Dragon Clan shameless? 6. After listening to the explanation of his aunt, Su Yin sorted out the history of the name change of the true Lord Fantian Fu Hai, and couldn't help but say 6. What a true Lord Hatching Chicks. Really amazing. He was beaten by the Jinwu and the Dragon Clan, and he could still save his life. Su Yin sincerely admired him. No. I feel that my name is actually quite good, and I don't need a Taoist name. Su Yin waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't need a Taoist name. Apart from the Su family's wolfish ambitions and the North Sea Dragon Clan's madness, Su Yin felt that his life was still very good. He didn't want to abandon everything and retreat to the mountains, so he naturally didn't need a Taoist name. Ha ha ha. Hong Ling smiled and walked in front to lead the way, and waited for the 3 people to an archway about 200 feet away from the street. There were pavilions and towers inside. A huge black fish pond symbolizing the gathering of water for wealth was located in the courtyard. But there were no fish in the black fish pond. Instead, there were some large mosquito larvae swimming slowly in the black pond. Thinking that Sister Hong Ling's true body was a blood-drinking demon mosquito, it was normal to raise some little dogs at home. Grandpa. Hong Ling led the aunt and nephew to the tea room. The 2 guests inside had their backs to the Taoist at the door. When the girl at the main seat of the tea table stood up, they also turned their heads. Old worm, I didn't expect you to like this. There were 2 Taoist priests, 1 male and 1 female. The young female Taoist priest looked at my aunt with a teasing look on her face and said, "You have secretly raised a little fox demon without telling anyone. Your life is really prosperous." The middle-aged Taoist priest next to her smiled and nodded to my aunt as a greeting. "I'm glad you're controlling me." The aunt rolled her eyes at the Taoist woman, looked at Su Yin, raised her finger and pointed at the Taoist woman and introduced, "This is the true Lord burning the sky and covering the sea we just talked about. And the one next to her is Taoist Firefly." After introducing the 2 to Su Yin, the aunt introduced Su Yin to the 2. "He is the little fox I adopted in early winter. He has no other talents, but he knows how to make money to honor me. The cultivators in Xiaoyu City call him the little fox fairy who attracts wealth." The aunt raised her hand and put it on Su Yin's shoulder, her face full of pride. Come on. Add Lao Wan, and we can just make up a table of mahjong. It's the first time we meet. Seniors, I'm Su Yin." Su Yin honestly clasped his fists and bowed, but his eyes were always on the Taoist woman. Is this the true Lord Hatching Chickens? Chapter 221 Huangyin. Since we are going to start the game, Xiaoyin, go and help me arrange the gambling equipment. Seeing that her aunt was eager to play cards, Hong Ling raised her hand and told the girl in a yellow long skirt, who was originally sitting in the main seat and was responsible for making tea to entertain the guests, to go to the pavilion to prepare some mahjong cards and ask the maid to prepare some snacks. "Okay, ancestor. Ener will go and arrange it." Huang Yin immediately agreed when the ancestor spoke, and turned around and left the tea room to prepare the gambling table for the ancestors. In the Huang family in Heishui City, Hong Ling's identity is undoubtedly an ancestor, and even in the rebuilt family tree, Hong Ling is listed as an ancestor on the first page. Therefore, men, women, old and young in the Huang family, all call the mosquito Taoist the ancestor, and all call the ancestors Taoist friends as seniors. Although Su Yin is 15 or 16 years old, in the Huang family in Heishui City, even the old man with a cane will call him senior when he sees Su Yin. The Huang family has always believed that the first to achieve is the first, and they never judge non-blood relatives by age, even if it is a baby, as long as his cultivation is high enough. The baby wrapped in diapers in front of him is also a senior. Stop. The true Lord Hatching Chickens just raised his hand and wanted to touch Su Yin, who was adopted by my aunt. As a result, my aunt raised her hand and slapped the back of the true Lord Hatching Chicken's hand. She looked at the true Lord Hatching Chickens with a vigilant face and said, "Don't touch my fortune fox fairy. It's dirty. If I lose spiritual stones, it will be on your head." Su Yan's other luck is ordinary, but his luck at the gambling table can be called the son of luck. What's more terrible is that as long as you touch Su Yin, you can also get a taste of Su Yan's blessing in gambling. My aunt was preparing to avenge her previous shame, so how could she let the true Lord Hatching Chickens touch Su Yin? So, when she saw the true lord hatching chickens wanting to touch Su Yan's head. She directly slapped the not-so-clean little hand of the true lord hatching chickens. TSK TSK. The master of hatching little chickens looked at my aunt with disdain, raised his left hand, and touched the back of his right hand that was hurt by the slap, and said, "If you don't want to touch it, then don't touch it. Stingy guy. I'll let you know what feng shui and metaphysics are all superstitions. It's better to believe in luck than to believe in gods and immortals." Su Yan. Senior hatching. What you said makes sense. But my talent may be a bit weird. You should be careful. My aunt just carried me all the way here. According to past experience, you should sweat on your forehead after one round. Your heartbeat should speed up after the second round. And your blood should flow backwards, and you will be irritable like thunder after the third round. 1 round in 4 plates. Based on the double amount of 5-cent and 10-cent spirit stones. The amount on the gambling table should reach thousands of kilograms of spirit stones after 3 rounds. Although there is also a handicap for playing mahjong, which allows gamblers outside the mahjong table to place bets. Su Yan is not very interested in it, so he did not follow my aunt. Su Yan believed that the spiritual stones on the gambling table never belonged to gamblers. Although his gambling luck was great, he was not invincible. The previous battle with Jin Lin of Luoxing City in Paigao was a draw, which showed that his gambling luck actually had limitations. Facing a cultivator with the same good luck, the most he could do was to end up in a draw, and he could not take advantage. Gambling luck can only be regarded as an emergency resource. Senior Su, aren't you going to participate in the betting? Su Yan, who was sorting out his storage ring, suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He turned his head and saw the yellow-clothed girl who had left long ago standing behind him. Su Yan shook his head and said, "I'm not good at gambling. My aunt and my wife don't like to take me to play on weekdays." I see. The yellow-clothed girl nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment on her face, and said politely, "In that case, why not let the junior Huang Yin take Senior Su to stroll around the city?" The old ancestor was afraid that Senior Su would be bored here, so he specially asked Einer to accompany Senior Su to relieve his boredom. Su Yan didn't like to play gambling, so Hong Ling specifically asked Huang Yin to come and take Su Yan around and not to neglect him. Su Yan's aunt gave enough face to the Huang family, so the Huang family naturally couldn't neglect the guests. Aunt came to the Huang family not mainly to attend the wedding banquet, but to support Hong Ling. A dignified earth immortal held a banquet, but couldn't even invite a cultivator of the same level. What a disgrace. It's not that Hong Ling has no Taoist friends, but her family's banquets are too frequent. There are several banquets a year, and they are all family banquets. The protagonist of the banquet is not Hong Ling herself, so most Taoist friends choose to respond to the invitation in the way of gifts are there, but people are not there. The banquets are too frequent. A year is just a blink of an eye for earthly immortals. Some cultivators live far away, and it takes more than a month to come. If the relationship is not so good that they wear the same pants, no Taoist friends are willing to toss like this. It's only because my aunt lives not too far away that she comes to stand there every time Hong Ling holds a banquet, so that Hong Ling's family's banquets are still acceptable. And it's not really impossible to invite a Taoist friend of the same level. For the Huang family, the aunt and nephew are more than just guests. They are simply benefactors of the Huang family, rich in the same way, poor in all kinds of ways. For the declining Huang family, the more earthly Taoist friends Hong Ling's ancestor has, the more stable the Huang family will be in Blackwater City. It also prevents other cultivators from pointing fingers at him behind his back. Well, it's a little refreshing. Under the leadership of Huang Yin, Su Yan also walked from the tea house to the street. The people he met along the way were all direct descendants of the Huang family. After Huang Yin's introduction, the Huang family members all bowed and called Su Senior in a proper manner after seeing Su Yan. Su Yan had never seen such a scene before. His cultivation level was at the bottom of the family. Even the demon cultivators that his mother used a scoop net to pick up at the door were at least Jin Dan stage cultivators. And the highest level was the Shenhua stage. At home, it was even more outrageous. There were always Shenhua stage seniors or seniors of high-ranking officials and royal families, so that he could see the inside of the Emperor Wushan running around. Su Yan had always been called a little fox, or cute names like Fox Baby. Now that people called him Senior, Su Yan felt that his mind seemed to be a little lost. The fox's tail was almost sticking up to the sky, and his vanity was expanding faster than his weight. Senior Su, may I ask what level your cultivation is at now? Huang Yin looked at Su Yan with a little curiosity, and was very interested in the cultivation of Su Yan, who seemed to be the same age. I'm a few months away from 16. And I just reached the golden elixir stage not long ago. Su Yin came back to his senses from his lost and secretly happy state, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression on his cheek. Su Yin has seen too many things in the world. In his subconscious, Jindan stage cultivators are really humble. They are just like those who have just stepped out of literacy classes. They are like 6 or 7-year-old children who can barely leave home alone and squat a few hundred meters in front of their homes to play with mud and sand. If they walk 200 meters further, they may be chased home by the neighborhood dog and hide under their mother's skirt. Therefore, Su Yin never thought that there was anything good to introduce about his Jindan stage cultivation. If you haven't been struck by the lightning of the Yuaning stage, do you have the nerve to show your cultivation? A strong man in the Jindan stage, Huang Yin said with envy. As a direct descendant of the Huang family in Blackwater City, she is currently 17 years old. Because of her limited talent, she is only in the body refining stage now. The highest achievement she can achieve in this life is only the Jindan stage. Because of her low cultivation, she can't see the depth of Su Yan's cultivation at all. If it weren't for the conversation between the elders, Huang Yin couldn't even tell that Su Yan was actually a demon. I'm really envious. Chapter 222 Sleeping Dragon Road. At night, in the night market of Blackwater City. Quack, quack. The horned flower toad was lying in the white porcelain, with a golden luster on its body. It looked at the two customers, who had just approached the pet shop with a silly face, blinked its big eyes, tilted its head and made a quack. Senior Su, the little guy in front of you is the most famous pet in our Blackwater City, the horned flower toad. And the golden horned flower toad is even more famous as the golden toad that attracts wealth. Huang Yin, who was leading Su Yin to visit the night market, introduced the special pets of Blackwater City to Su Yin with a smile on his face. Although the Blackwater River looks as black as ink, the water quality of the Blackwater River is very good, rich in various nutrients, and there is no problem even drinking it directly. It is also because of the high quality of the water that some monsters with higher requirements for water will choose to come to the Imperial Capital Mountain to reproduce during the breeding season. The horned flower toad, peach blossom jellyfish, six-horned giant salamander, and branchleaf sea dragon can all be found in the Imperial Capital Mountain. It's really cute. Su Yin looked at the horned flower toad in front of him, which opened its mouth wide, showing its 2 white teeth, and wanted to jump up and bite his fingers twice. But because of its excessive obesity, it couldn't jump up no matter how hard it tried. After pondering for a while, he praised it with a slightly strange expression. Compared with the cute attributes of the horned flower toad, Su Yin was more curious about how such a toad that jumped less than 2 inches could survive in the wild and continue its bloodline to this day. Shopkeeper. Huang Yin saw that Su Yin was interested in the horned flower toad, and hurriedly called the shopkeeper of the spirit pet shop, preparing to buy the golden horned flower toad in front of him and give it to Senior Su. However, Huang Yin called 3 times in a row, but did not see the shopkeeper and the waiter of the spirit pet shop come out. The horned flower toad in the ceramic plate blinked. Strange. There is no one in the shop. Huang Yin lifted the door curtain and looked at the backyard, but still did not find the owner or waiter of the spirit pet shop. Quack. Su Yin did not care much about it. He squatted in front of the ceramic plate and teased the horned flower toad with interest, making the horned flower toad in the plate angry and screaming. After staying in the spirit pet shop for a while, he did not see the owner coming back. Huang Yin thought about it, and finally took Senior Su out of the spirit pet shop and asked Senior Su to move to the inn not far away to eat something first. Senior Su came from Xiaoyu after a long journey. He should not have had dinner yet, but he could not delay his schedule because of some trivial matters. After eating and drinking tea, it would not be too late to choose a gift for Senior Su. Quack. The horned flower toad looked at the 2 figures, blinked, and called out in a slightly silly and cute way. But because of the language barrier, Su Yin and Huang Yin did not know what the horned flower toad said. The horned flower toad wanted to jump out of the ceramic plate, but because of its overly round body, it jumped for a long time and still couldn't leave the ceramic plate used to show the horned flower toad's body color. Quack. The horned flower toad called out again. I didn't expect there would be a storyteller here. Sitting in the inn recommended by Huang Yin, Su Yin looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the lobby, talking endlessly about strange and supernatural stories, and said with a smile, seeing the storyteller after a long absence. Su Yin couldn't help but think of the time when he lived in the southern province, when Su Yin was still sucking on the bottle. His old mother often took Su Yin to the brothel to listen to the storyteller telling ghost stories. Storytellers are very common in the southern province. Some of them tell their own glorious deeds, and some tell stories compiled by rumors. They are all people who rely on eloquence to make a living. Although they are common in the southern province, there are no storytellers in the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, Su Yin showed a nostalgic expression on his cheek after seeing the storyteller after a long absence. Storytellers? They should not be considered storytellers. Huang Yin placed the tableware for Su Yin, glanced at the middle-aged man who was telling the story, shook his head and said, "They are monks from the sect near the Imperial capital mountain. A small sect with dragon worship as its core." After seeing the storyteller's clothes, Huang Yin recognized the true identity of the monk in front of him. Their sect calls itself the Sleeping Dragon Sect, and has been pursuing the traces of the real Dragon Clan, and firmly believes that as long as they find the real Dragon Clan, they can improve their talents and truly embark on the path of immortality. Huang Yin sighed and said, "They are all poor people trapped by life. Sleeping Dragon Sect is not a true immortal sect, but rather a group of poor people who have no hope for life and pin their hopes on illusory things. In their cognition, the real dragon is omnipotent. As long as they sincerely believe in the real dragon, they can change their unhappy life or the obstacles in their destiny." The storyteller in the lobby is telling the story of the dragon clan imagined by Sleeping Dragon Sect. Believe in the real dragon. Su Yin had 3 black lines on his forehead, and secretly complained in his heart, "Fortunately, you haven't seen the dragon clan after removing the filter. Otherwise I'm afraid you can't bear such a strong stimulation. If they see Xilong Nu or Master Jean, they probably can't worship them even if they want to. The former is like the reincarnation of a pig demon, eating and sleeping and eating. The latter, Grand Master Jean, has an extremely bad temper. He will find something for you to do even if there is nothing to do." Su Yin currently owes Grand Master Jean a county magistrate work log of more than 10,000 words. "Can you give an oral work report?" "I won't listen. Please write down your outing experience in a written form and submit it to the teaching department of the academy. The content must be written down in detail. Otherwise I won't accept it." Grand Master Jin's character is simply disrespectful to the elderly. He enjoys torturing the students of Yongla Academy. That's right. Believing in the real dragon can make you immortal, and even embark on the road to becoming an immortal. We are all monks favored by Lord Nianlong. The storyteller downstairs seemed to hear Su Yin and Huang Yin discussing the Nianlong Dao. He immediately grinned and showed a big white tooth to Su Yin and Huang Yin, and enthusiastically recommended the Nianlong Dao to them. In the end, some customers who were drinking looked at the storyteller and laughed, and some diners shouted, "Butcher Kong, how come you were drunk without drinking? Hey, you still don't believe it?" The storyteller saw that the people around him didn't believe it, and he immediately became unhappy. He stood up from the chair on the dining table, performed a somersault, and after landing on the ground, he picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks and clenched them with his palms, and shouted, "Hey, up, up, up." The storyteller's palms emitted spiritual power fluctuations, and the yellowed and old bamboo chopsticks in his hands gradually turned green as if stimulated by something, and branches grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, those old, yellowed and blackened bamboo chopsticks turned into a handful of green bamboo joints, with branches growing in the storyteller's hands. "Look! Look! I have always told you that Lord Nianlong is real, but you just don't believe me. Now you see it. Lord Nianlong is a god. A little bit of it leaking out from his fingers is enough for us mortals to be reborn and become gods." The storyteller held up the blooming bamboo joints in his hands and proudly told the diners about the power of the dragon god. Chapter 223 Dragon Slayer. With element compatibility? The storyteller proudly showed off the bamboo joints he had created with his spiritual power, and attributed all of this to the Lord Sleeping Dragon he mentioned. But Su Yin could tell at a glance that the storyteller in front of him already had the strength of the chi refining stage. He used his blood to transform a small amount of spiritual power, and then transferred it to the bamboo chopsticks to create such a magical performance. The storyteller should have just been promoted not long ago and had not truly awakened his wood element. Otherwise the bamboo chopsticks should have turned directly into a rootless bamboo instead of symbolically growing a few branches and green leaves. The storyteller in the lobby, with a smug look on his face, held the emerald green bamboo joints he had created and directly slapped them in the faces of the diners, who laughed at him for believing in Sleeping Dragon. "I'm really envious." Huang Yin looked at the storyteller with envy, and then looked at Su Yin who was sitting opposite him. The Huang family has no talent for cultivation. even if the ancestor Hong Ling is in charge of the family and tries every possible way. The limit of the Huang family is the golden core, which is based on the fact that the lifespan of the foundation building period has increased by 300 years. If the lifespan of a normal person is considered, it is a question whether the Huang family can reach the foundation building period. Therefore, Huang Yin is particularly envious of those cultivators with cultivation talent. The storyteller is just a rough man, and he can also advance to the qi refining period through intentional or unintentional breathing. So you too want to believe in Lord Nianlong? After the storyteller finished talking to the diners, he looked at Su Yan and Huang Yin with great interest and recommended, "We believe in the real dragon in the Nianlong Dao. The only doctrine is to worship the real dragon. We don't seek wealth or sex. We just need to describe the greatness of the real dragon to the people around us. Sorry, I just came here to play." Su Yan smiled and waved his hand, refusing the Amway. Forget about believing in the dragon clan. He didn't even have time to hide, and took the initiative to get together with a group of people who wanted to find the real dragon as their lifelong wish. Huang Yin waved his hand at the storyteller with some hesitation. "Really? That's a pity." Seeing this, the storyteller did not continue to pester him. He shook his head and returned to his seat to tell stories for free. After the storyteller interrupted him, the dishes Huang Yin ordered were delivered to the table one after another. Although Blackwater City is near the sea, the dishes are mainly wild game, not seafood. Seafood in the cultivation world is a luxury, except for the mermaids and some sea tribes. Most seafood requires cultivators to risk their lives to go to the sea to fish. So the price of seafood is very high, and ordinary restaurants or inns will naturally not stock it. Pooh. Su Yan picked up a piece of fried meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth to chew lightly. As he chewed, a fishy smell similar to that of low-quality mutton made Su Yan unable to help but spit out the meat in his mouth with a disgusted expression. The taste of fried black goat meat is not right. Did it go bad due to improper storage in the kitchen? Black goat? No. Senior Su. Huang Yin saw Su Yan's face as if struck by lightning and full of disgust, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "The black goat has been sold out a long time ago. This is fried wild boar meat. The fishy smell may be because the boar is old. The texture of wild boar meat is very peculiar, with crisp skin and sweet and tender meat inside. However, the above adjectives are all for young boars that have just reached adulthood. Once the wild boar is in heat, the meat will emit a strange fishy smell, which is no longer suitable for light cooking methods. It can only be covered with chili and ginger." Su Yan's 5 senses are too sharp, and he can taste the smell that the chef has tried his best to cover up. Huang Yin smiled and picked up a piece of stir-fried meat. After chewing it for a while, he shuddered and spit out the meat in his mouth. "How can it be so unpalatable?" "Shopkeeper." Huang Yin tasted the stir-fried meat, and a low-quality mutton smell rushed straight to his head, and the meat was as dry as an old ox. Huang Yin was a native of Heishui City. After taking a bite, he knew that it was not Senior Su who was sensitive, but that the dish in front of him was indeed a big problem. No matter how old the wild boar meat is, it is impossible to have this mutton smell. The fishy smell of the old wild boar is a bit like heather, and the meat should be very difficult to chew. "Hey! What's up, sir?" The innkeeper, who was sitting at the counter on the first floor, saw a customer on the second floor calling him. He immediately stopped keeping accounts and tapping his abacus, smiled kindly, and ran up to the second floor and asked, "Is there anything you need? Do you want to warm up a pot of wine to go with the food? Come here." Su Yan was immediately happy to see the innkeeper smiling and asking him if he wanted to spend money. He smiled brightly and waved to the innkeeper to come forward and talk. "Come on, sir. Try it." Su Yan picked up the chopsticks with his right hand to pick up the meat, and held it with his left hand to prevent the meat from falling to the ground, so that the innkeeper could also try it. "What's wrong with the innkeeper? Are you not satisfied with the food?" The innkeeper saw Su Yan picking up food for him and even handed it to his mouth, and asked in confusion. But considering that Huang Yin was an old customer, he still opened his mouth honestly and ate the food Su Yan picked up. Just after taking a bite, the shopkeeper immediately felt a chill and quickly spat out the piece of meat. He even stuck out his tongue and straightened it, wiping his tongue with his sleeve, as if to wipe off the strange taste. "Are you satisfied, shopkeeper?" Su Yan asked with a smile. "Sir, what are you saying?" The shopkeeper straightened his tongue and said bitterly, "The taste is completely wrong. But I dare to guarantee with the 300 years of the signboard that our ingredients are absolutely fresh. Didn't I just tell you that because we need to kill pigs? The time for serving may be later. How about this? This meal is mine. As an apology to the two of you. As for why the food is so unpalatable, let's confront the chef now. The shopkeeper is now full of grievances. This pig was just killed. He was going to take the pig's offal to make porridge tonight. But he didn't expect that the meat of the wild boar was so unpalatable. Ah. No. 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 It's bad. Shopkeeper. We've got into trouble. We can't eat that pig. It's pregnant with dragon seeds. We just killed a wild boar pregnant with dragon seeds. The cook looked crazy. He didn't feel any pain even when the boiling hot soup on the table was poured on him. Instead, he cried and told the shocking news. The female wild boar that the inn had just slaughtered was pregnant with a dragon seed. This time we got into trouble. A huge disaster. Whether the wild boar was pregnant with a real dragon seed or the offspring of a sub-dragon seed. Its father had already felt it when the inn killed the fetus. Although the cook was not a cultivator. As a Blackwater City native who grew up listening to the legend of the Dragon Clan, he knew very well that this time, it was really a big deal. So big that no cultivator in Blackwater City could solve it. Ah? The shopkeeper, the storyteller, Su Yen, Huang Yin, and the diners in the inn all looked at the cook in astonishment at the same time. Su Yen didn't know what the others were shocked about. As a fox dragon hatched from a dragon egg, Su Yen knew very well that no matter what creature the dragons combined with, the newborns would eventually be born in the form of eggs. The inn's cook actually identified the dragon egg? Are you sure it wasn't a boar's kidney stone? Can the cultivation level of the body refining stage break the dragon egg? Chapter 224. Trouble. Trouble again with the Nightmare Town criminals. Aunt. I've been in trouble. I've been in a terrible disaster. The cook screamed like a madman, telling all the things that had just happened in the kitchen, in order to vent his fear, except for Su Yen, who knew some of the details of the reproduction, who was still suspicious. The other diners in the inn were all stunned. The next moment, the inn was in complete chaos. The huge inn was like a chicken coop, and the diners jumped up and down and fled from the nearest exit. Oh my God! The innkeeper staggered, fell to the ground with his eyes white, and completely fainted. The news that the cook said was like a bolt from the blue to the innkeeper, and it scared him silly. Senior Su, what should we do? Huang Yin's expression was a little flustered, but he did not run out of the inn like other diners. Instead, he looked at Su Yin and asked for his opinion. After all, panicking to the point of peeing your pants won't solve the problem. So it's better to ask an experienced senior what he thinks. I'll go and see. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yin turned over from the second floor to the lobby and walked towards the backyard of the inn. He didn't believe that a cook could kill a dragon, although the dragon race was known to be dissolute. The dragon race was not so hungry that they would kill anything. To kill a dragon, one must first have a strong cultivation. How could a cook with a low cultivation kill a monster with dragon seeds? It can't be that his kitchen knife is a magic weapon. Right? Su Yin thought to himself, pushed aside the door curtain, and walked straight to the kitchen in the backyard. The wood stove was burning in the kitchen, and it seemed that rice porridge was being cooked in the big pot, because no one was watching the fire to stir the rice porridge. The snow-white rice porridge also emitted bursts of pungent odors because of the burnt bottom. The yellow and black porridge was bubbling, and the slaughtered black-haired wild boar was lying on the long table. A wooden basin was filled with the pig's internal organs that had been preliminarily cleaned. The pig's blood and kidneys had been cut open, and the blood inside had been cleaned. After taking a look at the pork on the table, Su Yin looked at the pile of unprocessed internal organs that had been overturned on the ground. Let the pig intestines cut open by the scissors fall to the ground. Su Yin looked up along those things and saw the black-haired wild boar's internal organs cut open by the cook. Su Yin saw a scene that he would never forget. This is not a pig fetus dragon seed. It's simply a sin. The wild boar's internal organs cut open by the scissors were placed on the edge of the large wooden basin, and the mammal embryo connected to the umbilical cord was hanging in the air. The so-called pig fetus dragon seed that the cook saw just now should refer to this thing, although the embryos of mammals are not much different in their initial appearance. Su Yin can very confidently recognize that it is not the embryo of other creatures. It should be from the human race. The beast-making technique of the nightmare suppression method. Su Yin couldn't help but spit it out, and it took him a long time to say a term. Killing people is not the way to go. Su Yin has also seen dead babies. The scene of thousands of southern Xinjiang cavalry being beheaded by the red jade hairpin sword is not as shocking as the scene of a creature being completely cut open and exposed in front of him. Su Yen has never seen such a horrible scene. Even if the monsters are used by humans to make pills and weapons, they only take the monster pills, or a scale, or a claw. At least a complete corpse can be preserved. At worst, they can only eat a few mouthfuls of flesh and blood to obtain some unique abilities. Su Yen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and used the method of controlling objects to take the stone mill, and smashed it directly at the burning firewood stove, causing the burning firewood inside to scatter and burn everywhere in the kitchen. After doing all this, Su Yen silently closed the kitchen door, turned around and walked back to the lobby, took out 2 kilograms of spirit stones, and put them on the counter to compensate for the damage caused by setting fire to the inn kitchen. Shopkeeper, where did that black-haired pig come from? Su Yen looked at the innkeeper who had just woken up and asked about the source of his black-haired pig. The cook did not kill any pig fetus dragon species, but Blackwater City seemed to be disturbing the Nightmare Town. The art of creating animals in the Nightmare Town method was originally created by the ancestors of the human race. The art of creating animals was originally a special art used for large-scale construction. Let those huge stones on the city wall turn into creatures, and then let the craftsman drive them to the designated area, and then cast a spell to turn the creatures transformed by the art of creating animals back to their original form. It is a technique that benefits the country and the people. But after a long period of alienation, the cultivators who learned the method of Nightmare Town discovered another use for the art of animal creation. Not only can it be used to torture the enemy, but it can also easily make a fortune. Therefore, the art of animal creation is a taboo method, which is forbidden in the world of cultivation. Once it is discovered that it is practiced, the practitioner will even be slaughtered within the Nightmare Town sect, who is so crazy that he not only practices the art of animal creation, but also shows off in public. Ah. Yes. Yes. It's that Butcher Kong. He told me before that he has a hunter's way, and can get cheap traps to catch wild boars. I got the goods from him. The innkeeper said in shock. The situation in the upper ferry is. Although he was still afraid, after Huang Yin's guidance and explanation, the innkeeper already knew that Su Yen, who seemed young, was a real fairy. He was also panicked when such a thing happened. Now he was completely confused and didn't know what to do. He could only ask the immortal recognized by Huang Yin. Butcher Kong? Is he the storyteller just now? Su Yen asked again. Yes. It's the wild boar he sold to me. The shopkeeper hurriedly answered Su Yen's question, fearing that if he answered a step slower, his whole family would be implicated. It's okay. I have suppressed the breath inside with magic and burned it with a big fire. You should rest honestly recently. Su Yen thought about it and said something, which was used for comfort, but did not tell the truth. Then he called Huang Yin and prepared to go back to the Huang family. The people in Naoyan town can be big or small. Su Yen currently has no ability to change anything. All he can do now is to report what happened today to his elders, and let the elders, or the managers of Blackwater City worry about it. I'll throw the compensation for damaging your kitchen on the counter. Shopkeeper, go check it out and organize some people to put out the fire in the backyard. Su Yen gave a warning and pulled Huang Yin to the Huang family without looking back. It seems that the Sleeping Dragon Road in the Imperial Capital Mountain is not as simple as Huang Yin said. It is necessary to notify Sister Hong immediately to tell the Huang family what happened in the inn today. The Sleeping Dragon Road had always been low-key before, but now they did such a crazy thing in public. They may think that they have become famous. They are probably planning something terrible. Less than a day after leaving Xiaoyu, Su Yen began to miss the land under the rule of Emperor Wusheng. Although there are also people from the Nightmare Town there. Those people from the Nightmare Town are all targeting the court. At most, they will take over the bodies of individuals or cast curses. It is not as horrible and barbaric as the Blackwater City, which actually twisted a pregnant woman into a black-haired wild boar and sold it to the inn. It is so terrifying. Su Yen estimated that he would not eat pork in the next 3 to 5 years. Quack. Watching Su Yen and Huang Yin flying in the air, the horned toad in the pet shop called out and jumped up again. Chapter 225 Emperor's Capital Mountain Sleeping Dragon Road. Quack. The horned flower toad was struggling hard, trying to jump out of the white porcelain plate. But the storyteller behind him reached out and grabbed the horned flower toad, laughing. I almost forgot about you. Now I'll change a new nest for you. The storyteller who had just left the inn and returned to the pet shop smiled brightly, picked up the horned flower toad in the ceramic plate, and put it in a wooden barrel about half a person's height and half filled with water. Although the horned flower toad is an amphibian, its main living environment is wet grass and under dead trees. It breathes through the lungs and skin, and cannot live in water like a juvenile. That would cause the horned flower toad to suffocate to death. But the storyteller who committed the evil act not only did not escape, but even deliberately returned to the pet shop and put the horned flower toad that he had forgotten to deal with in a bucket. After doing this, the storyteller surnamed Kong left the pet shop with a strange smile on his face. You can believe it or not. And I don't ask you to believe it. Lord Mianlong will wake up soon. Those who dare to curse Lord Mianlong and the followers of Mianlong Dao will not have a good death. If you don't die in the morning, I will strangle you to death in the evening. Lord Mianlong is a true immortal. Those who believe in him will live forever. The storyteller shook his head with a smug look on his face, and his figure gradually walked into the darkness. The horned flower toad thrown into the bucket slid its feet and floated on the water with the help of air bags. It looked eagerly at the door of the shop. Hey! Don't touch the things inside. The shopkeeper is not in the shop now. Some spirit pets are poisonous. The shopkeeper of the spirit pet shop is on good terms with the neighbors. Just now, Su Yan and Huang Yin shouted here. But they didn't see the shopkeeper and the waiter of the spirit pet shop. But the neighbors around them already knew that the shopkeeper of the spirit pet shop was out. Seeing someone sneaking into the spirit pet shop, the owner of the shop selling fishing tackle next to it shouted to stop the stranger. Old Chen is really something. He doesn't even close the door of his shop when he's out for a long time. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by thieves? The owner of the fishing tackle shop shook his head and closed the door of the pet shop. The horned toad blinked its big eyes and then called out a series of long sounds. Quack! Quack! On the other side, Su Yan and Huang Yin also returned to the tea house courtyard where the Huang family entertained guests. Auntie! Su Yan turned into a fox again and ran to the lobby on the second floor of the pavilion with grievances. He saw his auntie playing mahjong at a glance. His auntie's face was full of joy, while the faces of the other three seniors were a little dark. Obviously, they were all defeated by his auntie. Luck is so strange. Su Yan has no rivals in gambling. Aunt! Su Yan jumped into his aunt's arms in a few jumps and said pitifully, There are troublemakers in Nightmare Town. Ah! Seeing her nephew curled up like a fat ball, the smile on her aunt's face froze and she said, Terrorists? Yes. And they are particularly lawless. Su Yan jumped onto the table, covered his belly with his snow-white fluffy tail, stood up, and used his hands and feet to talk about the uncut version of what he had just seen and heard. The troublemakers in Nightmare Town are not a big problem. After all, the cultivation world cannot cure them for so long. But the Nightmare Town people Su Yan encountered were practicing the art of animal creation. This is something that even the disciples of Yinjin are afraid of. The art of creating animals is too evil. The disciples of Yinjin are also afraid that their fellow disciples will torture them in this way. Therefore, the Yinjin Taoist traditions that have been passed down to this day are all those that do not contain the taboos of the cultivation world. The Yinjin Taoist tradition that contains the art of creating animals has been artificially eliminated by the cultivation world in the long river of history. When Su Yan told the truth, the expressions on the faces of the four earthly immortals changed slightly. Are you sure it is the work of the sleeping dragon Dao? Hong Ling asked after a long pause. It's not that she didn't believe what Su Yan said, but what Su Yan said was too outrageous. The founders and believers of the sleeping dragon Dao, to put it bluntly, are just some mountain villagers and peasant women. It's bizarre that those people can't even read a few words and have achieved success in cultivation. Moreover, Su Yan said that they practice the art of creating animals in the Yinjin Taoist tradition that has been half lost. The matter is of great importance, and Hong Ling had to confirm with Su Yan whether his judgment is correct. Don't look at my nephew's young age. He has seen many people from the Nightmare Town, Auntie complained. Although Su Yan is not very old, he has participated in the battle where Emperor Wuxing killed the leader of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province. Although it was just a decoration, hanging on the shoulder of Emperor Xiaoyu, Su Yan had indeed seen the top power of the Nightmare Town. It is impossible for Su Yan to recognize the method of the Nightmare Town wrong. Pig fetus dragon seed. No wonder. Hong Ling suddenly remembered that some time ago, when she visited the city lord's mansion, the old city lord complained to her that there were many cases of missing pregnant women recently, and asked her to pay a little attention to the situation in her family. Although the Huang family has a terrestrial immortal, the highest cultivation level of the people in the family is only the foundation building stage, and they are old men who are dying and exhausted, and have no fighting power at all. There are too many cases of missing pregnant women, and the Huang family is a populous family in Heishui City, with several thousand people, most of whom are ordinary people. If something happens to the Huang family, the city lord will find it very troublesome. So when Hong Ling visited, he specifically told Hong Ling about the missing case, asking her to pay more attention to her family, so that when something happens, she won't say that he didn't remind her and make a scene in the city lord's mansion. Hong Ling didn't care about this matter. There are many mountains and waters around Heishui City, and there are many wild animals, so disappearances are too common. She just told the Huang family to be careful when going out, and not to go to the mountains or water to play in the near future. But after Su Yan's reminder about the pig fetus dragon seed, Hong Ling, who has a carefree temperament, finally realized the connection between the missing pregnant woman case and the sleeping dragon road. Pig fetus dragon seed. The so-called dragon seed is actually an underdeveloped human fetus. Excuse me for a moment. Thinking of this, Hong Ling stood up from her seat, turned around, and used the escape technique to disappear instantly. She was rushing to the city lord's mansion, preparing to explain the pig fetus dragon seed to the old city lord. Hong Ling did not think about solving it herself, because these matters were under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the southern province was not appointed by the state. The city lords were all mountain kings who occupied the mountains as kings. They just did not have enough strength to establish a country, so they were called city lords. The southern province was the territory of the sect forces. There was no systematic country here, not even a country with a system similar to the Xiaoyu dynasty. The basic forces were the three major demon sects and countless grassroots kings, because the demon sect was doing a business with no capital and a huge profit. It attached great importance to the order and rules of respect and hierarchy. Therefore, after learning about this, Hong Ling went directly to the city lord's mansion to discuss with the old city lord. She was just a resident who lived here for a longer time, so naturally, she would not do anything to displease the host family. Why are you leaving? Seeing that Lao Wen left the table for something, Hatching Chicken True Lord and Firefly Taoist also stood up. The ant hurriedly stopped the two and signaled Su Yan to go up to fill the position. Don't think about leaving at all. Last year, you won so much that I almost had to drink porridge. Chapter 226 Fox's Chopsticks Strike the Elders. Ant. How should this number be calculated? Su Yan, who looked like a snow fox, stood up and lay on the mahjong table, using the power of telekinesis to cut and touch the cards and turn them over. He saw that the cards were extremely smooth, but Su Yan himself did not quite understand the formula for winning the game. So he asked his aunt what his set of cards was called. It's called Gangbao Sanjia. Seeing Su Yan called it winning the game, the aunt glanced at the cards on Su Yan's table, slightly surprised, and then looked at the True Lord Hatching Chicken and the Taoist Firefly, and said with a sigh, at the beginning, he directly touched the 4 cards of the southeast, northwest, and a pair of eyes to win the game. And the number of points can be calculated to 256 without counting the number of codes. If Su Yan gets the code after winning the game, the number of points can increase exponentially. My aunt came with a heart of revenge, so playing mahjong is naturally not a small matter. She counted the number of points, the number of gangs, and the number of numbers. Su Yan didn't understand, but he still took 6 cards from the end of the deck and showed them to my aunt. 4,300 kilograms of spiritual stones for each family. Thank you. My aunt didn't even need time to ponder. After looking at Su Yan's cards and the number of numbers in the middle, she looked at the True Lord Hatching Little Chickens and the Taoist Firefly and said with a smile. As my aunt spoke, she raised her right hand and touched her storage ring with Su Yan's storage ring, and 4,300 kilograms of spiritual stones were smoothly transferred to Su Yan's hands. One hand and one tie. No delay or debt. The True Lord Hatching Little Chickens and the Taoist Firefly were both stunned and looked at Su Yan, who was shouting. When Su Yan came to the table just now, the 3 earthly immortals had already agreed to play 16 rounds. That is, 64 games. Now that 1 round and 4 games have just been played, each family has lost more than 20,000 kilograms of spiritual stones to Su Yan. As earthly immortals, although they are rich, they can't afford to lose spiritual stones like this. After playing cards for a night, they will lose 300,000 or 400,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. Who can bear it? The most surprising thing is that Su Yan still beat them without cheating. Gambling is harmful to health. When Master Hatching Chickens thought of this, a trace of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead, and he smiled reluctantly. 5 kilograms and 10 kilograms are too big a bet. Why not 1 kilogram or 2 kilograms? You didn't say that last year? You were still muttering why it wasn't 50 or 100. The ant was full of pride. Pushed down the uncompleted dominoes in front of her and reshuffled them. And said with a lewd smile, "The little fox will win until she has no money, and will be directly bed back to the brothel to warm your bed and pay off her debts." Firefly Taoist. Fellow Chon Daoist. What you did is not authentic. I was in retreat last year and didn't come. How did the grudge between you two involve me? Su Yin looked at his aunt, then looked at the true lord hatching little chickens whose forehead had begun to sweat, and lowered his head to look at his own cards that seemed to be called all one color. Aunt, is this called mixed all one color? No. This is ground who all one color. About half an hour later, Hong Ling returned from the city lord's mansion. As soon as he returned to the Huang clan's land, he saw the true lord hatching little chickens lying on the ground, his face full of peace, and his mental state seemed to have entered an extraordinary realm. Wu Hong Ling, you are finally back. When the true lord hatching little chickens saw the returning Hong Ling, he seemed to see a savior, and pulled Hong Ling's arm up to point at the ant and Su Yin and complained, "They are so cruel. They almost won my bellyband from me." Su Yin is a fast attack player in playing cards. He has finished 10 rounds in half an hour. This is the result of the third round when the chicken hatcher started to cheat and deliberately delay time. Otherwise, Hong Ling would have finished 16 rounds in 1 round. Hong Ling was confused. It was just 5 or 10 yuan of casual mahjong cards. Is it necessary to say so exaggeratedly? Don't listen to the chicken's nonsense. We are not prepared to win her bellyband at all. We just help her quit gambling. Auntie choked back with a righteous face. As long as there is no feeling of winning money, she will naturally quit. Su Yin looked at the storage ring and won nearly 700,000 kilograms of spirit stones. He didn't dare to speak, for fear that his aunt's friends would target him and sneak into his dormitory in the middle of the night to rob the children. After Hong Ling came back, Su Yin, who was making up the numbers, naturally got down from the card table. The chicken hatcher and Firefly Taoist saw this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that they can't afford to lose hundreds of thousands of kilograms of spirit stones, but they will feel very painful to waste spirit stones like this. There is no gambler who keeps losing from the moment he sits down at the table. There is no excitement in gambling at all. Playing cards with Su Yin is fun for Su Yin alone, while the other 3 are all vomiting blood and feeling miserable. Sister Hong Ling, how are the Nightmare Town disciples? Su Yin squatted on his aunt's lap and looked over while Hong Ling asked about the situation of the Nightmare Town disciples in Blackwater City. What they did was really too crazy. If the city lord's mansion didn't do anything, Su Yin probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. He would probably keep thinking about the black-haired wild boar on the chopping board and the pig fetus dragon seed hanging on the edge of the wooden basin. Su Yin was scared to death by that butcher Kong tonight. The city lord's mansion is gathering the worshippers to prepare to clear out the sleeping dragon sect tomorrow morning. Their actions have already touched the bottom line, and all the believers need to be detained and have their memories read, Hong Ling said as she prepared to draw cards. But her act of drawing cards was interrupted by her aunt's shouting. Her aunt got a lucky 8. And the corner of the Firefly Taoist's eye twitched slightly. He glanced at Su Yin, who was sitting on her aunt's lap, and secretly complained in his heart, "This thing is not a fox fairy who attracts wealth. It's just a bandit who robs openly." All. Detain and read the memory? Su Yin muttered about the punishment for the believers of the Sleeping Dragon sect. Well, the believers of the Sleeping Dragon sect are basically ordinary people. After reading their memories, to confirm that they did not participate, they will all be sent to the cell for unified ideological education, said Hong Ling. The Sleeping Dragon sect of the Imperial Capital Mountain is also a relatively large religious sect in the local area. The managers of Blackwater City cannot encircle and eliminate all the people. So the encirclement and suppression is basically only aimed at those who have mixed into the Nightmare Town. Tomorrow morning, the City Lord's mansion will clear the Mianlong Dao and announce the murders committed by the Mianlong Dao. There are many pregnant women missing in Blackwater City, and there are similar cases in Seaside City. And even some pregnant livestock have the same disappearance. Originally there were only some scattered cases, but now they are all gathered together. Hundreds of pregnant women are missing. There are also some low-level monks missing, and no one thought of it as the Nightmare Town at first. Compared to the Xiaoyu dynasty or the Seaside City, Blackwater City is a poor country town. Anyone who has the ability will run away. There are no valuable resources here. They are all poor villagers who rely on the mountains and rivers to make a living. There is nothing here that is worth the trouble of the Nightmare Town. Blackwater City has been peaceful for hundreds of years. It has been secluded and has not been involved in any trouble. This is really the first time that the Nightmare Town has caused trouble. The old city lord is completely confused about this. The villagers are all poor. What are you after? Even the city lord's mansion can't scrape the people's blood and sweat. You come here to make trouble. Aren't you just going through poverty with me? Chapter 227. The power is unknown. But the stronger you are, the stronger you will be. And I'm going to change my clothes. Su Yen sat in the card room. He learned that the Yinjin disciples of the sleeping dragon Dao would not live until tomorrow noon. And he no longer paid attention to those guys who made him physically uncomfortable. By the way, and you can keep it for me, excluding the part that was returned by the original route. The rest of the spirit stones will be stored in my account book for asking for a wife in the future. Su Yen had just left the card room, and he seemed to remember something and hurried back. He raised his fox paw and handed it to his aunt, revealing the storage ring hidden in the hair. Ready to transfer all the spirit stones he had just won to his aunt. As a little fox in the gened-in stage, it is really not suitable for him to carry too many spirit stones when he goes out to travel in the world. It is enough to leave about 2,000 kilograms of spirit stones. If he carries too many, Su Yen is worried that the true lord hatching little chickens will sneak into his dormitory at night. Because Su Yen can see that the true lord hatching little chickens really wants to take those spirit stones back from him. It is impossible to spit it out. Who made her win the card game last year and almost eat porridge and pickles? Aunt's good nephew. Aunt raised her hand with a smile on her face. After taking the spiritual stone from Su Yan's storage ring, she held Su Yan's cheek and rubbed the little fox's head vigorously, causing a layer of flesh waves on the little fox's cheek. Don't worry. Aunt will record it in the account book for you. Dear seniors, the junior will leave first. Su Yen greeted again and ran away. Creator of the chicken moved his eyes away from Su Yen and looked at the aunt's storage ring, and said indignantly, he is really a good nephew of my aunt, and he knows how to return the same way. Seeing Su Yen return the money to his aunt, the incubator of the chicken, who was in a bad mood, was even worse, compared to the indignant look on the face of the true lord. Hong Ling was quite curious and asked, I remember that when Xia Yu performed martial arts in front of the emperor, the little fox won a lot. All those spirit stones were given to you for safekeeping? You didn't embezzle them? The aunt waved her hand and said, no. Those spirit stones are the spirit stones of the little fox to beg for a wife. How could an elder embezzle those spirit stones? She really didn't touch Su Yan's spirit stones. The only thing she borrowed was to ask Su Yan for help and write an IOU. The aunt used all those spirit stones for cultivation. Although I am poor, I am not so mean as to embezzle my nephew's wife's money, the aunt promised solemnly on the surface. But she couldn't help muttering in her heart, embezzled 500. No, including the 500,000 tonight. Embezzled nearly 6 million kilograms of spiritual stones. I can't even pay it back even if I sell my body. Let that big fox know. And tie me up tightly and marry me in the hall at night as a family. The aunt is very conscious. She knows deeply that she is not good at making money. And some things can't be started. Once you have fun, you can't go back. How can you live a luxurious life and eat coarse food in the past? Oh! How much did you save? After seeing Su Yan's magical powers, and hearing Hong Ling say that Su Yan participated in the Imperial martial arts performance, the true lord hatching chicken couldn't help but be curious about how many spiritual stones the little fox picked up by the aunt earned for this black-hearted old worm. How much? Not much. Just enough to marry princesses from a few countries. My aunt complained. I don't know what he wants to marry at the moment. Maybe you are planning to marry Xia Yu's princess? Sister Chong, have you considered selling the little fox? I still have some coffin books here. No, it's not so unkind to sell it. Just adopt it to me. Don't even think about it. I'll tear your mouth off. Su Yen, who had already left the card room, didn't know that his aunt was showing off with a smug look on her face. The little fox was well-behaved and sensible, and could make money to support the family. It was also a pleasing little fox to put aside, which made his aunt simply love it. Swish! A stream of red light rushed from the horizon and landed directly in the Huang clan's land. The red eye on the red jade hairpin sword showed a look of complaint and resentment, which expressed strong resentment for Su's behavior of throwing himself to the flower area and leaving alone on the teleportation array. It's not that she cares about Su Yen. The red jade hairpin sword just doesn't want to leave the side of the big fox fairy. As the most loyal guard of the fairy, the red jade hairpin sword volunteered to defend the glory of the fairy to the death. Is it really okay for Senior Su to do this? Will it make me look disrespectful to him? Huang Yin asked with a little hesitation, as he looked at Senior Su, who jumped into his arms and let him hold him in his arms and walked towards the guest room. Senior Su, who was so big, actually let him put his hands under his armpits and hold him in his arms. This was so rebellious. What's the respect? Su Yin climbed up along Huang Yin's arm, turned over and hung directly on Huang Yin's shoulder, looked forward and said, "You are actually helping me solve my worries now." Huang Yin felt that he was disrespectful to his senior, and actually put his hands under his armpits and picked him up. But in Su Yan's opinion, there was no respect or disrespect. He was too lazy to walk and was afraid of dirtying the pads of his 4 feet. So he just hung on Huang Yin and took a ride to his guest room. Not only here, even in Xiaoyu, when Su Yan was too lazy to walk, he would show his original form of immortality and hang on other elders or friends to take a ride. It is more fun to let someone lead you on the road than to run on your own. Su Yan was afraid of running when he was fleeing from the famine. So it is more comfortable to be a pendant when there is nothing to do. Are you really relieving your worries? Huang Yin always felt that Senior Su was fooling him, but he didn't think it was wrong. Of course, Su Yan said confidently, and then said, by the way, it is better not to go out tomorrow. Sister Hongling just told me that the City Lord's mansion has found the Nightmare Town criminals who have committed numerous bloody cases, and they are going to start clearing out the suspects tomorrow morning. Nightmare Town criminals. Huang Yin showed a slightly puzzled expression. The name of Nightmare Town criminals was a little unfamiliar to her. You could understand it as the thugs in the cultivation world. They don't do their business all day long, but just want to do beastly things. They are the only ones who can do things like kicking the door of the widow of the demon clan at night and shitting on the grave of the respected senior monk. Su Yan told Huang Yin about the Nightmare Town criminals in a simple and easy-to-understand way. How can there be such a bad person in the world? Huang Yin took a breath of cold air when he heard this. Yes, it's him. Su Yan wanted to tease the people of Yinjin, but suddenly a baby cried and covered his voice. So Huang Yin didn't stop at all, and didn't hear what Su Yan said next. Waya. Bursts of shrill baby cries spread from outside Blackwater City to inside the city. The sound of the baby's cry seemed to be real, and even stirred up a slightly fishy and strange wind. What is that? Su Yan raised his head and looked forward to the place where the sound came from. He suddenly saw an embryo as big as a building soaring in the sky. Its limbs were fully developed, and it had a small tail behind it. It made a creepy cry, and its incomplete limbs were swaying in the air. Waya. The cry of the embryo came again, and small transparent embryos gradually emerged on the ground of Blackwater City. The pregnant woman who had disappeared before reappeared in another strange way. Chapter 228. The graves of the Nightmare Town's criminals turned over. Wow, wow, wow. The terrifying embryo floated in the air, its huge head covered with bruises, its black eyes wide open and tears the size of a van flowing out, making a sharp baby cry. The seemingly terrifying twisted embryo has been crying since it rose from the ground. The walls of Blackwater City used to resist the monster beasts in the Imperial Capital Mountain could not withstand the impact of crying, and large areas of the walls collapsed in the resonance of sound waves. Wow! After the first round of crying, the giant embryo swayed and swam with its tail and limbs, gradually moving away from Blackwater City to Seaside City under the cover of night. When the giant baby turned around and left, it still caused some trouble to Blackwater City. Under the ground, a large number of mammal embryos similar to the giant embryo floated out. Their bodies were slightly transparent and withered. When they swam in the air, they dragged a withered umbilical cord, like a tail behind them. Wow! Embryos appeared everywhere in Blackwater City. They slowly opened their eyes, locked onto the female creature closest to them, and opened their mouths to bite. Hey! Su Yan stepped on Huang Yin's back to gain leverage, and kicked directly at a dragon-shaped embryo that rose from the ground and opened its mouth to bite Huang Yin, because he was unsure of the embryo's origin. Su Yan even used the double complete method when he kicked it hard. The dragon-shaped embryo that Su Yan kicked moved hundreds of meters in the air, screamed, and its head gradually swelled and squirmed. With a bang, it exploded into a smelly, slightly yellow transparent liquid. Go back. Go to the chess and card room. After Su Yan kicked the dragon-shaped embryo, he did not look proud at all. Instead, he felt numb in his heart because he smelled the smell of amniotic fluid in the air. There were more than 1 or 2 dragon-shaped embryos. Su Yan saw nearly 30 dragon-shaped embryos on the streets of the Huang clan. Moreover, there were also such ghost things floating in the sky above Blackwater City. Some embryos came from humans, and some came from embryos in the stomachs of mammals. Su Yen was not afraid or horrified by the killings committed by the Nightmare Town. But he was disgusted to the point of numbness. Did the Nightmare Town have nothing to play with? Cut open the stomachs of pregnant women to take out embryos? Get out of the way! Su Yen changed into an orc form, and covered Huang Yin to run to the safest card room. Su Yen also rescued the Huang clan members, who could be rescued along the way. Some of them Su Yen really had no way to rescue, because they were all parasitized by dragon-shaped embryos. Or maybe parasitized, because Su Yen didn't know if he was right to describe their current state like this. The dragon-shaped fetus head was split horizontally. It was obviously an embryo of about 3 months. But its mouth was full of sharp milk teeth. The dragon-shaped embryo bit the woman's head. Its limbs entangled in the woman's hair. And the tail formed by the umbilical cord tightly wrapped around the neck of the attacked person. The dragon-shaped embryo was sucking life out of the creature it parasitized. And the creature it parasitized was visibly shrunken. Su Yen didn't even have time to lend a helping hand. And the parasitized creature turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. The strangest thing is that after the dragon embryo absorbed the vitality, there was no change at all. As if the vitality of the creatures absorbed was fake. And Su Yen waved his hand with the power of the double comprehensive method, and killed the alienated dragon embryo again, leading a large group of Huang clan members to the front of the memorial hall to meet with the predecessors. Here, Ant fell outside the pavilion, holding a frantically resisting embryo in her hand, raised her hand, and waved to Su Yen, who was looking around for her. These things are quite strange. And now they are all over the city. Everything happened very abruptly. The giant embryo floated out from the ground. And after crying twice, these dragon embryos followed closely, gradually emerging from the ground and attacking female creatures in the city. This was a long-planned attack. The disciples of Yenjin were evil monks, who were famous for their hideouts. Before everything was prepared and perfected, they would never easily reveal their whereabouts. When the Nightmare Town members took the initiative to expose themselves, it meant that they had prepared everything. Although Su Yen had reported to Hongling very promptly after discovering the pig fetus dragon seed. And the city lord's mansion was also ready to gather all the troops and directly attack the headquarters of the sleeping dragon Dao Pope in the imperial capital mountain the next morning. But they were always one step slower in time. Their existence is like delaying time. Auntie raised her hand to crush the dragon embryo in her hand. But the broken dragon embryo regrouped and tried to bite Auntie's head. TSK. It makes me sick. Auntie raised her hand again to break up the dragon embryo, and used her huge demonic power to crush the dragon embryo without a sense of boundaries into powder. She was in a bad state now. And the dragon embryo almost brought out the psychological shadow from Pinkfong Mountain. Performed the various aspects of Ren. Auntie lifted her foot and tapped the ground lightly. The wetness of the tip of her shoe wetted the stone slab on the ground. And a stream of clear water emerged. In an instant, it turned into a huge fountain. Wherever the water drops went, a scene of ebb and flow directly evolved. A huge wave surged out from the Huang clan's land, sweeping the dragon-shaped embryo outward. Don't even think about paying me a copper coin. I'll ask the old ghost of the city lord for compensation when I see him later. Auntie rubbed her arms with a cold face. She couldn't stand the dragon-shaped embryos that were crying around. Auntie, this is called Daoxin damages. Su Yen thought about it, and made up a term for blackmail for Auntie. Yes. Daoxin damages. Auntie thought about it, and felt that Su Yan's words were elegant, and agreed with him. Now, everyone leave first. Auntie looked at the empty sky, raised her hand, and swept up the 30 or so people Su Yan led in front of her, and turned into a stream of light, and fled out of Blackwater City. As for the other Huang clan members, they were handed over to Hongling, Fu Xiaoji and Ingwa Daoyu. A group of 4 earthly immortals were playing cards. Hongling was the first to notice something was wrong and escaped from the card room to save people. Fu Xiaoji and Ingwa also went to help. My aunt was the last to leave the card room. As soon as she came out, she saw 3 or 5 dragon-shaped embryos blocking her way. After research, my aunt concluded that these dragon-shaped embryos were not strong, but they had extremely tenacious vitality. It was difficult for cultivators like Jean Dan to disperse these dragon-shaped embryos without using the strength of sucking milk from their mother's arms. The significance of their existence is most likely to delay time. Therefore, the aunt was too lazy to even bother. And she just sent the people around her out of the city after saving them. She didn't know what the people of Yenjin did. But considering the virtue of the people of Yenjin, who didn't even have an asshole when giving birth to a son, they didn't do anything that had anything to do with human affairs. Lord Mianlong. Lord Mianlong is here. When the ant passed by the sky above the city wall, Su Yin vaguely saw a familiar person. The storyteller was standing on the wall, dancing with excitement on his face. Lord Nianlong is about to be resurrected. Tonight, all the fools who don't believe in the power of Lord Nianlong will witness Lord Nianlong's great mercy with their own eyes. Eternal life. Believers will eventually receive Lord Nianlong's reward. The entire Blackwater City, the Blackwater River, and even the mountain of the Imperial Capital Mountain were shaking and cracking. And beams of blue-green light burst out from the ground fracture layer. A supergiant teleportation array was deployed. And a supergiant sect station with palaces, towering towers, and mountains fell directly from the sky and landed on the river hundreds of meters away from Blackwater City. The powerful hurricane swept the entire city and caused countless casualties. Su Yin, who had just escaped from Blackwater City, stared at the sect building that was teleported in front of him in amazement. When the slightly more knowledgeable ant saw the cracks in the ground and the light came out, a possibility emerged in her mind. But she didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't until she saw a sect being teleported to the ground that she fully understood what happened here. The triangle area formed by Blackwater City, Blackwater River, and Imperial Capital Mountain should have existed for many years. It is unknown why the Nightmare Town sect chose to sink the sect and turn it into a tomb for the Nightmare Town sect. Now, the tomb owner has awakened, and through the power of bewitching people, he deceived those believers of the sleeping dragon Dao who believed in the real dragon, and made them cooperate with him to directly use the teleportation array to let the sect see the light of day again. The tomb owner stole the location of the sleeping dragon and developed the believers of the sleeping dragon Dao into the followers of the Nightmare Town. My aunt almost couldn't help but swear. After all, it was quite shocking to see a tomb turned over with her own eyes. The tomb turned over. Chapter 229, A Gift from the Ancestors. This is Hong Ling, who was inside the city, raised her hand to prop up the magic barrier to resist the impact of the hurricane. Looking at the large sect that was teleported from the ground through the teleportation array, she showed an unspeakable expression on her cheek. It's the beast taming sect. How dare they do that? Hong Ling seemed to know the origin of the lost sect. When she saw the sect building, she whispered in a low voice. The faces of the cultivators in the city were different. Seeing the lost sect reappear, their expressions were different. But the lost sect did not take into account the feelings of others. After falling to the ground, a layer of light golden formation rose up, completely wrapped itself in it, and prevented outsiders from entering. Evacuate. Seeing this, Hong Ling did not stay any longer, and took the Huang clan members she rescued away from the right and wrong place in front of her. The beast taming sect is unknown today, but it was a top sect in ancient times. They are good at driving the method of controlling beasts, and the fusion method born from the Nightmare Town. The beast taming sect should be classified as a demon sect. Their downfall was due to the demon race. The beast taming sect provoked the moon-eating Tian heavenly dog, and then touched upon the core interests of the demon race, and was destroyed by the demon race's great powers. Hong Ling knew all this because she was a demon beast cultivated by the descendants of the beast taming sect using secret methods. The reappearance of the beast taming sect is not a good thing, and it is even more harmful to the Huang clan. Hong Ling does not know what kind of thugs would actually dig out the beast taming sect's base that sank underground. Are they so confident that they can withstand the pursuit of multiple celestial beings from the demon race? Even if they have such ability, they would not touch such a hot potato as the beast taming sect. If I could really touch it, I would have called my friends to empty the beast taming sect. So how could there be anything left for you? Hong Ling muttered in her heart. You better hold it firmly. If the items inside are not good, it will bring disaster to the genocide and the cause and effect of the death of the whole family. Compared to Hong Ling, who was busy saving people, Su Yin, who had evacuated Blackwater City earlier, was looking at the ancient tomb turned out from the ground with his aunt in amazement. Regarding the matter of the beast taming sect, except for some old monsters and related demon clan masters, not many cultivators remembered the matter of the beast taming sect. It was a sect that was deliberately hidden in the long river of history by the human clan masters. Su Yin and his aunt both looked at the tomb with the eyes of the Nightmare Town sect. Aunt, let's go away. Su Yin looked at the giant sect for a few times and said to his aunt with a little uneasiness. He didn't forget the burial customs of the cultivation world that his aunt and the fairy of medicine had told him not long ago. The serious cultivators would eventually choose to sleep in the starry sky and would not build their own resting place in the cultivation world. The cultivators who built the resting place in the cultivation world either had regrets in their hearts and wanted to pass on their will, or they were evil cultivators who were unwilling to die and accumulated the power of taking over the body bit by bit over the long years. Although Su Yin wanted to defend his reproductive rights, the tomb in front of him was obviously the place where the Nightmare Town's criminals were sleeping. There might be some treasures inside, but after obtaining those treasures, whether he would be his own at that time was a matter of debate. After thinking about these things clearly, Su Yin gave up the idea of going to the tomb. The Nightmare Town's followers are clearly fishing with a straight hook. Su Yin felt that he was greedy, but not stupid. How could he jump into such an obvious pit? He didn't want to come all the way to give a body to the Nightmare Town's followers. I always feel that something is wrong here. The Nightmare Town's followers' plan should not stop here. Su Yin persuaded his aunt again. The aunt looked at Su Yin with a slightly surprised expression, and said nothing. She smiled with curved eyebrows and said, "Okay." Most young monks would be excited to dig up the graves of those old ghosts when they saw them, hoping to dig out some good things from the resting place of those old ghosts. As a mature old worm, the aunt was not very interested in digging up the graves of old ghosts, unless she knew what was inside in advance. Otherwise, the aunt was not interested in spending time and effort to dig up the resting place of old ghosts. She was still thinking about how to persuade Su Yin not to jump into the tombs of those old ghosts. But unexpectedly, Su Yin actually persuaded her not to rob the graves. "Let's wait here for a while. When Lao Wen and Xiao Ji come back, we can think about where to find a manor as a temporary place to stay," said the aunt. "Blackwater City is not very safe for the time being, and the surrounding areas are not suitable for living now. As for where to live next, it is better to let Lao Wen and the Huang clan members who are familiar with this place decide." Wow. Just when Su Yin and the aunt talked for a while, the giant embryo that first appeared in the city came back with a sad cry. This time, it was not flying alone in the sky. There were also a large number of monks holding knives, holding and pinching spells behind it. After disturbing Blackwater City, the giant embryo directly attacked the coastal city hundreds of kilometers away, releasing tens of thousands of dragon-shaped embryos to kill in the coastal city, completely angering the monks in the coastal city. Wow! The giant embryo didn't even look back, sucking its fingers and plunging straight into the station of the beast-taming gate. All the cultivators who had chased here from Banhai City were blocked by the formation of the beast-taming sect. They could only watch a big beast run into the formation with thousands of small beasts that had carried out massacres in Banhai City. "Hack? You had the ability to massacre the city before. Why don't you have the ability to come out now?" "No. Is there a sect here? Why don't I remember there are sects around Banhai City?" The cultivators who had lived in Banhai City for a long time were the first to notice that something was wrong here. There were no sects within a radius of 10,000 miles of Banhai City because of the poor public security. Anyone who wanted to open a sect here and collect tolls from the desperate people would be killed by all the desperate people in Banhai City. Over time, there were no sects here. Now such a large sect stands here, which is not in line with the common sense of Banhai district. Swish, swish, swish. When the cultivators noticed something was wrong, everything was a foregone conclusion. One after another, golden beams of light shot out from the beast-taming gate at an unavoidable speed. Countless golden beams of light illuminated the night sky into daylight. And the golden beams of light turned into flexible ribbons, tied up the monks, and pulled them directly into the formation. Su Yin was shocked when he saw this, and subconsciously used the double perfection method to fight against the overwhelming light golden beams of light. But those beams seemed to know how difficult Su Yin was, and they combined into a large beam net, picked up Su Yin, and pulled him directly into the beast-taming gate formation. Su Yin also tried to resist, but as soon as he raised his hand, the golden beam turned into a big hand, pinched his neck, and began to shake violently. Su Yin had no free time to condense the double complete method. No old stuff. No old stuff. No old stuff. Seeing the golden light in the sky, the ant subconsciously blocked in front of Su Yin. But those golden beams did not pay attention to the powerful ant, and turned into walls with no old stuff written on them to block her actions. Then, they bypassed the ant and hooked Su Yin and all the Huang clan members into the beast-taming gate formation. Little fox. Hearing Su Yin's cry for help, the ant tried her best to break through the golden wall. But the effect was not good, because these beams were used to imprison the monsters. Chapter 230. The Incident of Biting People at the Grave Mound. A beam of light golden light shot straight into the sky, and countless small beams of light turned into lassos, wantonly capturing the monks from Blackwater City and Banhai City who were chasing here. All the monks could not escape the beam shot out from the grave. As for those monks who were old and had poor talents, or those in the earthly immortal realm. The light golden beams turned into walls with warning words, blocking the actions of those earthly immortal monks, and preventing those old guys from hindering the golden beams from capturing the monks. The words "no old guys" made the earthly immortal realm masters very angry. It hurts. It hurts. After entering the formation of the beast taming gate, the golden beams threw the captured monks out directly. Su Yan's little fox butt landed on the ground, and it seemed like skipping stones on the bluestone ground. After rising and falling several times, it stopped the inertia of moving forward. Su Yan's face was full of sorrow, and he covered his red and swollen buttocks with a look of sadness. Clang! The red jade hairpin sword floated over and stood upright in front of Su Yan. After being thrown into the flower area by Su Yan, the red jade hairpin sword was now smarter and knew to follow Su Yan closely, fearing that Su Yan, a heartless guy, would get lost. Where are we? Su Yan took a long time to relax before sitting up and looking around. He looked at the tomb and knew the general buildings of the sect, but the buildings in front of him were obviously different from the sect buildings Su Yan had seen before. This place seemed to be an underground tunnel dug by humans, and none of the magnificent buildings before were seen. Su Yan didn't know where he was now, but the road behind him was blocked by golden beams. Obviously, if he wanted to leave the rock tunnel, he could only go forward. Su Yan didn't want to provoke those beams. When he was imprisoned in the beam cage before, he almost let those light golden beams turn into big hands and pinched half of his life. Where is this? Su Yan entered the tunnel, and in less than a moment, monks were thrown in one after another. Because of their human form, they were able to dissipate the force of inertia by rolling. Unlike Su Yan, who was floating on the water, the monks stood up one after another and observed the artificial cave space around them. Why ask? It must be some senior's cave that triggered the monks and dragged us all in, a monk said confidently. They talked one after another, and they defined what they had encountered in a few words. Su Yan squatted aside and didn't say a word, quietly watching those monks who ignored him. He was unfamiliar with the place, and now he was forced to get lost in the tomb of the nightmare town. It was not a good idea to talk too much. So, Su Yan said nothing, quietly waiting for those strange monks to discuss a reason, and then followed them to leave together. But the development of the next thing was beyond the scope of Su Yan's understanding. Ah! You? Just as the monks were discussing, a Jin Den monk with a darker complexion raised his hand, drew a light blue water blade, and directly cut open the belly of the foundation building monk next to him. The monks were all shocked to see this scene. But the monk who killed the monk next to him looked at everyone with a look of disapproval and said, "Is there anything strange? This is obviously the cave where a senior lived. The treasures in the blessed land have always been obtained by those who are destined to get them. If I kill you all, I will become destined to get you," he said confidently, looking at the chi refining and foundation building cultivators in front of him, and continued, "You are now surrounded by me. I will give you a chance to survive. Among the 20 people, I only need to keep 10 people as scouts. I don't need the remaining 10 people, including the white wild dog." The dark-skinned cultivator had a very simple idea. It was inconvenient for him to manage too many people. It was in his interest to leave 10 people as pathfinders. As for the white wild dog, it might not be useful to keep it. It might also make a dog bark to trigger some tomb mechanism. It would be better to kill it directly at the beginning to eliminate the trouble forever. Su Yan slowly typed a question mark, tilted his head, and looked at the water-type cultivator. "Did we have a grudge in the past, or a grudge recently? Otherwise, your behavior is really uncultured. What are you looking at? Do you have any objections?" The water monk saw Su Yan looking at him, and seemed to be dissatisfied. He immediately showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "I have no objections. But I feel a little sad when I see you so arrogant. How come you have lived so long without being beaten to death?" Su Yan complained, raised his hand, and slapped the ground heavily. The arrogant water monk suddenly widened his eyes, and felt a deep pain coming from his philtrum. A heavy fist condensed by scarlet liquid suddenly bounced up from the ground and hit the philtrum. Su Yan has the ability of the dragon clan to control water, and the water monk used magic power to summon water blades to kill the monks beside him. Su Yan can control the flowing water, so he can naturally control the blood flowing out of the dead monk's body. The various forms of the forest, water spirits. Su Yan squatted on the ground, raised his hand, and the demonic power in his body turned into a trickle that swept around, and a blue human-shaped water spirit appeared in the cave out of thin air. Nearly 30 water spirits were arranged in a uniform formation under Su Yan's control. 2 water spirits stood shoulder to shoulder and began to rotate their bodies, using the centrifugal force of rotation to throw their companions out and hit the crowd. The elastic water spirits gathered into a ball and rushed through the crowd. Ordinary swords and knives could not even break the tension on the surface of the water spirits. The water spirits that accumulated enough kinetic energy through movement punched out, and the originally soft fist turned into a meteor hammer, which hit the monks flying into the air and embedded into the rock wall of the cave. Water spirits have no other advantages, but they are particularly strong in bullying the weak. You can't break the tension on their surface. Suyin squatted on the ground, shaking his tail and admiring the 30 water spirits beating the monks with bad intentions. The water spirits condensed by the transformation of the forest and wilds are not ordinary creatures condensed by water flow. Instead, they use a huge amount of spiritual power to mix with the water flow to create a magical liquid with viscous properties. Blunt tools or mediums that are not sharp enough are ineffective when hitting the water spirits. Not everyone has golden scales, and they do not have the ability to break the defense of water spirits. What are you doing? What do you want to do? The water monk who let Suyin attack suddenly and almost hit the bell, and the golden elixir in his throat with one punch was surrounded by the water spirits shoulder to shoulder, and raised their feet to beat the water monk all over his body inhumanely. Then, the water spirits divided the work and cooperated. 16 water spirits locked the limbs of the water monk, and 3 locked the body. The 3 water spirits merged into one, forming a water spirit with a height of more than 2 meters and 3 meters, and arms thicker than a human. It did nothing as soon as it came out. It stood firmly in a horse stance and made a straight punch. Suyin couldn't help but take a breath and immediately understood what the water spirits were going to do. Suyin silently covered his eyes. It was too early for the little fox to see such a scene. Why are you so skilled? I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Although the water spirits are not real life forms, they are part of Suyin's subconscious. When Suyin first left home, there was a period of time when he always dreamed of the elders hitting his bells, or directly uprooted the horrible nightmare. Suyin himself may have forgotten it, but those memories have always existed in his mind. The water spirits, who inherited part of Suyin's subconscious, are naturally skilled and straightforward. Chapter 231 Meticulous Care. A scream echoed in the cave. The water monk's crotch was hit by the giant water spirit's straight punch. But strangely, white foam came out of his mouth. Suyin, who was watching from the side, seemed to feel the same pain as him, and covered his fluffy tail more tightly, although it was uncomfortable for him to watch. Suyin did not forget to touch the pocket of the water monk and take away all the valuables on him. I don't quite agree with your character, but I think you are quite reasonable. He said before, the treasures in the cave paradise have been obtained by those who are destined since ancient times. As long as I kill all of you, I will become destined if I am not destined. This statement is reasonable. But Suyin knows the truth of the ancient ruins in front of him. This lost sect is the cemetery where the disciples of the Nightmare Town are dormant, waiting for the opportunity to return to this life. Suyin's goal is to escape from this ruins, and he has no intention of fighting with the old and disrespectful big devil in the ruins. Suyin originally planned to run away in a low profile, but he couldn't resist the monk stuffing spirit stones into his storage ring. Suyin touched the treasures of the water monks, and then touched the miscellaneous monks that he had defeated. After stripping them of all their treasures, he walked towards the only road deep in the cave. Suyin strung together the storage rings, storage bags, and storage rings he had touched with ropes and hung them on Shui Ling. This tunnel seems to be going up? In other words, the intersection blocked by the golden wall is the exit? Suyin walked forward in the tunnel and could clearly feel that the tunnel was going up, and the humidity in the air was lower as he walked up. In addition, he could encounter a cave every few miles along the way, and a cave had more than a dozen intersections. But because Suyin was walking up, he didn't need to choose a road. There was only one tunnel in the cave that went straight up to the Beast Taming Gate station. Based on these discoveries, it was not difficult for Suyin to guess his current situation. He was at the end of the escape passage of the Lost Sect. But the mastermind behind all this obviously had some purpose in blocking the exit, so that the kidnapped monks could only go to the designated location. Clang! The red jade hairpin sword, which had been floating on the top of the tunnel and leading the way, suddenly stopped, slowly descended, and hovered in front of Suyin, making a sword sound. You said? There is an extremely powerful creature in front. So powerful that we can't beat it even if we work together? Suyin used the blood contract translation function to translate the meaning of the red jade hairpin sword sound. Jung. The red jade hairpin sword said again that there was not only a powerful creature in the cave at the end of the road, but also dozens of monks of different sections. They all stayed quietly in place, as if waiting for something. Next, Su Yin should face a test set by a member of the Nightmare Town. How do you know so much? Su Yin said in surprise. Clang. The single eye on the red jade hairpin sword's hilt narrowed slightly, and it seemed to explain very proudly. How do you think Wu Shengdi is so powerful? He has dug up many old demon tombs in the past. The one in front of you is the most loyal crowbar of Wu Shengdi. You? I used to follow Wu Shengdi, and pry open many ancient caves and tombs when I was expanding the territory. Su Yin. Is this something to be proud of? Su Yin continued to walk forward, and finally saw the cave that Han Yu Zijian mentioned. At the end of the tunnel, there was a staircase with a soft light. Su Yin did not rush to go up, but used all his strength to activate the secret method of immortality to restrain his breath, shrinking himself from the appearance of a young snow fox to the form of a baby snow fox. Crouching and walking to the top of the rock stairs, sneakily sticking out his fox paws to sense the wind direction above. After making sure that the monks above were not fighting, Su Yin quietly stuck his head out to observe. After Su Yin stepped into the cave, the bull-headed beast that blocked the way to the upper step slowly opened the single eye on its huge bull head and said, I am the guardian beast of the beast-taming sect, Fei. As Fei opened his eyes, a majestic aura emanated from him, and his figure gradually shrank back to a white-haired boy in Taoist clothes. Except that the scar on his cheek was extremely inconsistent with the Taoist clothes. But Fei should not be a living creature. After it showed its human form, its body was slightly illusory. It should be a ghost or a ghost cultivator who gave up Fei's body. Those cultivators who want to pass through here and obtain the Taoist lineage of the beast-taming sect. Please prove your luck to me. The road of a cultivator is long, and wealth, friends, and magic are indispensable. If you want to go further, luck is something that cannot be obtained. Please prove your luck to me. Fei raised his hand and waved, and square tables appeared in the cave out of thin air, with 12 dice and 2 dice cups for shaking the dice on them. Prove your luck with gambling. Each of you will choose your opponent, and you will win until your opponent is naked. After Fei Shou read out all the rules, he looked at the white fur at the ladder fiercely. Please take your place. Under the gaze of all the monks, Su Yin leaned out with an embarrassed face. As the name suggests, Fei Shou is a gangster. The glimpse just now clearly said that if you don't participate, you will die. It is impossible to tell the depth of Fei Shou's cultivation. Su Yin, who didn't want to participate, had to show up. You really don't go far. You are just a layer of fur all over your body. Under the gaze of all the monks in Fei Shou, Su Yin consciously jumped to the nearest gambling table. The female cultivator, who was gambling with Su Yin, couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Su Yin was only a piece of fur on his body except for the storage ring. She teased Su Yin. According to the gambling rules mentioned by Fei Shou, whoever loses first and becomes naked will lose the qualification to enter the ruins. Su Yin obviously only had 2 chances, while the female cultivator had 6 pieces of inner and outer clothing, 4 pieces of headwear, and 12 pieces of earrings and studs, including shoes and socks. She could add 4 more items that could be taken off. She had a total of 26 chances, while the fox in front of her would be eliminated if she lost twice. It was really a happy thing to meet such a demon who didn't like to wear clothes. And it was easy to win. Mr. Referee, I want to ask, if I lose a game, can I pull out a hair? Su Yin, who already knew the rules of the gambling table, didn't want to participate in the competition, but didn't want to know what would happen after losing the game. So he wanted to cheat by using the rules of the beast to increase his chances. The female cultivator looked at Su Yin with a surprised expression. The beast also looked at Su Yin, thought for a while and said, head hair counts as 1. Limbs count as 4. Tail counts as 1. And fur counts as 1. The same is true for humans. But only their own hair can be counted. Fellow Taoists, please start. Chapter 232 Fox Clan's Random Killing. 42 points. The female cultivator, who was fighting against Su Yin, had gradually begun to sweat on her forehead. The luck of the snow fox in front of her was simply a monster. After shaking the dice cup for more than 20 times, the points shaken by the snow fox were either close to the full value or directly shook out the maximum of 42 points. No one could defeat this snow fox without damaging the bone dice and simply comparing the size. The female cultivator opened her dice cup, and the points of all 7 bone dice added together were only 34 points, which was a huge gap from the point shaken by Su Yin. Despicable and shameless demon clan. The female cultivator cursed with annoyance, reached into her trousers and pulled out her underwear, and threw it on the pile of items she'd lost next to the square table. All her accessories, shoes and socks, including her underwear, had already been lost. At present, the capital only left was the storage ring, 3 outer clothes, and her knee-length black hair. Although she already knew that the snow fox was very lucky, the female cultivator was not willing to stop there and continued to gamble. This time, she chose to bet on her inner long skirt. Su-Yen shook out 42 points. Pants, 42 points. Storage ring, 42 points. Why don't we just forget it? My nickname is Xia Yu Bo Shi Fox Fairy, and I have never lost since I got on the gambling table. The female cultivator in front of him had lost everything, and only the coat that could not cover her graceful figure was left. The slightest shake would cause ripples. Su-Yen could not help but slightly turn his eyes and give the female cultivator a suggestion. You can't redeem it if you lose. You don't want to show your head shape in public and choose to be out naked, right? This, madam? According to the rules of the beast, if you lose, you lose. Su-Yan's idea of lending a piece of clothing to the female cultivator to cover her shame is not allowed. Having lost 24 games in a row, even the dumbest gambler should have realized that he is the undefeated beast on the gambling table. Su-Yan felt that it would be really impolite to win again. I choose to continue. Put on the coat. The female cultivator ignored Su-Yan's nagging. After a difficult decision between her hair and coat, she used the power of controlling objects to control her hair to wrap her body, and pressed her coat onto the table where she was deciding her fate. Even if the chance of winning is slim, I am unwilling to give up the opportunity to enter the lost sect. As long as I can obtain the ancient sect's tradition. What does innocence matter? Dead fox. I'll open the dice cup for you. Su-Yen shook his head when he saw this, and used the power of controlling objects to control the dice cup to slide casually on the square table. The 7 dice opened a number of 14 points. Huh? Su-Yen was stunned when he saw the number in the dice cup, and looked at the female cultivator in front of him, who was losing angrily. Ha ha ha. I won. I said there is no gambling table where you lose money every time. Seeing the points Su-Yen opened, the female cultivator's face suddenly became extremely excited. Your luck has run out. The female cultivator also opened her dice cup, and the series of red points inside made the female cultivator tremble with fear. The female cultivator finally shook out 13 points, and Su-Yen was just a little bigger than her. Seeing this, the 2 people in front of the gambling table fell silent. It seems that my luck may be playing tricks on you. Su-Yen looked up at the female cultivator in front of him, who was naked but wore long hair as a dress, and said, Are you sure you still want to gamble? Fey beast. I want to gamble my life. My life should be counted as the principal once more. Before the female cultivator spoke, a male cultivator at the next table, who had lost so much that his hair was shaved off, shouted to Fey Beast, who was standing on the steps as the referee, with red eyes. Your life is worthless. Fey Beast glanced at this side, and then said lightly, I don't think it's worth it. If you can peel out your internal organs alive for me to appreciate, I can allow you to use one organ to exchange for a chance to shake the dice cup. The lives of the cultivators are worthless, which is meaningless to Fey Beast or the old devil behind the scenes. Cultivators with bad luck are even worse than straw paper. After Fey Beast finished speaking lightly, it seemed as if a gust of cold wind blew out from the tunnels around, making those cultivators, who lost so much that their clothes were ragged, shudder. Su-Yen saw with his own eyes that goose bumps appeared on the fair skin of the female cultivator in front of him. Forget it. I lost. The female cultivator said to Su-Yen with an ugly smile. Lost? She lost reluctantly, but she couldn't win if she continued. After the episode of the male cultivator, who roared that he wanted to gamble his life, the boiling rationality of the female cultivator gradually cooled down and returned to her head. Have you really never lost? Since my debut? It's been a tie, Su-Yen said. The battle of fate is still going on. All the defeated cultivators stood aside and waited at the signal of the flying beast. An old man came to Su-Yen. His clothes were extremely complete, and he was wearing women's clothes and the storage bracelets commonly seen by unmarried female cultivators. He even had a few holes on his earlobes temporarily, and wore the female cultivator earrings he had just won to increase his chances of rolling the dice. Ha ha ha. It's just to increase the chance of winning. You don't have to look so weird. The old man saw Su-Yen's dull eyes, as if he was stunned by his outfit, and couldn't help but smile and said, The gambling battle is about to begin. Why don't you wear 2 pieces of clothes? Sure. Okay. I'll wear 2 pieces too. Su Yin saw that the old man was dressed very imposingly, as if he wanted to overwhelm him with his imposing manner. Su Yin couldn't help but jump to the ground and choose 2 pieces of clothes to wear, giving himself 2 more chances to shake the dice cup. Come on! Su Yin, wearing a female cultivator's scarf and a storage ring, returned to the gambling table and looked at the old man in strange clothes. Although the old man was dressed strangely enough, Su Yin, who was gambling with the old man, shook out 42 points every time. According to the winner-takes-all method of the beast, the old man's scalp was numb. 32 rounds passed. All the old man's clothes were handed over here, and he lost his internal organs, eyeballs, and flesh to Su Yin. TSK. A blue-green male cultivator's nascent soul stood in front of Su Yin and smacked his lips. What a monster. The old man lost everything, with only 1 nascent soul left standing on the table. The old man really came with a desperate attitude, but he didn't win even after losing his body. He didn't even get a number close to Su Yin's. If he didn't fight again and enter the Law Sect to obtain natural treasures or magic pills, he would be buried in the ground. But he happened to meet someone as lucky as Su Yin. No matter how unconvinced he was, he didn't dare to act rashly in front of the Fey Beast, who claimed to be the guardian beast of the mountain. The next enemy, who was gambling on luck, soon appeared in front of Su Yin. He was a young man wearing the clothes of an old man and a woman. Su Yin gambled 62 times in a row, and even shaved off the young man's bell beard. The gambling table was turned over again, and this time, another beautiful woman cultivator in the nascent soul stage appeared in front of Su Yin. Clothes, accessories, hair, internal organs, a total of 150 gambling games. Su Yin still won. Damn hooligan! The beautiful woman's nascent soul in armor saw the old man's nascent soul looking at her with a squinting face, and without thinking, she slapped the old man directly showing a high-level nascent soul cultivator bullying a low-level nascent soul cultivator. The nascent soul is so private, and you dare to look at it. After the beautiful woman scolded, the other cultivators looked up at the sky and looked down at the stones. The nascent soul cultivator's body is just a coat. In addition to the defensive weakness, the nascent soul inside is not weak. In fact, because there is no weak body to drag it down, the nascent soul can burst out with a stronger and faster speed. The beautiful woman is obviously rich. Yuaning wears exclusive protective gear, so the defense is not necessarily weak. Who wants to see you? I spent 500 kilograms of spirit stones to find girls who can fill a street. I just haven't seen Yuaning wearing equipment. The old man secretly criticized the beautiful woman's tyranny in his heart. What? Do Yuaning really wear robes? Why have I never seen it before? Strange. Chapter 233 Jiaozi. From now on, the rules will be changed. The number of bets per game will be increased to 10. At the end of the gambling battle, the monks who were still on the field had hundreds of items on their bodies. They carried all kinds of clothes, accessories, and organs on their backs. The duration of each gambling game became extremely long. Feisho seemed to have received some news and temporarily changed the rules of the gambling battle. He spoke lightly. As the guardian beast of the beast-taming sect, Fei knew that the thing hiding in the hall was anxious. More and more powerful people outside the formation knew that an ancient sect had emerged in the Imperial capital mountain. They all came here to find out. They really couldn't break the formation of the beast-taming sect, and they couldn't even cause effective damage to the formation. But if time continues to drag on, those real strong people and those who have grudges against the beast-taming sect may also receive the information about the birth of the beast-taming sect and rush over. That will be a real big trouble. Fei Beast disdains the person behind the scenes, a wicked demon who has taken over the nest of magpies. If it had not already controlled the core of the formation of the beast-taming sect, Fei would not bother to deal with the thief who can only use sneaky tricks. Thank you. Su Yin went to the finals, and his opponent was not a powerful cultivator, but a handsome young man in the foundation building period. After 39 rounds of luck duel, Su Yin almost defeated the young man. There were 4 ties in the 39 rounds because both sides shook the upper limit of the points. The young man with only his pants left. If you have time, can you give me 2 clothes to wear? It is still a bit cold in the cave. Come here. Su Yin ignored the young man and waved to the stairs where he came from. The 2-3-meter long Shui Ling, who was carrying a string of storage magic tools, and the red jade hairpin sword rushed out directly from the stairs. Take all these storage rings. Su Yin stood up from the table. And dozens of storage rings, bracelets, and bags on his body fell onto the table. Su Yin ordered the giant water spirit to take them all, not counting the storage rings with items inside. It was already a huge fortune. Since we are both monsters, I will give you a reminder. Fei Beast stepped aside and passed through the stairs on the upper floor. Looking at the final winner, Su Yin, he said lightly, "You don't need to maintain your juvenile form and pretend to be innocent, because there will be no battle ahead. Everything is luck. And there are some restrictions against four-legged beasts in the beast taming gate to prevent spirit beasts from causing damage to buildings. Don't be greedy." Fei Beast looked at Su Yin deeply, said something meaningful, and then took out the token to activate the teleportation formation from his arms, and threw it to Su Yin in front of him. It is speaking the truth now. The road ahead depends entirely on luck. The more greedy you are in your heart, the more you need strong luck to support the candidate to move forward. In the end, everything is just a wedding dress, and all will become the nourishment of the person behind the scenes. The second winner, Fox. Fei Shou watched Su Yin leave, spoke lightly to the void in front of him, and then sneered in his heart, in the way of gambling. Yazi is really not inferior to any creature. As the guardian beast of the beast taming sect, Fei Shou is familiar with all the magic formulas of the beast taming sect. And the most core magical formula of the beast taming sect is a pair of tracing eyes. The Dharma eye can see the essence of living things. And it is also the magical power that the people behind the scenes want to obtain the most. The beast taming sect originally reached a common interest contract with the demon clan by relying on the Dharma eye. The demon clan lent their power to the disciples of the beast taming sect. And the beast taming sect provided resources and helped the demon clan awaken the hidden blood in their bodies. And everyone won together. However, as time went by, the beast taming sect had some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Fei Beast has the tracing Dharma eye, and it can see at a glance the blood components in Su Yin's body, the nine-tailed fox and the dragon clan, according to the era in which the beast taming sect is located. In terms of the classification of the demon clan, the second generation of dragons born from dragons and dogs are all collectively called Yazi. Yazi is not strong in anything, but only in gambling, as long as it is a gambling game. Yazi has never been afraid of anyone, and there is a very high chance of winning. This is very important information. But Fei Shou didn't tell the person behind the scenes at all, and even had a joking heart, and was ready to watch the person behind the scenes and Su Yin fight to the death. It can control its body through the formation, but it doesn't mean it can control its mind through the formation. Dream on if you want to reveal the beast control technique. Fei Shou wished that person would die sooner, so it was impossible for him to tell it important information about Su Yin. You? Fei Shou watched Su Yin leave through the teleportation formation, turned around and looked at the defeated monks, and said, as the loser of the selection competition, "I am very sorry to inform you." Fei Shou raised his hand and waved, and a light golden beam penetrated from the rock wall and turned into a cage, imprisoning all the monks in the cave. Your entry fee is what you need to turn into nutrients to assist its resurrection. The monks had no chance to speak, and they were all sealed by the light golden beam. And their figures gradually disappeared on the rock wall and disappeared completely. Fei Shou stood back to its original position, restored its original body, and blocked the only passage. The position of the staircase in the cave changed, and the third batch of outsiders captured by the light golden beam were released. Fei Shou opened his eyes and glanced at the first monk in the third batch who entered the cave. The monk who was about to drill through the armpit of Fei Shou and wanted to sneak away laughed awkwardly, and honestly retreated to the top of the cave and waited for the words of the immortal in front of him. There is nothing new at all. 1 or 2 people came in and were ready to drill through their armpits, Fei Shou said secretly. Su Yin stepped into the teleportation array, and the token in his hand flashed with golden light. Su Yan's figure completely disappeared from the emergency evacuation tunnel of the beast taming gate, and came to a doorpost with the 3 big characters of beast taming gate written on it, and behind it was a staircase leading to the building of the beast taming gate. Su Yin was not the first monk to come here, and there were more than a dozen monks waiting here before him. And after Su Yin stepped out of the teleportation array, he reappeared in human form and observed the surrounding environment. He saw the light golden mountain protection array covering his head at a glance. Su Yin also saw his aunt outside the array, and Senior Xiaoji, Enghua and Hanlingjia. Su Yin raised his hand above his cheek and greeted his seniors. "Hey, I finally see the little fox." Aunt outside the mountain protection array breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Yin's figure coming out of the teleportation array. The mountain protection array of the beast taming sect is surprisingly hard and has a rebound force. No matter how strong the force you bombard it with, it will return the same amount of soul power damage. The great array of the beast taming sect refuses to allow any old man with the cultivation level of the earthly immortal realm to set foot in it. And the cultivators below the earthly immortal realm, even if they are hundreds of miles away, will be captured by the light golden beam and directly caught in the array and disappear without a trace. Some cultivators, who originally came to watch the show, were also deceived by the beast taming sect's mountain protection formation and were forced to get involved in a luck trial disguised as the beast taming sect, but actually held by the old devil of Nightmare Town. Chapter 234, Beating the Divine Whip. Ant. Su Yin jumped a few times and waved upwards. Ant did look at him, but because of the obstruction of the beast taming sect's golden formation, although both sides could see each other, they could not communicate with each other through words or voice transmission. Su Yin waved his hands a few times and saw that Ant opened her mouth but could not hear any sound. He immediately realized that the formation in front of him had the ability to isolate sound. He did not have the knowledge of lip reading and had no way to see what Ant was saying. He only saw Ant raise her hand and tried to gesture inside, as if passing by him. Su Yin looked at the position where Ant gestured and confirmed that Ant raised her hand and pointed at the high tower of the beast taming sect and made a very dangerous throat-cutting gesture very seriously. Brothers, is there any danger up there? Seeing this, Su Yin looked at the monks beside him, who had come out of the underground tunnel much earlier than him. They were men and women, with different cultivation levels, but no one paid attention to Su Yin's question. This is still a lost sect. All the items inside are ownerless. As long as you pass the test, you can freely obtain the treasures inside. They wished that the monks around them would die in various defensive restrictions as soon as possible, so they naturally would not answer Su Yin's questions. Stingy. Su Yin saw that no one paid attention to him, and even cast a look of disdain, and he couldn't help muttering. Luck is related to the life and property of a cultivator, and is also the key to determining how far a cultivator can go in the future. A red monster with a tiger-like body, a single horn on its forehead, and 5 tails behind it slowly walked down from the steps of the beast taming gate, looked at everyone and said, "The beast taming gate has opened its doors for you, and you can take whatever you want inside. But the premise of everything is that you can get what's inside." The ferocious beast chuckled and said, "The rules of the second trial are very simple. Shake the dice cup once for each step until the end of the steps. Whoever gets the most points in the end can explore the most valuable palace. No form of cheating is allowed. Once cheating is discovered, you will have to pay with your life. No form of withdrawal is allowed. Even if you passively deal with the trial, you will have to pay with your life." After the ferocious beast finished speaking, 13 dice cups appeared in front of the cultivators, who passed the tunnel test. Unlike the 7 bone dice in the tunnel, the ferocious beast directly gave 14 bone dice here. The luck competition here has increased in difficulty. Before the trial officially began, Su Yin tried to shake the bowl-like dice cup in his hand. 14 bone dices were spinning inside. Su Yin opened the lid and saw that the points of the 14 bone dices inside were all small, and half of the bone dices even appeared in the form of stacked dice. The upper bone dice blocked the points below, and according to the rules, the lower bone dice were not counted. In other words, Su Yin only had 7 bone dice that could be counted as valid points this time. Seeing this scene, Su Yin took a breath of cold air. As the undefeated fox fairy at the gambling table in Xiaoyuqing, he had never shaken out such a small number of points. But now such an unreasonable scene appeared in the battle of luck. "It's a bad omen inside the beast taming gate," Su Yin muttered in his heart. "The larger the bone dice points, the better the place you can explore. The ferocious beast in front of you may not be telling the truth. The more points you get when climbing the stairs, the faster you may die. Go!" the beast urged. The monks stepped onto the white jade steps one by one, and the tokens of the beast taming sect they held flew out from their arms or storage rings, emitting a faint golden light around the monks, as if producing some effect. The token of turning misfortune into good fortune contains the luck of the beast taming sect and can enhance the monk's own luck. Seeing that the monks were all looking at him, the beast explained indifferently. Su Yin glanced at the big cat, and then looked at the pile of dice in his dice cup. In the end, he got 7 points on the first step. On the second step, Su Yin shook the dice cup, but the bone dice were all stacked together due to collision and compression, and finally got 3 points. The third, fourth, fifth. When Su Yin reached the 7th step, the bone dice made of the skeleton of an unknown monster even showed signs of damage. resulting in the special situation that the bone dice stood upright without getting any points. The monks around Su Yin also rolled out smaller and smaller numbers. But none of them were as exaggerated as Su Yin, who had a bone dice damaged and rolled out 0. The monks were not fools. Seeing the counterintuitive phenomena in the dice cup, they roughly guessed that the journey to explore the beast control gate might be extremely dangerous. Paw. The monks with strong luck walked slowly. Su Yin even fell behind the main group on the 100 steps and was at the end. But among the 13 people in the group, the one with the worst luck had already reached the top of the steps. Under the guidance of the ferocious beast, he walked towards the tower of the beast control gate with excitement. A golden afterimage cut through the void and whipped the man directly. A thunderous sound sounded in the dry land. The monk who reached the top first was whipped, and the golden afterimage whipped his body and soul until his 3 souls and 7 spirits left his body. The monk's soul tried to get back into the skin, but no matter how hard he tried, his soul could never return. He stared at his body with a dull look on his face, while his soul, which was not condensed enough, was dissipating with the wind. The golden whip, with one whip, killed the Yuanning stage cultivator, who was less than 50 years old. The second cultivator who reached the top was so scared that his scalp was numb. But the beast still pushed him towards the tower. The first one was dead, so the second one could naturally be promoted to the first one. The treasures inside the Tontian Tower are the best, and the replacement system will be adopted until the cultivator completes the exploration. Hack. The second cultivator did not hold on for long. Less than 300 meters away from the Tontian Tower, another dazzling golden light passed by, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were also scattered. He could not return to his body, and could only wait for death slowly. This method is called God Whip, which is one of the supreme secret methods of the beast taming sect that specializes in the souls of cultivators. When you are breaking into the high tower, please be careful not to touch the defense and counterattack of the God Whip. The fierce beast retracted its gaze and looked at the high-quality cultivator who climbed the steps slower than an ant, and reminded them reluctantly, it needs someone to break into the Tontian Tower, where the secret methods and magical arts that the beast taming sect did not have time to destroy when it evacuated were collected. Before escaping, the last sect master deliberately set up a trial formation here, using the magical secrets inside as a backup Taoist tradition, waiting for a person with strong enough luck in the future to inherit the mantle of the beast taming sect. Tens of millions of years have passed. The sect master is dead, and the power of the formation is still as powerful as ever. This formation violates common sense and is even unreasonable. There are no rules to talk about. If luck is not strong enough, even cultivators in the tribulation period will be defeated here. Cultivators in the tribulation period can be said to be the pinnacle of the cultivation world. But they are only weaker than the gods, who are called immortals in the world. It needs someone to break through the tower for it, and obtain the secret magic power related to the soul. Only in this way can it make up for the defects of its own skills, and be promoted to a person with a perfect soul. No. 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 I don't want it. Under the terrifying pressure of the ferocious beast, the cultivators on the steps were reluctant to move. The earthly immortals in the outside world witnessed this scene, but they still couldn't pass through the golden formation set up by the ancient top sects with countless natural materials and treasures. Some earthly immortals could only watch the ferocious beast forcing their descendants to die. A cultivator who had just walked halfway was directly captured by the ferocious beast on the platform and thrown into the trial formation. My friend, you either go forward and fight for a chance of survival, or I will grind you to dust. The ferocious beast looked at the crying monk with a fierce look in his eyes. Don't tell me about your background. When I was slaughtering the earthly immortals, your ancestors were not even born yet. The ferocious beast was too lazy to pretend now. Seeing that the monks were dawdling on the steps, he immediately became furious and grabbed the selected monk and threw him inside to explore the way. Chapter 235. Grandma Fox is here to take over. All of you. Come on. The ferocious beast looked at the steps with a fierce look in its eyes, asking those monks with extremely good luck to rush to the tower, and not to dawdle on the white jade steps that tested their luck. Before its physical body fell, it could only get close to 300 meters of the tower at most. Now, after the 13 monks selected wore the token that could temporarily enhance their luck, the 2 with the worst luck among them could already walk 300 meters away, because they saw the possibility of success. The Nightmare Town disciples who were hiding behind the scenes and controlling the ferocious beast began to get impatient, and they couldn't wait for these young monks with extremely good luck to open the door for them. The third monk who reached the top could only reluctantly move forward under the threat of the ferocious beast, before reaching the place where the last cultivator died. The third female cultivator who reached the top tried to stop. However, the beast spit out a stream of orange-red hot mucus from its mouth, which directly corroded the female cultivator, who tried to stop into a pool of liquid. And even her soul could not escape the end of annihilation. The beast had a grim smile on its face, and the 5 tails behind its red tiger leopard body were shaking extremely happily. The beast looked at the 4th-ranked climber and asked, "Do you need me to help you a little?" The 4th. The beast was already killing people on the top, forcing the cultivators to break through the formation of the Tontian Tower for it. It seems that there is no rule for the timing of the golden afterimage. Life and death depends on whether the cultivator's own life is strong or not. Su Yan, who fell behind the team, watched the beast pushing the cultivators to die one by one, and carefully observed the cultivator's roots and the pattern of the golden afterimages. However, after watching for a long time, he suddenly found that there was no rule at all. Life and death depended purely on luck. If you have a strong life, you can pass the test naturally. If you don't have a strong life, no matter whether you step out with your left foot first or your right foot, the golden whip will emerge from the void in the next second to take your life. Su Yan tried to ask his aunt for help outside the field, but his aunt, who was currently outside the field, had no choice but to join other Taoist friends to consume the energy of the golden formation together. Even Hong Ling, who knew the most about this, could not give any effective advice, because the beast-taming sect she knew was a lost sect. Now the beast-taming sect was controlled by the Nightmare Town, and a large number of monks were captured to rob the beast-taming sect of its Taoism. Hey, the kid at the back. The 8th person advanced to a distance of 200 meters, and he also died. Seeing this, the fierce beast looked at Su Yan, who was the luckiest among the 13 people and was at the end of the team, and said, "Go over and explore the way." The difficulty coefficient of the journey was getting higher and higher, and everyone was observing the rules of the Tower of Babel. Since entering the beast-taming gate dojo, walking towards the central tower, there should be a barrier every 10 meters or so. The 5th-ranked climber has advanced to the distance of about 220th place, and the 6th, 7th, and 8th are all at a distance of about 200 meters. There may be a life or death barrier every 100 meters. It is useless to waste time on it. So the fierce beast is ready to send out the strongest to see how many meters they can advance. If even Su Yan can't advance the distance, then there is little point for others to go. At that time, pack up all the 9th to 12th cultivators and throw them in together. There is a universe space ahead. Under the gaze of the ferocious beast, Su Yan could only move forward with his courage. If he tried to pass the level, he might die. If he didn't, he would definitely die. But at this moment, the voice of the fairy sister suddenly came to Su Yan's heart. It is written on the universe space. Those with bad intentions cannot approach the Sutra Pavilion. Those with insufficient luck will stop. And those who touch the beast-taming Daozong will be hunted down by the sun and the moon. Su Yan gradually approached the beast-taming sect's Dao field. The heavenly aura emanating from it awakened the Empress Dowager Yusu, who was temporarily staying on Su Yan to warm his soul. There is a dead end ahead. Your luck is not enough for you to obtain the Daozong inside. The Empress Dowager conveyed the words to Su Yan's heart. 3 major rules of the universe space. Those with bad intentions will be killed. Those with insufficient luck will be killed. If the first 2 rules are met, the last rule can be learned when entering the tower. Are you willing to offend the 3-legged Golden Crow clan that rules the daytime, and the Taiyin Tengu clan that rules the night, while obtaining the Taoist tradition? And keep the secret of the beast-taming sect forever. If you disagree, you will die. The Queen Mother interpreted the rules of the universe, and then sent a reminder to Su Yan, asking him not to go in. I don't want to go either. But that ferocious beast will directly kill the cultivators, who refuse to set foot in the Taoist field. Su Yan secretly complained to the fairy sister in his heart. I just came here to have a feast at the senior's house, but I encountered the crazy Injun disciples in front of me. Go over and slap it twice. The Queen Mother chuckled and ordered Su Yan to go up and hit it. Compared with offending 2 celestial beings and 2 major groups of divine beasts at the same time when obtaining the Taoist treasure of the beast-taming sect, it is still very simple to deal with the Yinjin child in front of him. Can it really be slapped? Su Yan said in his heart. 2 slaps in the front and back hands. Let it also taste the power of the old stuff. The Queen Mother instigated. Why? Do you also want to be forced to commit suicide? Seeing Su Yan standing in front of the dojo and not ready to step in, the ferocious beast frowned and could not help but urge Su Yin to enter the dojo to explore the way. Senior ferocious beast. Su Yin took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the five-tailed red leopard squatting on the ground behind him, and said, "Can your face withstand a beating?" Although Su Yin did not know the origin of the fairy sister, the fairy sister must be very powerful. She has the magic immunity ability similar to Bai Zhe, and she dares to ask for money from the bad-tempered Master Jean. Now that there is someone backing him up, Su Yin's tone of voice became hard involuntarily. The moment the words fell, Su Yin jumped up as the fairy sister ordered, and his left arm suddenly swelled into a muscular black fox claw, and slapped the ferocious beast's face heavily, and the shock wave containing the power of the double full method was all injected into its body. Su Yan's palm was even larger than the 3-meter height of the ferocious beast. With a sweep of his palm, he shattered the ferocious beast's soul with a force that shook the heavens and the earth. Everything in his sight was pressed down by the strong wind, and even the front mountain of the beast's control gate was turned into ruins. The power of the old man is so terrifying. Su Yin looked at the yellow sand in a daze, then looked at his human-shaped palm, subconsciously clenched it, and murmured in his heart, "A slap killed a terrestrial immortal." And this was the damage caused by the fairy sister's transmission of power to himself. If the fairy sister came in person, wouldn't the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of her have to change their course? What kind of existence is she? Just an old man. The Queen Mother saw Su Yan's dazed expression and found it very interesting. She chuckled and said, "Use all your strength to operate the double complete method. The nightmare child is going to explode." Fox. A roar came from the dojo, like the roar of a tiger in thunder, and the mountains inside the beast taming gate were shaking. Chapter 236, The Ultimate Animal Creation Method. Taoism transforms all spirits. Fox. A young man's roar resounded in the mountain protection formation of the beast taming sect, and a strong pressure spirit burst out from a white palace unscrupulously. The mountains trembled because of his anger, and even the sky outside the beast taming sect was changing. The pure white clouds gradually turned into black and red smoke. The giant dragon-shaped embryo that had disappeared without a trace reappeared. It fell directly from the dark clouds and entered the formation. Tens of thousands of dragon-shaped embryos emerged from the ground at the call of the master, and gathered in an orderly manner in the air to form a giant fleshworm. Countless undeveloped babies' limbs were densely covered all over the body, and they all circled around the giant dragon-shaped embryo as the center. In the smoke and dust, the Nightmare Town disciple, who occupied the magpie's nest and hid behind the scenes to control everything, slowly walked out of the central hall. The Nightmare Town disciple, who was best at creating animals, was slightly transparent and showed a light golden color. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of bones twisting and breaking was heard, and the body of the monk who had lost his soul and fell in the dojo suddenly underwent a series of incomprehensible changes. The bones in his body twisted and turned wantonly, and the pale bone spurs toward the original flesh and blood body and flowed out the cold dark red blood. The shattered pale bones and the flesh and blood like mincemeat flew into the air, all randomly piled up and gradually constructed a twisted human figure without skin. In Su Yan's surprised eyes, the Nightmare Town disciple who slowly walked out of the palace directly entered the human body made up of the monk's remains. A burst of golden light rose from the wreckage, and a large amount of filthy blood spurted out of the alienated body. Pale skin grew out of flesh and blood. Long black hair fell to his shoulders. The Nightmare Town looked at Su Yin, who disturbed him from obtaining the Daozong of the beast taming sect, and said, "I have repeatedly ordered all the old guys in the earthly immortal realm to forbid them from making trouble. Your behavior has violated the rules of the battle of destiny." Fox. Su Yin retracted his weird gaze towards the sky, hearing the shameless words of the Nightmare Town. He almost couldn't help but use all his life's learning to bring out all the dirty words in his mind to greet the whole family of the Nightmare Town. Go to your uncle's battle of destiny. The trial you set up before was clearly to select scapegoats, so that we can break through the formation of the Tongtian Tower for you. Do you have any shame? Such a dirty thing can be said, as if it is for our sake. I am Daohua Wanlingzhenjuan, a fellow Taoist who is hiding in the beast taming sect. Why don't you come out and meet me? After Daohua Wanlingzhenjuan scolded Su Yin for not following the rules, he ignored Su Yin, who was guarding against him, looked straight ahead, and said a greeting. Su Yin was meaningless to him. The earth-shaking gale was not created by him before. He just used the power of an unknown cultivator to swing it. Go slap him twice. The Empress Dowager, who temporarily lived in Su Yan's body, glanced at the outside world lightly, and then sent a voice transmission to Su Yin. She had no intention of showing up. He was just a low-level cultivator who made small clay figures. Su Yan could deal with him. No one cares about you. Su Yan, with his back against the fairy sister, looked at Daohua Wanling Zhenjuan in the distance and complained in a low voice. Then I will kill you. Daohua Zhenjuan retracted his gaze, looked at Su Yan and grinned. See if that Taoist friend will pay attention to me. Daohua Zhenjuan finished speaking, landed barefoot, raised his foot to pick up a handful of sand and stones, and kicked them at Su Yan. The sand and stone shot out into the air, and turned into fierce beasts with bared fangs and claws in the air. A light golden light flashed by, and the beasts shed their flesh and blood bodies, and turned into terrifying beasts that were immune to ordinary physical damage like earth immortals. Ha! Su Yan showed no fear at all, and used all his strength to urge the fairy sister to use her own magic power to operate the double complete method, and backhandedly whipped the head of the giant wolf that rushed towards him. The white wave swept towards the alienated group of fierce beasts, and in an instant, the magic power given to them by Daohua Zhenjuan was knocked out of their bodies, revealing their original form of a handful of sand and soil. Borrowed things are borrowed things. The sand and dust contain the power of Daohua Zhenjuan. Daohua Zhenjuan's body and the sand are exchanged instantly. His strong and powerful hand directly grasps Su Yan's arm. Daohua Zhenjuan smiles and says, simple Taoist magic. He first uses the method of creating animals to faint, and then uses the method of gold escape to instantly cross several miles. Then the fox is dead. The method of creating animals. Instantly after contacting Daohua Zhenjuan, Su Yan's arm suddenly twisted and deformed, and a large number of black flesh lumps appeared on his arm. The white arm also turned into dark green at this moment. In less than 3 snaps of the fingers, Su Yan will turn into a horned flower toad that can be seen everywhere. However, something strange happened. Su Yan's arm twisted only for a moment, and then it seemed as if nothing happened. Daohua Zhenjuan frowned, and the left hand holding Su Yan's arm loosened, turning his fist into a knife and going straight up. The power of the gold element wrapped around his palm, and went straight to Su Yan's neck. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. After finding that the spell he cast on Su Yan was ineffective, Daohua Zhenjuan used a purely physical attack to chop his head. The layer of mana above was just a layer of insurance. Confusion emerged in Daohua Zhenjuan's heart. He was puzzled by Su Yan's immunity to the method of creating animals. But those doubts could be slowly understood after he killed Su Yan through the power of soul searching. The most important thing to do now was to force the person hiding behind the scenes out. Daohua Zhenjuan didn't want others to pick peaches. Bang! Daohua Zhenjuan swung his hand knife diagonally in the air, bursting with a series of vibrations, but did not cut off Su Yan's head. Fox dragon wagging its tail. Su Yan did not dodge Daohua Zhenjuan's hand knife, but realized that Zhenjuan was close to him and held his arm. The moment, he directly changed into the prototype of a fox. Originally, he wanted to use the size difference to break free from Daohua Zhenjuan's iron-like big hand, but he didn't expect that he could use the height difference advantage to avoid the chopping of the hand knife. On the way down, Su Yan didn't think about it, and kicked Daohua Zhenjuan in the abdomen with all his strength. The power of the Shuangquan method that spread throughout his body poured into Zhenjuan. Daohua Zhenjuan, who was kicked in the side by Su Yan, appeared on the white jade steps of the beast-taming gate the moment he touched Zhenjuan. The battle between earthly immortals and low-level cultivators is completely different. Earthly immortals have unparalleled attack power, and physical entanglement rarely occurs. Generally, they use flexible escape techniques with powerful attack power to kill with one blow. It is not said that cultivators of the same level will be entangled with each other, because that is too dangerous. Daohua Zhenjuan's eyes twitched slightly, and a large mouthful of dark red blood overflowed from his mouth. He couldn't even cover the gushing blood with his hands. Interesting. The secret method you used. Chapter 237 The Sole Secret Technique of the Beast-Taming Sect. The secret technique you used is quite interesting. Daohua Zhenjuan raised his hand to cover his mouth, but the dark red blood in his mouth still flowed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the ground, causing the waist that Su Yan kicked to show signs of dissolution and decay. A large piece of flesh and blood seemed to dissolve, spreading from the waist to the outside, even revealing his internal organs, ribs, and pelvis, and exposing him naked to the air, and even showing his golden soul. Daohua Zhenjuan did not seize the body, but only used the method of animal creation to temporarily create a Dharma body that could accommodate his own soul. Although it was a Dharma body, the strength of the Dharma body was undoubtedly that of a body in the earthly immortal realm. Such a powerful Dharma body showed signs of disintegration just because of Su Yan's fist wind. although there were factors behind the scenes. The secret technique Su Yin used on his fists and feet must be a secret method that could cause substantial damage to the body of an earthly immortal. With such a secret method at such a young age, it is really hard to imagine what great opportunities the fox luck will bring him as time goes by. Since the secret method is so interesting, Daohua Jinjuan smiled and raised his hand to capture a cultivator who participated in the luck contest. The complete cultivator melted into a red round liquid and fell into Daohua Jinjuan's hand the moment he flew into the air. Daohua Jinjuan held the red round in his hand and let the Dharma body that had begun to disintegrate slap it. The damage caused by Su Yin and the residual magic power of Shuangquan Fa all disappeared. A cloud of blood mist erupted behind Daohua Jinjuan, and the magic power of Shuangquan Fa remained in the blood mist. Why don't you want to give it a try? The beast-taming sect was once glorious, and it was not even weaker than the strongest sects at that time. The Tontian Tower hides the most advanced soul cultivation method in the world of cultivation. After repairing the injury of his Dharma body, Daohua Jinjuan showed an interested expression and said to Su Yin and the old monk hiding behind Su Yin, "My purpose is just to obtain the Daozong. The Daozong is not something that cannot be copied. We can share the soul secrets in the Tontian Tower. How about cooperating and getting rich together?" After seeing Su Yin's background, Daohua Jinjuan immediately felt that the fox in front of him was very capable. Instead of fighting each other here, it is better to temporarily put aside the dispute and share the Daozong in the Tontian Tower. The Jinjuan himself cannot get close to the Tontian Tower, but the fox's luck is obviously not necessarily. If he replaces him, he should be able to open the door of the tower. If there is a price to be paid, then I will bear all the costs. I just wonder if the two Taoist friends are interested in joining forces. Daohua Jinjuan smiled and stretched out his hand to Su Yin. "How? Kill him." The Queen Mother spoke lightly, and the voice reached Su Yin's heart. Although the soul method of the beast-taming sect is precious, the soul method of the beast-taming sect is different. Their secret method is to change their own soul, or the soul of the spirit beast. Through this method, the disciples of the beast-taming sect can merge with the spirit beasts they cultivate and burst out with extremely strong combat power. Moreover, they can fuse multiple spirit beasts at the same time, so that they have multiple innate magical powers. The disciples of the beast-taming sect only need to cultivate their realm, and the magic and magical powers are all provided by the spirit beasts. As long as the cultivation and realm are strong enough, the innate magical power of the spirit beast can be forcibly raised through fusion. The secret method of the beast-taming sect is indeed good, but it has no meaning for Su Yin at present. But if Daohua Wanling Jinjuan takes it, there is no doubt that a powerful monster that is almost immortal and proficient in all the magical powers of the world will be born. This is a loss-making business. The Queen Mother is not interested in the secret method of the soul, and Su Yin can't use it. In the whole process, only Daohua Jinjuan benefits, and Su Yin is purely investing in the future. Since it is an investment in the future, then why don't I just kill you and have fun, and then return alone to enjoy the Taoist collection of the beast-taming sect when I am strong in the future? What about me, the foolish boy who is just starting out? I heard the abacus ringing in my heart, while the Queen Mother ordered Su Yin to take action. She told all the calculations of Daohua Jinjuan to Su Yin, who was just starting out, through the way of enlightenment. So insidious? It seemed like a win-win deal. But after the fairy sister's translation, Su Yin instantly knew that the old man in front of him was quite insidious and cunning. The old man was happy at the moment. Once he obtained the Daozong of the beast-taming sect, he could become an immortal and be promoted to a celestial being, thus possessing power comparable to that of immortals in the world. But he was happy in the future. To put it bluntly, he was busy all the way and could only obtain the secret magic that could not be cultivated before the earthly immortal realm. By then, after Daohua Jinjuan was promoted to a celestial being, he would probably hang him up and torture him to death when he had nothing to do, in order to avenge the humiliation of being humiliated by the Jinden stage fox in front of the beast-taming sect. Have you discussed the result? Daohua Jinjuan asked Su Yin with a smile on his face. It's discussed. In the fairy sister's order. Su Yin pretended to be relieved and raised his hands. Raising one's palms is an action that only occurs when the two sides of the confrontation negotiate peace in the world of cultivation. Raising his palm means that he has no weapon, and if he wants to perform a spell, he has to retract his hand. This is a very sincere action for both parties during the peace talks, and Su Yin expressed that it was harmless. But, just as Su Yin raised his hand and took the first step, his figure suddenly disappeared. and he exchanged positions with a Wei behind Dao Huajianjuan. Su Yan's originally raised hands also smoothly stabbed directly into Dao Huajianjuan's chest. You are really sincere. Dao Huajianjuan looked down at the arm that came out of his chest and was stained with his dark red blood, and looked sideways at Su Yan behind him. You ripped my heart right away. Hey! Su Yan was not as relaxed as Dao Huajianjuan. After confirming that he had hit the target with one blow, he quickly took the next move. With the blessing of the Shuangquan method and the fairy sister, Su Yan exerted force with both arms and directly toward the Dharma body created by Dao Huajianjuan's upper body animal creation method, revealing the light golden soul hidden inside Dao Huajianjuan. Bang! Before Dao Huajianjuan's soul turned around and elbowed him, Su Yan gritted his teeth and smashed Dao Huajianjuan's head with a headbutt. A wave of white magic power spread in the collision area between the two to form a wave. Su Yan didn't care about any rules at this moment. He just wanted to hit Dao Huajianjuan once. His arm stabbed into Dao Huajianjuan's chest. Su Yan's only legs and head were now available for attack. He wanted to kick, but the two were too close to each other to gather strength. Su Yan subconsciously hit him with his head. How stupid. The Empress Dowager, who was sitting cross-legged in the hot spring pool of the Sea of Consciousness, saw Su Yan's reckless action and complained. Are the three tails all decorations? Huh? Su Yan in the outside world received the message from the fairy sister, and his movements were slightly frustrated. Dao Huajianjuan directly responded with a powerful and violent headbutt. The two sides collided, and spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground where Su Yan stood and spread everywhere, and the ground where both sides stood sank on a large scale. Chapter 238, I won't give it to you even if I throw it away. Bang. Dao Huajianjuan hit Su Yan with his head hammer. It was not only a physical blow, but also caused damage to the power of the soul, which impacted Su Yan's soul. Although he was under the protection of the fairy sister, Su Yan was still affected by the shock of the soul, which manifested in that he was confused and couldn't tell the directions. You are really perverted. Dao Huajianjuan pushed Su Yan away, letting his arm that pierced his chest escape, and then grabbed Su Yan's collar and pulled him back violently, hitting Dao Huajianjuan's flesh and blood body that had recovered. Dao Huajianjuan still smiled, but his eyes were cold and cold. Obviously, Su Yan's teasing of him just now made Dao Huajianjuan, who was not in a good mood, angry. Bang. Dao Huajianjuan hit Su Yan's forehead with his head hammer again, then twisted his body, pressed Su Yan's body, and smashed it to the ground. Every time he hit the beast-taming sex base, it shook. Xinjuan seemed to be venting his anger, and he fought back with the most violent and primitive means. You die? Su Yan just came back to his senses from the dizziness, and felt a suffocating feeling in his heart. But this time, Su Yan did not hit him with his head hammer like before, but unlocked the immortal secret of Princess Wuxi, and used his three tails to entangle Dao Huajianjuan's arm that was holding his clothes. Old kick. Su Yan was knocked to the ground, and his lower body showed the characteristics of an orc, and the fox legs with black hair gathered power and kicked directly on Dao Huajianjuan's head. A sound of flesh and bones breaking was heard, and Dao Huajianjuan's head was kicked by Su Yan and turned several times in place. The normal neck shrank with each turn until the head flew off the neck. Dao Huajianjuan paused for a moment, and dark red blood gushed out like a spring, splashing all over Su Yan. Humph! Dao Huajianjuan, with only a head left, snorted coldly, and tentacles like granulation and bone cells grew out of his broken neck, and a body without skin was built the moment it landed. Rhino dog. The headless body that Su Yan was entangled with grew a yellow giant wolf head in a moment, biting Su Yan. But in response to the giant wolf head, Su Yan's powerful fox kick was still kicking on its head. With one kick, red and white things fell into a pit, and Su Yan spit out the filthy things in his mouth, and instantly jumped out of the pit in the form of a fox man. All morning stars. Dao Huajianjuan jumped back and sat on a green-skinned unicorn made of sand and soil. The dragon-shaped embryos that were originally cruising above the pale golden formation suddenly changed their cruising trajectory and changed their shapes, forming a number of monster heads facing the beast control gate. Dao Huajianjuan shouted, "Stop!" A familiar feeling came over Su Yan, and his figure, which was running at lightning speed, stopped in midair in an instant. The heads of the giant beasts in the sky also turned into streams of light, and bombarded Su Yan directly at this moment. The heads of the giant beasts hit Su Yan, and one by one they hit Su Yan, knocking him into the ground. The heads of the giant beasts seemed to be consumables, and they would lose a head of the giant beasts every time they hit Su Yan. Red and white dirty blood scattered all over the ground. And the pit where Su Yin was trapped was filled with a pool of red paste. What a beast! Dao Huazhenjuan raised his hand and clenched it. The filthy things in the deep pit became restless and turned into a small animal head house to directly seal the fierce Su Yin inside. The fox's strength is really outrageous. It is obviously only relying on the power of the cultivators behind the scenes. But it has achieved what many earthly immortal cultivators cannot do. The old man hiding behind the fox is obviously not an ordinary old man. And Su Yin is not necessarily an ordinary fox. Dao Huazhenjuan has no intention of continuing to entangle. So he directly uses a unique sealing method to suppress Su Yin. How dare you! After Dao Huazhenjuan did all this, he looked sideways at the white-haired young man beside him and snorted coldly. Fei Shou smiled on his cheek, raised his hand and pointed at the small animal head house and said, "He is not done with you. When fighting against the second-generation dragon clan Jiazi, as long as it does not reach the real instant kill line, the difficulty of Yazi is not weaker than those who are born and raised as divine beasts or sons of destiny." Obviously, Dao Huazhenjuan's strength has not reached the killing line, so Yazi will still come out soon. Dao Huazhenjuan took a deep breath and ignored the sarcastic Fei Beast. Zhenjuan's strength is stronger than Fei Beast, and he also controls the magic weapon that Fei Beast lives in. But Fei Beast cannot be killed. Fei Beast belongs to the mountain-guarding divine beast of the Beast Control Sect, and is integrated with the Beast Control Sect's formation. Although Dao Huazhenjuan can drive Fei Beast with the power of the formation center, he can't do anything to Fei Beast. Moreover, Fei Beast is the final insurance. If he really can't break through the Tantian Tower formation, Dao Huazhenjuan can only try his best to obtain the soul secret method from Fei Beast. Zhenjuan has reached the pinnacle in the way of creating animals, but he is still far from the true perfection. His method of creating animals is only similar in form, but not in spirit. The secret method of the beast taming sect is also derived from the method of creating animals. The secret method of the beast taming sect is aimed at the soul level, while the method of creating animals by Dao Huazhenjuan is aimed at the physical level. If the two can be combined, they can be similar in form and spirit, becoming a true Daohua Wanling Zhenxian, using the method of creating animals in his hands to create everything and touch the truth of life. Only one step away from perfection. Dao Huazhenjuan has more fear when doing things. He did not dare to do anything to Fei Beast, and even Su Yin did not choose to kill him, but chose to trap him and isolate him from the contact with the hidden power of the cultivators behind the scenes. Dao Huazhenjuan is trying his best to avoid complications. 9 snow-white tails stretched out from the hut, and a snow-white nine-tailed giant beast tore the roof, revealing pink meat pads on the giant palm covering the sky, and slapped the Tantian Tower with one palm. And the two forces of the universe repelled each other. The nine-tailed fox showed a bad smile on his face, and in the dull eyes of Dao Huazhenjuan and Fei Beast, he pulled the Tantian Tower out of the ground with one hand. "Want it? I won't give it to you even if you throw it away." The nine-tailed fox spoke, and his voice seemed to contain different voices of men, women, old and young, forming a voice full of teasing that echoed. After saying that, the nine-tailed fox really threw the Tantian Tower directly into the void, and the Tantian Tower fell into the gap in the space and was gradually swallowed by the darkness. "No!" Seeing the nine-tailed fox's actions, Dao Huazhenjuan's face suddenly showed a crazy look, and he rushed straight to the tower. Golden afterimages were waving all over the sky, and whip marks that hit the soul appeared on Dao Huazhenjuan. Dao Huazhenjuan mobilized all his strength to try to resist the dragging force of the space gap. But the power of space was not a force that a cultivator in the crossing tribulation stage could touch. Nowadays, the space restrictions and formations in the cultivation world are all forces that follow the rules of the power of space. Even cultivators in the crossing tribulation stage cannot resist the power of space. Dao Huazhenjuan could only watch as his method of becoming an immortal was swallowed by the void. Even if he had used all his life skills and magical powers, he could not resist the nine-tailed fox opening a space gap with devouring power. The golden afterimages in the sky disappeared, and the dark space gap slowly closed due to the loss of spiritual power. Dao Huazhenjuan was furious. His eyes were red as if dripping blood, and he turned around and roared, "Nine-tailed fox!" Bang! The soul inside Dao Huazhenjuan gradually expanded, and his flesh and blood body was twisted. In the end, the flesh and blood body could no longer limit the expansion of the soul, and it exploded into a blood dance and information flow. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox grinned and smiled. Killing people is not difficult, but the real difficulty is to kill people and destroy their hearts. Dao Zhenjuan's angry and weeping appearance made the nine-tailed fox grandmother, who had not had fun for a long time, very happy. The nine-tailed fox gradually shrank back, and finally turned into a snow fox with blue eyes staring at the big road like a copper bell, slowly falling from midair to the ground. Feisho raised his hand and caught Su Yin. Fox? Fox? What a big fox! Su Yin said something as if he was unconscious. Chapter 239 The Memory of Taoist Master Daohua. Fox. What a big fox! Su Yin, whose belly was held by the flying beast, and whose 4 legs and tail were drooping, kept shaking his 4 legs, and looked panicked as if he was crawling in the air. The sudden appearance of the big fox frightened Su Yin, who had always suffered from the phobia of nine-tailed foxes. As soon as he entered the small dark room, Su Yin felt a strong vitality coming from the void, and then the extremely powerful demonic power wrapped himself, gradually forming a demonic power gathering in the shape of a nine-tailed fox. The fairy sister turned out to be a nine-tailed fox. Su Yin was shocked beyond words. Nine-tailed fox. Where did this nine-tailed fox come from? Su Yin currently did not know that Empress Dowager Su was buried in an ice coffin with Emperor Xiaoyu, and naturally would not think of a national mother who had long passed away. He simply thought that the fairy sister was a nine-tailed fox from other tribes. For example, the Qingqiu clan, the Tushan clan, and the Yusa clan. Su Yin had seen the young fox of the Tushan clan. Therefore, the Queen Mother suddenly showed her Dharma image, which naturally scared Su Yin. He thought that it was his own ancestor who was a perverted old fox chasing him. I won. After Feisho caught Su Yin, he looked at the blood mist floating in the sky, sneered, and shook his head. Although he knew that Yazi would not lose the bet, Feisho did not expect that Su Yin would win. Feisho originally just wanted to make things difficult for Dao Zhenjuan. Not losing does not mean that you will definitely win. Feisho guessed that Su Yin met Dao Zhenjuan, and then because of various coincidences, he disgusted the lawless Dao Zhenjuan severely, and then Su Yin asked his elders or passing masters to rescue him. Unexpectedly, Su Yin actually killed Dao Zhenjuan on the spot with the help of the power of an unknown immortal. Dao Zhenjuan also died tragically. The divine whip was a power targeting the soul level. Countless golden long whips whipped his soul, causing irreversible deformation inside Dao Zhenjuan's soul. The twisted and deformed soul gradually expanded, and because the alienation of the soul level affected the physical level, Dao Zhenjuan's soul burst his body alive, greedy to the end, but got a pour. What is this? As Dao Zhenjuan drifted with the wind, Zhenjuan's Dharma body and soul remnants drifted all around, and the giant embryos and dragon-shaped embryos in the sky seemed to lose power and fell to the ground. Su Yin suddenly had a memory in his mind. The flashback memory was the back alley of an inn. In the memory, the protagonist was looking for food in the swill, and then a shout of killing came from the inn, and a female cultivator in a black robe asked several cultivators to chase him all the way out. The little beggar who was looking for swill was frightened and quickly turned over into the swill. After an unknown amount of time, the beggar felt that he could not hold his breath, so he bravely poked his head out of his pot to breathe. In front of him, a picture scroll that looked like the netherworld was revealed. The twisted and deformed creature fell to the ground, and the black-robed female cultivator half knelt on the ground and spit out bright red organ fragments. The little beggar was stunned in the bucket for a moment, then suddenly jumped out of the swill bucket, holding the long sword behind the female cultivator, and pressed deeper with all his strength, then cut the black-robed female cultivator in half in the backyard of the inn. In his impression, those who can fly in the blue sky are big shots. Very rich. The little beggar originally just wanted to get money, but he didn't expect to get 6 storage bags unexpectedly. The black-robed female cultivator was a low-level Nightmare Town disciple, and the cultivators chasing her were righteous cultivators. The female cultivator was nothing special, just a cultivator in the chi refining stage, belonging to the bottom of the world of the little beggar's era, and her only use was to be killed by those novice or experienced cultivators. But her half-baked Nightmare Town method legacy gave birth to a famous demon. Is this the memory of Daohua Zhenjuan? Su Yin said with a surprised expression, looking at the flocculent falling from the sky to the ground. It's not so easy to completely break up a soul that has been condensed to the extreme. Feisho glanced at Su Yin beside him and explained lightly, the soul of Daohua Zhenjuan has only been broken into fragments. In a sense, he is not completely dead now. The beating whip only broke up his soul. Daohua Zhenjuan's soul is extremely condensed. Now it will take some time to catalyze the real death. You hate him so much. Why don't you help him? Su Yan's mind flashed back to a memory again. The little beggar who was looking for slop in the back alley is now well-dressed and well-dressed. His cultivation has reached the foundation building stage, and he has accumulated some wealth. However, because he has no sect or school, the little beggar cannot learn proper magic. He can only rely on his fists and feet. And the method of making animals for entry into the Yinjin sect dropped by the female cultivator of Yinjin. And barely make a living in the world of cultivation. He can only continue to study the method of making animals in depth. Although the method of creating animals is a punishment method. As the beggar further developed it, it has become a strange magic that can kill anyone who touches it. And his reputation began to rise. Starting from killing a cultivator head-on, the beggar began to make a profit by killing people and robbing goods. And his life became nutrients to nourish his growth. After contacting his peers in the cultivation world, the beggar gradually understood the world situation and joined the Northern Nightmare Town sect. Why not give him a little help? Fei Shou looked at the flying catkins and said, because it's too troublesome. I need to strangle them piece by piece. It's better to wait here for a while to prevent him from escaping and let time take away the fragments. Is that so? Su Yan saw Fei Shou saying this, and it was not easy to refute him. While quietly peeping at the memory of Daohua Wanling Jinjuan, he raised his hand and greeted the sky where the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and reported safety to his aunt, because his soul had been dispersed. Su Yan did not browse the memory of Daohua Jinjuan completely. The memory is basically a section here and there. In the last second, he might be killing people and robbing goods. And in the next second, he might appear in an unknown brothel picking up a pair of chopsticks. Su Yan did not take the things in the memory seriously, but just looked at them as gossip, quietly waiting for the death of Daohua Wanling Jinjuan, so that he could leave the beast-taming sect. However, as the top flock fell, Su Yan also glimpsed the most important memory of Daohua Jinjuan. It was a bloody day. The beggar who has become a high-level member of the Nightmare Town sect is facing the biggest crisis in his life. The disciples of the Nightmare Town sect in the northern state killed the successor of the top demon sect in the southern state. The leader of the demon sect came in person and drowned all the members of the Nightmare Town sect in the northern state, including their families, in the city's manure pit. They took out their souls and hung them in the city, exposing them to the scorching sun until their souls dispersed. The leader of the Nightmare Town sect fled to the mountain, activated the formation to try to stop the leader of the demon sect, and began to pack up the 1,000-year-old family wealth in the treasure house and prepare to run away. Daohua Jinjuan learned a secret here. The world of cultivation is incomplete. In ancient times, there was no such thing as becoming an immortal and ascending to heaven. The world of cultivation and the world of immortals in the world today are actually the same thing. Before the incident of the Jedi Tiantong, the world of cultivation was a corner of the world of immortals. Some powerful people dismembered the world of immortals, took the most core part for themselves, smashed the other areas, and threw them into the void that swallowed everything. The world of cultivation is one of the fragments of the world of immortals that were thrown away. Chapter 240, The Connection Between Heaven and Earth. No degradation. The connection between heaven and earth. According to the memory of Taoist Master Daohua, Su Yan gradually learned a secret of the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation belonged to the world of immortals in ancient times, but it was later dismembered by the powerful. The core and richest areas of the world of immortals were occupied by those immortals, and the other areas of the world of immortals were pushed into the void by the immortals through the divine power that Su Yan could not understand. Common name, the connection between heaven and earth incident. Although it may be a very unreasonable association, Su Yan suddenly remembered the nursery rhyme in the flower area. In the nursery rhyme, the flower people asked the Holy Spirit, who protected them in ancient times, how the world was formed, and what is the mission of the human race. The Holy Spirit just smiled and said that the world was a flat plane at the beginning. And then one day, the sky rose by 1 foot and the ground sank by 1 foot, forming the primitive continent where everyone lives now. This is a nursery rhyme of flowers. And Su Yan originally just listened to it as a folk song. But now it seems that the Holy Spirit may be a real ancient power, and witnessed the process of the strong man in the fairy world using supreme power to dismember the world. And the memory of Daohua Jinjuan floating in the air still flashed back in Su Yan's mind. The leader of the Northern Yinjin sect packed up his belongings and prepared to run away. Daohua Jinjuan attacked and severely injured the leader of Yinjin, and exchanged the leader for a chance to escape, and learned that the so-called Jedi Tiantong is not a permanent state. The long river of time can wear away everything, and the cultivation world will return to its original position one day. The old leader was looking forward to all this. So when facing the leader of the demon sect, he was timid, because the leader deeply understood that as long as he lived long enough, he would be able to enjoy the bonus of the Earth Jeopardy Sky Pass and ascend to heaven in broad daylight. He also wanted to break through his own talent shackles. In other words, that dream is also true? After Su Yin figured out these things, he gradually began to believe that it was just a dream. That also happened in the flower area. When Bai Zhe attacked, Su Yin dreamed of the former Bai Zhe while he was sleeping. He dreamed that when Bai Zhe died in battle, a goddess appeared in front of him and promised him a chance to live again. Then the dead Bai Zhe came back to life. But the price was to temporarily lose his mind, waiting for the opportunity promised by the goddess. As long as the time is right, Bai Zhe can come back to life. Su Yin thought that all this was a dream. He thought so before reading the memory of Dao Huajinjuan. Those fragmented memory fragments, combined with the legends, nursery rhymes, and dreams he heard from various predecessors, Su Yin gradually pieced together a shocking secret. And the logical chain was still very complete. The fairyland continent was dismembered by the powerful, and the fertile and rich land was monopolized. On the contrary, the barren land and the filthy land were all abandoned. Even the unruly people on the land were ruthlessly abandoned by the powerful people in the fairyland. However, some of the more powerful and unruly people among them have the privilege of being recruited by the immortals. And they are promised that the Jedi Tiantong may eventually open a buffer zone due to the wear and tear of time. As long as the buffer zone is opened, the powerful people in the upper world will send their subordinates to lead them away. The widely circulated legend of the 10 witches of the undead kingdom should come from this. There may be some logical errors or unclear places inside, but these are the logical chains pieced together by all the information in Su Yin's mind. As for these information, they are all secrets of the cultivation world summarized from the oral narration of the ancient great power in the flower area, Bai Zhe's dream, and the memory of Dao Huajinjuan. They should not be special information that Su Yin can access at all. After returning, I may need to visit the Hua family and the old mountain god in the flower area. Su Yin came back to his senses after thinking for a long time, and said secretly in his heart, the Jedi Tiantong incident is not trivial. Although it is not said that the wave directly hits himself. As long as the cultivator has a household registration in the original continent, he will be more or less involved in the wave of the times. Su Yin feels that he can stay out of it, but he cannot be completely ignorant of the Jedi Tiantong. In the flower area, there are nursery rhymes sung by the ancient great power himself. Su Yin believes that there should be some relevant clues in the ancient books of the flower area. After Su Yin figured out these things, he did not continue to think about them and scare himself. Instead, he looked at Senior Feisho, who was waiting for Dao Huajinjuan to die. Senior. Su Yin blinked his big blue eyes and looked at Senior Feisho, looking embarrassed to speak. Feisho looked at Su Yin sideways, was slightly stunned, and a question mark appeared on his head. Although Su Yin did not speak, he just made a gesture of being embarrassed to speak. And Feisho knew what he wanted to say through Su Yin's expression. Is expression so easy to read? Go! The restrictions inside are not fatal, and you are good enough to empty it. Although the Tontian Tower is gone, the Disciples' Training Room, Alchemy Room, Weapon Refining Room, Library, houses and spiritual dragon veins of the Beastmaster sect still exist. And even the palace that the sect used for deliberation and decision-making is still here. Now the White Tontian Tower has disappeared. And although the things inside are also precious, Feisho does not need them. Su Yin helped the beast-taming sect solve a big problem. If he wanted the things in the sect, he could take them all. How much he could take depended on how lucky Su Yin was. The remaining restrictions were not fatal. They were just some immobilization spells. Once the immobilization spell was triggered and the beast-taming sect's formation was restored to run autonomously, the person would be directly teleported to the outside of the mountain gate, and the mute spell would be cast as the cultivator's failure to inherit the Taoism. Thank you for your understanding, Senior Feisho. Su Yin thanked Feisho and took out a cart that he had used for shopping in the brothel from his storage ring with a happy face. He pushed it towards the mountain gate of the beast-taming sect. Su Yin's first stop was the book building. He was ready to pick out some useful books and put them on the cart for comparison before deciding what to move. Although he was inexplicably poor, he was not a rubbish man who took everything. Su Yin only chose things that interested him. Seeing Su Yin happily running in, the monks who participated in the White Jade Steps trial but did not die were immediately startled and imitated Su Yin, looking pitifully at the Feisho stationed on the side. Feisho glanced at them, said nothing, and slowly closed his eyes. because he felt that it was very eye-catching to see a group of ragged young men and women, dirty all over, with a childish look on their faces, which was very disgusting. As for Su Yin, he was really young. Whether it was from the age of Juzi or nine-tailed fox, Su Yin was a veritable child with a milky smell. What could they compare with Su Yin? A group of old cubs were twisting and turning there, which was extremely eye-catching. It would be a ghost if Feisho could let them pass. They looked like neither human nor monster. Senior Feisho? Junior. I can't hear you. Feisho refused lightly.